It was misinterpreted. Ad hoc rescue. That's a very good one right there. Oh, of course we've seen this one quite often. Let's see here. Live stream voice text. Ad hominem. Abusive. Let's see. Also known as personal abuse, personal attacks, abusive fallacy, appeal to the person, uh, damning the source, name calling, refutation by caricature, against the person, against the man. The description is attacking the person making the argument rather than the argument itself. When the attack on the person is completely irrelevant to the argument the person is making. Logical form is person one is claiming Y. Person one is a moron. Therefore, Y is not true. Ad hominem. Let's see here. Oh, that's weird. There's a. Here, check this out. Let me get this one. There's a different ad hominem. Ad hominem abusive and ad hominem circumstantial. Ad hominem circumstantial, also known as appeal to bias, appeal to motive, appeal to personal interest, argument from motives, conflict of interest, faculty motives, naive cynicism, questioning motives, vested interest. The description is suggesting that the person who is making the argument is biased or predisposed to take a particular stance, and therefore the argument is necessarily invalid. Person 1 is claiming Y. Person 1 has vested interest in Y being true, therefore Y is false. Ad hominem circumstantial. That's a logical fallacy, my friends. Be careful because these are committed in here. So, what do we do when we actually talk to people? Is it just because we're saying that they think that the earth is a globe? Or are we saying because the investigation of the earth being a globe is fallacious? See what I mean? On its face, you can't say that because it becomes a logical fallacy. There has to be the thorough viewpoint of actually investigating the claim. Does that make sense? All right, let's go back one. We say this often. All right. You guys already probably know this one. You hear us saying it a lot. Affirming the consequent, also known as a converse error, fallacy of the consequent, asserting the consequent, affirming the consequent. New terminology, consequent, the propositional component of a conditional proposition whose truth is conditional, or simply put, what comes after the, in quotations, then is an, in quotations, if then statement. Antecedent, the propositional component of a conditional proposition whose truth is a condition for truth of the consequent, or simply put, what comes after the, in quotations, if in an, in quotations, if-then statement. The description, an error in formal logic where the consequent is said to be true. The antecedent is said to be true as a result. So the logical form is, if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Sunsets happen on Earth, therefore the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe, therefore sunsets happen. Let's go back. Just looking up some more.
These are awesome. The site's great. I might get on here on my phone though, so I can take some screenshots on mobile. That way they're all about the same size. Thinking about it. There's a way that we could format screenshots, I think, using something like BlueStacks. We emulate an Android operating system, and then you could make it whatever size you want it to be. This is the type of silence in the chat that I really like. It's not really awkward or weird or dead air. It's more like everybody's researching something at the same time. Isn't it weird? It's like a busy silence.
Yeah, I'm looking up different logical fallacies that this thing has to kind of, I'm going over them too so I can present them in like what we hear in here.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking before. We really should have a logical fallacy day, whether it's just once a month or once a week, where we cover this, because folks need to know. They need to understand what fallacious reasoning is.
All right, so let me see here. I'm just going to cover this one a little bit. There's more at the explanation, but check this out. There's one that I haven't really heard, but it's still the same. Appeal to accomplishment, also known as appeal to success. When the argument being made is sheltered from criticism based on the level of accomplishment of the one making the argument. A form of this fallacy also occurs when arguments are evaluated on the accomplishments or success of the person making the argument, rather than on the merits of the argument itself. Logical forms are: person 1 claims that Y is true. Person 1 is very accomplished, therefore Y is true. Person 1 presents evidence against claim Y, therefore person 1 is told to shut up until the person 1 becomes accomplished as person 2.
Yeah, this is kind of this is how the appeal to authority even works. That whole they have a hierarchy of these men with accomplishments.
Yeah, so appeal to accomplishment is the correct
Yeah.
logical fallacy term. It's the way we're going to be able to say appeal to accomplishment right there. So I think honestly, these have to be saved like on flashcards or something, so you can
Yes.
kind of go over them.
This is perfect. Yes, I
So
agree.
it's not a appeal to authority; it's appeal to accomplishment. That's the correct way to say this.
Because the authority one would be a broad stroke. This is specifically the accomplishment of the individual. This is appealing to their accomplishment. Yeah. Yep.
So what are we talking about? We're saying scientists. They appeal to saying that these scientists are looking up at in astronomy and saying that the cosmology is a specific way due to their 20 years of experience.
Yeah.
And look at all the accolades they've done throughout the years of studying, and so it's an appeal to their accomplishment.
And then we hear it all the time, don't we?
Yeah.
They're like, well, once you've gone to space, once you've become an astronaut, then you can talk about. Yeah.
A form of this fallacy also occurs when arguments are evaluated on the accomplishments or success of the person making the argument rather than the merits of the argument itself. Interesting.
It's also kind of a form of ad hom, where it's talking about a person instead of the actual subject matter. It's getting right back to people again.
Yeah, but it's not an ad hom in this instance because they're not.
Yeah.
Remember, the ad hom is a way to put down the character of the person, and this isn't that. This is strictly going on based on the merits of the person, on their accomplishment. So whatever they've done in life, they're qualified to say something, and therefore the other person is incorrect.
Something I've learned about the ad hom thing, because notice how it says abusive in the parentheses. Like there's other types of ad hom that basically chase. Yeah, they'll chase rabbits and just use people instead of getting back to the argument. That's what I was saying. It's kind of like, but yeah, it's not an ad hom. It's just kind of in that direction is what I meant. It's getting to people. It's like people they always want to talk about people instead of the subject matter that we're trying to discuss, and that's weird.
All right. Ad hominem, guilt by association. That sometimes I've heard flat earthers do, and I'm going to show you why. Check this out.
Let's see it.
This is important because if you're not here with this, then you're going to be committing it. I'll put it in the live stream voice text. Like you said, there's many forms of ad hominems. Ad hominem, guilt by association. Also known as association fallacy, bad company fallacy, company that you keep fallacy. They're not like us fallacy or transfer fallacy. When the source is viewed negatively because of its association with another person or group who is already viewed negatively. Logical form is person 1 states that Y is true, person 2 also states that Y is true, and person 2 is a moron. Therefore, person 1 must be a moron too. So, how can we use this? Or the example is, Dolores is a big supporter for equal pay for equal work. This is the same policy that all those extreme feminist groups support. Extremists like Dolores should not be taken seriously, at least politically. So Dolores was lumped into the group of people that, like extreme feminist groups.
Yeah.
So, if we're to say the same thing for people on the globe side, how would this be? How would this operate? This fallacy operate? Guilt by association.
You believe in this, like if well, for both sides, this fallacy happens. Like, oh, you believe in flat Earth, so blah blah blah, or oh, you believe in the globe, so I can't trust anything you say. Both sides commit this.
Well, guilt by association is a group, right? It's a group of people.
Yeah, it's like some lumping them together with, oh, you're like them, you must be them.
Yeah, yeah. So, can we do this to the globe earthers and flat earthers? Yes, both sides.
I like that this fallacious reasoning subject levels the playing field. It straight up levels it for everybody, everyone.
Because you can commit these fallacies without even knowing it. So guilt by association. If we say that someone works for NASA, is that the sole reason why the person is a moron? Even though you want to say yes, like you have to refrain.
Of course not.
Right. So what are we saying then?
We need to get more specific with how we say things, I think.
Well, you need to categorize why the person is not competent. So it's not just them working for a company that's against what you might think is an agenda. You'd have to then specify the reason why the person doesn't have the knowledge that they do. So otherwise, you're going to lump them into, because they work for NASA, they're incorrect.
You can't disqualify something without a disqualifier, like an actual logically reasonable disqualifier.
Yeah, that's correct. Guilt by association. There's another one. All right. Check this out. Ad hominem. Tu quo q.
Tu quo quo.
Quo quo. Yeah. Well, quo q.
I was I think that there was a little clip that this one's on another website. That's why I was thinking that I think that it's tu quo quo, but I might be wrong.
No, quo quo will be QUO. This is QUE. See it?
Oh, I see. So it could be two different ones. Okay, yeah.
Well, no, it's not. It's quo q.
Yeah. I may just be pronouncing it wrong because I'm kind of retarded sometimes. So carry on, man.
Do you see, Joe, but do you see the way it's spelled there? QUE?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if it was quo quo, it would be QUO. It's QUE.
Who went in to get my glasses and I didn't grab them? Again, like I said, I'm kind of retarded sometimes. Give me this. I'll be right back. Carry on, bro.
Also known as appeal to hypocrisy or U2 fallacy. Hypocrisy, personal inconsistency. Description: claiming the argument is flawed by pointing out that the one making the argument is not acting consistently with the claims of the argument. Logical form is person one is claiming that Y is true, but person one is acting as if Y is not true. Therefore, Y must not be true. The example for one is, let's see, Helga, you should not be eating that. It has been scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are not good for your health. Hugh is saying, you eat fat burgers all the time, so that can't be true. Explanation: it does not matter to the truth claim of the argument, at least, if Helga follows her own advice or not. While it might appear that the reason she does not follow her own advice is that she doesn't believe it's true, it could also be that those fat burgers are just too damn irresistible. So person one being Helga, right? So that's the logical form. Person one is claiming that Y is true, but person one is acting as if Y is not true. Therefore, Y must not be true. So Helga is saying, you should not be eating that. It has been scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. I think she was speaking to Hugh at this time. And then Hugh's responding to her saying, you eat fat burgers all the time, so that can't be true. Because, Helga's doing something. And Hugh's saying that, well, you eat them all the time, so what do you mean? You're all right if you're telling me that my health is no good.
It's kind of like calling somebody out on being a hypocrite, and then assuming they're wrong.
Kind of. Ad hominem tu quo q.
This also gives off kind of some pot calling the kettle black vibes.
There's another example that it wasn't on the little snippet that I put in there. Example number 2, Jimmy Swaggart argued strongly against sexual immorality. Yet while married, he has several affairs with prostitutes. Therefore, sexual immorality is acceptable.
That's a messed up example.
Yeah, the explanation is the fact that Jimmy Swaggart likes to play a round of bedroom golf with some of the entrepreneurial ladies is not evidence for sexual immorality in general only that he is sexually immoral. He really drug him through the mud on this one, huh?
Yeah. They threw him under the bus.
Poor Jimmy. It's the fact that Jimmy Swagger likes to play a round of bedroom golf. Like, what the hell, bro?
The way that they articulated that with euphemisms is kind of it's comical. Yeah, it's the YouTube. You could also say that the YouTube fallacy or like the know you.
It's kind of like a hypocritical way of saying somebody's a hypocrite.
Yeah, this one's totally a hypocrisy fallacy.
What do you mean eating burgers are bad for you? You eat them all the time. You know, that's because the person one is making the claim that the thing that the person's eating is no good for them, but then they're a hypocrite because they're eating them too.
Yeah.
But it's a truth claim because the person one is saying that the burgers are bad for you, but they're still eating it. But then the person is saying it's not true because you eat them. So that person is the one that's incorrect by saying that. Person two is incorrect.
You replace the burgers with a drug that both of the people are participating in, and they go, well, you do it, so...
and that's why the argument is flawed. So...
Yeah. I was just thinking like addicts, like, and then one of them's trying to argue why, hey, maybe we should quit, and the other one's like, well, you do it, so let's just not quit because there's clearly nothing wrong with it because you're doing it.
So it's like somebody. Okay, I got it. It's like somebody who's a occasional drinker of alcohol, like an occasional, and someone who's really like an addict to drinking, right? So they're always drinking, and they're getting drunk, and then the guy who's occasional drinker says, "Hey, you shouldn't be drinking that much alcohol. It's not good for you, man."
Yeah.
And so the guy that's drinking a lot says, "Well, you're drinking every now and again. I see you with the beer. Duh. I'm not gonna stop drinking." So they're using it's a fallacious way of thinking that, like, they're trying to argue from a standpoint of saying that, like, I can keep drinking the way I want because you drink anyways, and you're saying that it's bad. So I think that it's good just based on the merit.
It's like also hand waving, like, oh, well, because you said this and because I've seen you do this, disqualified. Hand wave away the argument.
Oh, let's see if we can turn it into anything flat earth. Okay. How about you're telling me that the cosmology, or let's see, person one has to be the one telling the person something. So person one is like, well, we can still look through a telescope and see the stars above us, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know. I'm trying to form it in a example.
I was just going to go with refraction. Like, oh, well, because refraction, and then they go for the glow. Yeah, but because refraction, man.
Yeah, any claim that we say that has something to deal with a reason why we would say that this is not true, and then the person saying, well, we still got telescopes when we look through them, so obviously it's a ever-expanding cosmos.
Yeah. It's got to be a claim on both sides, I think.
Well, it's not a claim on both sides. What the person one is saying is we can look through a telescope, but it's not supporting anything you're seeing. But the person two would be making the argument, as in, yeah, it is what we're seeing because we're using a telescope. Like, in other words, we're seeing an ever-expanding cosmos.
Yeah.
It's not person one is like, Helga, you should not be eating. It says you should not be eating that. It has been scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. And so it's the truth claim that this isn't right to do, even though Helga's doing it. Because Hugh is a second person saying you eat fat burgers all the time. So that can't be true. So based on the fact that Helga's eating burgers, he's dismissing the claim that it's scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. So the truth claim is that fat burgers are no good for your health. Right? That's Helga's claim. Even though she eats fat burgers, she's making the truth claim that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. But Hugh says you eat fat burgers all the time, so that can't be true. So dismissing the truth claim.
Oh,
You see?
yeah, I got one too. Kind of like using links from NASA, and then they'll accuse us of being hypocritical because we use a link from NASA. It's like, dude, we are just showing you what's it. Yeah, but you use a link from NASA, so blah blah blah. And then disqualified because they'll try and act like it's hypocrisy.
Well, yeah. So, do you see
But
what I
anyway.
mean? Like it doesn't.
Yeah, I've seen what you mean too.
No, but it's a truth claim. We're not saying that NASA's truth, so that it has to be a truth claim. So if you link it to a truth claim, because in this instance, supposedly Helga's using that truth claim, that it has been scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. That was the truth claim. You should not be eating that. It has been scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. So she's making a truth claim. Even though she eats fat burgers, she's making the truth claim that fat burgers have been scientifically proven it's now good for your health. But
So
Hugh is arguing with her, saying, you eat fat burgers all the time, so that can't be true.
So that's what I was thinking for the second part. You think, well, you link to NASA all the time, so what you're saying about them can't be true. It's like, dude, no, we're showing you that they're not true.
Right, but NASA's link has to be a truth claim, though.
Yeah.
So if it's not a truth claim, it can't be used as such. So, like, when you present something that's a truth claim, and
like
you sound like because you use it, if it's not a truth claim, so
I got it. When
NASA's not a truth claim. So
when we show it where it straight up tells us on NASA's page that this is photoshopped and it's not actually a picture, and we're like, dude, it's straight up telling you that it's not a picture. No, and you're saying that NASA's liars. You can't use that link to try and disqualify everything. I don't know. That's just what I was.
Not specific to ad hominem to quo Q. That's not specific to that. Like I was just trying to think of a form, but I'm not really sure.
I can't. Really we'll experience one in the future, I'm sure.
Perhaps it's not been experienced yet. Like not to this form, not the logical form that it's been used.
Yeah.
So
Helga, and if not, we'll see.
Helga. Okay, so Helga's eating fat burgers, and so is Hugh. So Helga and Hugh in this example are both eating fat burgers, right? But this was what Helga was telling Hugh. Helga is telling Hugh, you should not be eating that. It's been scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. So she's telling Hugh this, even though she's still eating fat burgers, but she's telling him that. And then he's saying, well, you eat fat burgers all the time, so that can't be true. So he's basically telling her, it's not true because you eat them as well. But even the truth claim that she said that it's scientifically proven that eating fat burgers are no good for your health. Right?
Yeah.
And she's just stating that truth claim, even though she eats fat burgers. So it's like somebody saying the same about smoking. Smoking is bad for your health or whatever. There's a truth claim made, right? And the person is like, well, you smoke cigarettes, so must not be bad. So
that's stupid.
Using that's ad hominem to quo Q. That's how it's used. If somebody uses this type of logical fallacy, it can be called out.
They don't.
Ad hominem to quo Q. I have. It's just a very rare one, by the way. But
yeah, which gets back to what we were saying before. These are the specifics. These are very pointed, fallacious reasoning. It's not like the broad strokes, like the other stuff we were talking about before, like weeks, months ago. Which is important to figure out exactly what they mean then too, because they're pointed and specific.
All right, check this out. I'm going over a few because I think they're important. In this arena, these are very much used in here, or not used, depending on, you know what I mean? Here, let me post it in Livestream Voice 6. Alleged certainty, also known as assuming the conclusion. Description: asserting a conclusion without evidence or premises through a statement that makes the conclusion appear certain when, in fact, it is not. Logical form: everybody knows that X is true, therefore X is true. Example 1. People everywhere recognize the need to help starving children of the world. Explanation. Actually, people everywhere don't recognize this. This may seem like common sense to those who make the claim and to many who hear the claim, but there are many people on this earth who do not share that view and need to be convinced first. That's an interesting one, I think. So the example was people everywhere recognize the need to help starving children of the world. Do people everywhere see the need to help starving children of the world?
Yeah. No.
But that's a logical fallacy,
No.
right there.
Yes.
The logical fallacy is that the claim that someone's or the argument someone's making is that people everywhere recognize the need to help starving children of the world, and that's just not true. Asserting a conclusion without evidence or premises through a statement that makes the conclusion appear certain when in fact it's not. Alleged certainty. That's interesting. I might touch on a few, but actually the ones I think that I haven't heard or some are pretty interesting.
Oh my god.
I found one that seems to be very common in the world. Appeal to fear.
What's that?
When fear, not based on evidence or reason, is being used as the primary motivator to get others to accept an idea, proposition, or conclusion.
Like what?
If you don't accept X as true, something terrible will happen to you, therefore X must be true. It's kind of like a boogeyman fallacy.
Oh. Or because you don't act on the knowledge, therefore something bad would happen. Kind of like COVID, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
The vaccines.
Well,
If you
whether or
don't
not it
accept
is,
them,
I wouldn't say that, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that I wouldn't say that specifically.
yeah,
what
like
I'm
I mean in the
saying.
video game vaccine.
Mm.
The video
You guys
So-
are like this one.
Go ahead, man.
Yo,
You
niggas.
You guys are gonna really
No.
like this one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, who's that?
Who's that?
Nigga.
This
TD.
Teddy or whatever. Yeah, he left. Well, of course.
He was never here.
Yo,
Dude, I got your
Yeah.
user ID and you're being reported.
Yeah, Teddy, you could actually, I just muted you, bro. But you could actually have a conversation with us and go a lot farther than what you just did. I mean, this is the internet after all. You don't have to act like a douche, bro. To be honest.
Or
we
like
got a
what
whole
you
bunch of
called
people.
us.
We got a whole bunch of people joining. No one really cares about those like kindergarten shenanigans, to be honest. Like if you're going to be in here, have an intellectual discussion versus the TikTok brain that you might have right now. That's not useful. Let's actually implore your critical thinking, and perhaps you might find that you're more smarter than you think you are, Teddy. And all of those that followed you, so hopefully those guys who did follow you aren't going to be following suit. I will unmute them and ask them to speak if they'd like to. But you can stick around too, Teddy, if you'd like, and probably change your mind a little bit. Let's see. Just let me know, Teddy, who has came with you. Yeah, but hang on a second. So, Teddy, you're VC verified. I'd like you to draw your attention to the text channel above the voice channel you're in. Live stream voice text. That's the text channel that we're all in at the moment. If anybody else has came in here with you, you can ask me to unmute them. And perhaps they can chime in. Because it looks like you came in with a group, which is cool. We like for you guys to come in here in groups. We'll talk to you guys. No worries. I am what?
I was just gonna say that it seems like he's been here since July 2nd, 2021.
No worries. But I don't mind unmuting you and giving you a chance to speak. I don't care. No, you're not.
Let's see what he does with the chance.
But dude, like I'm saying, why waste your moment of talk time on here when you could be speaking to us about, interesting things? Okay, let's see. I've unmuted you. Go ahead, Teddy.
Hey.
What's up, man?
So I'd like to. I apologize. It was
No worries, bro.
like you said, a funny TikToker.
But check it out, man. You could ask us some questions, and we'll tell you directly the question you want to. Even if they sound ridiculous, go ahead and just ask. I don't care.
Oh no! I've asked all the questions I wanted to know ages ago. Like I don't really have any But if I could ask like one of my friends who I have joined, for you to unmute them and maybe if they want any questions. But
sure.
Yeah, I've been here for a while, so I've asked many questions.
Well, who do you want me to unmute?
Shabazz and Raska, and maybe TBA Joe Rome.
So Shabazz, hang on a second. I'll do Shabazz.
I can add them if you want. Yeah,
you can add them or just like put it in the chat that you're in right now. What's up, Shabazz?
Yeah, I'm good. How about you?
Pretty good, bro. Check this out. Like, it seems like your friend Teddy's been here and asking some questions, and you guys think this is a pretty silly chat. That's fine. I don't care. But what I'd like to ask you, Shabazz, because you're your own guy, right? You're your own man, your own mind and stuff. Ask me a question you think that sounds silly or whatever. Now I'll answer you directly what the answer is. I'm not gonna.
Right, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't believe I know.
That's fair enough. All right, and
I can tell you why. I could tell you why.
Sure. Let's go for it. Yeah.
So the Earth is measured as flat. It's practically used as flat, and we navigate across it as flat. So the Earth being flat is not just an assumption or a belief. It actually is flat. Indeed, truly flat. There's observations that are made for miles of distances without any curvature whatsoever. So, like, people think the Earth is a globe, right? It would be curving like a sphere. Definitely curving. And the fact that all the people in here have already investigated the claim, it hasn't been proven so. But like, coming from your position, and you guys might, because you hear about it, it sounds pretty stupid on its face. I agree with you. It did when I first heard it. But when you actually look into it, you find out that it's pretty fucking flat. Like, there is no curvature whatsoever. So you're going to realize yourself, when you look into it, that it's not curving like they tell you. And that's going to shock you, because you're going to be like, whoa, what the hell? Like, all I can bring up is like pictures from NASA, and like you get like all this shit. But when you try to say, okay, I know they got all this stuff I can look at. Now, how am I going to go test it to see if it's true? You'll find out that there's no way to test it. Like, they don't give you any information how to do that. Like these, yeah, go on.
I mean, I don't know. Look, see, I think yesterday, I went to a beach, and I feel like if you look at the horizon, you can see like the curve, you know?
No, I agree. Like, the people say, like, or you see like a boat disappearing in that. But do you know that has to do with perspective and not with curvature? Because if it was curvature, Shabazz, you'd be able to measure where the curvature actually exists. So let's say you saw a boat disappearing, or where you say you see the curvature. Exactly at that point, that would be the place where we can measure a distance from where you're standing to where that place is. So let's say, I don't know, like I'll give you just a random number, like 5 miles away from you. Like wherever the curvature would be, where you couldn't see any more beyond, that distance would be measured, and everybody in here would know what the distance would be, where the curvature begins. But there isn't.
But it changes from person to person, right?
Well, they shouldn't, because think about it, right? If you're on, like, let's say you have a basketball in your hand, and your point A would be you put your finger on point A, and then you can move the other finger to a different point, which we call that point B, right? So if point A and point B are a physical distance away from each other, so would the position on Earth. If you're standing on a ball, from where you're standing to where you think the curvature is, that's a known distance. It's not, that doesn't fluctuate. It doesn't change. Like, if it was to change, then how would they measure the shit? You know what I mean? There has to be something that they can know that's dependable. Like, if I go tomorrow, the place that you told me to go to, and you say the curvature is 5 miles. Well, tomorrow, the curvature where the boat disappears, it would be exactly right there, like every day. But like you said, it seems like it fluctuates, it changes. That means, how did the hell did they measure it in the first place if it does that? It doesn't make any logical sense. And you know what I'm telling you is true, Shabazz. That's what these guys are up to, man. They're confusing the people, and like the young ones, like you and Teddy, just think that the Earth is a globe. You don't know, like it's not. You can't measure this shit, bro. So like we're all of us in here, we're just helping each other out, like figure that out. Like we're just people on the internet, like trying to get others on the same.
What's the the thing? I see where you come from, but what's the purpose of someone like lying about that, like saying
bro,
it's round or it's not flat?
But that's easy, right? That's the easy question. Like I could show you, like when you talk about companies, organizations, or agendas or some shit, like we already, like, I don't know, hopefully, do you know that governments lie to its people, the governments of the world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the purpose? Just not flat Earth, but like, what is the purpose you think they would lie to the people? Like for what
Control
purpose?
us.
That's
money.
it, bro. You got it. Like that's the first one. The first one, it's like the word control. It encumbers a lot more other topics, bro. Like that's like,
yeah.
Fuck. You can talk about like religion. You can talk about politics. If they control the agenda, they control your mind, bro. Like listen. Like all we can do in here is tell other people about this shit. Like the next step would have to be you investigating. If you just like think that we're just lying about this shit, that's fine. But if you never look into it, that's even worse, bro. Like that's just like you're gonna believe whatever Kool-Aid they're gonna serve you and drink that shit. Like, and we as like people on Earth, we're just waking people up to that. We're like, bro, these guys are bullshitting you guys. Like on the real, like they don't give a shit. Like you guys can believe whatever the hell you want, so long as they control your mind. As long as you never look into it, as long as you always mock it, they've already done their job. They're like, fuck it, man. These guys are easy to fool because they have nothing in there. Nobody wants to look into it. So all we're telling is people just look into it, man. Like investigate this shit. You'll find out for yourself. Like I don't have to tell you. You can go look to see if the Earth is a globe or not.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. But does Shabazz have any other questions? But yeah, I completely see where you're coming from. I don't know.
Just saying, bro. Yeah.
I think I have one, right? I guess. So if you think about the curvature of the Earth as a hill, right? So when a person goes behind the hill, and if the hill is high enough, you stop seeing them at the end, right? So
yeah.
So let's say you use the same beach experiment over there. If you're looking straight out, the hill curves down. If the Earth was curved. Like saying the Earth is curved, that's what would happen, right?
Yeah, it should curve down, yeah.
So eventually when the boat would go far enough, or anything would go far enough, it would like go downwards from your point of view. It would go downwards until you can't see it anymore, right?
Yeah, that's called drop over distance, but you're correct. If that was the case, drop over distance would be a very natural way that we can understand you're living on a ball, like an oblate spheroid is what they call it.
But so then naturally if a person was taller, then they would be able to see the object for longer because they have a better viewpoint over the hill, right?
I would say that in the instance of it if it was a globe, then you are correct. If there were person one is taller than person 2, then person 2 would see more.
So that's why it's variable. That's why it changes for me. So there's no set distance of like 5 miles.
No. What I mean to say is this, like what I'm telling you, that's a good argument for it, but I would tell you the debunk to that was that the same person of the same height goes to tomorrow, it's a different distance. That is a known fact. Like you can't, like the thing that you see in the far distance from the same height that you're talking about is a different different visible distance. So you could see farther on certain days that you couldn't. And this is a known reality that you and I are in right now. So it's not.
Right.
I agree with you that a person taller could also see farther, but the consistency of the person seeing at a certain distance is not the same. It changes. It's a variable. It changes every day, which is why I'm telling you, no one's ever measured the shit, and it's not curving. So the other thing that it can be is visual perspective. So, okay, I'll give you an example. Like if you were to put your eyes all the way down to the floor, and you were to see something like move away from you, do you know that the thing that you see move away from you disappears from the bottom up? Bet you didn't know that. No one tells us these things, man. That's why I'm giving you ways to look at this, and you can draw examples for yourself, right? Put your eye line, like if you have a flat table, put something on that flat table at the farthest end of the table, right? And get your eyes to the level of that table. So you're decreasing the angle of your view. When you decrease the angle of your view, then you start to decrease how much you can start to see at a distance. This is like a real fact, bro. You can test this out. So the thing that you see in the distance will start to look like it's disappearing from the bottom up because your angle that you're viewing it from is very narrow. It's very short, the angle. As you increase your angle, you can see farther down the table. As in, you're seeing it at the eye line of the table, right? And as you raise up a little bit, then it starts to appear that you can see farther. And that's just, that's normal. But it can happen on a flat surface or a curved surface for sure. I'm not doubting that. But what I'm telling you is that the distance where you see things disappearing on Earth right now, it changes from whatever height you want to talk about. Like it's never consistent.
That makes, yeah. All right, that's fair.
But-
Well, thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, like if you have any more questions, the thing about like young people, like you guys don't have you're just hit with all this information, bro, on the daily. So you don't have like any critical thought about it. You just accept everything as like, well, some scientists figured it out. But people on the internet, like who can intellectually discuss this with those guys, I've asked PhDs, bro. I've asked cosmologists, astrophysicists. I've argued with them. You know, the thing that they tell us is that this is their best guess. That's what they're telling the people, you guys, the books that you read and all that shit, like scientific ideas and shit. Like they're just telling you things that when I ask them questions, they don't have no response to me. They're like, well, that's our best guess. That's what we have. Scientific communicators. That's what they're called. You know, the ones who tell people about science and that. And so I'm just like, well, okay, so the people who don't know much are in here. They're like, well, dude, I'm not a scientist. I'm like, I understand that. And I know that you appeal to like maybe somebody who might be smarter than you. But when I ask those smart people, they don't even know. So who knows then? Like, is there some mysterious person with like this superior knowledge base or something? That where is that guy? Because
I think that guy's on the call. He wants to be unmuted. Sorry, can you unmute this? This guy's called Kieran Khan.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Thank you for answering my questions, though.
Yeah, if you got any more, let me know, bro. I'll whatever. I don't care. Kieran Khan, you're on, man. What's up?
Yo, what's up? Wait, I'm just curious if you believe in gravity.
Gravity is there's a law of gravity, little g, and then there's big G, which is a theory of gravity.
Yeah, do you believe that theoretical gravity occurs?
For sure. I want to make the distinction between the two so you understand the context.
Yeah.
So when we see something like fall through the medium of air, like you have a pen and you drop it through the medium of air, relative density would say that the reason why the object falls through the medium of air is because of the object and medium relationship. So the object, right, is more dense than the medium that it's in. Therefore, it actually has a directional path in which it goes. So the theory of gravity, that's big G. That's the idea that, of course, the bending and warping of space-time is the reason why things are actually drawn together.
Yeah, that's the number 6.77 times 10 to the negative 11 or something like that. That's
you know the math, right?
Yeah,
you know
compared to the 9.81, of the little G,
So what we're looking at here is the comparison of the two is one is a law, one is a theory. But the thing that's a law, nobody's going to dispute that, right? So when you say gravity, it's kind of conflated with the fact that you're talking about a theory and the law to come, in conjunction. So the reason why I have to make it distinctive is so that people listening can understand there's a difference, right? One is the effect, the other is the cause. So when you talk about the causation, I would say this on the perspective that when we did our investigation, like the flat earthers, and the words that I'm using sounds kind of unfamiliar perhaps, but when we do our investigation for the theory of gravity, there isn't a foundational baseline for a cognitive reasoning for the theory. There is no answer to that question. We've looked there, like, so the theory of gravity is just that. It's just an idea somebody had of like how things would operate. The physics would operate on a globe, right?
I mean, there's ideas, but there's no actual answers. Like the creation of the universe,
correct.
You don't know definitively what created it, but there's speculations.
Correct.
And what I'm saying about gravity is it always pulls towards the center,
right?
And what's kind of made me question is if the Earth is flat or not. Is if you have all these force from equal sides and completely like equal sides, like when you squish a a dough in your hand, it becomes a spherical because of the various forces from every side. That's the only shape it will take on.
Right, but see that thinking, it only happens because there's a faulty premise. Your faulty premise is that we are in an ever-expanding cosmology. Is this not the case, Kieran? So the idea that supported that idea that you just said is only supported by an ever-expanding cosmology in the vacuum of space. So still, the cosmology of the ever-expanding cosmos is still supported by what you're saying, but it's a faulty premise. You're starting from a place that has fallacious reasoning. You think that the Earth is in this cosmic vacuum, when in reality, you don't know, nor does anybody else. Now, I know what you might say to that. Well, we have astronauts, we got satellites. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah.
Like, I know that. I know that's where the question's going to go. But I would say it like this. I usually ask people 3 questions, Kieran. The 3 questions I ask, is the Earth a globe? First of all, I go to the first question. I'll just run through them quickly so you know what they are. The first question is, how has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance? Drop over distance.
Well, they haven't,
so
no.
Right. So I asked them that. The second one is axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis. Who has measured axial rotation? Because they're telling us that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So at the equator, they're telling us the Earth is rotating and measured to be at 1,000 miles per hour. I'm asking the question, who's ever measured that? Like, and by what device or apparatus has anyone ever measured this? And if you know, to tell me how you know. And so what people usually say, Kieran, is that they don't know, because I'm telling you, there isn't an answer for this question. There's only ideas, like
I
theories.
believe someone discovered it in a long time ago.
Yeah,
I think it was
tell
in
me
the
if you know.
1400s almost.
Sure. Do you
Not
know?
sure if you heard of him. Ulugh Beg.
Go ahead. Say
He
again.
discovered Ulugh Beg.
Ulugh Beg. Can you post the citation in live stream voice text, Kieran?
Yeah. His name up. Wait, where am I putting it?
Live stream. Oh, wait a minute. You don't even have permission. One
I'll
second.
put it in the lobby.
No. I'm gonna give you a roll. 1 second. Where is it at? VC verified. Okay. Put it on live stream voice text. It's a text channel right above the voice channel you're in. It should have just
If you
appeared
look,
right now.
if you look his name up, you can find your own
All right, will you give me a
citations that you
second?
think are
Give me a
credible.
second so I can
Yeah.
look him up, will you? Everybody that comes in here, I want them to do their best. Because, okay, Ulugh Beg Mirza? I'm pronouncing his name wrong.
Yeah.
Mirza Muhammad. Dude, his
There's
name
an
is
astronomer.
really long. Better known as Ulugh Beg, was a Timurid Sultan as well as an astronomer and mathematician. Ulugh Beg was notable for his work in astronomy-related mathematics such as trigonometry and spherical geometry, as well as general interest in the arts and intellectual activities.
So it makes sense he proved the Earth's curvature and tilt.
Well, he didn't
considering
prove
his
it.
background.
Well, considering his background, he didn't prove it. What he done though is use math, right? So mathematics are a language. I don't. Hopefully, you're fairly aware of this. You sound very intelligent.
Yeah, of course.
You know that, right? So is math reality, Kieran?
Well, math it depends. There's theoretical.
No, it doesn't
Theoretical
depend.
physics.
It actually is. It is reality or not. It's a black and white statement. It's either it is or is not. Is math
Well, in
reality?
some instances, math is the language of the universe. That's how
It's a language.
That's how you work out. Yeah,
Right. It's a language.
of
So
the,
it's-
I like to say it's a language of the universe because it's how you determine.
Well, it's a description. It's not determined. It's a description. So if I tell you something is, I don't know, 10 inches long, you already know what that is, right? 10 inches is a measurement that we agree. It's an agreed upon understanding. So when we use measurements or whatever you're saying, centimeters or meters, this depends what you use, what unit you're using. It's an agreed upon
Yeah.
measurement. And we can say that because of that convention, we're able to then use it and then make it applicable to what we're doing in life. Like, the thing's 10 meters long or whatever. Like you know the size because I'm giving you an understanding thing that we both can agree upon, right? So
Yeah.
how are we then going to say that math is reality if it's a language? It's not reality. It's a descriptor. So it's something you and I are using to talk to each other with. But it's
Yeah.
not reality in and of itself. So I'll give
I
you
think it's more
an
than a
example.
language, though.
No, it's just a language, Kieran. So if you're saying no, it doesn't. It doesn't. What it does is describe.
You utilize
It
physics to prove.
No, it
things
describes,
that are
Kieran.
correct.
Yeah, it describes. It doesn't prove. It describes. So if you're describing something, like let's say a mathematical formula, you're showing me with the description what you're talking about. Does that make sense? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not telling you in reality what it is. It's just telling you how you describe the thing that you're talking about in reality. Like the boat is 10 meters long or whatever. Like you're telling me things that are giving a description to the thing you're talking about. It's a description. So in that way, it can describe things. But is it reality itself? No, it's not. So this mathematician that you brought up, Ulugh Beg,
Astronomy,
astronomy, mathematics. So basically what he's doing is looking up at the night sky or the day sky, it doesn't matter. That he's seeing things in the heavens, right? So and then he's describing them with mathematics.
He compares the sun's position at various times of the day and at various points of the year. And he discovered that it moved. Hence,
well, sure. But what we're saying,
obviously, we're moving around the sun. And
did he propose that? Did Ulugh Beg propose that?
I think he was one of the first, essentially, to propose it. But I'm sure there were people before.
I don't listen. I'm coming at this blindly, so I don't know what Ulugh Beg said.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't. Obviously, he's quite an old figure, so there's not too much information on.
So does he say that?
From the 1400s,
Kieran? Because here's the fallacy that you might commit. If you're logically fallacious in saying that he actually said this, right? Then you're committing a logical fallacy. Because if he didn't say that and you're saying he did, you're putting words in his mouth. Like, you know what I mean? So if he did it, then I would like for you to cite where he said that. And then it would be true that he said that the earth is moving around the sun. I don't know if he did because I just barely saw him right now.
So can I ask you another question just while I'm looking for that?
Yeah, go ahead.
This may be like a simple question for some, but theoretically, say you walked in a straight line across the whole Earth, you'd eventually return to the point.
We don't work in hypotheticals, Kieran. We work with absolutes and things that are able to be reasoned with. So how can a person actually walk around the entire Earth if the entire Earth is not all land?
But sorry, can I just say something?
Boat, like he could boat, I guess. I see where he comes from. Like you
know what he's talking. I definitely know his question. So for me, I just want to pose it to you. Like, okay, we can talk about hypotheticals. Like, what if I got in a rocket and went straight up? Like, hypothetically, all these questions, I could agree with you, because there's no baseline to actually go off of. Nobody's ever done these things. Like, you might think some things have been already supported by someone doing it, but there's no way that. Hold on, Kieran, are you having trouble?
It's chopped out. Yeah.
All right. I'm just saying, like, hypotheticals are not useful in this context because what we're trying to do is provide evidence for the thing we're saying. So in here, like in this room, we like you guys to support the evidence of your claims. So if you say just for example, Ulugh Beg provided that the Earth is moving around the sun. I want to know where he said that and put that in the live stream voice text so we can all check to see what you're saying is true. Because we check these claims that people make. That's the only thing we do. That Shabazz or Teddy, did somebody say something about a question you guys have?
But no, you go first.
No, you go.
No, because now you have to go.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, if you see something in, like, the sun, what do you think? Do you think there's only just Earth? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you think? Like, I want to get
cosmology.
Your opinion.
You're talking about talk about the cosmology. I'll answer you directly. The cosmology that we talk about in here is that the floor is the Earth is the floor of the universe. In that, the universe consists of everything that we know and understand. So from our vantage point, right? Not the cosmology. In other words, your cosmology, what you have in your head, just put that aside for now. I'm going to tell you what we look at. We think that this is the floor to everything that there is. The thing that you're standing on right now is a level plane, like all the way across. Every nation under the sun is a level plane. But we're saying that we're inside of something. We're inside of an ecosystem. It's dynamic, and so it's enclosed. So I'll give you the explanations to everything that I'm saying. I'm just going to give you the overall view, right, for now. So we're enclosed inside of an ecosystem that's dynamic. Okay, this ever-changing dynamic system has high pressure and low pressure always moving throughout. It fluctuates, the high pressure and low pressure systems, causing the weather systems that we have throughout the year. The seasonal change from the sun moving from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn. Its proximity to where you are will change the weather, making it very dynamic. And the highs and low pressures will be like fluctuating through where you live. So affirmatively, we can say that we know that we're inside of an enclosed system. Is there anything outside of the system, like space and all that? No one knows, because we've never left this place. And so it's you guys are going to have a lot of questions after what I'm going to say, though. But the ever-expanding cosmology idea has been given to you via these old figureheads, right? Like the Ulugh Beg and the Galileo and, Al-Biruni and all these other guys. And so you guys think that it's an ever-expanding cosmology via somebody else's ideas. You don't have an idea of your own, because there's no other way to know what you're on if it hasn't been given to you by somebody else. So I'm telling you, just from our point of view, we can know that we're on Earth, and Earth is all that there is. So we're basically standing on the floor of everything that there is, and all we see are the luminaries in the sky. So we don't get out, like there's no way to take like a rocket and leave, like it's just this place. So attempts to try to think about leaving or something like that are futile, because as you go farther up in elevation, you start to realize that propulsion is not a great way to move around up in the sky. Like as you go farther and further, like airplanes can't fly to a certain extent, and you start to see problems with jet propulsion type of systems. So the thing that we're in right now is a very enclosed system. It's not an open system like the Earth being a globe. It's enclosed. Like we're inside of something. So from the cosmological standpoint, we're the floor of everything that there is, and all the luminaries in the sky are all that we see. They're not reachable. You can't get to them. And so we don't know what they are. Any of the things in the sky, like the sun, moon, and stars, we don't know what they are. So I don't want to get to Mars. Yeah, I know. That's what they've told you, Shabazz. They told everybody. They told everybody they met in Mars. They told everybody they landed on the moon. They told everybody that there's low Earth orbit, like where satellites go. They've told people a lot of stories. There's stories that they've told you, and you can only believe them, Shabazz. You can't verify that they're true or not. So
do you believe in evolution?
Evolution is false on its face.
Yeah. Darwin. Do you believe Charles Darwin's theories are
false on his face?
Okay.
You want to?
Also, by the way, I cited the links you asked for a while ago as well.
Oh, sorry, man.
No, that's so good.
But I'll go back to what you're putting in there also, Kieran. Thank you for looking that up. We'll talk about evolution in a minute, but and I'll tell you why it's false. I got one word to disprove the whole entire idea of evolution, and it's called entropy. Okay, we can get into that in just a moment. I think I want to address the link that you put before it gets buried. All right, so is this Ulugh Beg, I think? Reg, or what is his name? Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I don't care so long as it's Ulugh Beg saying this. Okay, so precession was found amount to be 51.4 per year, corresponding to a 1 degree in little more than 70 years. An actual 50.2 says here. He also measured the solar year in 1437, starting with the spring equinox at 365 days, 5 hours, 49 minutes, and 15 seconds, making it more accurate than figures Copernicus would later estimate. He also determined, this is highlighted by the way, he also determined the Earth's axial tilt as 23.52 degrees, which remains the most accurate measurement to date, more accurate than later measurements by Copernicus and Tycho Brahe, and precisely matching the currently accepted figure. So it's talking about the axial tilt, not rotation. Kieran, the tilt is what he was proposing.
Yes, that's what I believe we're discussing, the tilt and the rotation.
The rotation. So we're talking. The second question to the ones that I was asking would have to be that the Earth is moving, not the tilt. The tilt is the angle at which he's experiencing, the equinox and such, and that only happens in the middle latitudes on Earth. And I'm only using these buzzwords like latitude so you can understand that.
Russ B. Tycho
Brahe, yeah.
Tycho Brahe, he was like 200 years after.
Yes.
So.
Well, in the timeline, yeah, in the timeline,
he was the Earth prior to him. Yeah.
Understood. But what I was asking about. Russ B, your microphone is bad. All right, so what we're talking about here is the tilt, and if he's talking about that, then it's not what we were discussing as far as the Earth. And so, okay, so I propose it this way. The question was, who has ever directly measured the Earth, the Earth's rotation per axial rotation? So the axial rotation, meaning the Earth is spinning on its axis. So yeah, axial tilt is a component, but it's not the thing that I'm asking for. I'm asking for the movement. Who's measured that?
Okay, let me try and find that in the citation.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
And also, just while I'm looking for that, could I ask you a question? Like, just one more question.
Yep.
Okay. Can we also get Raskatalian into the conversation? I know he wanted to ask some questions too, and then carry on with the question. I'm sorry to interrupt.
What did you say?
No. I was saying, Kieran, you can carry on with your.
No, the other guy.
Yeah, Raskatalian. I know he had some questions he wanted to talk about, but after Kieran, of course.
Well, you guys can take turns. Raskatalian, are you there?
Hello?
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Let me ask. I'm speaking to Kieran at the moment. We got to address a few points he made, but you can jump in, I guess, after Kieran.
Let me just ask you quickly. All right, so say you're in a some sort of modern plane that had a air-to-air refueling capabilities, and you flew in a direct straight line north, and you flew over the poles, you flew back around in a circle, and you're at the same point you started. How does obviously that's
how's that work on a flat Earth?
That's what that's the question I'm asking.
You could ask it in that way. Use it. Ask it in the way you want. I would say I will respond to you directly. I don't want to these like workaround answers and people getting mad or something. I want to answer you like completely direct. So, just formulate your argument in a way that you can tell me directly, so I can answer you directly. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, so flat Earth has edges. There's ends to it. Is what you're essentially proposing.
No. Well, I would propose it this way: that we're in an enclosed system. As far as the extent of that enclosed system, I don't know the boundaries. That hasn't been any flat earther that tells you about boundaries or puts a map up that gives you the idea that there is these specific boundaries. Specific boundaries are something where the map ends, let's say, or there's no more you can actually go off of. What I'm saying is that we're inside of an enclosed system. Number one, it's enclosed. The extent of its enclosure, I have no knowledge on, and no flat earther does either.
Yeah, would you be using?
So I don't know how far
theoretical maths, which would counteract the arguments you've been trying to make about
probably
the Earth is round.
Probably. But that's the realm that a lot of flat earthers like to make, which is, I guess it's weird, but like the avatar that you're using right now for your pick, that's kind of like what I'm saying. Somebody probably has a conceptual idea of the extent of the Earth realm, like how far it goes out, and that. So I don't make that claim because no one knows. But a lot of people like to conceptualize it so that it can give somebody like a framework to actually work on. I don't make that argument because I would say no one knows. So
yes. Are you saying Earth could be infinite for that matter then?
No, I'm saying that it's not infinite, but it's not also known.
So how haven't we discovered the rest of it?
So we could, but we could just.
We have.
I'm about to go into that. Well, Shabazz or Karan, who should I respond to?
Yeah, reply to Kieran.
Kieran. So what did you say, Kieran?
I was just saying it's the technology that's available now in terms of like the expeditions we can do. Like, how can we not prove that there's more And
Well,
I
that's
think
a
we would have
curious
discovered
question.
it, especially with the weight of the world. Like not necessarily the incentive for discovery, but the incentive for money, the incentive for there's some sort of extra resources, land that was so near us that we can access, that we could harvest, that we could mine, that we could
Okay.
increase our wealth. Why wouldn't
I'm
we
gonna-
discover it?
Now, and the reason why I want to tell you this is because, like, I don't know, the extent of exploration on this earth. Do you know that it logistically, right? If we're talking about how you travel, logistically,
Yeah.
Do you know that you need permissions to leave any port? As far as like if you're a mariner, like a sailor, if you're trying to leave port, you know that there's documents and permissions, and you can't enter certain waters because they're international waters, and you travel over different countries' waters and such. Do you know this, right? Yes or no?
Yeah. Well, not all waters are
Okay.
controlled though. So
Right. Now, let's talk about aviation. Let's talk about travel through plane. Do you know that there's restrictions on where you travel also with the plane?
oh
Yes,
yeah,
I do.
ever since the 9/11. Yeah, you have to
Okay.
file flight plans prior to flying if you're flying out of the state.
Let's say you charter a plane and you take certain flight. You say, hey, look, I'm going to give you $10 million. Take me to Pakistan or fly me over Pakistan or whatever. Do you think
Yeah.
that pilot's going to be able to freely navigate where he wants to?
For $10 million, it's quite a generous incentive.
Well,
Probably some point
but
with-
the idea that somebody would just cowboy it up and get in a plane and say, "Yeah, I'll take you where you want to go."
Pakistan's airspace compared to say like New York's would be a lot.
Well,
more lenient.
I know what I'm using Kiran as an example here, that the logistical traversing of the earth is not something that's easily attainable by just anybody and saying, hypothetically, let's go and do this thing. Because if you were to travel the earth, there's restrictions that you and I both know, because you agreed upon them, that we're restricted to do such a thing, right? We can't go.
Well, you're restricted to your wealth, I believe. If you have enough money, you can.
That
bypass
sounds
many of those
interesting. I
restrictions.
like the way you rephrase that. Yeah. So you can bypass some of the things with money, not everything though. Everything's not bought with money. There's still some things that are like
course not,
treaties. There's treaties that the governments have set in place, so kind of boundaries, let's say. So going directly north over the quote unquote North Pole is something that people say, but North Pole is kind of something that people dub a certain location. It's not, let's say, the center or the northernmost point, because there's certain logistical constraints where you couldn't actually travel to certain locations, right? And we know that in this room because we've looked into these things. Logistically, you can't travel south, like as far as you want to go, because there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and also the southernmost regions are extremely harsh on any vehicles that traverse in that area, and depends on what time of year you go. It's not feasible because it's not feasible. Let me give you some other reasoning why. Okay, I'm gonna give you these answers, and then you can start to see I'm building a case for why you can't do it. So if you try to travel over, let's say Antarctica, right, over the centralmost point of Antarctica, it's logistically not feasible for a pilot to travel there, because if there was emergencies that the plane would have, there would be nowhere to go, nowhere to land. So it's not something that's convenient for someone flying a plane, like a commercial plane, to actually travel over on just the sheer convenience part of the idea, because you have to have somewhere you can easily navigate to in case there's emergencies on the plane that you need to land it. So logistically and just practically, it wouldn't be something feasible for a pilot to say, let's just travel over the central location of Antarctica, like as if it's something to do. So they avoid it, not just because the idea that the earth is flat and stationary, or they don't want to travel there because of restrictions, but because it's not even feasible to do that. Because if you had an emergency, you'd need somewhere to land, and going the direct route over that would put you in a very awkward position. If you needed to emergency land a plane, you'd have to fly somewhere where you'd have a runway and all that. So just on the basic feasible, practical notion of traveling over Antarctica, it's not even a way a pilot would even want to travel, because like there's certain policies that they have to actually have before they take flights. And I know this because we all researched this. So these policies would then have to be like the safest route for travel, making sure you stay within range of radar systems and all kinds of stuff. So traveling into the central location of Antarctica, not only is there an Antarctic Treaty, but there's also restrictions on like what you can do as far as traveling and being feasible for someone to take a plane that's going to be traveling in a place where there's no place to land. So on top of that, logistically, it's just not something that you'd want to actually have done. But that's not to say that you can't fly out the edges of Antarctica, because that has been done. So there's flight paths that take the outer boundaries of Antarctica and fly over that. That's not something that is, because you're not flying in the center of it. But there's also, like I was mentioning before, the Antarctic Treaty, the harsh conditions of the environment is another reason why you wouldn't do it. And because, like I was saying before, you wouldn't be able to land anywhere in case of an emergency. So those points to fly over that are not something that's needed for any reason. There's like no reason why somebody would do that. On top of that, there's already restrictions as to why free travel couldn't be possible over that region, because that region is supposedly sealed off for quote unquote scientific research and whatever. But that's just to mention to you like a few things why traveling over like that hypothetically even couldn't be feasible, because of all these factors I just mentioned. So,
Understand your point.
but I see what you're saying though, right? Logistically, also. Go ahead.
Like if you did it regardless of the treaties or the conditions, I was just asking as to what is your theory behind what would happen.
Well, the idea here is that this travel supposed to be kind of like one of those win for the globe Earth, but because of the fact since it hasn't north to south traversing hasn't happened, like all the way around, like this idea that you're going from north and you're going all the way around the ball back around to north again, that doesn't exist. However, traveling east to west does. That has been traveled, like people started from like LA, went around and ended up in LA again. But that doesn't happen like you think it does. And I'm going to kind of go through a little bit. So you think that if a plane flies the most direct route to travel from place to place to go around the globe, right? That would make sense. But on a flat earth, how does that work? Because you'd always have to be banking left or right, depending on which way you're traveling, right? Like if a plane's flying around like a disc on top of a disc, that plane would be making like a hard right. I don't know if I lost you. Hello.
Looks like he's cut out.
There you go. Alright, so I just wanted to say there has been planes that have flown from the North to South Pole before, like stopping over in Antarctica.
Allegedly, quotations, allegedly.
No, they have.
Okay, so Shabazz,
I've been on one of them.
No, that we're getting into some weird stuff now. So no, that's not true. I don't believe that, because like the evidence behind that would have been supported. That would have been the first thing you would have said, Shabazz. If that actually happened, you would have came in here beaming and showing us evidence that you did. So the fact that you didn't use it as your first...
I don't know. I can get a picture up. I think I don't really know if that would help, but I would prefer not to share my personal pictures. But
well, you can't post, I don't think. Let me see. You don't have nobody has the permissions to post. So
I'm posting an article.
It'll take ages to find it, but it's called a polar flight. It's called a polar flight route.
It's called a polar flight route that somebody allegedly said they took, but not that you've been on. So, and once again,
I have.
The honesty that I would ask you guys to have is to engage with the critical thinking. Once you start to veer off of that, then we're not actually communicating anymore. So I know you want to tend to go towards the fun side and start to poke games at this, but it's now or never, man. Because see, when you leave this chat, you're just gonna go back into the world where nobody cares about what you guys think. They're just gonna feed you information, and you're gonna be zealots for whatever agendas are out there. I'd rather you critically think about the ideas that we're telling you here versus you take this route, Shabazz. I really do.
I'm being fully free. I have been on one of those flights. This is not me poking fun at you. I'm just telling you that I have been on a polar flight route flight.
Okay.
It does go over the Arctic Circle, because the curvature of the Earth works so that the flight from Sydney, not Sydney, the flight from London to Tokyo is shorter if you go over the North Pole than if you go around the Atlantic and around all of.
Okay, since you're
all
telling me
of
the
Asia.
truth, if you're telling me the truth, where was your point of origin and where was your destination?
The point of origin was in London Heathrow, and we ended up at Tokyo.
In Tokyo. Okay, so
Right.
from that flight path that you took, was there any stops anywhere, or is it a one way?
Direct flight.
Okay, direct flight. So would you say that it's fair to say that you flew a direct path without any deviation? Well, I can't say it in that way. I have to phrase it in a way that, because you weren't the pilot, right?
No, it definitely wasn't the pilot.
Okay. Right. So the pilot took you down this path. So you don't know what they did to actually reach that position. They could have actually went around, like, let's say, an airspace that was probably like a place they couldn't go. Whatever the course they took, it wasn't like a direct path there, like as a straight line. It could have deviated a little bit due to the fact that when you navigate across the earth over water or land, water or the air, then you have to actually account for deviations due to the fact that logistically there could be airspaces that you're flying over or waters that you can't travel through.
But
Would you agree?
Well, no, because in the polar regions have no airspace restrictions.
Right, but what I'm also saying is that as the pilot navigates through the air, there's deviations that he has to account for because of the fact that there's crosswinds, there's weather that he's got to move away from, and like there's a bit of maneuvering that he has to do to kind of keep the passengers safe. So it's not just the idea that he's getting you from point A to point B, but the fact that logistically when he travels, he has to navigate through the whatever he's got to use. Like it's not just like holding the steering wheel straight and then you're just going to wind up from point A to point B on a straight path. That's
Right,
illogical.
sure.
That never happens. So
Sure.
Could we get
Pilot does
Rascatellian
have-
to speak?
yeah, he does. He is speaking. I'm just answering you, Shabazz, in the fact that you're only going from point A to point B. How then can you know that you're flying over a globe, Shabazz? Just by going from point A to point B, from airport to airport.
Well, I could. Well, it's just simple. Right? If you went the long way, if you consider going around the globe to get from London to Tokyo, it would just take you so much longer than it would if compared to going over the Arctic.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is you're flying a path from port to port. But what I'm saying also is, how do you know you're flying over a globe? How come it can't be just a flat and stationary Earth?
But that works two ways. How do you know I'm not flying over a globe?
Well, this is the thing though. That's what we're asking, is that it can be inconclusive when you're in a plane, correct?
Right.
Okay. That's
So
the end of
is there
that. I
any
didn't
way
have to go
conclude?
with the flight paths. That's where I want to end up, where you actually just leave yourself in question. If there's a definitive answer, then you would be able to give it to me. But the fact that it can be inconclusive lends credence to the fact that you don't know.
Right.
Okay.
That's fair enough, I suppose.
All right. Who else has a question?
All right. You used the word cosmology or like cosmological theory a lot. Could you please elaborate on that a bit more?
Basically, the perspective that you have on, let's say, everything in the heavens versus, like, I guess, an idea of where we are in a standpoint where you can conceptualize and everything.
So it's a metaphysical standpoint of reality.
Metaphysical, yeah, you could say metaphysical. Well, sort of. And
Because
the reason why,
metaphysical is certainly not in absolutes.
right? No, but what I'm saying is from the perspective on what's outside of the place that we're in, because I can't say metaphysical in its term the way you're saying, because then that would mean that everything, including the place we're in right now. You know what I mean? So, because I know that this place is physical, so I can't be metaphysical. But, however,
metaphysical as in subjective. Metaphysics as in
everything outside of. How about this? Everything outside of where we're at. Is that fair?
Okay.
All right.
And just from that, why looking at the heavens, you see a lot of spherical bodies, and it just seems how would you extrapolate?
Yeah, stop. So spherical bodies. That's
Mhm.
a claim. Now, I
Yes.
would say, how can you substantiate a spherical body? Go in and because here, okay, real quick. I just want to preface everything when we're talking. If you make a statement or a claim, I'll just ask, how can you verify that, and then you can directly support it with evidence. You don't hold on a second. You don't have any roles, Resk. Let me give you some roles here.
Don't worry, I'm not going to provide any evidence. I'm more here to question this line of
Okay.
okay. I'm more interested in you. All right, I'm more interested in you people.
ahead.
So
You people?
yeah, is that I'm assuming you guys are not. I don't
Critical
know.
thinkers?
You take offense to that?
No, I don't care. I mean,
Okay.
listen. When I first came into this, it was like kind of goofy and whatnot. But like now that I've been in, I'm actually been doing this for 8 years. It's the most logical. Anyway, go on with your question.
Okay. So just to build, like, yeah. So why were you? What brought you in here?
Me?
Yeah. What brought? So you said you came in as a goof. What? I guess
Yeah.
what was the catalyst for you to start questioning? I guess.
Water.
And I appreciate your skepticism. I really do. I guess we're both on the same page in that term.
Well, I don't know, maybe, but hopefully we'll probably start drifting apart as we talk. But it was water, hydrostatics. So I studied it in the way of like, if it's possible that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they tell us that it is, then of course we'd have convexity over the surface, and with that is a very profound claim that the Earth is curving at a set rate with drop over distance. So as I'm describing what an oblate spheroid is, or a spherical body, I then have to everything that I describe the spherical body with, because these terms are already identified as something concrete, right? So if you say that the Earth is a sphere, well, a sphere denotes that it has to have special definition, right? So a sphere would say that it has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. Wouldn't you agree, Raskatelian? If we're talking about a sphere?
I feel like you misunderstand my question. I'm also asking what led you to, since like I know many other. I'm sure you've had.
I'm trying to elaborate, is what I'm doing. But I wanted you to agree.
I might have framed my question wrong.
No, you framed it correctly. But what I'm doing is I started from a premise with what my skepticism was answered by this. So my answer to the skepticism that I have.
No, I'm okay. Hold on. I'm sure you've had many people come in and out here. I guess you would call them trolls, and eventually taking nothing out of it. Yeah,
sure.
What? How is that different in your case? You know, I'm sure a lot of people are stuck in their ideologies. I'm
Are you asking why didn't I take the piss out of flat Earth? Is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, water. It was a simple answer directly to your question, and I was elaborating why, unless you didn't want to hear that.
No, I don't want to hear that. I'm also interested in you. Like I said before, I want to. Okay. I'm sure many people have also questioned these, but also, obviously you've gone on to question further. But what led you to question further? Obviously, you've gone down the line of questioning hydrostatics.
Yep.
But
water.
A lot of people wouldn't go down that route, and I'm asking, why would you even pursue this flat Earth line of questioning?
Told you.
Yeah, because water is level on its surface, and it doesn't form convex. It's not convex. And so when I can actually show bodies of water that that are not, curving at any rate, that's evidence for me. That's like smoking gun, actually. If you don't consider it, then you're just illogical and you're a fool. That's
most people wouldn't consider it, and I agree. Most people wouldn't. But what makes you and what separates you from those people?
Because because you have to have a curvature drop rate over an oblate spheroid. And if you don't have that, you don't have an oblate spheroid. It's pretty simple, really.
Okay.
It's not. It doesn't take a math genius. Like, in other words, Raskatelian, it doesn't take a math genius to figure out if the Earth isn't curving at the set rate that they tell us. It's not the fact that we're making this claim. The idea that the Earth is curving at whatever rate that it is, it's a public known fact, right? It's when you go to Google, you type in what's the radius of Earth? And anyone can do this. Type that into Google. What's the radius of Earth? And it's going to spit out a value. When you do that to the diameter, it is going to spit out a value. When you do that to circumference, it's going to spit out a value. With these values, we go upon the Earth, we test the Earth to see if the curvature is followed up by what I just said, water. When we go to water, if water is curving at the set rate that they tell us, right, with the radius, diameter, circumference, then it's validated. But if it's not, it's falsified. Understand?
Okay. let's go through a different line of questioning. What do you like in essentially everything in this world, whether you see it in the media, whether someone makes a claim, it is based in some sort of ideology. Everything has an ideological imperative behind it. You agree?
As in?
As is in the media, as in what people talk, as in everyday conversation.
The perception.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just curious here, and you have noted, you have a skepticism in meta narratives. There is always the fact that
agenda,
we have been told.
Yeah, there's an agenda.
Sure. Okay. Yep. Sure. Agenda. But I would like to. You provided me some nebulous, amorphous agenda. I would like you to kind of elaborate on that specific agenda.
Oh, why would they lie?
Not why would they lie. I understand why they lie. Governments, corporations lie all the time. I'm just wondering, what would this specific lie serve?
It serves to control the population of the Earth.
Yeah, but the thing is, why specifically flat Earth? Because I'm sure
it's a multi-tentacled monster. Because I can answer you in a simplistic way. It won't solidify it in the fact that you are probably thinking of something else. So I could tell you the many facets of the control mechanism that it's useful for, right? It can get you to think that cosmology would be like a giant killer asteroid is coming to strike Earth and is going to destroy the planet in, I don't know, whatever, how many years. I could tell you that the Earth that you live on is a rock that's running out of resources, and please help save the planet. I could tell you that climate change is real because we're a planet that we're polluting it and we're killing it and so on. I could tell you that we need to fight for resource. Whatever agenda that I pose to you, I have to support it with a fictitious kind of support claim. So if I'm going to tell you, I don't know, that we're running out of resources and we only have a certain amount of oil, and let's say America, and now we need to go fight Iraq, or what? I'm just using this as examples. But if that's the case, then you're going to pick up a gun and you're going to go fight for the cause because you think that we need that thing that the other country has, and you think we're mad as hell because we're losing this thing and they don't want to help us out. So how dare they? So there's a lot of things tied into that. Just give you one example, an idea, really.
But none of them are limited to specifically the flat Earth claim. Okay, so none of those are limited specifically to the flat Earth plan. Like, surely we could go raid other countries for their resources, but historically that has always been predicated on some other.
Because you think you live on a planet, though. There's a planet we're running out of resources, and there's scarcity. Scarcity is a great way to show you we're running out of food, we're running out of oil, we're running out of air, we're running out of a lot of stuff. So we need to take action. So effect of taking action.
So if there is no scarcity, why would we be raiding these other countries?
Listen, can I just get in here, for God's sake? Yeah. The thing is, my personal thing is, it's really about God. That's really what it's about, but that's a lot to unpack. So I'm not going to... I'm not... I can't... Yeah, but anyway, that's... Because think about the energy, the frequency of fear that they put out, these people. And if you've got God in your heart, you're not fearing any of that. So...
Well... Yeah, that's another answer too.
But my point is that it's irrelevant. Their motives are irrelevant, meaning that if we measured the ground and it measures flat, it doesn't fucking matter, does it?
Exactly. Well, go ahead.
That's simple.
Rascatelian, I think you have a line of questions that you want to be answered. I'll be happy to go through them if you want. If that was it, or you want to go in depth more into the question, it's up to you.
I don't know. I feel like those answers weren't adequate enough. Like, I understand the skepticism. I understand, yes, there is an agenda, but I feel like it's not precise enough for me to buy into it, if you understand.
A lack of curvature is not precise enough.
So check this out. Check this out. Like, I'm not a salesman.
No, I'm not talking about the lack of curvature. I'm also talking about agenda.
Rask. Yeah, I was talking here, but I was talking. So I'm not here to sell you on the fact that the Earth is flat, because that's not my job. I don't care if you wake up tomorrow and you're like, oh man, the Earth is flat. I don't care. So the thing that I want to do, though, is I want to challenge the way you think, and that you're going to be able to investigate. So you have to understand that the position that we take is that truth never fears the fullest of investigation. Okay, so when you go on your journey to research the understanding that we are talking about right here, then you go in it like you're going to like spare no expense, or like the idea, right? You're not going to no rock is going to be overturned. Like, you're going to look everywhere for the thing to make your claim, the idea that the Earth is a globe, a very valid claim, and the fact that it's going to be able to be backed up by validation. You can't just say, I believe. That is not a great way to start to look at empirical evidence. So the evidence that we're going to provide is empirical. It can be tested, retested, falsified, and then verified. So we're going after the way that we can understand the Earth to be flat and stationary, from a point that it has to be not only observationally seen as that, it has to be practically as that, and also navigate it as that. And every aspect of our explanations to you, it's not to strong arm you into flat Earth. I don't care if you're convinced. I really don't. I want you to use your critical thinking skills to engage with what the Earth actually is versus what they're telling you, because they're feeding you this agenda and you're eating it hook, line, and sinker. And that's where I'm like, there's no buffer for that. There's no company that's stopping this information. Well, hold on. You can't tell this to these people. They're full blatantly telling people that this is the truth. And what we're saying is no one's challenging them except for us. But other than that, you're not going to get a whistleblower from inside the company going, guys, I work at NASA. Check it out. They're lying to you. There's never going to be a scientist who pipes up and says, guys, I'm a scientist. Listen, I've been looking at this 20 years and they're lying to you. There's not that. Do you know why? Because every single place that you think about is already covered by someone who's boxed in. Like in the educational system, right? Academia, they're telling you that you can't even think about the Earth other than what you've been told. Go stick with the program, with the teachers have curriculums. Stick with the curriculum. Teach the kids whatever's on the curriculum. If you deviate, you're out skis. You're out. You're done. You won't have anything to do with you if you're teaching other than the curriculum that you're given. So you're taught, okay, like robots, to believe something, and you're taught how not to question this thing, or how to mock it, rather. So your critical thinking stops. You're not able to use your brain for what it was meant to be used for, and that's to be curious. You're not able to be curious. You're able to be curious within parameters of thinking. So they got this nice little sandbox that you can play in, but if you step outside of that, you're done. You're a fool. You can't think that way. So critical thinking, I don't think so. Not with the globe. So here's what we're doing. We're giving the people back their minds where it's been taken from. You guys who are coming in here brand new, your mind is taken from you guys, and you don't even know it. You come in here just acting like, the Earth is a globe, man. What do you mean? You got to convince me. No, we don't. We can challenge you into thinking something that you never thought before, and then you have to go research it and find out for yourself. That's what we're saying in here. Whether you do so or not, I'm having a good night's sleep tonight. But you are still going to be troubled because you just blindly believe that the Earth is a globe. You're like, well, astronauts, dude, duh. And I'm like, for sure. Anyone can tell you a story, right? I could tell you one too if I wanted to and make it all up. But how are you going to verify that story is true? So that's the issue we're having. So when you put us under the microscope, I'm actually putting you guys under the microscope. Why are you still not engaging with your critical thinking? Why are you still coming in there asking these questions? Shouldn't you be on a full-on investigation? Or are you just going to leave Discord and tell your friends, hey, let's just play Minecraft. Screw those flat earth guys. That's fine. I don't care. Doesn't bother me, guys. But you guys are the ones who suffer because you stop thinking. And that's not on me. That's on you, buddy.
I feel like this is very unproductive. I feel like we've gotten, like you said at the start, we've gotten to very, very polarized perspectives. I feel like you haven't really addressed my primary concerns. Like I never once said I'm a believer in the globe. I was more so interested in you. I'm not necessarily concerned about the cause. I'm more so interested in you, and I feel like you haven't really answered or precisely answered my claims.
I don't know.
Well, not even claims. For. Not even claims. Not even.
Yeah. What's this got to do with Miggy? What's this got to do with this dude? It's got nothing to do with me. What are you talking about?
I don't know what he's asking though. You're very vague in what you ask and very broad. Now, specifically, what do you want to know? Ask me directly, and I'll give you the direct answer. How about that? That's what I said to the other gentleman whom I was speaking to. I said, ask me directly. I will answer you directly. What is it you want to know directly? then I will specifically answer you directly. How about that?
What ideological imperatives does this serve?
Well,
like, sure, there's skepticism. That's not sure. There's skepticism in a lot of theories. There's a skepticism, like in the media. There's skepticism from both sides of the political spectrum.
Critical thinking. Critical thinking. That's what it impairs. It stunts the critical thinking. You don't. If you think everything's been explored, everything's been discovered, everything is already known, you stop to think. You don't have to. You're on cruise control. You're sitting down eating Cheetos, watching Discovery Channel. You don't think anymore. You don't need to.
There, I would disagree, because in the media there is tons of skepticism towards company activities, towards governments. Except it is very specifically the flat Earth that isn't you've decided to use use as a vessel of skepticism or skepticism.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's not just the idea that you say the term like it's a dichotomy. The Earth is flat. The Earth is a globe. That's a dichotomy. It's actually a false dichotomy. Do you know
that? When did I propose that dichotomy?
I'm just proposing it to you this way because it seems like it's malformed. So the actual proposition is like the Earth is a globe and you guys are flat earthers, duh. So it becomes a false dichotomy, which you start to realize, okay, so we got flat earthers over here, but we are the people who think the Earth is a globe. Come on, we're rational, we're reasonable. No, you're not. You're actually it's malformed because it's not flat Earth and globe Earth. It's just Earth. And so when we go out to the just Earth, we don't observe sphericity. We don't observe the curve of the Earth. Now, this idea has been kind of hijacked from perspective, and we can get into that. But we're not talking specifically about that. We're talking about what you said the ideology is stunts here, and it's critical thinking, my friend. And you don't even know it. You're actually thinking that we're superior because we're globe Earth idea. No, you're not. You're in a framework right now of only thinking a specific thing. And that framework is you can't think outside of globe because you're stupid if you think that all these intellects in academia are wrong. You're just wrong. You're a science denier. And that's why you're like, I'm so curious to know what these flat earthers are thinking. No, I'm so curious why people stop thinking like all the people that come in here and ask us why would they lie? What's the motive? Like, you guys don't realize the implications of not being able to think. And so really that right there is the answer to your question directly. It stops critical thinking on its face. That's it. Another question?
I feel like no more questions. I'll tell you if I think of them.
Sure. We're here 24/7.
Ay.
I know critical thinking's a wonderful thing, but to the people that don't like to, it's ay.
Hey Mayhem, how you going?
Yep. What's up, dude?
We spoke earlier to Kieran.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked for a while. I've been trying to come at everything from like a logical standpoint, as I'm sure you know, like as you have been, which has been great to have an educated topic.
Indeed.
And there's been a few people such as, I think his name was India 007. I presume he's it makes sense. He's probably 15-year-old.
Yeah, he's another one of our intellects. Actually, he's the chairman of the server who just popped in here right now.
Well, he just is talking about making fun of people, which I think is not very, very professional.
Who did I make fun of? Taste when I made fun of somebody.
Pardon?
Who did I make fun of?
No, I said I addressed you saying you guys are making fun of him yet.
And I said you can be next. Nothing. Like we'll stop making fun of them. And
next, okay.
Yeah, that was a question, right? Did you actually read it?
Yes, and then I said it's a valid question to understand what someone's thoughts are regarding the shape of the Earth.
Why? Can I ask you why is that?
You gave it the wheelchair emoji making fun of disabled people.
No, I was making fun of you.
Being in a wheelchair, how?
Because you can't figure out the shape of the Earth by analyzing human psychology, dude. Can you?
I believe it's an important question, though. I think it's important to know where the thought processes are coming from.
I'm going to keep asking you why. Why is it an important question?
Just as people consume the media, you know, for the so believe, like fake companies such as NASA, you believe are pumping out false information. There's a human psychology element behind it for why they.
Okay, why is it important? Can I ask you again? I'm going to keep asking it.
Okay.
But we can
Why?
do the same thing for you.
Why is it important?
Why do you believe in all this? Why is it
important to know the psychology of a human being? Why?
I think that's what I was trying to touch on earlier. Why specifically? So I understand. Yep. When I live my day-to-day life, the Earth may as well be flat. I understand it doesn't affect me either way if it's round or not. And I guess I want to interrogate what those specific implications are.
I told you though, didn't I? That we went over this.
You gave one example, but that example doesn't necessarily have to be predicated on flat Earth, and you never really elaborated on that fact.
Here's a question, Rask. Here's a question. I told you it stunts critical thinking, and you didn't ask me anything further. And I said, please elaborate. If there's any more questions you have, ask them. And you said no.
And I'm giving it, and I'm elaborating. It's just come back to me now.
You are.
Okay. And I thought you gave me an invitation to do so, but
I did. But the thing is, it's got to be formed in a way that we can answer you directly and not state as a vague claim on our part. So if you're asking something specifically,
you can't answer me what the specific implications are. Is what you're telling me.
Well, I told you specifically. First of all, it was
no, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You can put it in the live stream voice channel where you want, because you told us to put all our information into there, so you can put your information into there too.
Right, we're talking about
it should work both ways, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I know, but when he's saying though, right now, supports the idea that no one's ever going to look into this because you guys think you have us under the microscope. We have you guys under the microscope. Everybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe is lambasted with ideas that the Earth is a globe by everyday reality, right? You turn on the news, globe is that, globe this. You got globe everywhere. The term itself is in our vernacular. So all you have is saying that like robots. You don't have any critical thinking. I'm telling you, it's the thing that's stunting your mind. And you then are turning around and saying, oh, but give me something else. That is the single most important thing for you to figure things out, is your critical thinking skills. If you lack that, you will not be able to understand shit. And this is the most important part. And so Rask is asking for, critical thinking. What else? Dude, you're not answering my question. I'm like, that is the answer. Critical thinking is the way you are able to rationalize and understand certain topics that we discuss in here, because if you can't engage with that, then you're at a loss. Like everything we tell you, doesn't matter what it is, you're going to come up bankrupt every single time. Well, that's not the answer. And you're like, yeah, because you're not listening and engaging with critical thinking. It's very obvious. That's why I'm stressing it right now. You think that I'm not answering the question. It's directly answering the reason why you can't perceive what we're saying. Very obvious.
Still a very incoherent answer. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't comprehend the answer, or you just don't like it.
The implications, right, does not necessarily have to be. Sure, there are other facets where the powers that be could interrogate our critical thinking. I just don't understand why specifically.
That's motive, though. That's motive. That's not just you ask. And I asked you at the very beginning of this, are you talking about motive? You're like, no. I want to know the ideology of why it would be like stopping us from. And I gave it to you. It's
semantics.
If you want
ideology.
If you want to know
semantics,
motive,
dude. You guys are just saying fucking random words you don't understand.
Semantics. Hey man,
it's not semantics, dude.
Hey man, calm down. Jesus, all right, calm down.
Well, just repeating yourself does not make you right.
I feel like the things have been very.
I don't care how you feel either. Who cares, dude?
Hey, buddy, calm down. We're having a conversation.
This guy.
No, we aren't having a conversation. We're talking, and you're talking right past us because you're not actually listening to the answers.
Mm-hmm. Or you don't like the answers first.
So, I want to address Kirkan. Said that because we talk about you say it isn't a politics server, yet you bring up the Antarctic Treaty. Were we talking about the politics of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yes, we're talking about
Were we talking about the politics of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yes, we were.
Dude, shut the fuck up, Raskin. Were we talking about the politics of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yes, we were.
Okay, what do we talk about the politics of it? What exactly did we say?
And stated what?
Yeah, what did we talk about the politics of the Antarctic Treaty as a policy?
Okay, let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
So he sent the legislation of the Antarctic Treaty, which was made throughout the senates of the various nations. they collaboratively came together and said, hey, we need to stop people flying here. Yeah. Environmental reasons. Yeah. Also, if plane crashes, there's nowhere for them to safely get help. There's nowhere for them to refuel. Blah blah blah. They discussed this. Lawmakers, politicians in a Senate. They make the bills of the bills that are passed worldwide. The anti-terrorism bills, the anti-fishing bills, the anti-hunting bills. It's all to do with politics, and he sent that link, which
Dude, okay,
highlights that
has nothing to do with what we're talking about. The politics of how the treaty was passed is irrelevant. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about its mere existence restricts travel. Yes or no?
Pardon? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Because the mere existence of the treaty restricts travel. Why? What the policy idea was of why it was created is irrelevant to the fact that it exists.
I think it is relevant because there's meaning behind why it was created. And if you can't identify,
it's not a part of our argument, though. It's not our argument. It's your fucking idea in your head. It's not what we're saying. We didn't say the politics of the Antarctica Treaty. We don't care what the politics are. We only care that it exists.
Yeah, if you real quick.
So it's not a hypocritical argument. You two think you're clever. You're not. We've done this thousands of times. Thousands. You guys are both newbies.
I'm not saying I'm clever. I'm just trying to have a conversation, and you're being.
So real quick.
No, you're trying to create a narrative like the other guy. Okay, you're trying to talk about flat earthers instead of flat Earth. Want to know what we're not talking about? We're not talking about evidence, are we? We're not talking about objective empirical evidence of the figure of the Earth, are we?
Let me
We're
just
talking about psychosocial bullshit, bro.
Yeah, real quick before anybody else answers, I posted a link to my Rumble chat. So if you guys want to go there, go ahead and drop a follow there, and you'll see that when I go live, all these conversations will be recorded also, so you can look back and see what you guys were talking about.
Nice, yeah.
So I'm gonna just ask you a really simple question. If all the government officials on Earth signed confessions, we're lying about the shape of the Earth, would that prove the shape of the Earth?
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that? I was checking out Mumbles.
Mayhem's
live. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you the same question again. Okay.
Yep.
If all the government officials, right, they signed confessions. All the NASA officials signed confessions. All the space agencies, they signed confessions. We lied. The Earth is flat. Would that prove that the Earth is flat?
You're asking you just said that we shouldn't be asking these hypothetical questions.
Okay, just answer. It's an exercise, right, on the evidentiary value of knowing why would they lie, who's lying, any of that shit. Okay, I'm answering the question. I'm illustrating that it's fucking irrelevant because even signed confessions wouldn't prove the proposition. Would they?
I understand where you're coming from.
So what's the answer to the answer to the question doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, of course it doesn't.
Okay, so why are we talking about it?
We're talking about it because you asked about the policies regarding Antarctica.
No,
it's not sinking in, isn't it?
When I scroll up in the chat and I think about what that other douche said, you guys want to talk about us, you want to talk about everything, you want to talk about human sociology. And I know why, because it's subjective bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's subjective. I don't think it's bullshit, though, but I think it's subjective based on everyone's opinions.
Yeah, we're not basing this on everyone's opinions, Kieran. We're basing this on evidence.
Is the shape of the Earth an opinion?
Well, it's a combination of evidence which someone is led to believe.
No, but what it actually is,
I think it is
outside of human ideas. Does it actually have an objective form?
There's no outside of human consciousness. Are we talking about psychology again? Are we?
No, dude. Now, there's ideas about what the figure of the Earth is, right? And they're all flawed, obviously, because no one has perfect knowledge. So outside of those ideas, does it have something? Does it exist in some form, objectively?
Well, not to us, no, but it does exist, yes.
Oh, that's a bold
So
statement.
it's not subjective.
Not to us, but it does exist. How do you deal with that, Kieran?
Well,
Who's us?
we don't know. We don't know.
No, but you
Us
said
as in
not to
humans.
us, not to us as in humans, but it does exist in reality. What do you mean?
I mean, it could. There's a theoretical aspect to it.
So
even though
it
we don't
could.
want
It
to talk
changed
about
from
theoretical.
Yeah, but it changed from something objective to subjective. You said it was. Now it could. So you see how that just changed?
Yeah, I understand your statement.
Right. So I'm actually getting you to think. We're engaging with your critical thinking skills here.
Yeah.
And if you're able to do that, you're
I'm enjoying having this conversation with someone who's actually calm, not yelling and swearing. I appreciate it.
Well, all right, but here's the thing though, man. Like a lot of this gets lost within the fact that you guys think that you're examining us and what we think. We're actually, it's in reverse. We're examining why you are still thinking the way you think. Because of the fact when you come in here, it's blatantly obvious to us that there's no investigation taken upon this information. It's just like, all right, tell me what you think. I'm going to sit back on this comfy chair and convince me why the earth is flat, like some ridiculous king. Like, we don't owe you anything. What we do, what we are going to do is we're going to challenge you to think differently. And whether you take that challenge up or not, that is up to you. I said this already once, but...
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Kieran. Can you actually form a logical statement that supports the globe?
You mean based on evidence?
No, based upon evidence. Yeah, that would be in the logical statement, but you need a logical statement in which to put the evidence within so you can reach a conclusion.
Well, I personally haven't done tests on the Earth to prove it's being round, so I can't know.
But let's assume there's evidence and it exists, and we all have the same evidence, which we do. We all have the same evidence. The thing is, that evidence has to be interpreted by a human being to draw a conclusion. That's why we have things like logic, right? So,
yeah, exactly.
Can you use logic to construct a statement from the evidence that supports the Earth as a globe?
Well, the evidence from we talked about this before, Mayhem. That I'm going to butcher his pronunciation of the name. I think it was
Ulag Beg.
Ulag. Thank you. Yeah, people
Ulag
like him
Beg.
who determines that Earth is on an axis.
I guess I'm not going to get an answer.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's really simple, right? Do you know what a logical statement is? There's two premises and a conclusion.
Yep.
Yeah. So can you construct a logical statement in which the conclusion, therefore, the Earth is a globe, from two premises, and those premises can contain evidence?
Yeah, as the Blue Jumper said, someone I never met figured it out. That's a good point to say.
Yeah, I know, but it's not answer like Kieran. Either you can answer the question that's been given to you.
Well, no, I can't.
He can't, and nobody else can.
Yeah, that's
Nobody
what we want to hear you say. Yeah, we want to hear you. That's an admittance to like why this isn't possible. Not only that you can't, it's not even possible to do so. So you can't.
And you know why?
In a logical statement.
Yeah, I'm actually building off what you said, Miggy. Is that we want you to come here and critically think, right? Part of critical thinking is logic. That's what the purpose of logic is. That's what critical thinking means. Correct. And if the globe, and if you've never realized before that you can't even construct a logical statement that supports the globe, then you haven't been critically thinking up until this point.
Right.
Yeah.
That does support what I've been saying this whole morning to you guys, Kieran.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'm in Australia, so evening.
Well, yeah, that's fine. But I'm saying your buddy Teddy came in here spouting off the N-word, and I don't want to let you guys slip through the cracks. I don't. I care about every person critically. Yeah. So I care about every person critically thinking about the topic. So whether or not you guys assume to be trolls or take a position of just like ignorance, I don't care. You have to have a shot.
I mean, we've
least
had a pretty logical. Do you think I'm a troll based on the?
No. I'm saying so far it's actually been productive, but we've had a bit of resistance from your group.
Of course, I still believe in Santa.
Yeah. So it irritates me when a globe earther says the word logic because they have no idea. When they say logic in the globe, it blows my mind. It's just like a buzzword they're saying. They're trying to give it artificial support by using the word logic, like there's some logic behind it. There's no logic behind it. You can't even get to every single statement supporting the globe contains the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Every single one.
Yeah.
That's right.
So my friend
Okay, so that means if every single statement contains a logical fallacy, then that means your claim the Earth is a globe is irrational by definition. Irrational.
What'd you say?
Because rationality and logic are synonymous. So if you're being illogical, you are being irrational.
You said something about your friend?
Yeah, he just wanted to speak. Shabs.
Oh, Shabs can speak. I unmuted him.
He doesn't have a role.
Oh, did he come back? Oh, he might have come back.
I'll give him the 1-2.
Hey guys. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah.
My internet.
Did you want to ask? Did you want to ask something?
Yeah. So I was wondering. So why do you think that the motivation, like the government's, let's say, motivation to lie about Earth not being
the beginning,
right?
Yeah. The motivation would be right. So I think I was answering this prior to you entering the chat. I'm going to answer you directly. Right? So it's it's control the population. So the information that's given right now, the agenda is that the Earth is a globe. Correct? Most academia actually teaches this. So you understand there seems to be some controlling interest into kind of giving everybody this mindset. So with that comes a laundry list of things that are attached to it. It's actually a loaded kind of question, the motive question, but it's also supported by you understanding that the governments do lie to its people, right? We've talked about this topically a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not denying the governments don't lie. That's
right.
They definitely lie. There's no argument.
So with controlling interest in having an agenda such as the Earth is a globe, you start to realize that it makes sense that they would kind of tell people this information. Because if everything's been explored, if everything's already discovered, if we know all the mysteries of the universe, then why would you need to do anything else but lay back and just hear them tell you what the Earth is via their information? So they could tell you, we send rockets up, we are doing this, we found a planet, there's an asteroid coming, there's no resources, God doesn't exist. Any agenda that they speak of, it sounds like they're speaking truth because they're the arbiters of knowledge and the gatekeepers of it as well. So in order for you to get higher learning, you got to go through them. You can't engage anymore with your critical thinking because you don't have the mind for understanding certain things in reality. You got to go to them. And so they become the gatekeepers for that knowledge, in which you have to go to school. And if you're not educated, then you're just a brainless idiot. So without that, it's not a method of control. So having that, these intellects that are here now on the Earth wax themselves to be intelligent because they feel like they are educated in some idea that the Earth is a globe and the cosmos and astronomy and all kinds of things, right? Mathematical constructs. So you look to those guys for the answers, don't you? When in reality, you can learn exactly what they have and be in the same position without the idea that you think you're living in a ever expanding cosmology, whirling and twirling around the sun. Like all these things can be derived without even having to know what they know. So this knowledge that they're telling you that the Earth is doing something or the Earth is actually not perceived as a globe on its ground level, but when you get higher, you can see it as a globe. All of that is information given to you by them. And when you want to know more, where do you go? To them. So guess what? It is control, Shabazz. And they have full control of that knowledge. And they're using it to their advantage, and you're letting them. That's even scarier, is you're letting them.
They even use it to control where you think knowledge is and who has the knowledge.
That's scary.
Right. It's a double whammy, right? So these are where all the smart people are. Says who? The smart people, right?
Yep.
It's like the government saying trust us. Why should we trust us? We're the government, source the government. Like, it's bullshit.
So,
but regardless, who do you think would be lying? Who would have to be lying? Like, out of all the people on Earth, like who would be lying? How many? 1 million, 10 million, 30 million, a billion? Like 20 people? Like how many people have to be lying? Like how big do you think that this lie would have to be?
You mean like the round Earth lie, or?
Yeah.
The people that know the Earth is flat and promote the globe. Because a lie is intentional deception, so you have to know the truth, right? You can't people that run around like you. If you tell somebody the Earth's the globe, you're not lying. You believe
you're not
it,
lying.
so.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a very big distinction, and he outlined it for you.
Right. I mean, I get that, but I feel like again we've kind of just deviated from the point. Right? If we're talking about methods of control, why is flat Earth specifically just so much more important than anything else?
Because it's the foundation.
Does it get you to just deny reality, man?
It's a foundation for your baseline knowledge of where you think you are in this world.
And what you should do.
It's existential.
If they can tell you that the ground that you stand on is actually doing something other than what you see it doing, and it's actually moving other than what you can perceive it to be doing, then they could sell you anything. Imagine being that good of a salesman where they can pitch something to you like, hey man, you're moving. You're like, I don't feel like I'm moving. They're like, you are. Don't worry about it. Trust us. Oh, and by the way, there's curvature to this Earth. You're like, I don't see it. Where? Just don't worry about it. It's there. And you're like, can we measure it? They're like, no, we've calculated it. Don't worry. And so you've given your mind over to that and like, okay, I guess I'm not smart enough to figure this out. Let them tell me what the Earth is then. And you just allow yourself to be taken advantage of on the daily without stopping to think, wait, did I look into this? Did I check this out? Did I verify this? No. I'll just believe him. You think that's fair?
But again, I would disagree with that because I don't think...
How?
I mean, me personally, right? And I think this would apply to most people. I didn't check it out, not because I didn't think I was smart enough, but because it just doesn't make a difference. I can go about my day without having to wonder whether or not the Earth...
It makes a difference because they are controlling your mind. When you are indifferent, Shabazz, when you're indifferent about it, they've already done their job. They're kind of dusting their hands off like, oh, good job, guys.
Dude, you don't believe what you're saying.
We got Shabazz to be indifferent about the topic. Wonderful. Now you're not going to look at it on the base knowledge of like, why does it matter? Bullshit,
Look,
dude. It does matter to you because you're here right now.
Exactly. That's exactly. He doesn't believe what he's actually saying. Okay.
I mean, if you were not curious,
then why are you here?
Yeah, if you're not curious, you'd be playing Minecraft. Listen, Shabazz.
If it didn't matter, you wouldn't be here. You're going to go somewhere to waste your time intentionally?
You'd be playing Minecraft right now, not worrying about what flat earthers think. But the fact that you're here, it shows us that the curiosity of the questioner, even the fact that there's flat earth people, that makes you curious. And that curiosity is not nurtured. It's kind of discarded. Like the way you want to do right now, your mind is like, dude, we need to bust out of here, man. This is getting nuts. So when you stay here, it shows interest in the topic. It shows that you don't want to leave. Even if we sound like you sound a little bit like a resistance is coming, doesn't matter. You're still curious. You want to know, right? So that curiosity part should be nurtured. It shouldn't be discarded. Which hopefully you actually take this when I'm saying into consideration.
I want to bring.
I mean, I'm curious about. It's true. I am curious about the way you think and the way you perceive this topic. But
the way we think, and how's that?
Because I think differently to you, so naturally the way you think intrigues me.
How do you think, and how does the way we think different?
Because we clearly have differing opinions. I don't get how that's a question.
It's not an opinion.
It's not an opinion,
it's a fact. It's a fact.
See, but again, we agree.
Have you ever observed the Earth as a globe?
Shabazz, it's not an agree to disagree position, my friend. It's not agree to disagree. It's either right or wrong. We in here are right or we're wrong. So what we're asking you right now,
I think you're wrong. I keep saying
okay, that's fine. Okay, you say we're wrong. Prove us wrong then. Prove us wrong. Can you do that?
Well, look, we've already tried. Like I've already tried.
No. You can't get away from it now. You can't get away from it now because if you think we're wrong, prove it that we're wrong. Don't just say we're wrong. Prove it.
If you don't have evidence,
if you don't have evidence, Shabazz, we're gonna dismiss your case of you saying that we're wrong. We're gonna dismiss it. It's gonna be like outright.
That's just because you don't want to hear me out there.
I want you to prove us. If we're wrong, prove us wrong. That's what I'm asking for. Prove us wrong.
But it's impossible to prove you because you don't agree to logic.
It's impossible? Agree to logic?
GJ,
what are you talking about? We're the ones telling you about. We're the ones telling you about using logic.
Yeah, what logic is that? What logic don't we agree with?
Well, it's just science.
Spell it out for us.
No.
Science isn't logic.
There's also been visual proof that the Earth is round, but that still doesn't seem to work.
Stop. You're gish galloping right now. You're gish galloping.
Such as?
You're
What visual proof?
Visual proof, images.
Such as? Images are visual proof. In this day and age, images are visual proof. That's craziness, man.
We got to go back. We can't gish gallop to every single question you're going to fire here. You said science. Now, I want you to tell us, because we're wrong, right? Tell us what science is, Shabazz. I'm going to mute you now. I will continue to start muting you because you keep gish galloping. Stop with everything that I'm asking you to. I'm moderating the conversation, Shabazz. Tell me what you think science is, because you said we don't believe in science. That's something.
What do you mean? What do I think science is?
What is science? Define it.
Science is just science. It's the study of. Okay, in this context, let's say science is the study of what the Earth looks in this specific scenario.
As what the Earth looks? Is that what you said?
I'm saying in this specific context, science is applied to determine how Earth looks.
That's a category error. No.
It's the crazy shit error, bro.
You define science.
You don't use science for a what is question. Use science for a how why question. What is the cause of the effect? And manipulating independent variable to find out what's causing that effect. You have to go through a hypothesis test. You didn't even know that, Shabazz.
What?
And you don't what? You sound
Science is the scientific method, which is based upon experiment.
Yeah.
On the physical
That's
and natural
you're defining
world.
experimentation. You're not defining science.
What do you mean by that? You're saying that science. Listen, when you think about how it applies to the Earth, how are you going to apply science to the Earth, Shabazz? Go ahead, apply it to the Earth.
Like you wanted to experiment, right?
Like what? That's exactly what I'm telling you. Then are we right back to where I was telling you?
No, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. You get it now.
Well, so you know what we were talking about earlier?
Hang on, Shabazz. Hang on. Now that you get it, you were incorrect, were you not? So I was right. You were wrong. Remember, it's always about right and wrong here. We're not going off of I agree to disagree.
I'm not getting a conclusion on that at all, but sure.
Okay, the conclusion is you were wrong, and to say that we were wrong. That's conclusion.
Just closed-minded. My conclusion
it's not closed-minded. No, it's not closed-minded. I just proved it to you right now.
You're objectively wrong, Shabazz.
I just proved it to you right now.
How?
You're hitting a cognitive dissonance.
Because you said science is an experiment.
What?
Right?
Is it no? What?
You said science is an experiment, right? Yes or no?
Science defined doesn't mean experiment.
Yeah, it's the systematic, the study of the natural world and the things in it.
Sure.
By systematic experimentation.
You just agreed with him.
Cause and effect relationships.
Do you hear yourself, Shabazz? You just agreed with him, where previously you were denying it.
Okay, so what experiments would you use to prove this?
All right, stop 1 second.
It's a category error.
Yeah, first of all, it's category error, but first you have to acknowledge when you were wrong and admit it. It's a confession of you trying to argue a point where you say that we're wrong, and we're not wrong, we're right. And you need to admit that, because you think that just by agreeing with something is also not saying that you were wrong, but you were wrong and you were corrected. Now that you know we were right. Is this correct?
Sure.
Okay, let's move forward then. What is your next question about experiments?
No, I think I'm good.
Well, if you have any more questions about it, like, you need to know in our discussion. But we're not going to leave you empty-handed. We want you to absolutely know where you stand. And you have to be able to question, Shabazz. That's the whole thing. Be curious. No one's ever challenged you this way. And so being challenged is being challenged is not something wrong. It's it's just a process.
If NASA showed you video of Jesus walking on water, would you suddenly become religious?
I mean, I already am religious, but yeah. What?
You would. If NASA showed you pictures of Jesus walking on water, you'd just be like, I'm a Christian now.
If they could be authenticated.
That video. Oh, they could be by whom? Themselves?
Exactly. They can't be authenticated though. That's the question you're asking is so
can NASA's images be authenticated?
No, because we can't go back in time.
Back in time? What do you mean back in time?
To get videos of Jesus walking, you would have to go back in time.
No. Listen.
He came back, dude, and like he's at Lake Titicaca walking on water, and NASA got a picture of him. Would you believe that?
The question was, what type of rigor would you actually put to the idea that was actually the case? What type of rigor would you then put to it? And you said it correctly. Well, I'd have to investigate by testing it. And so you said that to him. In the same instance, you should be saying that to the globe. When they show you these images from NASA, you should be using that same type of rigor you just told Indio. You're using that same mindset against what you're telling us to do, but at the same time, you should be doing it yourself. Do you see what's happening? You're starting to see our point.
Right.
Because you consider space as something that's like, oh, that's a foregone conclusion. That's just normal. But, in reality, the idea of outer space and things floating around in it is an extraordinary claim. And I can tell you why. And I'll tell you why it's an extraordinary claim. In the average human experience, in everybody's human experience, when they let go of something, typically it falls to the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, relative density, sure.
In the video on the so-called International Space Station and all the other space stations, when they drop something, does it fall to the ground?
Sorry, can you repeat that? There's chickens in the Minecraft world.
On the International Space Station, when they drop something, does it fall down?
You mean when they're inside the station?
Yeah, when they let something go, does it fall to the ground?
No, it floats.
Okay, so when someone says, I go to a place where you drop something and it just floats, is that an extraordinary claim?
Not when you think about gravitational the effect of gravity.
Oh, so you can make up a story in your head, a magical story that somehow that's not extraordinary anymore?
No, well, it's normal once you think. See, again,
It's not normal. It's an extraordinary claim. Okay, there's more extraordinary claims. They say they look out a window, right, and they see curving water. Is that an extraordinary claim? Have you ever seen curving water? An extraordinary claim means it's out of the ordinary, right? So, curving water, out of the ordinary. Letting something go, having it float, that's out of the ordinary. By default, they're making an extraordinary claim. Well, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, just like Jesus Christ walking on water.
All right,
they just don't get the benefit of the doubt because I'm NASA.
All right, so the evidence.
I don't get the water thing.
So, I'll tell you right now.
Curving water, you don't understand that.
So basically, it's like when you see these Shabazz. It's like when you see these images from NASA, right? You got the ISS images, like it shows you the curving Earth. You know that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the curving Earth, you see the oceans look like they're curving, right? On those images, yes or no?
Right.
So the water is curving, essentially, right?
Sure.
Okay. Are you with me so far, or am I losing you in what I just said?
No, I'm with you for now, yeah.
Okay. So if that is the case, and they're showing us curving water from space, then we could translate that down to the Earth, where you and I are, and see what is the measurement for this curving water. Because it's curving at a specific rate. Is this true? If we're seeing these images, wouldn't it be true?
Not at all. It depends because
not
on the moon, it creates tides.
So we're seeing no. I'm not talking about that. Stay with me, okay? Please stay with me. We're talking about the images from NASA, and we're looking at the oceans like they're curving, right? Stay with me. Don't get lost in any other idea. So if we're going to translate that to the Earth, and we're going to be on the Earth doing a test, do you think that we'd be able to find out that curve exists on the Earth from the vantage point of being down on the ground?
No, from the ground you wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay, all right. So you're telling me now, check this out. I want you to think about what you just said, that everybody who's determined that the Earth is a globe by being on the ground is wrong by what you just said.
From simple eyesight? Yeah, I would think so.
From math. No,
I would disagree because math can.
Oh, now you're disagreeing. So you're going back to now it is curving with math. Okay. Now you agree that it's curving with math, right? Is that what you said? I want to hold you to everything you say. You say it's
I thought you didn't like math.
No, I'm asking you a question. This is you. This is what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're telling us that we can know that the Earth is curving by math, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can. What math can we find out how much the Earth is curving?
Is it not just distance drop?
Do you know or no? Because you're making claims right now. I'm gonna test you to see if you can verify your claims. What math can we use to see if the Earth is curving? Like the way NASA pictures are telling us from curving water.
Don't know how to explain. Me personally, I don't know the math.
You personally don't know the math, but you think math exists to support the claim that the Earth is curving.
Well, do you know?
Is
do you know the math?
true?
Do you
Hang
know
on,
the math?
Teddy.
Do you know the math? I'm just
No,
curious.
it's not. That's a burden. Hold on, Teddy. That's a burden of proof reversal. I'm asking him the question. He hasn't given me the answer directly. He's now asking me to provide evidence for a claim.
But I have given you an answer. I already told you I don't know.
Shabazz, that's not my. You don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I told you I don't know the math.
Right.
You don't know, and then you made a prediction about what the math says. Do you understand what you're doing?
Yeah, you don't know is the true answer. No, listen. Hang on a second.
We do, but that's irrelevant.
I'm gonna have to stop you. Sorry about this, Shabazz. I'm gonna have to stop you. Okay, so you're making a claim that you knew, now you don't know. You're flip-flopping back to like when I started from the NASA pictures of curving water, translating it back down to Earth, and then you said, well, you can't know how big the Earth is. And I'm like, really? That's a bold statement. Then everybody on Earth can't know that the Earth is curving. And you said, no, we can know with math. I said, that's fine. What math? Do you know that math? And then you tell me that you don't know the math. So, are you just making baseless claims that you think you know that the Earth is curving based on the pictures from NASA? I'm going to unmute you now. Please respond.
Look, honestly, I'm pretty sure if you took a big fat ruler, right? Like a really, really, really long ruler, and you put it at any point in the...
You didn't respond to my question, Shabazz. I'm asking you directly. Please respond directly. Do you know?
He didn't.
Please respond.
He didn't listen to your question.
Yeah, I didn't listen to your question. Sorry about
that.
All right,
so
how did I know that?
We went from
You're so smart, man. Congratulations.
I need
you guys are all the same. That's the problem.
Listen, what's happening? You're starting to spiral. Relax. I'm asking you. It's a line of logic, right? From seeing NASA pictures with curving water going down to Earth, us, you and me, checking to see if that's true or not. I said, can we know if the Earth is curving? You said no. And then I was like, well, that's weird because people on Earth were telling us that the Earth is curving way before anybody went up in space. So how is it possible that we knew that before then? And then you said math. I said, that's fine. What math? You didn't give that math to me because you said, I don't know. So in reality, the whole premise that the Earth is curving at the set rate that it's supposed to be is I don't know from your perspective. So you're telling us now that you don't know, which is truly your original, it should be your original stance, is that you don't know. But you proceeded to say you do know because you see NASA pictures, but you don't know how to verify those NASA pictures with curving water, which is the most important, essential piece of evidence that you need to verify that claim. Does this make any sense to you, Shabazz?
Sure. Yeah. No, it does. It's
just what? We're right and you're wrong. That's the way it stands. Because that's what you said. We were wrong.
About right and wrong.
We are.
I'm confused because
Shabazz said that we were. He said we agree to disagree. Right. That was the first. And I said it's not an agree to disagree, Shabazz. It's a right and wrong thing. Either we're right and you're wrong, or you're right and we're wrong. But he says
we had opinions.
You're just wording it well enough to create reasonable doubt. Is all.
Are we wrong? Are we wrong, Shabazz?
I don't
think anyone's wrong.
So based upon your ignorance, you don't think we're right. Congratulations, you played yourself.
You can say it's ignorance, but you have...
It is ignorance. You admitted it.
You admitted I don't know, Shabazz. To everybody in here and everybody listening.
It's your ignorance. You don't know the answers to your own questions. You just decided I'm not even going to question it. I'll just go wrong like an NPC.
And that's true. You don't know. But that's exactly where they want you.
You sound like an NPC.
Listen, why are you getting frustrated, Shabazz? Because here's the part where you can actually experience some growth in your critical thinking. You can actually admit to yourself that you were wrong and they are wrong, the ones showing you this information, and then you can now explore what then is the truth. Instead of it being that you're right and we're wrong. You could say, well, I could be wrong, right? At least that much.
No, I mean, I could be wrong about a lot of stuff. That's not something I'm denying.
Even this.
Look, honestly, I feel like this one's a pretty cut and dry one. It's just
which one? Which one's cut and dry? Which one?
The entire flat Earth thing. I feel like it should be pretty cut and dry, but
it is cut and dry. It is cut and dry, Shabazz. We're telling you can observe the Earth to be flat. You can navigate across the Earth as flat, and you can measure that it's flat. It is cut and dry. You've been bamboozled with all this globe nonsense since you were young. We all have. We don't have anybody to stop and tell us. Have you checked to see if the Earth is a globe like they're telling you? Nobody's ever told us that. But we are. We are telling you that. So there are people that are quote unquote whistleblowing. It's us. I'm gonna mute Rascallion. I don't know why. Rask, why were you muted? Anyway.
He was interrupting, but he's not.
Oh.
You can unmute him.
I'm just listening.
Anyway, it is cut and dry from where we stand. But you can't see it because you've been indoctrinated to know that it's not flat and stationary. You've been indoctrinated to know that it's a globe and not to question. That's the most important part of it. Not to question. That's it. And what do we say when we question you? Well, I'm not a scientist. And then you defer to those guys. And of course, there goes your mind. You're not going to think about it anymore because you just deferred. And then these idiot people who call themselves scientists, right? We ask them the question. The very same questions we're asking you, and what do you think they tell us? The guys you guys appeal to. That this is their best guess. This is their best guess. That's all we get from these guys.
They say the same thing you do.
Science doesn't prove anything.
How do you know?
Weird.
So you're telling me a scientist has actually told you?
Yes.
And I'm meant to just take that at face value?
Oh, no, it's recorded.
Recorded. I have them on my channel.
I'll listen to the recording.
I have them on my channel. They've been on this channel. They've been cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs. They come in here.
Island surveyors,
satellite engineers,
satellite
engineers. It doesn't matter who. No one knows the answers to these questions, let alone some young person on the internet.
They all think somebody else has it.
Yep.
Wait, I have a question. How do you think Starlink works?
Starlink? How do you think it works? That's not our claim. We don't talk about
there's a radio receiver that picks up radio waves.
Where do you think the radio waves come from?
Could come from anywhere. Radio waves don't have a limitation of travel. You just think they do.
Well, look, no, they do. They definitely do.
No, they don't.
Oh my
God.
They definitely. No. If you think they don't, you're just a fucking idiot.
Okay, so in 1918, when Marconi broadcast from UK to Australia, that didn't happen.
You haven't looked into this topic,
do you think
Shabazz.
a radio wave can travel infinitely?
You haven't looked into this topic, Shabazz. You're going to get schooled again, dude.
The irony of that statement. Do I think a radio wave can travel infinitely? No, I do not. But
Shabazz, you don't know, bro. Like, you need to back down from this question. You're not knowledgeable. I say do the research first and then come at this argument because you're going to get like slammed and dunked on. And you don't want that right now.
So during World War,
you still haven't answered a simple question, which is like the first thing.
We have answered you.
No, like the initial.
What do you mean we haven't answered you?
If a person goes around Earth, and they have, right? We know that people have been around Earth before.
I answered
Started
you.
Started at a point, ended at a point.
I answered that question. I said, I answered. Remember the question how I ended?
How did you answer?
Listen, I said, how can you determine whether the Earth is a globe or flat from that position? And you said, that's right. I wouldn't know. Remember? We can pull up the audio when you said that. This is all being recorded. That's what the question, how we answered that, because I told you, how can you determine whether you're on a globe or whether you're in a flat stationary plane? How can you determine that from a flight path? You cannot from a position of being up in the air. You already,
I'm not talking about being up in the air. I'm not talking about being up in the air.
Well, where are you at?
Let's just say in the water. Someone's gone around in the water.
That can't still the same. Shabazz, you cannot determine the geometric shape of the Earth from a travel logistically on Earth. You don't know. You can't. That's not the way
you don't need to determine. Okay.
Well, then how do you know it's a globe or flat?
You can determine it if you've gone around.
No, I just
like
finished. Dude,
just going in a circle, Sebas. That's all you're doing is going in a circle on either
Your argument is circular right now because I just told you cannot determine
like the
Earth. You cannot determine what the Earth is by traveling on its surface or in the air. You cannot determine what it is from that. You can say that it definitely is not something by measuring if it's something or not. That's what you can do to determine, not by traveling over it. Because I asked you the question, is it a globe you're flying on the plane or flat? And you were like, well, it could be either one. There you go. That's your answer. If you can't determine it, that's the answer. Then how can you determine it? Well, it's simple. Measure it. That's it. That's the answer. Not fly over a flight path.
I'll go measure real quick. Yeah.
You haven't asked how to do it. We're happy to tell you.
Actually?
Yes, we're happy to tell you. There's nothing that you're going to leave here without any questions. If you don't ask those questions, you'll never know. Never.
How do I measure?
It's simple. You do a line of sight test over a distance that can be measured specifically from a body of water. Because as you know, when the NASA pictures, the waters are curving, right? So water has no land topography to deal with. So we don't have to deal with the mountains, hills, valleys, and all that kind of stuff. So we don't have indents in the land. So to cause our evaluation of the test to be askew. So we need to do a proper test. It needs to be over water. Now with water, we don't deal with land topography, right? As you know. So with a little bit of swells and waves, we can deal with that. So as far as we can see, it gives us a greater line of sight. Does that sound fair so far?
Yeah.
Okay, with a greater line of sight, we can use something in the water, right? Let's say, first of all, we get a position of like observation. The position of observation should be a fixed point on the beach. And from that fixed point on the beach, we're going to do a line of sight test. So as far as we can with things that can demarcate a distance. So something in the water, right? That can show us the distance where we're at on the beach to where that thing is in the water. Then like, let's say an oil rig, right? And preferably one that's already been done, like the one that we call the Black Swan. Use the position where you're at to where that thing is. You have a known distance, right? So we're going to check the sphericity of the claim of the globe. You need to realize that you need to have this information. What is the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth, Shabazz?
I believe the radius is 6.6 times 10 to the 7 meters.
You're close, yeah.
Diameter,
you can look it up. Like, I'm not saying, and I'm only telling you this because you can look it up as well, right? Public knowledge.
Right.
So with that information, I just want to get to the point here. With that information, you're going to go to the Earth, and like I said, on the beach with the level of elevation, however you are, like 1 foot off the water or whatever, and you're going to shoot across the body of water and see, like I said before, the oil rig. And then from with the oil rig to the observer, we're going to have a known distance. We're going to have that set. And then we're going to know how far the horizon is from the place of where we're making the observation. Where that observation is to where the horizon is the most important part of this line of sight test. Because that observation, the observation is of the horizon. Now, the definition of horizon is where the sky meets the earth. And you can look this up. It's in the Oxford dictionary, which the defined term for horizon is where the sky meets the earth. So that's what we're most interested in at the moment. So we're going to find where that horizon is due to the fact that we have some key components, right? We know the distance between us and the oil rigs. We know the distance between the level of height that we're at, right? So we know that, we're using 1 foot for this example. And we know the metrics of the earth. We know exactly how big the earth is because they tell us how big it is, right? Radius, diameter, circumference. So we're going to use these numbers to test over the distance. I'd say we call it a small sample set, right? It's a small sample of the sphericity claim of the earth. So from the position that we're at on the beach to like where we see the horizon, we know the distance, at least to the fact that we know the distance between us and the oil rigs, because the oil rigs are going to give a marker for how far away it is. And then we're going to figure out how much curvature there should be between us and the horizon. Once we do, then we can test the claim how much drop rate there should be between us and that horizon. As to say, where the curvature of the Earth begins. That would be the leading edge of the sphere, right? The leading edge of the sphere where you can't see beyond because there's a curve there. Well, that's where we would see, or where we would stop to see, I rather should say, where we would stop to see anything else, where boats disappear behind and so on, right? So with that, we're going to be able to determine whether the Earth is curving at the set rate with drop over distance, just like they're telling us, or not. If it's not dropping away from us like they're telling us, then the horizon, where we can't see beyond because that's the curvature of the Earth, is not what they're telling us it is. It is not the leading edge of the sphere. It is, in fact, just an optical phenomenon that we see in the far distance where the sky meets the Earth. Am I losing you here? Or do you want to respond?
No. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Right. So, therefore, I'm giving you a tool in which you can actually do with any type of optics that you can actually do, like from an elevation height off the ground and shoot across the water and to the distance, right, into the horizon. You're going to figure out something very fundamental, that the Earth is either curving like they say that it is, or it's not. And from that point, it establishes a foundation of you being able to verify the claim that the Earth is curving at the set rate they tell you, or you're going to be able to falsify it and say it's not what they're telling us it is. Right. Either way, you're going to be armed with that information and then be able to confront anyone who tells you that it's curving like a globe. Then you can say, I know now with evidence that the Earth isn't curving like they tell me it is because I've checked. Now that I know it's not a ball. Whatever you think it is, it could be whatever you think, but it's definitely not the ball that you're telling me it is from the metrics that you've given me that are easily searchable by everybody. That's what we've done. That's how we've disproved the Earth is a globe. And there's nothing that no pictures, no rockets, no nothing can bring it back from. Because if it's not curving like they tell us it is not a globe, Shabazz. I don't care how many people kick and scream and tell us it is, it's not. It needs to be verified as a globe by way of measuring it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So wait, I have a question though. So at what point then do things stop being visible? Because shouldn't you theoretically then be able to see everything?
No. We're working off a perspective, meaning that everything converges to the eye line. So think about it like this. Optics and your eyeballs and the way they work, right? The way you see the Earth is working off a perspective. So I'll give you an example. Let's look at down a long hallway, right? There's images of hallways. I want you to think about this. The walls, the floor, and the ceiling converge to a point in the far distance through your eye line. So as you see something in the far distance, everything looks like it's converging to a point. You can agree with me because you've actually seen the long hallway. There's one actually in Livestream voice text for you to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that? Everything converges to the eye line. Now, do you know where we're at? Livestream voice text?
Yeah, I see it.
So the Get Your Problem just posted something at 39 minutes after the hour, and it looks like, and that second image is exactly a good way to think about it, right? The guy that's standing, he looks like he's got a half sphere that he's looking at with his perspective. With perspective, everything converges to the eye line. This is a well-known, established fact. This is not something that we're trying to say that we made up, or this is how your eyes work when they see the world. Because that's how you everything converges to your eye line. Therefore, if we start to see that something's above our head, it looks like it's going down. Not really though, but in our perspective, it does look that way. Okay, so we're building a case for how you see the Earth. So can we see forever? Well, let's look at the hallway example. Could we see forever in the hallway?
Why? I would say no.
Why? Based on what we've just talked about. Why?
Because it all just squeezes in, is that it?
Yes, correct. So everything looks like it converges, so there's no way to see forever because your perspective will not allow it. So there's a lot to be figured out as to like how far you can see due to the optics that you're using. So your eyeballs has a resolution limit to how far you can see. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can extend that limit a bit farther, but probably only to a certain amount, right? Because we can use optics like binoculars or, any type of other optics that a camera, whatever. It extends the limitation to our eyesight, and we'd be able to see a lot farther than our normal eyesight couldn't see.
Yeah. So if I were to use,
go on.
Okay, so let's say if I was looking from a set distance, right, London to New York, let's say. If I was looking from the coast of either continent to the other one, and if I were to use a really good lens, would I be able to see the other Would I be able to see the other side?
No, because understanding optics is that they have their own limitations to their how far they can see. You can't see forever. It only extends the limit, but the limit also reaches its exceeded amount. So you can't overdo like how far optics. This is well understood. Optics can have a certain resolution, and there's a lot to get into, like cameras and lenses and stuff.
Plus, there's the clarity of the air itself.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of variables, but just understanding perspective and optics and all of these things, you'll understand that there's a limitation to that due to the fact that we have variables like air conditions, like you have like it being foggy or dusty or whatever particles are floating around, but that's going to cause interference with your view. Also, perspective, like limitations to your view, angle of view, like what your, like how, let's see, the elevation off the ground, because from the certain elevation you can see farther, but as you raise up in elevation, you can see farther even still. So there's a lot of factors to consider, but definitely not curvature.
Yeah, if you look up your local weather, right, it'll have a visibility thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Typically 10 miles or something like that. That's based upon air clarity, how clear the air is. It's not based upon cold or anything like that. So we see reflected light. So to see, New York to Great Britain, the light would have to reflect off the island of Great Britain all the way 3,000 miles through the air and come into the telescope. Now, obviously, that's not going to happen. It can't. There's probably like 20 thunderstorms between you and Great Britain, man. Or between New York and Great Britain, at least. It's thousands of miles.
Sorry, can I just jump in very quickly as well?
Yeah.
To whoever we're talking to, do you have Google open in front of you?
I can have it open, sure, yeah.
Right, so if you type in distance to horizon calculator, then just click one of the calculators. Right, now put in like 6 feet.
Yeah.
Just imagine you're standing on the beach at 6 feet. Right? How far away does it say the horizon is?
Distance to 6 feet. So my height above average surface level would be 6 feet, or
yeah.
Right. It says 8.7 kilometers
for 6 feet.
8.744.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Well,
4.827. Sorry, converted.
Right. So 4.8 kilometers.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you look in the live stream voice text, you see this text channel?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So see this image that I've just posted? This is for an 8-foot observer height, and the geometric horizon is 3.4 miles, so say about 5 kilometers, roughly what you're saying. So where do you see the horizon in this image? Is it in front of the rigs or behind the rigs?
Behind.
Right. And how far away is the furthest rig? Platform habitat?
10.10.
Right.
Miles away. So
you see the horizon. Right. So the horizon, when we observe it, is not matching the globe model. You see that?
Right.
Right. So what does that mean to you?
That is inconsistent, yeah.
Right. So then we're left with the situation of saying, okay, reality is inconsistent with the globe model. Do we go with reality or the globe model if we're trying to figure out what reality is?
Well, reality, yeah.
Right. So not the globe model.
No, probably not.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Ah, cool. Lovely. Thank you.
No worries.
All right. Good night.
Next.
I mean, you can carry on. You should have some questions in your mind now that you're realizing this. But yeah, that's just an easy demonstration to show you that reality does not match the model, and we're just looking at reality here.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. So you can do this yourself. I mean, now that you know, right, you can just go to the beach and say, right, check your elevation. Usually, if you're on like an iPhone or whatever, you can go to the compass app and it'll tell you what your rough elevation is, like 10 meters, 20 meters, whatever it is. Go onto the distance to horizon calculator, put in your observer height, see how far away it says the horizon should be. Check to see if you've got a distance marker in the water, like a boat or a buoy, a lighthouse or something. And you can start checking this for yourself. And what you'll start to see is exactly what we're telling you. It's that it's not matching. So whatever it is, it's not that globe model that they're telling us.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah,
Cool.
sure. I'll try that.
Yeah. Well, carry on if you've got questions. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, I'm alright. I think I'm done. Thanks, though.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, or good evening. Hope everybody's well today.
Yeah, sub Jedi.
Hey, Wolfgang, how are you?
I just jumped in for... Yeah, good. I just jumped in just very quickly, but it seems like I killed the chat, so my bad.
That's all right, mate. That's usually what I fucking do, so I'm glad somebody else done it apart from me. You got somebody new in the chat asking questions and stuff? What's that gentleman's name?
Yeah, you still here, guy? I don't know. Miggy and India were speaking to him. I'm not sure what his name was.
Okay. Morning, Mickey. Morning, India. Morning, this guy. We can't remember your name of you. Hope you're well. Yeah, you really did kill the chat, didn't you, mate?
Jesus, look like that.
Yeah, we'll have to give it mouth to mouth.
Yeah, I need to go back on listen just for a minute, but someone resurrect it. Who got Scare Bear? Shalla? Scare Bear? Rion? I don't know. Who was it?
I think Donato told me he was speaking to a guy called Shabs.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
what's up, Shabs? Yeah, I think Shabs has gone now anyway.
Yeah, I think he went to have a big long think.
Good.
I think they took advantage of the break in conversation to dip out.
Yeah, that happens sometimes, doesn't it? Quick, no one's looking. In brackets, talking. Run. Morning, Nefa. Hope you're well, buddy.
Doing pretty good. I hope all's well with you, man.
Yeah, everything's super fly. Thanks, mate. Apart from I can't find my bloody headphones, so until then.
Was that a live chat for the last half an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a bot recording. That was awesome. I literally thought that's like a perfect bot recording. I was like, I like listening to this. It's like Miggy's classics. And that was real.
You happen to show up for the actual live performance there, huh?
Wow. That's even better. What's up, mate? How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. How you doing?
Yeah, man. Super fly. Thank you very much. Everything's going really, really well.
You still leaving the Ashford Massive? You still leaving us?
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Got to turn my back on you. Got to go further north and get colder, apparently.
Too many flat earthers around you for your liking, I guess. I'd like to be a big fish.
To be the only flat earther in the village, yeah, that's what it is.
Can't handle it. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Your work is done. I'll take over.
Yeah, you do that for me, please, mate. I'll spread the word from there.
I swear that was a clipped conversation. That was awesome.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that. I was in the kitchen, man. Getting a little brekkie because I was a bit long-winded in that, but yeah, for those of you guys who were listening, it was live. Well, you were hearing it live.
Not good enough.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah, go ahead, Fungi.
That was so good. I thought he was a stooge. That's how good I thought it was. Like you'd even prompted him. It was brilliant.
Hey, Mayhem, I turned on YouTube yesterday, and the first video in my recommendations was me, which was fucking interesting.
I told you.
I know. So somebody had clipped out me talking about celestial navigation, and I think it was TEOS UK. And being as I subscribed to his channel, the first thing I broke up to was myself on YouTube. It's hilarious.
Yeah, his brand is basically just putting the work we do here on every platform he can. So he's doing it on Rumble. I know he's doing it on TikTok, but he's really getting out there. Him and Clipcord, they're really good at getting clips out. Clipcord does more of like editing the clip to make it like put sounds and whatnot. But TOS clips out like portions of our conversations. Appreciate you, bro. TOS, do a great job, brother.
Yeah, I was going to give TOS a shout out as well, and that is the exact video that I'm talking about. Jedi explains celestial navigation. That's really cool.
Also, I'm going to put a little bit of information of myself because I'm trying to get my brand out. I already got 3 people that subscribe to me monthly. If you like the work that I do on here, you know me. I'm actually trying to get away from because that typical 9-to-5 stuff. I think this is more my calling, actually being a presence online and just helping people out. But if you guys want to support me, you can do so on Rumble. Also TikTok. I'm also on TikTok. Let me put my link to TikTok in
You
here.
better not be doing any fucking stupid dances on TikTok, Miggy.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen, dude. Like TikTok is a great place to get people to funnel them to my platform. So I can't have the kinds of conversations I can have on TikTok like I can on Rumble. So it's really, I've talked to Eli about it. I want to use it as a funnel and advertising versus it being like a platform where I'm going to be on. So I might just be doing that. Just saying, bro.
Oh, okay.
I was telling CB, I was like, dude, I want to put like some kind of way I want to call people in here. Like I could be like a car salesman or something, you know, put on like a skit. Like,
yeah.
Well, you guys wanted Flat Earth. Come on down. We got Flat Earth 24/7. Come on. We got this sale going on right now. We got globes for sale, guys. It's Sunday, you know, like kind of getting in a kind of like a pitch.
Yeah. Sounds brilliant. Sounds absolutely brilliant, my friend.
But it's definitely in line with TikTok brains.
You could do it like cold call survey, and you just give them 3 questions. Just call them up and like, you have 5 minutes to answer 3 questions, and start from there.
Bro, that you know that the 3 questions audio clip that I have from like years past, Jedi, the one of like at the end that you come out in.
Yeah.
I got 1,024 views on it already since like 4 days ago.
Oh shit! That's freaking awesome, man.
It's good, bro.
That's bloody awesome.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, we got to expand our horizons a little bit.
Well, if you want to expand your horizon a little bit, mate, I might suggest you climb a tree.
Yeah.
I
can see farther.
Yeah. And your horizon will expand because, you know, blah, blah, blah.
All right, I'm going to put my link in live stream voice text.
Good stuff, man.
I put the link, but I wonder why I didn't put the image. Weird.
You've had conversations with our Australian friend Ruhif, haven't you?
Yeah, I did.
And you've stopped talking to him as well, haven't you?
No, I think One Deck brought him, or at least he let him come in here, but he's I've had a lot of mixed feelings by the people in here, like, well, we should bring Ruhiv because he's just tired. He says the same old things, but I don't know. I've just been using Gabor often just for content, like not for anything else. But at some point, it gets just redundant, you know, because we're just beating him over the head with the same information, and it's like he's not getting it. So it's like the content has to reach a level of like, okay, you're repeating yourself now, saying this like the fourth time, and he's not getting it. So like, obviously, we got to move on. Like, you just can't keep doing that with him. Like every now and again, Ruhiv can come in here and we can just shellac him, but then we got to put him back away. Like he's got to go away for a while.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I was getting at, really.
Yeah.
Did you get? Hey, Mayhem. Did you listen? Did you hear me? Ruhiv poem. Did you hear that?
No.
You've written Ruhiv a poem.
Yeah.
Or a poem? Not really.
Is he a poet, or you made a poem of him?
I made a poem of him. It's just with what you told me the other day. It's called The Return of Alberuni. And here it goes. I'll be Ruhiv and his theodolite. I'll be Ruhiv, chatting globe shite. I'll be Ruhiv and his magic surveying tool, claiming earth curve measurements, the globe believing fool. Drop over distance, the claim of the globe. Yet I'll be Ruhiv, using presumptions of old. Heights of mountains, depression angle drops. I'll be Ruhiv, do your globe lies ever stop? So, I'll be Ruhiv, please explain how your surveying tool theodolite measures drop over distance again. Oh, that's right, you can't. Here, I'll do you a favour and rhyme out the purpose of your theodolite tool. It's to measure horizontal and vertical, you fool. So if I were you, I'd put your theodolite to bed. This is no evidence of drop over distance. Enough said. There you go.
Yeah, that's pretty
Stunning.
good.
Yeah, I thought that was brilliant, man. Well done. I'll be Ruhiv. I like it.
I'll be Ruhiv, yeah.
Sometimes I love looking in the lobby, and especially like looking in the lobby when people are calling me out. And then I really like looking in the lobby after people have called me out to see what they've called me out. I'm going to have to go, guys. I do apologise.
See ya, man.
Yeah, man.
I put that video that got 1,000 views. What else we got in here? Let's see who else is in the chat. We got Nemo bloody effing something. What is that? Nemo, are you there? Your VC verified?
Meow.
Somebody just meow? What the heck?
I did.
What's up, Enrico? Nah, we can't get Nemo. I don't know. Maybe Nemo's not here.
Ask Dory.
He just left. Okay, what else we got? I don't know who Scare Bear is, but we have Scare Bear in here. That's it. Looks like not too much happening. Yeah, we're not standing on a agree to disagree position at all. Either we're right or we're wrong. And so the gentleman was in here talking about that as if we stood on a position that, you know, agree to disagree. And then he submitted to say that we're wrong. And then I was like, how are we wrong? Prove it. Well, you see how I got him though, Fungi? I thought that was a real cool dynamic when we went from pictures from NASA back down to the Earth. And I was like, so has anyone proved that the Earth is a globe? No, of course not. Not on the ground. And then I was like, okay, so all the people in history mean to tell us that the Earth is not a globe. Well, we can find out with math. Okay, so math can tell us that the Earth is a globe. Well, yeah. Okay, so who's proved that the Earth is a globe by using math? Well, I don't know. So that you don't know, do you?
Wow, some people would have said the ancient Greeks and stuff.
Yeah, I welcome it too. But that's the thing. When we're trying to figure this question out, nobody's really thought about it. I think that's where it gets them because they think it's already a foregone conclusion. Nobody's looking into it. That's their.
How do you deal with somebody that believes they can prove it with math and they only speak through math language?
Well,
and we can't understand that because it's too gibberish, but they do understand that. How do you deal with that?
It has to translate into physical and natural world. So if it's not able to like, let's say, I conceptualize like a building, right? I show you the diagram or the blueprints. I'm showing you like maybe even a what do you call those? Like a diorama. If I show you a diorama of the building, like it's on a big old cardboard or something, I have little models of what it looks like. You can see the structure of what length it would take on the physical world, right? But it's not real until I can go to the Earth itself and show you the distance from like what I showed you in the model. So from the model of the diorama to actually going to the real world and actually producing it, it wouldn't be able to translate if I can't produce the physical natural world evidence. So they can think themselves wise with the mathematical construct, but then they're going to have to then say, how does it relate or correlate to the Earth? Like from math to showing me what distance are we talking about on Earth, like, and that. So if they can't do that, then they're just, only theorizing or whatever. Theoretical modeling, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be that answer. You have to translate it to physical and natural world.
But what if they say that what you can observe is oh wait, let me try to explain that. Because they're convinced. I'm sorry?
Was the word can or can't? You said what we can't observe or can observe?
Can. I think I said can.
Okay.
But because they're convinced that the Earth is round, so what they're gonna say, some people might say that just by looking at it, you can't have a proof because the eye can't really see, perfectly forever and shit. So therefore, you can't prove it by view, but you have to prove it with math. Because what do you do in that case?
Those are mental gymnastics. They're trying to get away from the fact that in order for you to translate it into reality, you're going to have to comport it over. So if it doesn't comport, then you can't use whatever. I could say the Earth is I don't know, a hexagon, whatever. I can use any other shape in my mind. But if I can't translate it into reality, it doesn't mean anything. I have to be able to translate it into reality. I can't just think I'm intelligent because I gave you a mathematical idea and I can't describe it in reality.
That's right. It's like years ago when they presumed everything in the sky was spherical. So they thought, well, the Earth must be spherical. So then they did some mathematics to, measuring angles off a flat baseline. And then what they did then, they presumed that the Earth was a globe because the lights in the sky looked like this sphere. So, okay, let's say Earth's a sphere. How could we get its circumference? Well, we could take a couple of angle measurements in distances and get the degree of the angle, which was measured off a flat baseline, and then we can divide it into a 360-degree presupposed sphere, and that would be the circumference. So that's what they did. They just presupposed it was a sphere because the lights in the sky looked like they were spheres, and then just made the whole story up like that.
Well, there's many different takes on it, though, but that could be one premise. I wouldn't solidify it to be the all-encompassing one, because there would be probably many different ideas of like who came up with it, because the globe is just a conglomeration of ideas, with a lot of people having the way or the origin of where it came from. But that's not necessarily the only answer that they would give. Right? So that could be one of them.
Yeah. It was just an example, really, for the guy who was asking the questions. That was all.
Right. But we deal with a lot more nuances in here from their argumentation. And sometimes we have to correct them because they're not formulating the argument correctly. We have to change it for them. So you mean this, right? You mean to say it like this. So.
Sorry, I'm back, guys. Sorry about the call. Did that guy come in from the lobby? He said that me and you don't know what we're talking about.
Well, he doesn't. What guy?
So, let me scroll up in the lobby and let me find him.
Join VC, guys, if you want to have a chat with us. Don't delay.
Yeah, spiraling something.
That's what happened to the last guy that was in here. He didn't know what was coming, and boom.
Oh my god.
I missed that one. I would have liked to listen to that.
Yeah, Funky's all right, man. This live stream's all right, man. He thought he was listening to a recording. Ask me in the flesh, brother. That's how we roll. Every day.
I've come into the server. There's been a recorded conversation going on that I interjected in, and then I started talking, and then I interrupted myself, which was really fucking weird. So I was also on the recording, and then I started talking through myself whilst I was trying to talk through everybody that was on the recording. That was hilarious.
I'm glad you said that, because I was telling Eli the other day. I was even texting Mayhem and Eli saying, "You need to get your ass in here." I was listening to it. I didn't know it was recording.
You're
funny. I thought it was live. Oh yeah, I was coming up with things and shouting and getting involved with the guys. But I'm thinking, why is no one picking up on my points here? Because we're making some alright points.
Yeah, you ignorant fucking bastards. Can't you hear me?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And then I realised it was a fucking
Mayhem's such an asshole, dude. He's not listening right now. What the fuck?
I thought we were friends, you bastard.
Yeah, all right. I'm just gonna shut up, man. You go ahead and talk, and the recording keeps going. You're like, "Fuck, dude."
Yeah, that's how relationships end.
Listen, man. That's what comes with the gray hairs, Jedi, for you and me.
Oh yeah, absolutely, mate. Every single grey hair that I've got, you can count them individually. It's a wig that I've fucking taken from a baller, and mate, my grey hairs are growing every single bloody day.
This one's Zanuck. This one's Kosho. You start. It's like a history of shit.
Yeah, pretty much, mate. You're absolutely right.
Oh shit.
I've definitely got some new Ruhif ones anyway. My goodness me.
How
that
can
guy.
you...
What's up, Enrico?
How can you make somebody change their mind, or at least
question?
Yeah, make them question when they're trying to argue, but without an open mind.
I did it to the gentleman that was in here just while you didn't hear how he was questioning, because one of the things he was using to provide evidence for the Earth being a globe was flights, like flight paths and stuff. And I even got him to. I was like, okay, so on a globe or a flat Earth, do you think this could operate on both? Like the idea that the planes are flying over either one? And he's like, yeah. Well, there's your answer. If it can happen on either one, it's inconclusive.
Yeah,
that's not evidence. So he questioned it. So then he started to change his mind on his original position, which was that it's a globe due to the fact that we can travel over it within the air.
Yeah. Because, I had a few of these conversations with my father, but...
Well, those are the toughest, Enrico, I would say. The ones with your family, because the Bible says a lot of truth about this. That a prophet is not honored in his own hometown. They see your shortcomings. They know who you are as a person. So they're not, even if you have the brightest ideas, they're gonna be like, oh, dude, Enrico, we know you, man. You like to slack off. You're lazy on Sundays. Like, you know what I mean? They see your shortcomings. So they're not gonna take you as serious as somebody outside of you. Like if you had a friend that was saying the same thing that you said, they'll be like, dude, that's amazing. You hear this guy? You're like, I said that last week. You didn't believe me. Like, so that's how it works. It's yeah, because they know you. That's why. Not based on the information not being correct or not. It's like they know who you are.
It's just they've got this kind of arrogant view over you just because they made you. They think they know better. I just would like to fucking strangle them and be like,
Dude,
listen to
don't do
me.
Yeah, don't do that. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's just they don't listen to you.
Yeah.
Man, I listen to kids.
Yeah, but families, I don't know. It's a bit different.
So yeah, like I was telling him like about the base level stuff. You know that Aristoteles, I think that was his name, that allegedly proved the Earth being round because of the shades of at the same time in different locations.
Oh, Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Or,
I was telling him
Eratosthenes. I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I don't know who, but I was just trying to get him to admit that the same thing would happen on a flat Earth if the sun was closer, and that guy back then did not know how far or big the sun was, and he just could not even understand this. Like, how can you argue if you can't even make him understand this little point? Like, It's crazy. It's like, because every time we talk about this, he's trying to make me change my mind about it. So he's really, really sure. He's not like, be like, all right, let me keep an open mind. No, he's basically trying to make me change my mind.
I'd say it like this, man. I think he has confidence. I don't think he's not sure in the way that he's actually has a baseline of knowledge for it. He just feels confident that, dude, everybody's looked into this. We got scientists. What are you talking about, bro? I'm sure that we got people that's smart enough to figure this thing out. So he's coming from a very his confidence level is probably like 9,000. So it's like you can't shake that, bro. It's like not anything from unless it's something that's like I don't know. You go out somewhere and you're like testing something. Other than that, if it's just you guys talking, I don't think it's really going to get him to stimulate his capacity to think about it.
Yeah, maybe with a physical test. I almost got him some years ago when I told him that the gyroscope doesn't move if you leave it like through the night, and it should move. But then he read online that the gravity affects the gyroscope. So like,
he probably read it from stupid ass McToon, man. Freaking idiot.
I don't know. Wikipedia said it.
These guys, oh yeah, they got their Wikipedia. But like, it doesn't matter who these guys are. Like, they have their sources and usually their sources wind up being these anti-flat Earth types. And I'm just saying that because it's usually like the second link on Google, if not the first.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody making these arguments but those idiots.
Yeah, like, where's even the proof that a gyroscope is affected by gravity? How did they test that to say that?
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
But he just believes it. Dumbass.
They won't look into that because it's a foregone conclusion. No, man, we figured that all along. Like, dude, what was it, like the 1400s? What are you talking about, man? And so you sound like you're some kind of like, idiot that doesn't know anything,
Yeah.
Because we're so enlightened these days. Enlighten my ass.
Yeah, man. People got to be more humble. Like if somebody.
Good luck on that one too. Telling somebody, dude, you need to be more humble. They're gonna be like, dude, screw you. You be humble. Like, and
I am humble. God damn.
I am fucking humble.
Yeah, exactly. That's what humble people say, man.
That's a great retort to that.
Or maybe they think they are. Sometimes
I am humble, you asshole. Like,
yeah.
Like, you can come up to me and talk to me about how like the internal organs of the body don't exist, and I would listen to you. Because I never seen them. So if you have a good argument and it makes sense, I might look into it. That's how open-minded I am. So it's not how stupid it sounds. If it makes sense, it makes sense.
Well, it makes sense, but then there's got to be a baseline for a knowledge of evidence to back it up as well. Because then, even if it makes sense, right? If I tell you that we live inside of a duck, like that's
of course.
Because
I can make proof. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
I have to provide evidence. Got to show you the giant feather or something. Like just You know, so there's got to be a smoking gun somewhere. If not, then we're just talking out our ass. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, you're
that's
right.
not
Yeah,
a
of course,
conversation.
of course, yeah.
But they, you know, the impression they get when you start doing it, they think that's what's happening to you. You're just talking out your ass. So it's like you got to show them, like, look, man, we got some evidence here. Let's go look at the evidence. And that right when they start to refuse that, that's when they're being unreasonable. But if you guys are just talking, I mean,
What evidence? You know? Like what experiment could I do? Physical experiment.
I was mentioning to the gentleman, like I was talking to, it was the drop over distance line of sight test. The line of sight is not because if the term that we use colloquially, like experiment, I think it's kind of like or not the right term to be used here. Okay. Yeah, so I think we gotta just, in a sense of saying, like, because once we start getting into what experiment is, and there's a definite way that we can go about that. But then versus like a test, what we're doing is testing something. Like we can test anything, but like in the sense of like saying that the Earth, the size, you're gonna test to see how big it is with a measurement. So a line of sight test, basically. So you're gonna do like the guy I was speaking to earlier, just like the Black Swan. Everything that the Black Swan dictates, from elevation to finding something that demarcates a distance between you and the thing you're using to, like, as a distance marker, and then look at the horizon beyond that, and you're going to determine from the size of the Earth's metrics to where the horizon is if the Earth is curving or not.
So what would I need to do? Like,
there's a method. I don't know, Jedi or somebody wants to go over with you. I could. I just get really long-winded, and I'm not really short with this information. I don't want to say thorough, but I like to just talk about like how each step. I don't know. Maybe somebody has a shortcut way that you can explain to Enrico.
No, I'm looking for like a simple test.
Well, it's simple. It's pretty simple. It's just like the way I explain it might be lengthy.
I don't know, because I don't have access to like the sea and shit. You know.
But you have access to the Earth, don't you?
I mean, yeah, but like to get to points, you gotta spend money and shit. So, not really.
Yeah, no, I understand that. You can be at one point, and I guess you can see how far you can see. You can use, I don't know, Google Maps to find the landmark and see where that landmark is in relation to you, how far away it is, and you can see whether you can see it or not. And then you can compare it to an Earth curve calculator, which will declare that you should or shouldn't be able to see it because of Earth curvature. So that's where I started. I mean, kind of the first thing is looking around at the Earth. What do you see? So we understand that primarily we're going to be talking about trying to observe over water. What can we see at distance over water? The reason why we're doing that is that water should either curve or it should be flat. The thing is, we kind of missed the point because we're looking at water and we understand the natural dynamics of water in the first place. But, mate, if you want to start somewhere, start by looking around and making comparisons as to how far you can see. Lots of people get like P900s and 1000s and stuff. Mate, I don't own one of them. I just use my eyes and a pair of binoculars, and that seems to be good enough for me, mate. So it might be good enough for you. But I'd just start by looking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe something like that I could do.
It's limiting. Because they only really make 3 claims. Yeah, they say a lot of shit, but they only make 3 claims. The Earth is a ball. The Earth that is a ball moves, and it does all of this in the vacuum of space. So 3 physical claims. Really, it's the first 2 that we're going to be really interested in, because the third one, well, you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, so whatever. But the observation of the Earth being a ball and the motion of the Earth, if you can try and find them somehow, then, I don't know, we'd all be thanking you, because that's what the Earth needs to be. It needs to be a ball. So it needs curvature. So you need to try and look for that.
But you know that effect that happens over water, if you look at it, that kind of like it doubles and it covers the land that you would actually see.
Yeah,
kind of like that mirage effect.
Yeah,
what if that happens and we don't see the other side because of that, and he goes like, that's curvature.
See, this is the thing as well. So don't just do it once, do it multiple times, because that mirroring might not be there the next day or the next week. It might be foggy, for instance. It might be a clearer day. It might not be a clearer day. It might be raining. This is why we say multiple observations, because the Earth, the horizon, that moves around. And as soon as you can see the horizon moves around, yesterday it was much closer, today it's really, really far away, then you remove the geometric curvature of the Earth. Because if you can't see it, no one's seen it.
Yeah, because I used to see a video of like the horizon, like it was like a time lapse over a sea, and the horizon point was like going up and down depending on the weather.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, to me that's proof, but to him, I'd have to physically show him, because he's a fucking dumbass.
Mm-hmm. They don't. As soon as we started, and you yourself can demonstrate that the horizon moves around, then we take away the geometric curve. But people like your friend will just turn around and say, yeah, there is a geometric curve of physical horizon, but because of the atmosphere, it moves around. They don't understand that when they say that, then they kind of debunk themselves. Because the radius of the Earth requires some kind of bloody measurement somehow, and no one's dug down to the centre of the Earth and got the radius and come out the other side and got the diameter. So the surface of the Earth. Now, it's been a direct measurement dip of the horizon, for example, physical horizon, that has given them anywhere near a supposition of the radius value. But if you take it away by demonstrating that it moves, then it shows that no one has seen the physical geometric horizon, because the atmosphere is always and always has been in the way. So there is no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth with regards to the horizon, because the horizon is an optical phenomena. You'd have to see it first without the atmosphere in the way to say, aha, there it is, put the atmosphere back in, and now we can backwards engineer all of our observations and say it's because of refraction, because we've seen the physical curve. No one's seen it.
Exactly. Shit.
What up, Elijah?
Eli.
You don't need to see it. It's just in the maths, or so it is.
Yeah. It's in the maths, that R value, so it must be real. What we're saying is, no, you've got no direct measurement to start your maths with. You just beg the question and assert the Earth is a sphere, and take it from there.
Another good way, especially with older relatives, is to undermine their belief in space. And the way I've got a lot of people is by showing them that video of the lunar lander, where the guy is explaining how badly it's made. It's a really comical film, so you can watch it. You don't have to talk about.
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Have you showed him? Because usually older men.
No, I think I know him. I think he would only say, "Yeah, the lunar landing was faked, but space is still real, and everything else."
Oh, okay, that's a good one to undermine their belief in it, though.
Yeah, because they would just what's the word? Well, just say that the lunar landing was fake. Instead of admitting, yeah, everything is fake. No, just that was fake. They come up with some justification that they just make up. That's just invented and made up.
The lobby is a shit show at the moment. If anybody wants to jump into the lobby, it seems really, really funny.
It is hilarious.
Yeah, it is. I like it when people turn around and say, hey, fucking hell, Flat Earther, Jedi, you don't understand celestial navigation. And then you ask them what and where a GP is. Half hour later, still haven't got a fucking answer. Why am I asking that question? Well, you see, the thing is, the GP, ground position, that's on the surface of the Earth.
And on the surface on the Earth and the ground position is an angle because of the vertical line down from the star to the ground position, and then where it meets the surface of the Earth. That angle is 90 degrees. Now, there's more than one GP in celestial navigation because every single star is a GP on the surface of the Earth, and every single GP angle is 90 degrees on the surface of the Earth. And then from that point, that GP on the surface of the Earth is a flat horizontal line to you, the observer, who could be 1 mile away from the GP, could be 10 miles away from the GP, lots and lots of numbers, 3,000 miles away from the GP, flat horizontal baseline, 90 degrees at the GP, to you with your sextant, which you then measure an elevation angle up to that star. So that's the basic premise for celestial navigation. My question to everybody who thinks that I don't know what celestial navigation is what and where is a GP? If you can answer that question, please send it on a postcard too. I'm going to deny what celestial navigation is. I haven't got a clue what I'm fucking saying. I'm probably going to say refraction a few times. Wow, wow, wow. But yeah, lobby's kicking off at the moment, and if anybody wants to answer that question, just come into the live stream, please.
Shout out to GP.
GP.
What else we got here? What's up, Sydney? I see you in the chat.
So GP is the North Star?
It's a ground position.
Yeah. Any star.
The GP of any star is a ground position, horizontal from vertical from its position.
Wait, there's a ground position of stars?
Yeah.
How do you calculate that?
Sorry, Mayhem. Go on, buddy. You're fine. I just get excited when we talk about this.
I know. No, this is your monkey, dude. Let me step back. You explain.
So when you observe a star, you draw in your mind a vertical line down to the surface of the Earth. That's then the GP, ground position of the star. That ground position is 90 degrees. Every single star in the night sky has got a ground position.
So it goes to the horizon, right?
It's the ground position is on the Earth. We look at the horizon to get a horizontal. The ground position of the star can be before or beyond the horizon, maybe at a distance of 3,000 miles away.
So let's say that I'm looking at a star, right? And it's like in front of me, a little bit up.
Yeah.
And then I look down, I keep going down. That's the ground position of that star.
Yeah, very basically, point at the horizon with your finger, point at the star with your finger, so you've literally got that angle between you. Yeah. Beyond the horizon where you're pointing will be the ground position of the star, because you can be underneath stars as well. Look straight up, there's a star above your head.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that's at your zenith. So that has got a ground position underneath you of 90 degrees as well. Every single star has got a ground position of 90 degrees. And they can be 3,000, 4,000 miles away beyond the horizon. We look at the horizon to get a reference for horizontal. We then correct or make a calculation to put the sextant on the floor, basically. So you might know your altitude, 40 foot above the surface of the Earth. Reduce that, take that away, so your altitude is now 0. So you have a straight line between your sextant that is mathematically on the floor and the GP of the star, which can be beyond the horizon up to a distance of 3,000 miles. That's a straight line between you and the ground position of every single star. Not just you, but every single person that's using the sextant at any one time has got a position on the surface of the Earth and relative to them 90 degrees ground position of every single star. Imagine how that is very, very complicated on the sphere. Sorry, mate, what's a sextant? Yeah, it's an angle measuring
object.
Yeah,
Do they sell them?
Yeah. Of course. They're navigational devices you will find on every single vessel at sea and in aeroplanes too. Because
wouldn't you just use a compass? Once you know the number of the direction of the star, the GP.
we need to know 3 things within celestial navigation. We need to know, like you said, where north is. That will be our azimuth. We need to know what the time is, not just time of day, but time of year, for example, because the stars move. Right? Today, the star will have a ground position here, but next week, because it's moved, it'll have a ground position of over there at this time of day. And then we need to measure the elevation angle up to that star because we need to know where it actually is. So within celestial navigation, we need a lot of things, 3 primarily, and all of them work on the premise that the Earth is flat. Every single correction within celestial navigation removes you from a ball and puts you on a flat plane.
And just to say for the guy, like, and depending on the elevation angle and the degree, it's 60 miles per degree, so that gives you your distance from the observer to the GP. That's how you work out the distance.
Hey, check this out. Somebody used this guy earlier for proof of the globe. A new one I haven't heard of before. But yeah, they used this guy. I probably mispronounced his name, that's why I'm not saying it. Ugh. His name is Ugh. Ugh.
Brilliant.
But
Are you going to play?
You going?
Are you going to play it, mate?
No, I meant earlier. Those guys that were in here earlier.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, they were in here earlier, and there was a group of young guys that came in here.
Oh, I get
it. He first started out spouting off saying the N-word, but I muted him and then I addressed him directly. I was like, dude, you can come in here and just like have a conversation with us. You don't need to be a total douchebag. So I said something to that effect, but kind of really got him to like engage, and then his buddy started to engage. So after that, it was like a 2-hour conversation with all of them.
Oh, stunning stuff, man.
But one of the smartest ones from the group was retorting back with this guy, saying that this guy. But it was real good. It was good. I got them to engage a little bit anyway. That's the only real thing that I wanted.
That can be the satisfying thing, right? When they come in as hot-headed or as arrogant as they do, and then you smack that arrogance out of them, and then you turn it into a decent conversation where they go, okay, well, I've enjoyed that experience. I'll maybe come back again.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well done, mate. Yep, well done, mate.
But
sorry,
seem to have. Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine.
I was just gonna say you seem to have like a bunch of people in lobby that want to come in here. Looks like.
Whoa. We've definitely got a lot of people in lobby. Whether they actually want to come here and talk to us directly, I don't know. I mean, I've asked them and they're still in the lobby. That's why it's very busy in the lobby, because they're all fucking in there and not in here. So, interesting, Mayhem. You point out that it looks like they want to talk to us. Yeah, from a safe position far away. Don't actually want to come and converse with us, mate.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Especially when they say things like, Jedi, you don't understand celestial navigation. I do need something else to come up with, though. I'm getting bored about talking about triangles, Miggy. Fucking triangles.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what undoes the globe, but you really I don't need to go farther than my 3 questions. You don't need to go farther than your triangle. Just it's like sometimes we like to have fun with it, right? Like you want to, just tell me what you think. Like every now and again, I wouldn't say all the time.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's have a debate. I'll tie both my hands behind my back, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. And usually what happens though is they wind up punching themselves in the face. Like it's like, dude, you just knocked yourself out, dude. I didn't do that. You did.
Yeah, spot on, man. Spot on. But yeah, I'll take my 3 questions away. I'll take a triangle away. We won't use them. We won't talk about them. But I guarantee you're going to knock your fucking self out. I'll just let you talk. You just talk, sunshine.
It's like the guy I was talking to earlier. And the young man thought he was onto something because he was like using NASA pictures from space.
Ooh.
And then I was like, yeah, so how do we translate curving water down to the earth? Let's go back down to the surface and figure out how we're going to be able to test that. And he started, he's just like, usually when that happens, it's like the mind wants to reject everything that, like try to win the argument. So he's like, well, we can't know that the Earth is by looking at NASA pictures, because if you're on the surface, you would be able to know. So I was like, well, then that means no one knows, right? How did they figure it out on the Earth? Oh, well, we do know. Oh, we do know. How do we know? With math. Oh, math? Okay, so tell me what math that supports the Earth being a globe. I don't know. Oh, so you don't know. Like, it was a back and forth, dude. Like, and then he's like, he said after all of that, he's like, but I still think you guys are wrong. That's interesting. How did you come up with that when you didn't know anything? Funny how that works, huh? You don't know, yet you're right. Huh. I can do this all day. Like, I'll be dunking on them and they just like come in here all like, and that's the thing. If you don't admit that you don't know, how will you ever know?
It's brilliant, man. I had a conversation with Ruhif. Spit that bloody name out of my mouth. So I had a conversation with Ruhif about science yesterday. Him coming from the direction that science doesn't prove anything. Back and forth. He obviously doesn't know what science is. Next question, 20 minutes later. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth? And then he tries to give me one. So after he said that science doesn't prove things, he's then going to try and give me a scientific experiment that proves something, apparently. What a dick.
So he's going to punch himself as hard as he can in the face to see if he can knock himself out? Like, is that what he was...
Pretty much. Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. I'm going to show you I can knock myself out. Hang on. Like, you're like, go ahead. Like, it's just... Because that's what it sounds like to me, man. It's like after all this, like, rigmarole that we put them through, and then after all that, they're just like reset, respawn, start all over again. It's like, how do you do that? Didn't we just have
Agent Smiths, man?
We had a whole conversation, man. Like, this is not, how can this be happening right now?
They're agents.
It's like they would be too ashamed to be beaten in an argument by a flat earther. They'd much rather beat themselves up. All right, then. That's what you want to do. If you'd rather lose to yourself than to me, that's fine.
Well, so here's the other thing too. Like, check this out. Like, Wave Mixer just put a image in the live stream, voice text. And it's Mark Sargent and Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns goes to flat Earth meetups, dude. This is how far these guys are gone. Matthew Learns. He's a fucking snake, dude. The snake of snakes. Goes to flat Earth meetups and cozies up with flat earthers. Like, I detest that. I detest that, dude, so badly. You don't even know how bad. But like, just knowing that he does this and that he thinks he's a part of the community, and just because of content, people have to stomach him. Like, that is, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what purpose does he have there?
Like a paedophile. That's a paedophile.
Yeah, that's what I was going to jump in and say. He sounds like a globe earth paedophile that goes around to where flat earthers hangs out, gets in his fucking van and tries to tempt flat earthers in with his bullshit sweets.
Yeah.
Do you want to come and play with my flat earthers?
He went to Nathan's and got shellacked of the shellacks he's ever been. Like, it was so bad. Like, the contradiction that he had, like, about this celestial navigation, because of course Nathan tore him apart, and especially with a British accent, and of course as learned as Nathan is, of course it wasn't even it was horrible, bro. And so after all of that, he still goes to flat Earth meetups, bro. Like, I don't understand. I can't comprehend why somebody like that would do this. Like, why are you gonna keep? This is like, it's not even productive anymore. It's not even content. Like, I wouldn't want to have that. Like, why are we gonna be like? I don't know. At some point, it's just not even.
I think he's flat Earth attracted. No, sorry, buddy. It's because it's funny in my head, so I just end up talking because it's funny. He's like he's flat Earth attracted, like a map and minor attracted person, like these quote unquote. It's like he has to hang around with us. It's really weird. He's attracted to us. I don't know if it's some kind of sadomasochism thing that he's got going on because he keeps coming back and like having his balls fucking punched. But yeah, I think he's flat Earth attracted. He's a pervert.
Now, I wouldn't mind, like, if there was somebody that was kind of curious and they were of the globe mindset showing up to one of these because they wanted to see, like, the evidence for it and that, or whatever the case they were doing. But he doesn't do it for those reasons. He is purely in it to just, like, mock it at its foundation. That's all he's in it for. Like, he's in it for the lulls, the funsies. Like, he wants to just be a fucking snake, dude. And I don't know. It's not like Ruhif. Do you want to hang around Ruhif? Like, you want him to be like, come meet us at the Flat Earth meet? Like, well, for what? What are you gonna do? Like, he's already made up his mind. The people who are globe enthusiasts, like, perhaps them could have a convincing argument, right? At least some point, those guys could probably see something. But those anti-Flat Earth types, we know what their agenda is.
Well, that learns. I was on that Nathan show, on that show, and had a few words. And then in the Ever After show, I had him. It's a shame it wasn't recorded, because he basically said to me, because I was talking him, we was on the Eratosthenes and proof of drop over distance, proof of the curve, and he openly admits that it can't be proved. He'll admit that to you. So this is what he said to me. Yeah, I realise it can be proved in physical reality. So then that's why I just say to him, well, it's a belief system you're in then. You're just living in a belief system. And he says, yeah, that's correct. This was Matthew Learns to me in the Ever After show. So he openly admits that you can't really prove it, but he's happy to go with what the story is and believe it. He's admitted it.
That's their new defense mechanism.
Weird.
They have that. It's because I think it's because in their mind there's overwhelming amounts of evidence, quote unquote, whatever that evidence is, fucking stories, all of the times they've been out into outer space, blah 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 blah.
I got a gift for that, brother. Hang on, let me put you. I have a gift for this.
Thank you, man. But this is their new cope. We understand that. I just believe this stuff because there's multiple amounts of evidence that when you compile them all together show you that we are on a ball, and everybody thinks that we're on a ball. So I just believe all of these pieces of evidence.
That's a lot of evidence right there, but that's as much evidence as they have.
Yeah.
Voice text.
It's their new coping mechanism. Yeah, I just believe it, man, because it's true in my mind.
It's just like, stop showing up to these things, man. Like, find a hobby or something. Like, don't be coming at like people in the flat earth, because like we're talking to new people, right? We're talking to just people of the mindset. Just that's Ruhif. Like, he's one of those guys. No. You want to bring Ruhif out every now and so often, right? Just to kind of show people what's going on and put him right back. Because you don't want to have him in here every other day and it becomes the Ruhif show. Like nobody else is gonna. We're just gonna keep saying the same thing over to him. It's like a broken record.
What's his? How did he cope with the 3 questions, Ruhif? Then
he didn't get past the second one, but he was happy to say that science doesn't prove anything. So really, completely implodes his argument. Like he doesn't have one. If you say because he's saying that science doesn't prove anything, and with him. He's already in a categorical error, right? Already by saying that, because we're not talking about science. So,
yep.
Thank you. See, this is why I asked Ruhif that question yesterday. Have you got a scientific experiment? Yeah, I wanted to see if he even would try and give me one after he said that science doesn't prove anything. But I was trying to demonstrate that he doesn't know what science is because, like Miggy just pointed out, category error. Not doing science when trying to figure out the shape of a fucking object, you idiot.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. At some point, I don't know. We're just like, we get tired of it. Like, dude, you don't know what you're saying.
It's just so easy now, isn't it? It's just so easy, though. I mean, you don't have to. I was disappointed with the. I watched a bit of that Witsit and Flat Earth Dave and Jason, and they had a debate the other day. Did you see it? I was disappointed with that because he's going on about the sun and electromagnetics and all this, and you don't need to go around the houses with all that crap, really. And I just felt I was getting a little bit, I was cringy when I was listening to it, thinking, oh, come on, guys. And Jeranism was on it, and Witsit, I think Quantum Eraser posted it. I watched a bit before, I had to turn it off halfway through, it did me fucking head in.
Well, the only thing that we talk about in here is things that is provided by like validation. So if we're not getting the place to where we can say you're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and you're wrong, like if we're not talking about these things, if we're just saying I agree to disagree with your position, then we're never getting anywhere. And the people that are listening to us are never going to be able to discern what truth is, because we're talking about how do rockets work in space, or the 3-body problem, or you know what I'm saying? Angular size of the sun, like all these things are like, why do we have to go into them if they're not specifically talking about what we can provide as evidence? Validate these claims.
Yeah, and that's the way they was all going with this sun, and it looks bigger on the horizon, and how the sun disappears, and then Dave, bloody Flat Earth Dave, giving examples of the sun moving. Thinking, has anyone provided any evidence how the Earth was actually measured in physical reality? No, they haven't. So what we're talking about all this shite for now?
That's why I like taking space out from these people. I don't want to talk about your fucking moon missions. I don't want to talk about your international space stations, and I definitely don't want to talk about your remote control cars on Mars, because the place this is all happening is a vacuum. Yeah. Don't let them beg the question, and take space away as quickly as you can. Then watch them spiral and talk about as many things as they can to try and get out of it. There's lots and lots of stories that they think that they go to. Try and prove the premise of the story in the first place. We want your bull.
You can bash them over the head with a triangle, and it's gonna do the same job as it would as the 3 questions, as it would at having them validate their claim. But we're not gonna get somewhere with the people that we're speaking to when we entertain derivative topics. I'm not saying you can't debate them on like Coriolis and that, but the premise that you're starting off of is already derivative to the begging the question that it already is a specific, whatever globe. And that if it's doing whatever it's doing, then it, Coriolis is it's going to be the consequent of that.
I was cringing though, because Whitsitt and the guys were talking about some sort of electrostatics and torus fields and different levels of this electromagnetic torus fields over a flat Earth, and explaining about the downward bias and the negativity of Earth. And this is why things appear to fall down in the medium air. This is what he was talking about. And the guys who were on the globe side, and the silence was quite telling, because they said, well, okay, then we could go with that. And from what you're saying, then that could explain why the water curves round the ball. If what you're saying is correct, that could be the answer of why. And they all just didn't. They didn't answer. None of them answer straight away. But I thought, you're digging yourself a hole here with this downward bias thing. I mean, we can all talk about it, torus fields, but it's speculation more than anything, isn't it? But they did. If you watch it, they did drop themselves in it a little bit, I thought.
Blue Jumper, is that what Ranty said? That is cringe as hell, bro. It's him just. I started watching TV and drinking beer again, and it felt good. So now I'm back on the globe side. Fucking hell, bro! Like, if that's all he wanted, why couldn't he do that already in the flat Earth? That's stupid. I just gotta say, that's really stupid. That you couldn't watch TV and drink beer as a flat Earth. That's idiotic. Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, it's what we deal with either way. We deal with that kind of mentality. It's cool. What else we got in here? We got everybody in the panel checking us out, listening in. What's up, guys?
Currently in the lobby with a couple of others. I can't talk properly today. Others of us in the lobby. We're trying to drag a couple of people in, mate. But like I said earlier, they're just chantering from a sedentary position in a little safe house. If I can get these people to come in, I will definitely do so, mate.
I haven't seen that name in a while. Anthony Cinconte. What's up, man? I haven't seen you it's been a minute, bro. Welcome back. Irish Leonard, what's up, guys? Joanna Smidigar, shout out to you guys. Kokoi, what's up, Kokoi? Morvis, what's up, Morvis? Stasha. Listen, these. Oh, I mentioned Sydney. I saw you in here, Sydney. You're hanging out with us this morning.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Kukoi. Or afternoon for you, I think, isn't it?
It's evening here. Late night.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Oh, you got sleeping people? No worries. Bacon and eggs flattered. Dude, I'm hungry. You made me hungry now. That's what I want. Eggs and bakey. Wakey, wakey. Breakfast of champions. I want some more of these anti-flat earth types to come in here, or just globalists to stimulate our minds. Hey, the one guy, Rascalin or whatever his name was, Rascalin. He was like, I want to investigate because like I'm trying to figure out how you guys think. I'm curious about it. I'm like curious about us, dude. We're curious about you guys. You guys are the ones we're curious about. We're putting you under the microscope. You think you're looking at us? We're looking at you.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what they think.
That's weird, bro.
They think we're dumb as fuck. We're one of you.
I ran circles around all of those clowns. It's just weird. It's so strange. It's bad because I know it's an uneven playing field. I know that we have the advantage and they're so disadvantaged because they've never used their mind. It's like talking to somebody who's been at the gym to compete athletically with somebody who never goes to the gym. You know?
But how can you win if they they cannot admit that they're wrong because they can't understand that?
Yeah, I like that point because it's like even though they're wrong, they can't understand that they're wrong. It's just like I'm right because I'm right. Well, that's stupid. You know, like
yeah.
Sorry, it reminds me of like a bar fight on a Friday evening where you got one guy who's going to try and punch another guy, and he's got everybody holding him back, and he's saying, "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you," because all of those people that he thinks are holding him back, that's all the evidence that he thinks that are for the globe Earth. So because all of that is there, he doesn't really have to throw a punch. Because look at all my mates behind me.
That's it. I was just going to say a similar thing. It's the narrative. It's the majority at the moment.
Yeah.
And even if they know there's no evidence and we can debunk every point of it, well, they're still happy because they're in the bigger crowd. And if it's in the books and it's been in the education system, well, this is it.
They're feeling the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm right because I got all of academia behind me, so therefore I'm right. And we were going over logical fallacies this morning, bro. I think that actually stands out as one of the ones we were going over. Could probably go back to the ones we were talking about, but definitely that's extremely fallacious reasoning right there. Let's see.
Don't hold me back, guys. Don't hold me back. Yeah, all right.
We're going over this one. I'm going to post it in the chat again. Let's see if you guys know what this one is. I didn't know the name of it specifically until I saw the example. All right, I'll put it on live stream voice text. This is the actual name of it. Ad hoc rescue. That's the name of the logical fallacy. It's ad hoc rescue, also known as making stuff up or MSU fallacy. MSU, making shit up. All right, so very often the description is, very often we desperately want to be right and hold on to certain beliefs despite any evidence presented to the contrary. As a result, we begin to make up excuses as to why our belief could still be true and is still true, despite the fact that we have no real evidence for what we are making up. The logical form is, claim X is true because of evidence Y. Evidence Y is demonstrated not to be acceptable evidence. Therefore, it must be guess Z then, even though there is no evidence for guess Z.
I get it.
So it gives us an example. So the example number one is Frida says, I just know that Raymond is just waiting to ask me out. Edna says he has been seeing Rose for 3 months now. Frida says he's just been seeing her to make me jealous. Edna says they're engaged. Frida says, well, that's just his way of making sure I know about it. Shit, dude. Freaking Frida's disillusioned.
Yeah, that's how it is.
It is like that. Yeah.
Is there a name to name this phenomenon?
Yeah, ad hoc rescue. That's the name of the logical fallacy.
Oh, it's just in a general terms. It's a mental illness.
It's a mental. Well, you can see it. Yeah, it's just logically fallacious, really.
Ad hoc fallacy.
Well, it's called ad hoc rescue. So let me give you another. The explanation is: besides being a bit deluded, poor Frida refuses to accept the evidence that leads to the truth she's not ready to accept. As a result, she creates an ad hoc reason in an attempt to rescue her initial claim. So remember, this is ad hoc rescue. That's the name of the fallacy.
That's all they do. That's all they do.
Remember this one because it is the one that they use a lot. So remember this. So ad hoc rescue, when you state it, remember to follow up with the. Okay, so I actually clipped it out for you guys. It's in a snippet there. You can just save that. It goes into the description, but
that's amazing. Thank God they gave it a definition and it exists.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna post this in live stream voice text for everybody. Y'all go there, learn your fallacies, guys. And there's even a little, I guess what you call it, an image there. You can save that image. That one is one that I think I'll put in.
Well, that's a good one because if you do quote this one to them, you're saying they're holding on to a belief despite any evidence being presented. So then, then they have to say, well, I have got evidence. So then, well, what's your evidence then? And they obviously not got any. So that will keep going round in a circle. Time probably.
Well, ad hoc rescue. Remember that one. Like,
man, I want to tattoo that.
I was just gonna say that, Rico. You could pull up your arm and show a tattoo of it. Like you could never forget that ad hoc rescue is people. Not just this. Listen, not just this specific topic, but many other ones. They'll use this fallacy. Ad hoc rescue.
I wonder what's the name in Italian. Can't find it.
Wouldn't some people just say that's the same as believing in a particular religion then?
Well, they'd have to listen, when you make the claim, like if that's because every claim has to be supported by evidence, right? So every claim falls under a specific type of logic and reason. So when it does, it has to be specified. I'll show you that one. I saw that one earlier. Give me a moment. That one is a specific type. Give me a moment because I saw it in some of these fallacies. Let's see. I'm gonna find it, but I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I need to.
Here, it's called this one. Here it is. This one's another one that's being used, but it's specifically to what you're saying. I had to find out. Here it is. I'm gonna give it to you. We'll probably go over it. Let's see. Oops. I need to get the example in the snippet. It's this one right here. I put on live stream voice text. Amazing familiarity. That's a hard word for me to say. Familiarity. also known as argument from omniscience. How the hell can you possibly know that? Let's see. Underneath that description, the argument contains information that seems impossible to have obtained, like it came from an omniscient author. This kind of writing / storytelling is characteristic of fiction. So when it is used in an argument, it should cast doubt. Logical form, claim X is made that nobody could possibly know. Example, the president is a good man and would never cheated on his wife and has never cheated on anything in the past. Explanation, clearly the arguer could not know this unless the arguer was with the president at the time. We might assume the arguer has some special knowledge and find this argument credible when we should only accept it as opinion from someone who can't possibly know what he or she claims to know. So, amazing familiarity could be something of the form of like when somebody claims something about special knowledge, right? Like as in how was the earth created? How can we verify that somebody's in space? You know what I'm saying? All of this can be amazing familiarity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the example was the president is a good man and would have never cheated on his wife and has never cheated on anything in the past. So we're using that as like the arguer could not know this unless the arguer was with the president at all the time. So unless you've actually been somewhere that they told you can't go, like, you know, being in space, then how could you actually know that special? Where did you get that special knowledge from? Even though it says here, we might assume that the arguer has some special knowledge and find this argument credible when we should only accept it as opinion from someone who can't possibly know what he or she claims to know. So it could be at best just an opinion that the person has on the subject. But there's no way to verify that unless the person was there to actually see the thing that they're claiming, the special knowledge. Yeah, Wave Mixer, he's wrong on that. Very wrong. Which is like I was saying, the amazing familiarity could be something when they claim, you know, we know that God created the earth from the beginning and he created it this way. This knowledge is also that way, but we can see the difference between what's being said, like from a writing, like it says here, writing or storytelling, because that's the description. This kind of writing / storytelling is characteristic of fiction. Characteristic. It's not saying it is, it's just characteristic of it. So when it is used in an argument, it should cast doubt. So a lot of people might say that this could be the same for any holy writ, holy writings, right? But then we'd have to follow up by examining what was being said in order for us to then characterize what we know to be true, right? Creation, let's say. So it's just about like what the argument is claimed to have been said from how it was obtained. The information was how was the information obtained that we evolved millions of years ago from an amoeba, right? So how was that obtained? By what means? Who was there at that time? All this is kind of some kind of special knowledge that, you know, that's how, unless you were there, you couldn't see where the point of origin was, you know, what life began. You're thinking of like life being with evolution. So we went over quite a few of them. Check this out. You'll like this one. Now the word here, I'm putting all the tongue twisters in here. Pasting it now. Anthropomorphism. I think I said that correctly. Anthropomorphism. Also known as personification. The attributing of human characteristics and purposes to inanimate objects, animals, plants, or other natural phenomena, or to gods. This becomes a logical fallacy when used within the context of an argument. The logical form is non-human thing is described with human characteristics. Claim X is made that requires a human characteristics of the thing. Therefore, claim X is true. Example, how dare you murder those carrots? Explanation, murder applies to human, not to carrots. By definition, one cannot murder carrots. In this example, the carrots are to assume to have human characteristics that make murder, in quotations, murder, and not just, in quotations, killing, or in quotations, eating.
Right.
Anthropomorphism. What do you think about that?
I like it.
Well, anthropomorphism has been given to science, right? And Google.
Yeah.
Science says X, Y, and Z, right? If we're going to form it in a logical form, that's a logical form. Science says X, Y, Z. Well, science doesn't have lips. It doesn't say anything. Nor does Google. It doesn't have lips. They can't speak. So that's, you've heard QE say this, but this logical fallacy is being committed by people that are talking about giving human characteristics to something that's inanimate or, it's not something they're personifying science.
Yeah.
Blue Jumper says another one, science says so. When the fuck does science speak and say anything? It's like, or have you heard this one? The body of science? Come on, man.
Yeah, of course.
Science doesn't have a body, doesn't have lips.
Yeah. No. This is all the personification of science.
Right, so
I mean, you're turning this science into a fucking god.
Well, and that's what even it says there too, Jedi. Think about it. It says the attributing of human characteristics and purposes to inanimate objects, animals, plants, or other natural phenomena, or to gods. So that's anthropomorphism.
Yeah. So my head is it's brilliant. The reason why my head is filling up with all of these types of examples is because I'm thinking about the amounts of times that people have come into the server and said this type of shit.
Mm-hmm. So this website that I've given you guys is a gold mine. It's a treasure trove of logical fallacies that these guys commit every time they come in here. And if you start getting familiar with these terms, you're going to be able to call them out. But remember, the good thing that we're going to be able to do is not just call them out, is to talk about their logical form, because that's only going to make sense within the context of your argument. Once you are pulling them out in logical form, you'd be able to neutralize the conversation by saying, look, this is how it is proposed that you gave it to me. You're personifying the anthropomorphism fallacy, is that you're giving this science, like it's a person, like it's speaking, and it's not.
Yeah. It's similar to a reification, right? In something that isn't actually real and saying it is the real thing. So we talk about this quite often.
Jedi, you're roboting bad, bro.
Well,
no, you might want to check your connection, brother.
Roboting.
I don't know if you want to jump out and jump back in, or.
Sorry if I was lagging and breaking up and shit. Do apologise, guys.
You're back again.
Yeah, all I was saying, mate, is it's similar to a reification. That's all. And then I went blah, 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 in the usual way that I do, giving you examples or trying to. Because it seems very similar in my mind. The personification, taking not actual things and giving them human characteristics and then declaring them to be true, similar to reification. Am I right?
I would say, but we're gonna actually drill down a little bit onto like the specifics of it. But let me, because I don't want to sign off on it and then the actual fallacy speaks to it being different. But here's the. I'm going to post a different ones to you so you guys can take a look at them. Save these as snippets for your, review later. So the next one we're going to go to is ambiguity fallacy. This is very popular in this channel. It is used quite often by the Globers, right? Also known as ambiguous assertion, amphiboly, semantically ambiguity, and vagueness. The description is when an unclear phrase with multiple definitions is used with the argument, therefore does not support the conclusion. Some will say single words count for ambiguity fallacy, which is really a specific form of a fallacy known as equivocation. And you can click on equivocation. It's using an ambiguous term in more than one sense, thus making an argument misleading. So logical form is claim X is made. Y is concluded based on the ambiguous understanding of X. Example 1. It is said that we have a good understanding of our universe. Therefore, we know exactly how it began and exactly when. Explanation. The ambiguity here is what exactly, in quotations, good understanding means. The conclusion assumes a much better understanding than is suggested in the premise. Therefore, we have the ambiguity fallacy. So I'll go over the example once again. It is said that we have a good understanding of our universe. Therefore, we know exactly how it began and exactly when. Like I said, the logical form is claim X is made. Y is concluded based on the ambiguous understanding of X.
I get it. I'm with you, mate. That happens an awful lot in the server. Again, lots of examples are flooding into my head. But yeah, these people are really vague about that shit. I mean, we demonstrate that they've got a belief pretty much every day, right? But the reason that we easily do that is because they're really fucking vague. They ain't got a clue.
So in their mind, we have a good understanding of the globe, right? Let's go from that. Like we have a good understanding of the globe. So, and replace globe with universe in this example 1. Mm-hmm. It is said that we have a good understanding of our globe. Therefore, we know exactly how it began and exactly when. How about that?
Brilliant. You got a good understanding of our story.
Right. But this is called the ambiguity fallacy, which can be used on them.
Yeah, which is why this is why we don't let them beg the question in with this regard. Don't be ambiguous about this shit. Right? We're not going to take your ambiguity as read and then believe every aspect that you're going to say about your story because there's lots of stuff about your story. We want proof of your fucking story. Stop being so vague.
We're drilling down into they're saying that the Earth is we have a good understanding of the Earth being a globe, guys. What are you talking about? We got a good understanding. So it's about them saying we have a good understanding, but it's like the second part of that. Therefore, we know exactly how it began and when. Because they're ambiguous because we don't know like the specifics to what they're saying. It's just ambiguous. Like, how can you know this? Like, so we got to drill down to so it becomes fallacious reasoning, right? How can you know that? It's ambiguity fallacy. So save that one. And it's also equivocation. It's also known as equivocation fallacy.
Ah, okay.
You get it?
Yeah. I tell you what, when I first came, and because we came into this arena at pretty much the same kind of time, learning about logical fallacies, like really early on when we were in like Nathan Oakley's debate and so on. Over the years, we've pulled up thousands and thousands of examples, and those are the things that just keep flooding into my head when you keep pointing these things out. The vagueness, right, of pretty much everybody who comes into the server with regards to their belief about shit, and the way that they demonstrate fallaciously their arguments. Now I've just got 5, 6, 7, 8 years of experience of dealing with this fallacious bullshit. So yeah, earlier on, back when me and you first met, I was beginning to understand it. Now, as you bring it back up again, yeah, I know this shit inside out. I see it every day.
The words are kind of like we didn't we didn't have the logical fallacies to them, but now we do. And I'm putting them out in snippets for you guys so you can save them in a little meme pile or something. I got another interesting one that I just posted right now. Appeal to accomplishment. Appeal to accomplishment is known as appeal to success. The description: when the argument being made is sheltered from criticism based on the level of accomplishment of the one making the argument. A form of this fallacy also occurs when the arguments are evaluated on the accomplishments or success of the person making the argument, rather than on the merits of the argument itself. The logical form is: person 1 claims that Y is true. Person 1 is very accomplished. Therefore, Y is true. Person 1 presents evidence against claim Y. Person 1 is told to shut up until person 1 becomes accomplished as person 2.
Yeah. Oh,
Example number 1, I've been around the block many times and I've had my share of success. So believe me when I tell you that there is no better hobby than cat juggling.
Brilliant. I'm just going to start saying names. Zanuck, Ruhif, there are two.
Yeah.
I am the citation. I've done this. Therefore, Matthew learns. Yeah, I am a fucking university teacher. Therefore, everything I say. Yeah, McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. Yeah, he turning rounds when in debates about using theodolites and surveying the land. Go away until you've got accreditation and can speak about this.
Yeah,
that's similar type of shit, man. Yeah.
Appeal to accomplishment. It's logically fallacious. How amazing is that? Like, they've been committing it to. So
sorry, I've got to do this. So I've got lots of accomplishments, and you haven't got any. And until you go away and get some, you can't speak on anything. Interesting shit, man. Interesting shit.
Go ahead, Eli. Eli's going to present some. Techno Babble. All right. I wonder if it's in. Let me check to see if it's in here. I bet you it is. Should be.
Yeah, I get that.
Let me see. Maybe I didn't. But yeah, it's spelled correctly.
That's really interesting, Elijah, man. I like that. It's pretty similar to word salad, but it's technical word salad.
I want to know if it's in techno speak. Maybe that's how it's put here.
Yeah, it's defined within there further down if you read it. Yeah, techno speak.
Like when you're using a lot of intellectual
no techno
words
speak.
No.
And putting it together.
I'm looking at in this because it should be in logically fallacious because they have a lot of logical fallacy. So it might be named something else.
Mm-hmm.
Science fiction. Mm-hmm. Techno babble, yeah. Science fiction, buzzwords, refraction, gravity, satellites.
Yes.
Let's see. But far as it's considered techno babble, but I don't know if it's not as of course it's fallacious, but what I'm saying is still techno babble could be considered speaking, I guess, on types of technology that we have, not necessarily logically fallacious, but
yeah, I mean, I bring this up a few times. I might even be wrong, though, so correct me if I am. But when people are talking within the argument, making the argument to be true. So because I've got the schematics to the Millennium Vulcan is true, and obviously Star Wars is fucking true, because I can tell you the inside out of the mechanics within my story. So satellites. There you go. We can talk about satellites. Therefore, everything I'm talking about satellites is true. The vacuum of space, the spinning ball bit, because, satellites. And I do actually have the blueprints to the Millennium Vulcan and the X-Wing fighter and AT-AT. Yeah, I do.
Freaking Jedi. All right, dude. Let me put something else past your mind. See if you can tell me about this logical fallacy. Okay. Since we're having a bit of fun here with these, I'm going to post it in live stream voice text. Anonymous authority. Also known as appeal to anonymous authority. Description: when an unspecified source is used as evidence for the claim, this is commonly indicated by phrases such as, they say that, it has been said, I heard that, studies show, or generalized groups of such as scientists say. When we fail to specify a source of the authority, we can't verify the source, thus the credibility of the argument. Appeals to anonymous sources are more often than not a way to fabricate, exaggerate, or misrepresent facts in order to deceive others into accepting your claim. At times, this deception is done subconsciously. It might not always be deliberate. Logical form. Person 1 heard that X was true, therefore X is true. Example 1. You know that they say if you swallow gum, it takes 7 years to digest. So whatever you do, don't swallow the gum. Explanation. They are wrong as they usually are. Gum passes through the system relatively unchanged, but it does not hang around for 7 years like a college student terrified to get a job. They, in quotations, is a common form of appeal to anonymous authority.
Oh, God. So why would they lie? It's really, it's just, I mean, that's a backwards way of fucking doing it. But yeah, this appeal to this type of authority, and it's ambiguous because it's they. Who the fuck are they?
Yeah. So they say that, it has been said, I heard that, studies show, and scientists say. All these are forms of anonymous authority. Anonymous, meaning there's not one specified person named in this, but yeah, just because. So this is a logically fallacious, and it's anonymous authority logical fallacy. So when you go ahead and stop someone on this, you can say, this is anonymous authority fallacy. They're going to be like, what? Follow up with the description, okay? Be specific. And then when you follow up, you can put it in a logical form, as in the way, whatever example they used, you can say person 1 heard that X was true, therefore X is true. So it's just super ambiguous or anonymous, in that way. Because nobody knows. It's anonymous.
That means we have the answer on your first question, Miggy.
Scientists say. Who? Who are they? Who are the scientists?
Who measures the curvature in
scientists? That's what it, anonymous authority. Anonymous authority. Yeah.
Science.
Well, that's true, right? They say that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
That's the anonymous in logical form. That's what it would sound like when they say it, right?
Yeah.
They say that the Earth is a globe. It has been said that the Earth is a globe. I heard that the Earth is a globe. Studies show that the Earth is a globe. Or scientists say the Earth is a globe. Anonymous authority fallacy.
Sorry, man. Absolutely brilliant. It's like I'm having some kind of out-of-body religious experience because I know this inside out. And it's just coming to me that I know this inside out. It gets demonstrated, like I said, every day in this server. So, yeah. Who the fuck are they?
And I know you might have fun with this, Jedi, because you're like, oh, I know some people that done this.
Oh, yeah. That's what I've got in my head as well. Examples of these idiots that have been doing this since I got here. No wonder it doesn't sound right to me when they say it, because it's all fallacious bullshit. It's all bollocks.
All right, let's go to a fun one. This one's fun. I promise. I won't disappoint you.
No, that's fine, man. That's brilliant. You're not disappointing me at all.
Okay. I gotta fit my screen to where it fits. All right, let's put that in live stream voice text. Appeal to anger. So also known as appeal to hatred, loathing, appeal to outrage, etc. Description: when the emotions of anger, hatred, or rage are substituted for evidence in an argument. Logical forms. Person 1 claims that X is true. Person 1 is outraged. Therefore, X is true. Claim A is made. You are outraged by claim A. Therefore, claim A is true or false. Example 1. Are you tired of being ignored by your government? Is it right? It's right at the top 1% that have so much when the rest of us have so little. I urge you today to vote for me today. That was the example. So it's a appeal to anger. So people are tired, they're upset, and that's logically fallacious to appeal to this anger motive to get people to realize that what you're saying is true, right?
Yeah.
Or false, or false.
Yeah. Or false. Yeah.
So I would say like this, guys. Flat Earth are not. If you're in here, you're not also immune to having logical, fallacious reasoning, right? So this is also a thing you got to watch out for. If you appeal to anger, because look at the example, it's kind of something similar to what some people have said. Are you tired of being ignored by your government? It's right at the top 1% to have so much arrest that all of us have so little. I urge you today to vote for me. Like you can see like how it's almost the examples formed to like what people say in here. Like, why don't you look into Flat Earth? Look into Flat Earth. Aren't you upset? You know what I mean?
Yeah. We've been lied to. We need to do something about it. Yeah.
We are falling into appeal to anger, and it's logically fallacious. So a person can't be encouraged by emotional responses. They have to be encouraged by evidence, by the facts, by what we can show them. So this isn't a great way to approach an argument. It's just like logically fallacious.
I get you, man. Right, I've got to jump out. I've got to jump out, but I'll be back soon, buddy. Speak to you soon.
No worries. That's pretty interesting, huh, guys?
Yeah, man. Some of these, like, shit. That last one, a lot of flat earthers all victim of that. A few of these, and I'm just like, oof, fam. But, who am I to tell the truth, right?
I think it's cool when we point them out, though, because people can actually identify that they either are in error with these logical statements, or they feel themselves that they heard somebody commit these.
Elijah, it's not. I disagree with one point. It's not about who are you. If you're here, then you are here to tell about truth, because you're in one place where it's made to be like that. That means this server. You are not on the street and pushing people in something, and you're not somebody who is preaching somebody.
Oh, you're gonna like this next one. These are amazing. I think the way they're stated, because they're also, once you brush up on these, I guarantee you're gonna have a stronger position when you come to like your arguments. Okay, let me put this one up. This one's great. Live stream voice text. Appeal to celebrity. Description: accepting a claim of celebrity based on his or her celebrity status, not on the strength of the argument. Logical form: Celebrity one says to use the product Y. Therefore, we should use the product Y. Example: Tom Cruise says that on TV that Billy Boy butter is the best tasting butter there is. Tom Cruise is awesome, especially in MI4 when he scaled the building with only one suction glove. Therefore, Billy Boy butter is the best tasting butter there is. Cruise. Go ahead.
Go. My bad. Go ahead.
Now, the explanation is Tom Cruise might be awesome, and perhaps he really does think Billy Boy butter is the best tasting butter there is. But Tom is no more an authority on the taste of butter than anyone else. Therefore, to accept the claim without any other evidence or reason is fallacious. That's it.
Yeah, that one is crazy because, again, like this one is probably like, how I'm always saying that the media inundates us with fallacious reasoning. That's why it comes out in so many things, including this. Well, just turn on the TV and look at a commercial. Like this is like you guys are using fallacious reasoning even to buy your purchases. Even to get money out of your fucking pocket, you're going to let somebody logically Jedi your ass? Like, that's crazy. Like, people don't understand how important understanding this is because they don't know how transformative their life can be because they got their head full of everything other than objectivism and empiricism. Everything but that. That's why these 99%ers are so funny.
So appeal to celebrity. I would say on both sides of the argument, do you think flat Earth and globe Earth commits this? And now by flat Earth, I want to, do we appeal to authority, as in per the way it's formed here in the logical form?
Of course. Now, do I blame the celebrity? No, I blame the celebrity for the celebrities for some of the other fallacies, but specifically this one's the fans. You know, if I have fans, don't do this. Do not do this.
So in the logical form to Elijah says that the earth is flat. And I think the earth's flat based on Elijah's understanding of it, because he's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of us with that
right.
reasoning.
Just think about how that could be used for anybody else that's prolific in the flat earth arena. The same way.
Yep.
But it's not. Yeah. Right.
I've never used that. Like, I've never leaned on any name as a crutch. Any name.
Yeah.
That's different.
Based on the argument. It's based on the argument, not the.
That's the difference. Damn, it's crazy that
what are you
a lot of flat earthers can't say that. They can't say it. I have not used anybody's name.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What do I mean?
You have not used anybody's name for what?
In this context, the fallacy of appeal to celebrity.
Oh, appeal to celebrity. Okay.
And it's probably, well, then again, no, yeah, the reason I haven't is because since I got, in this place, all I hear is, oh, you got QE's argument, so I've always, why would I?
That's what they tell us. They tell us in here, Eli, they're like, well, you're only saying something appealing to that, because QE is who he isn't prolific in this arena, right? But they're saying that because of that, we're saying that it's right. And we're like, it's based on the argument itself. On its face, it's right. But he's saying that. So,
are you saying I'm a celebrity?
No, we're saying that. Well, we're saying that people who look to others to say, "Oh, blank has," why don't you listen to him? He has all the amazing information. He understands it better than me.
And it works the opposite. And hold on, relax. And it works the opposite way too, right?
Yeah, there was one in there for the celebrity one. I like Techno Babble, but I don't know if that was because it's kind of like word salad.
It works the opposite, correct? Like appeal to age fallacy. Is that what you're saying, man? It could work the opposite, like.
Yeah, it's both. It goes both ways, and that's what I'm telling the people, that you could fall into this category if you're appealing to the celebrity, as in, because of the fact that Quantum Eraser is saying this, I believe that is the true thing. Right. And so it's like not based on the argument itself, because if you're logically staying on just the argument, then it stands for its own merits, not on the base.
It doesn't matter the trueness or the falsity, but you're appealing to that. Yeah, exactly. You got it. Yeah. I'm tracking.
Like, even if you say, "Oh, look at this," this flat earther is crushing them, with logic and reasoning. It's like, how so?
We're only going a few of them, and I think a lot of the flat Earth community doesn't understand them, to the fact that if they're using them, they don't see what's wrong. And we're like,
logical fallacies.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's hundreds of them, man.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going over the common ones that they use in in this arena.
I did it a few times on Ballbusters through the years. The ones that I run into, because I started running into them on the Evotard circuit. Right, that's where I got introduced to carpet bomb barrage of fallacies. Boy, not too much different than here. Not that much different. There's a few nuances, ones that they use in Evotards that don't really apply here. But yes.
And the reason I'm mentioning them too, Quantum, is because of the fact that when we call them out, I mean, it's easy for us to kind of identify them, those who've already been used to like hearing them being used often. but the people who are listening, the listening audience, don't understand when we call them out, like what they mean. So I'm just going over a few of the common ones that we have to deal with in here.
And did you tell everyone to be careful of yourself? Look in the mirror, because you could be.
You're not immune.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You're not immune.
Yeah.
It's difficult because, like I was saying, like in here, some people are just they see the evidence, they know what we're putting out there as far as like the argument goes, but in a debate or a discussion, nobody really calls these things out and then call them out and follows up by what they mean. But in here we do. We'll call them out, but at the same time we have to back it up by what are we? Why is it incorrect to say it that way? Or the logical form.
You got to be quick on your feet. Takes experience, right? A lot. You'll because sometimes I won't know the exact name of the fallacy. I'll listen to what they say, and I'm like, wait a fucking second. So wait a second. That's not right. Somehow, and you could go find it, but you got to be quick on your feet. But if you go over the common ones, if you get everyone with the the common ones that most baltards use, that'll cover the majority of it.
Mm-hmm. And I think the more you're familiar with these terms, the easier it is to kind of spot them when they're being used. And you could even, like, if you use them, by accident, or if you said it one way, like, I'll give you this one right here, Quantum. And this is a common one. You probably see, and I put it in live stream voice text. Ad hoc rescue. It's also known as making stuff up, or MSU fallacy.
They stole my MSU.
I think they got your copyrighted, man, and stuff like that. I'm just saying. But it says, very often we desperately want to be right and hold on to certain beliefs despite any evidence presented to the contrary. As a result, we begin to make up excuses as to why our belief could still be true and is still true, despite the fact that we have no real evidence for what we are making up.
But hold on a second. Let me read that last part. 1 second. Yeah, that's you'll experience. Yeah, that's the main experience. But be careful. Yeah. Be careful, because is this an actual fallacy? I don't think this. See, a fallacy is faulty reasoning. They're not using any reasoning here. So, you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, let me drop there's more to it, actually. There's explanations and examples on the bottom of it.
But they're guilty of it. That's what's happening, right?
Mm-hmm. What I was saying is that I didn't know the actual name to them. I just hear them committing it. So we're going over, like, I've heard this before.
Claim X is true because evidence. Claim X is true because evidence Y. Evidence Y is demonstrated not to be acceptable evidence. So that's an argument. Therefore, it must be guess Z then. Yeah, that's a little. I'm not understanding that. Maybe I'll take a look at that off. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was going to present the explanation and example. So because it couldn't fit in my snippet.
Okay.
I'll make another snippet here. I'll give 2 examples and 2 explanations.
Where's this coming from?
Logicallyfallacious.com.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the fallacy here, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
I'll put it in. There's a snippet of the example and the explanation.
Frida, I just don't.
I like that one, actually.
Besides being a bit. See, it's an ad hoc reason. She's not making an argument. You see where I'm sorry to be pedantic about this, but it's important. Hold up. What is ad hoc rescue? Let me look this. Let me see if I can't find more information on it. I'm not calling you out or anything, Maggie.
No, I'm just going over what this website was, because it seems like I've heard the way it's formed in these baltards that come in here, so I know that they're committing it. Whether or not that's the name.
All right, I just punched in ad hoc fallacy. I'll just take the top one. Ad hoc fallacy or ad hoc rescue. occurs when someone comes up with a rationale or explanation to dismiss the counter evidence to their claim in a bid to protect it. Since the ad hoc rescue, here we go. Listen to this. Since the ad hoc rescue is not an actual argument, it technically cannot be a logical fallacy. Look at that shit. So, do you follow what I was saying?
Right. Because he also said that at the bottom of the exam or explanation. That's what.
Oh, really? Did they? Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Because that's what she's creating there is the attempt to rescue her initial claim.
Yeah.
So it's an ad hoc reason, but
yes, got it. Yeah.
Like I said, I wasn't familiar with the term ad hoc rescue, so I didn't know how it was applied to. But I've heard them talking like for me, I understand in the argumentation, like in the logical form when they're using it here, these baltards. So yeah, I just didn't know like the name, so I'm just going over like that with the crowd and maybe kind of getting some feedback.
Wow, that's now. You mean educate? You mean we're not talking about politics?
No, this is more important. I think like, well, most of the crowd doesn't really know these things. So when we're calling them out, everybody's like, yeah, you're just saying words. I'm like, no, these terms actually have meaning behind them. These fallacies.
You're just saying words. What else would you be saying?
No, what was the other fallacy I wanted to show you? When they say science says, we just went over that.
Oh, that's reification or pathetic fallacy. Or
anthropomorphization. Yeah, anthropomorphization. I can't say that damn word.
Yeah, it's a subtype of reification. It's really a pathetic fallacy. Look up pathetic fallacy.
I like that. Pathetic.
I knew you would.
I do. Because it almost just like it feels derogatory to say it, but yeah, that's a pathetic
I love
fallacy.
using it. I think it's hypostatization. The reason I know that is because Nathan has a difficult time saying the word.
God, I would too.
Hypostatization. I think it's the same thing as the pathetic fallacy.
Hypothesization. Is that a derivative?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is that derivative from like anthropomorphism? Like to say that?
Yeah. They're all related. They fall under reification.
Wowzer. But you can call them out just the same, I think, right? I mean, using.
Oh, I thought you were going to do it. So pathetic fallacy.
Oh, let me look into it.
I'm going to do it now. Shit.
Oh yeah, you're in. You've got your wading boots, I think.
Well, you got me interested. I thought it was going to be a snore fest. Pathetic fallacy. The attribution of human feelings and responses to inanimate things or animals, especially in art and literature.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that was what you were talking about before. Or is it?
No, I'm going with that. No, I'm going with that. Science says that we don't have to do this thing. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Is it the same as appeal to pity?
No. I'm trying to use it in a logical form here.
It's not. No, this is they all fall under their subcategories of reification. So you got pathetic fallacy. I think it falls under anthropomorphization. Let's go with hypostatization.
God, man.
Oh,
that's a $10 word if I heard one.
Yeah. Not by a vowel. Holy.
No, good luck, man, if you say it 3 times fast, but shit. But anyways, like
I said it to Nathan many years ago and he tried to say it. It was a train wreck and I lost it. So reification, also known as concretism, hypostatization, or the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. It's a fallacy. Most fallacies, this fallacy is fallacy ambiguity. That's what I wanted to say. Most fallacies are fallacies of ambiguity.
So this could be put in a logical form as when they say the statement that science says that we know we live on the earth, that it's a globe.
Shout out to Jaron.
But you know what I mean? It's like using that in a logical. So when they're saying these statements, that you can't. What, you gonna put lipstick on the lips of science? Like what? It doesn't say anything. You know what I mean?
Now be careful. They might catch you because after 7 years, they're catching on when we're calling out fallacies. Remember, logical fallacies are using faulty reasoning, right? Mm-hmm. So doesn't make what they say untrue. It makes their argument to that conclusion void. So you throw out the whole claim. Everyone got that? It voids their argument. Now, it doesn't make it true or untrue, but be careful saying the argument's untrue. It's the argument leading to their conclusion is fallacious. Therefore, it's all voided. They got to start over again. Follow?
Yeah, it was stated in one of these that it could be true or false. So it's not the fact of the claim of it. It was just how it's presented.
Yeah, how it's presented, and it's just the best thing to remember. They're just voided. Just void the argument, and tell them that your argument's void. Start over.
Could we use malformed? Is that another way to?
Yes. Yeah, it's malformed because it's fallacious. Yeah.
I just want to use that one time. It's a pathetic fallacy.
Now, also remember,
fallacy's pathetic.
Now, also remember that in storytelling, in book writing, in literature, these are all it's not logically fallacious to use it in that context. Why? Because it adds color to the story, right? Like, I don't know. The storm was angry. The sea was angry that day, my friends.
The lonely cloud.
Yeah, right. Because it adds color, right? It makes storytelling. It's not fallacious when it's used there, but when you use it in an argument to prove something, that's when it becomes fallacious. Follow?
So freaking interesting, man. Like, 'cause it's just.
Yes. You know what I hear a lot of people screwing up? Appeal to authority fallacy.
That one we were going over just a while ago.
Did you go over a specific appeal?
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to go back because I don't want to say
bet
this.
you, even the ones if you cite them, they got it wrong.
I wouldn't doubt you. Let me see.
But go ahead. Let's see if they get it right. Go ahead. Just pick a random one.
We'll go to. There's two of them here, but the first one is appeal to authority. You want to go there first? The other one is appeal to celebrity. So
no, that's sort of that falls under appeal to authority, but that's not a singular appeal to authority fallacy. If you're following what I'm saying.
All right, let me just snip this and then put it in the text.
Where you
Can you go after that? Go after the ad hominem, because there's many types of ad hominem attacks, which is
many.
There's many. I was looking them up too.
There's many subcategories.
All right, so appeal to. Oh, go ahead. Dewey.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Mickey.
All right, so appeal to authority, and it's got like I don't know, was that Latin underneath there? Also known as argument from authority, ipsit dixit, insisting. MC Dixit.
Ipsy Dixit fallacy. I used to say that many years ago, and people got laughed at me for it.
It says insisting that a claim is true simply because a valid authority or expert on the issue is said was true, without any other supporting evidence offered. Also, see the appeal to false authority.
Ah, that's correct. Appeal to false authority is the correct definition of appeal to authority. Why? Well, because if you're in a courtroom, right, and you let's say you bring in, you're doing some DNA evaluation, you bring in a genetics expert. If it wasn't appeal to a faulty authority, the defense lawyer can say that's an appeal to authority fallacy. You need to dismiss or void his entire testimony. Follow? Does that ever happen?
All the time.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Follow what I'm saying. Appeal to authority fallacy is appealing to an authority who is not a subject matter expert on the topic.
In other words, a genetic expert is not a DNA expert, so he doesn't count.
No. Holy
No. Simon then.
No. What I'm trying to say is, why is this so fucking difficult? I told you this was the one that's going to throw you. So, it's an appeal when you appeal to a faulty authority. If let's say I'm appealing to my refrigerator maker, right? And he's a refrigerator repairman. And I'm appealing, even though he's an authority with refrigerators, I'm appealing to him for to the first law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
You follow what I'm saying?
He's not an authority on the subject matter.
Well, that's why I said Simon Dan.
He's not an authority on the subject matter. That's exactly what that this is all about.
Yeah, just because somebody's an authority, that doesn't make it an appeal to authority fallacy. A lot of crayon munchers that are just half stepping out here do that, and they make themselves look like a horse's ass.
Agreed.
So if somebody's appealing to Simon Dan, isn't that an appeal to authority fallacy?
Yeah, because he's not a subject matter expert on anything, not even tying his own shoes.
Yep.
So that's a good one. Just be careful of that one so you don't fall into that. If you just, because you heard somebody say that, you better make sure that what you heard is true. Eventually you're gonna get your ass handed to you.
This one can be a slippery slope if you don't use it correctly. I can see
Slippery
why.
slope is another one. Yeah, this one can be. Yeah, you can get yourself in big trouble if somebody educated is listening to you.
They'll rip you to shreds.
You're not going to pass go, and then you'll get embarrassed, right? You don't want that.
Yeah, what do you think of the logical form, Q? It says, according to person one who was an expert of the issue, Y is true, therefore Y is true.
Now it depends. That's not an appeal to authority fallacy. Every citation would then be an appeal to authority fallacy. With citation or with an appeal, it's best to have that person who made the claim demonstrate it or you demonstrate it. So citation or appealing to someone doesn't relieve you of the fact of a demonstration or somebody else demonstrating it. You follow?
Yeah, even so much to say as a dead guy long time ago, like, I don't know, Galileo or Alberuni or some other guy. I don't know if that falls in that camp. But like, how are you gonna test that if the guy who did it is no longer able to test? Or
well, you could test his idea or his postulate.
Okay.
Well, not you. You don't have to do it. You could find somebody else that did it. But if you appeal to it, you better have that in the hopper. Or it's just a baseless assertion fallacy. You know, the kind of village idiots make?
Yeah.
I mean, but they say if they are saying they're using their authority to be an astrophysicist, quote unquote, that would be an appeal because they're not really a subject expert, right? Because they're
exactly. Like if you got like Richard Feynman. Anybody that appeals to Richard Feynman as in the case of science. Now I do it because I do it against the Baltards because they worship him, right? So I use Richard Feynman. That's why I use him to get in their craw, right? But if I use him, let's say I'm talking to Miggy and I'm trying to prove a scientific statement and I appeal to Richard Feynman, that's an appeal to authority fallacy. You know why? Anyone?
Because whatever the claim they're trying to support, there has to be some sort of, again, demonstration involved.
No, that's not why.
The subject matter expert is not the one that you're.
What is Richard Feynman?
He would be the subject matter expert you're appealing to.
And what is Richard Feynman's discipline? We're getting there.
Oh, okay, I see. He's not an astrophysicist.
He's a theoretical physicist. He is not a subject matter expert on natural science. Follow?
Okay, get you.
Yeah. Makes sense?
Interesting.
That was the best. I guess I could have used that fucking example.
Yeah, it was actually.
I did it one of my numpty clips. You're not listening to my numpty clips. Bastards.
I listened to a bunch of them. I don't remember this one.
So everyone's getting that one? I got a really good one. I got a really good fallacy for you at the end. I don't want to steal your thunder, Meggie, but we'll get to it. It's pretty funny. It's one of my favorites.
I think when you go through these, it does give like it's a different take because like, I don't want to just read something off of the internet. I mean, if you had experience with these also in a more of an academic realm, you could actually speak a bit better to them, and then probably Steam Baby these like might have some nuances to them, and we could talk about them that way.
Some do.
I thought
I appreciate that. That's
I thought numpty clips were for numpties. So
No, you need to go listen to them every night. When you're feeling down, just go listen to them. They'll pick you right up.
Did it start back up, or because I thought
I finished when I put it away. I put it away.
See, man.
Okay, you want to go to the funny one?
Yeah, go for it.
Hold on a second. Let me find it.
Oh, if it takes you a little bit, I was gonna do another
it's
one.
not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get it real quick. Hold on. It should be at the end of my presentation because yep, there it is. Hold on a second.
I wonder how many live streams or shows is having conversations like this.
You guys will like this one. It's called the fallacy of irrelevant thesis. It's arguing a point that's irrelevant to the subject at hand. I'll give you an example. You're going to love this. You're a reporter and you ask a sole survivor of a plane crash, how or why is it that you were able to survive the crash? The survivor's answer, because if I hadn't survived, you wouldn't have been able to ask me the question. That's fallacy. It's a type of red herring. What he said, what the survivor said is true. However, he didn't answer the question as to how or why he was able to survive. He answered why he was able to answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that. What was the name of that one, Quantum?
Fallacy of irrelevant thesis.
Fallacy of irrelevant thesis.
Yeah, I caught. I noted that one because all the evotards would use something like that when I would present some fine tuning arguments for the creator. You could see how that one could apply. But I thought I'd share that one. It's got a special place in my heart. You want me to go over it again in case you missed it?
Yeah.
Fallacy irrelevant thesis. It's a type of red herring fallacy. Red herring is an irrelevant or a diversion. So, irrelevant thesis. Arguing a point that's irrelevant to the subject at hand. So, you're a reporter, and you ask a sole survivor of a plane crash, how or why is it that you were able to survive the crash? The survivor's answer, because if I hadn't survived, you wouldn't have been able to ask me the question. That didn't answer the reporter's question, even though his statement is true. Follow?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
It's subtle. You have to be really sharp on your feet, right? You can't be lolly. You got to get in the background when people pull this shit. You got to.
Now, would you say that
what happens with refraction when you're like, well, what's that? Yeah, this rate of curvature that this light ray, which is theoretical, doesn't really exist. It is like what's your demonstration of that? And they go, well, what did he say last night? He was like, well, is Fermat's principle a thing? Sure. Is Snell's law a thing? Yeah, sure. There you go. It's like, what? Where was the answer in there?
Yeah, I don't know if that's fallacy of irrelevant thesis. It's fallacy of irrelevant horseshit.
Do you think that numpty sophists can use this tactic as a debate tactic within the argument, Quantum? Like if you're having the, you know what I mean? Like, is it possible for them to kind of use this as a not answering the question but answering it at the same time?
Yes. In other words, yeah, they're providing an answer, but not an answer to the question.
It's almost that trickery that they would be able to do for the audience listening, that if no one's actually paying attention, it could fly by the audience like, well, he answered your question, but it's not directly to what you were asking about. It was Yeah.
Yep.
I get it.
But
I think-
I don't think you'll see that one too much in this genre.
What about
You
this
might.
one?
I'm not saying you won't. You might, but I haven't heard it too. I can't remember a case in the Flat Earth where I've heard that.
I put another one in here. Appeal to complexity, and you might know it a different way, but that's the description is concluding that because you don't understand something, it must not be true. It's improbable, or the argument must be flawed. The specific form of the argument from ignorance. Or
Yeah, that was going to say
Yeah.
argument from ignorance. That's another one that's used a lot. I would learn that one, guys, if the argument from ignorance fallacy, if I were you. And more importantly, so you don't use it.
Yeah, the assumption of a conclusion or fact based primarily on the lack of evidence to the contrary, usually best described by the absence of evidence, is not the evidence of the absence.
Yeah, this fallacy occurs when you argue that your conclusion must be true because there's no evidence against it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, black holes are created by invisible three-toed gnomes around the Crab Nebula, throwing pixie dust in a rainbow. And if you can't disprove that, therefore my claim is true.
Yeah, flat earthers are guilty of this too,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Specific
Yeah.
ones.
Is that all replacement what they want? For everything? And
Argument
then
from
they-
ignorance fallacy is a
Yeah.
replacement.
No, this last one.
Yeah, appeal to complexity.
Yeah.
Or this. Yeah, it's derivative would be argument from ignorance.
It's almost it sounds argument from incredulity too.
Yeah.
Can you provide an example of that one to where somebody uses
Yeah.
that out here? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Let me see here. All right, so if a layperson criticizes, or in here, oh, you meant in this arena?
Yeah, no, go ahead. You can use it. Go ahead,
Oh.
give their example.
Yeah, I was just going to use their example. So their example is if a layperson criticizes a complex policy about which they know nothing or very little, they are probably appealing to complexity.
It's a personal incredulity. So that's what it sounds like to me. Does that fall underneath? I don't know if that falls underneath.
Yeah. No, well, there's another exception here. The exception is when one making the argument doesn't understand what they actually saying, they are committing the argument by gibberish.
Yeah, well, we know a lot of those. Shout out to Shitset.
Like this is like these are also derivatives of argument of complexity.
Oh,
but I'm
shit. Argument
I
that
don't
made up gibberish. Is that MSU horseshit?
Could be.
Jesus. Yep.
Let's see. I'm looking. I don't know. I guess there's so many, and there's also derivatives of them. So it's kind of one of those things, like you were saying. The nuances make the logical form of the statement kind of change which way you want to actually charge them with the whatever fallacy.
Mm-hmm. Did you go over equivocation?
I think we did.
All right.
But it was known as a different let me see. How did we say it?
I remember in time, John, some fallacy. What's that?
Oh, that's what I said. Be careful of saying the argument's not true, because they clued themselves over the years into the fallacy, and that's what people try to charge others that are citing you making fallacies. They call it the fallacy.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Because you could commit a fallacy, but your premise still be true.
That's what I said. So let's get the official definition. Hold on for a second. Do I even have it in here? Yeah, fallacy. Concluding that the truth value of an argument is false based on the fact that the argument contains a fallacy. So if you're saying their argument is true or false based on their use of fallacy, you're guilty of a fallacy. So the thing is, the argument's just, like I said, the argument's just merely void.
Practically don't play with fallacies.
Not unless you know
Yeah,
what you're doing.
It's
Yeah.
found here as well, that what you just said, it's they phrased it as argument from fallacy. Also known as disproof by fallacy, argument to logic, fallacy, fallacis, fallacy, bad reasons, fallacy, form of. And its description is concluding that the truth value of an argument is false based on the fact that the argument contains a fallacy.
You want a couple nuances, a couple other ones that pop out here? It's they're flip sides of each of the same coin. Fallacy of composition and fallacy of division. So fallacy of composition. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Example: observational science. Not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious. The hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Follow? Another one is saying empirical. Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. It's not just observable. So if you use it in that context, just meaning observable, not only that they're two different fucking words, you're guilty of a fallacy of composition. Fallacy of division is the flip side. Inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms, therefore everything is natural. Fallacy of division. Everything is not natural. Some things are synthetic. Follow? How about one more?
For sure.
Ad hom. People don't know what a fucking ad hom fallacy is. They just think of, let's say, Miggy, you friggin' crayon muncher. That's an ad hom fallacy. If Miggy made an argument to me and I just called out a name, that is an ad hom fallacy. But if I provide an argument, if Miggy makes an argument and I provide a sound rebuttal destroying it, and then at the end I say, you booger-eating schmuck, that's not an ad hom fallacy. Because the description of an ad hom fallacy is attacking the person making the argument rather than the argument itself, when the attack on the person is completely irrelevant to the argument the person is making. So as long as if it's more or less, you, instead of, in lieu of an argument, you provide an insult. But I provided an argument against your position and then made an assessment of you because you're a booger-eating schmuck. Follow? Everyone got that?
It was a qualifier that the argument was brought forward.
Yeah, you have so many examples and Nathan shows accent little when people were coming.
Like the stars rotate in different directions in the southern hemisphere as compared to the north. And I say, well, you must be a clueless clown. Do you think that the sun rises in the west and sets in the east in the southern hemisphere? You booger-eating schmuck. They can't then therefore say ad hom. Everyone got it?
Yeah, the ad hom also comes with derivative understandings, right?
I didn't.
That's crazy, bro. If you use these fallacies at full force,
I don't even think you wouldn't be able to. You'd have a laundry list of fallacies you'd charge them with. By the time you're done with all of that, before you get back to the argument, it'd be just the whole conversation would be a shit show. Like just
exactly.
Yeah, it would be a shit show. So for the sake of moving the conversation along, we're gonna have to just actually charge them in the midst of a rebuttaling. So it's one of those. I feel like when we're doing it, a lot of people in here they say, well, why don't we just call them out on the fallacy, explain the fallacy, and then go into the argument? I'm like, then we would not get. We'd be like a freaking tire in the mud, just spinning. Like we wouldn't get anywhere because by the time we're charging them with. Go ahead.
Sorry. When I say like, if you apply the full force, like if we open the arena back up and we didn't allow people to commit fallacies, God. How many times have people said, well, you know what, quantum eraser ad homs, he's not a good debater, he can't debate. It's like, well, if this was the standard, I'm sorry, fam.
You'd be dead. You'd be smoked. Like there'd be nothing left but your shoes and smoke coming off your shoes. Like you'd be smoked where you stood. Like wouldn't be nothing left.
Yeah, that's a good one. So those are just go for the common ones. Baseless assertion fallacy. You mentioned it earlier. Ipsy Dixit. That means he himself said. Just because you say it, that's not proof, right? So that's a common one. Both sides, mainly the Globetard side, but be careful, flat earthers, of doing that.
Let me run something by you, QE. So a couple of derivative ad hominems. We got categories, right, of the derivative: abusive, circumstantial, guilt by
Poisoning the well.
association. And this one's like tu quo q.
Yep. And
so all
poisoning
these
the well.
poison in the well, like all these ad homs. If you learn the ad homs themselves would give you, because they're all nuanced, right, to like whatever logical form you're gonna.
Don't worry about the nuances. If you make an argument, how can I say this? If you provide an insult in lieu of an argument, that's ad hom. You're finished. Follow? Don't make it too complicated. You know, insult in lieu of actual argument. That's it.
Yeah, these are just a lot of the things that people take for granted when they're in here. They're like, "Oh, we're just gonna have some flat Earth talking points, aren't we? Isn't that what we're here doing?" I was like, "Yeah, but I think it's a bit more than that." Especially when you're handling, you know, a broad variety of people that come in here. So all types of people. You don't know. Some could be just they could easily be, you know, talked to like in a conversation. Others, you got to really, you know, get into a debate with them. It seems like.
Oh, now that you said that, that is too funny. The other night, so I was in here a couple days ago, right? And somebody posted a little short video with Roofy Retard and Jedi.
Oh yeah.
And that idiot Roofy, he claimed that, and now we're going to get into a couple formal logical fallacies. When I say that formal, it just boils down to form. So they're derivatives off of modus ponens and modus tollens arguments. So they have form from modus ponens. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. And then modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Now, those are deductive, valid logical arguments, the modus ponens and modus tollens. However, they got their twisted little sisters that are logical fallacies attached to them. So the modus ponens one is affirming the consequent fallacy. Remember I said modus tollens. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. But the affirming the consequent is if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. That's the twisted sister. That's the fallacious side of it. So back to fucking Roofy idiot. So Jedi said Jedi was making a hypothesis. If heat, then water boils, right? So if P, then Q. Then if you provide heat, P, then water boils, therefore Q. That's a modus ponens. That's a valid deductive logical argument. But Roofy, because he's a retard, thought it was the affirming the consequent. He didn't state it out if P, then Q, and P, therefore Q. He didn't do it. But what he stated was a modus ponens and then called it affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Just stepped right, just bashed his face in. His own face in.
Now I feel guilty because I feel like I have not fucking understood affirming the consequent like ever. Like I feel like I'm throwing darts and I'm getting like in the vicinity. And I'm like, I just stick to begging the question because I know what that is. But affirming the consequent, what is an example? I understand now. I don't know why it took this long, but I get it.
So remember, it's just form. Formal logic, formal logical fallacy. If P, This is affirming the consequent. If P, then Q. Q, therefore P. Do I have an example? There's so many fucking examples. Okay, here's one. If evolution is true, P, then insert any Darwinian grab bag post hoc observations, fossils, homology, similarity, genetic variation, Q. We observe post hoc observation, Q. Therefore, evolution is true. Therefore, P. So every single friggin' argument that evotards have, even though they can't even define what it is an affirming the consequent. Okay, let's put it in this genre. If the spherical Earth with a radius of la is true, P, we will observe differing elevation angles of the stars, Q. We observe differing elevation angles of the stars, Q. Therefore, the spherical Earth is true. Therefore, P. That's a priceless one right there. Yeah. Guess how many years ago I made that? Long time ago, as an example. It's kind of ironic. So it's just based on form. So you got to be quick on your feet. So here's another one. If I had just eaten a whole pizza, P, this is going to let you know what affirming the consequent is. This is a good one. So if I had just eaten a whole pizza, P, I would feel very full, Q. I feel very full, Q. Therefore, I've just eaten a whole fucking pizza. See the issue? Couldn't I have eaten a 20-ounce ribeye with fries or the old 96er?
Or like we see, we live on a globe, therefore there are sunsets. We have sunsets, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yes, that's affirming the consequent. Yep. You could probably safely say that 99% of global arguments are affirming the consequent formological fallacy. I would learn that fallacy, folks, if I were you. If you're out here in this genre, you better get a handle on it. And you better not do it.
Yeah, that's the next thing is like, damn, like when I encourage flat earthers to really, study their forms of argument, because I see it being committed, but they expect you not to say anything because you're a flat earther and they're a flat earther. And it's like, no.
Let me speak. Let me talk. Let me talk. Why you interrupting me? Yeah, because you just train wrecked yourself. So that shit done. That little playground game's not gonna fucking happen.
This is great. I think we're getting somewhere, and hopefully the people listening can go back to the live stream and go over these. What do you think about
we gotta do a live stream on this on TikTok and Rumble.
Yeah. What do you think about
one fallacy at a time? Meggie, you sound like the man that'll do it.
No, I do like it, man, because it's a lot of times we have to stop and actually talk about these fallacies when people come in here, like the ones that don't know, because they're like, man, you keep charging them with all these fallacies. That's great, but we don't know what they are. So it's like the listening audience is kind of lambasted with, because we're always charging these idiots with the fallacies. It's just we don't have the time. I mean, guys, if we had the time to like sit down with a baller and tell them how many fallacies and correct them and explain what the fallacy is, and then
I usually do it.
Yeah, but you're concise. I mean, obviously, and here we got like all these other guys, and they're always as soon as we are explaining something, we got other people that jump in, and it's a whole dynamic.
Yeah, right. You got it. That's correct.
It's weird too, because when QE is speaking to someone genuine, like you kind of cover up because you see him like totally fucking cursing somebody out. But then in the end, if no one else has actually interjected or fucked it up or tried to pile on, all of a sudden they're like, yo, thanks, man. Like at the end of the conversation, they're like, wow, I didn't know all this stuff. And QE's all chill at the end. He's like, yeah, I called you a dipshit. You didn't know anything, but now we're here.
Sir Edward. He's a prime example of that. He came in here firing his guns, and he got the brunt force of QE. Like, he was staring down the barrel, basically, you know. And so at some point, Edward is like, you know what, man? Like, all right, yeah, maybe I needed that. Like, he was actually agreeing. It doesn't often happen, but when it does, it's like a clarifying moment for the person, because they now just like a veil has been lifted, and they're just like now see the error in their way. He said that, right? And
Did
so
he?
he kept coming back, and
Like me, I've said it was refreshing to hear QE tell me to shut the fuck up.
I don't know.
This is going to turn into another intervention for fucking QE. I'm not a party to this.
So what do you think about this one? Appeal to possibility.
Yeah, that's an argument from induction.
Right. It says the description is when a conclusion is assumed not because it's probably true, but because it's possible that it is true, no matter how improbable.
Yeah, that's an inductive argument. Induction is a train wreck. Yeah. See Karl Popper.
We've kind of heard them actually make this in a logical form here in this chat, haven't we, Elijah?
In which way? Example?
Let's see. They would say that the conclusion of the Earth being a globe is like, because after we talk to them, and they kind of don't have that evidence to back it up, but they could say that we could say that it's probably true, right? Because it's possible that God would create, because in that whole creation scene, God could create a globe.
I see where you're going. That would probably fit that one. Yes.
Which, I mean, at least I'm saying that's how it fits in my mind, that this would fit that. But I've heard it not too often. I wouldn't say it's often used.
Yeah, it's not. And that's
not that you shouldn't worry about it, but
yeah, that's right. It's not with ballers usually. It's with normie Christians. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which there's a couple of those that I'd like to go toe to toe with, but that's another thing.
What's the fallacy one day? Go ahead, Kieran, my bad.
No, you.
What? There's a fallacy that people say, but technology, my bad. Cell phones. You use cell phones with GPS. That proved the globe.
Let's see here.
That's another fallacy of ambiguity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that one today. But you have cell phones. Globe. Okay.
That's non sequitur. So that's another fallacy that they use. Non sequitur fallacy. Non sequitur is the conclusion doesn't follow from the premise.
What about the arguments that come in the way of if the Earth were flat, then yada yada yada? What kind of fallacies are those?
Those are formal. If P then Q, that follows that route.
If then statements.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just like inverted in a way, and it kind of confuses me sometimes.
Depends on what they say. It's good to have a pen and a piece of paper close, and ask them to say it over again. Usually they can't say it over again. But it's good to write it down real quick. I'm just saying, if you have that opportunity to do it.
Now, I don't know if this guy who has this website he's making shit up, but like, if he is, then I'm gonna put my bid for a honey hold my beer fallacy, because a lot of these idiots do that when they come in here and think that they know when they listen to us on the live stream that they can take us on, and they do that with this idea, right? But look at this one. On this website, it says appeal to the moon fallacy. What the fuck? So it says using the argument, if we can put a man on the moon, we could, in quotations, as evidence for the argument. There's a specific form of the weak analogy fallacy. Like if we can put a man on the moon, like
it's impossible. That's your other fallacy. The last fallacy you used, right?
Mm-hmm. Appeal to possibility.
Appeal to possibility. Yep.
This is crazy. I didn't even now that I think about it, they do commit this though, right?
Yes.
If we could put a man on the moon, we could also, I don't know, fly to Jupiter or whatever the hell.
Yeah. So indict him with the fallacy and then get to the moon part. and then you guys know what to do from there, right? It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Why go anywhere else? Just kill it.
Yeah, and when they say second law of thermodynamics, what's that? You say conversation's over.
Yeah, like when this place starts, when we start funneling more people into here to actually have more conversations, it'd be cool to have like a logical logical fallacy challenge night where the Glober comes in and they're challenged to make an argument without a fallacy.
Ain't never gonna happen.
I know.
Good luck,
bro. You're gonna get all the Globers out of the chat real quick. The conversation's over real quick if we follow that.
I mean, it's good because if we have that, and then because what's their next step is, well, you make an argument without a logical fallacy, and then we will.
Hey, I got one for Jemsy. Appeal to common sense. Description: asserting that your conclusion or facts are just, in quotations, common sense, when in fact they are not. We must argue as to why we believe something is common sense if there is any doubt that the belief is not common, rather than just asserting that it is. This is a more specific version of alleged certainty fallacy.
For some reason, I knew that before hearing what you said.
Well, the logical form of this is, it's common sense that X is true, therefore X is true.
Yeah, man. Damn. Flat earthers, bro.
Right? I mean, that's...
I like it. Post it. Post it.
Post it. All right. That's your fuel, Jemsy.
That's your fallacy.
Yeah, it's...
I like it.
There you go. I'm gonna break the joint VC train, but
what's the fallacy? What's the logical fallacy when if they feel like they can't know anything, therefore you can't know anything, so no one can know anything?
Jim Panda, you can't afford to be in this chat, dude. You're way too weak to be in here, man.
Panda?
Yeah, you're gonna have. You're gonna
nice. Let's be nice.
You're gonna faint, bro, if you come in here.
Let's play. Let's put the claw mittens on and let's let them come in.
Hell no, I'm gonna slap him silly. They all
called me a liar.
Look,
Nah,
man,
I want to have a
Jim Panda,
conversation.
bro. All this shit, everything we're talking about, these logical fallacies apply to you. Like the moment you start talking, you're logically fallacious.
Hey, remember the classic one? Begging the question. What do you mean? I wasn't even asking a question.
Since he's listening, we should pull one up and just have him listen to himself. I don't know. I'm feeling a bit nostalgic, Kiwi. What do you think?
Guys, I just gotta say that there's some people out there in the real world that you probably don't want to have this logical fallacy conversation because they're just gonna pull a gun and shoot you, bro. So just keep it for the smart.
Go lie. Like my stepson, he was real heated. He's a fighter. Like he's saying certain shit, and I'm like, well, no. He's getting very agitated, but in the end, he accepted it. But if you get them heated enough, they will fight you because they're experiencing cognitive dissonance. It's like you're telling them, no, you can't think. You're not thinking correctly. Like, it's one thing to tell a person, well, you can't lift that 300 pounds there. It's like, well, yeah, you know what? I can't. But you tell somebody they can't string a sentence together that's logically sound. Those are fighting words for a lot of people.
Yeah, I got Jim Panda a GIF in the live stream.
Elijah, you definitely know what I meant because there's definitely some people out there that if you kind of make them think a little bit, they'll punch you in the face.
Why don't you come in here, man? Let's have a chat.
Yo, Jim. Like, and I promise you, like, I'm not like your other little lackeys and stuff. Like, I'll get tired of them. I'll ban them or whatever. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna mute you or nothing like that. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk. Well, QE's, I don't know. I personally, I'm gonna let you talk. So Come on in, man.
He's got his own wing over on the Numpty Clips.
Yeah.
Fallacy.
His own wing.
Fallacy after fallacy after train wreck after fallacy.
It's actually called fallacy stacking.
I just want them to tell me. I just want them to tell me what I lied about.
Yeah, let me change his nickname back to Jim Panda.
I was wondering, I seen Gamma Panda. I said, what the fuck?
Yeah, I saved it. Go on, Jim. Don't say I never did nothing nice for you.
Hey, Jem, if you don't talk to Elijah, to QE, or Mayhem, you can talk to your brother, Jemsy.
MZ takes in the refugees, but
Christian fundamentalist.
Oh, shit.
Really? From an atheist fundamentalist, you fucking clown. Atheists, dumbasses. You got to believe that ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints, something from nothing, and deny the very existence of information. Yeah, you're a bunch of Rhodes fucking scholars. Idiots.
well, you know, birds humping in nature. Duh.
Oh, shit. Touche, Mickey.
Yeah. You know, the classics are always good.
In nature, sometimes male birds hump other male birds. Therefore, I'm not gonna finish.
Don't forget to subscribe to my Rumble, Jim. I'm gonna drop that in there for you.
I just want to say, if you gentlemen have had never had nothing turn into something, you must have been single.
Well, since he's out there listening, Meggie, you want to do a like a commemorative type of thing for him? Let's go to
Or like an obituary.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, are you feeling? You know, how you feel? What? It just depends what flavor you want to bring out, QE. I mean, it could be those.
There's so many of them. I can't. Hold on.
It's like Baskin and Robbins when you can't choose what flavor you want to.
Yeah.
Like there's 31 flavors. I mean, what do you?
I don't want a long one because I don't want to bore everyone. So I'll try to get a shorter one. 1 second.
Is he typing out how I lied or anything? Is he?
Yeah.
Did you give him the is he dead kick? What?
Oh, that's 25 minutes. That's
No, he's just in text chat in the live stream voice text. I mean, he's got the ability to come in here, but doesn't do it.
Cult leaders.
You know, I mean, per his health, he's got health issues. But I mean, hey, but you can still listen in. I mean, you could talk to Jemsy even. Like Jemsy, you know, he's a pretty nice guy.
Jemsy also has health issues. Come, we can talk about it. I mean, about the topic of the server, not about the health issue.
It's interesting. What are okay? Me specific. What am I? What culture am I a leader of? Telling the fucking truth,
No idea.
Jim?
No, I think he was. I think he was referring to QE. But if I'm not, remember, you guys were brushing up on your fallacies. Now, what fallacy is that one? Because he just committed it.
Elijah, be careful. Elijah, be careful with that question because some people's gonna throw the N word. That's how we put it.
The cult of the.
Yeah.
Anyway, what fallacy was that, Mickey?
Yeah, you see, he's like you're appointing yourself, so you're not the cult leader. He's got someone in mind, someone who lives rent free in that head of his. I thought I was vying for top spot, but I guess somebody already rocketed to the top. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, what is QE the culture leader of? Leader
shit,
of what culture?
I thought since I collected everybody's dues every month, I was the leader.
Oh shit!
No, you're just the cashier, man. Sorry.
I got one for you, Mickey. Shorter one.
That's right.
All right.
1 second. I'll give it to you since he's out there listening. Mickey, yeah, there it is. Try that one.
All right then. You gotta blow the dust off this record, man. It's in the archives.
Yes, sir.
All right, give me a second. All right, here we go. Anytime now, bot. Hang on. Let me reset the damn thing.
All right.
Does it need to be turned up? What's going on here? No. I tell you what, man, this damn thing is squirrely as hell. Oh, there it is.
Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. Hammering away at the C4 fire again. March 2021.
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
Oh, really? I've looked up plenty of times. I've never seen any rockets working in a vacuum. And where'd you get this vacuum from? You know, besides the one in between your ears? Clown.
Saying we don't know it's a vacuum is not true. We do know it's a vacuum.
You're a daisy if you do. So a nuh-uh, and you do know.
You have no reason to believe it's anything other than a vacuum, and lots of reasons to believe it's a vacuum.
Why would we need to believe in the first place, you fanatical religitard? Have you ever heard the statement, nature abhors a vacuum, by chance? You know, say for that space in between your ears, have you ever heard that? We have 6 reasons not to believe your horsepucky bollocks. It goes something like this. Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, and the second law of thermodynamics that you just violated, you crayon-munching window licker.
We can have knowledge of rockets working in a vacuum by looking at a rocket working in a vacuum.
Profound as usual. Of course, you're going to have to find a natural vacuum other than that place between your ears to validate your horsepucky here, clown. Best wishes.
I'm still talking, knobhead.
You calling somebody else a knobhead is akin to Pol Pot calling the Dalai Lama a genocidal maniac.
Hang on, may I say something very important? When you say that rockets don't work in a vacuum, that's not a claim of non-existence.
What? That's a textbook example of a non-existence claim. Keyword, don't. From Hale, Stephen, Thinking Tools, you can prove a negative. Cambridge University Press. A negative claim is a colloquialism for an affirmative claim that asserts that non-existence or exclusion of something. Ergo, for the claim rockets don't work in a vacuum is a negative claim, therefore a claim of non-existence. You're an imbecile.
Which rocket is it that doesn't exist then?
What? Dude, are you mainlining fluoride? Nobody claimed that rockets don't exist, you glue-sniffing git. The claim is rockets don't work in a vacuum.
This begins with the claim that rockets don't work in a vacuum.
No, it didn't, you dew-licking fungus muncher. The entire argument began with your positive claim right here.
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum. You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
You get it? Get?
Jem, claiming that
No.
rockets working in a vacuum
No,
exists?
no, look, you can't
No,
just...
you're not?
You can't just... No, I'm not.
You're not? Then what's this?
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum. You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
Do you even know where you're at?
You can't just throw the word exist on the end of the sentence and go, aha, it's a conversation about existence. It is absolutely not a conversation about the existence of something.
It absolutely is. By definition, you clown. If a negative claim is one of non-existence, and it is, we just went over the definition by Stephen Hales, then a positive claim that you made, by the way, is ipso facto a claim of existence. You're a certified ignoramus.
It's about engineering and how that engineering works in reality. And you are making a specific claim about that engineering, as are we.
The claim isn't about engineering, Mr. Magoo. Your claim is about a rocket working in a fairy tale vacuum. Wake the hell up!
Who's saying that we know rockets exist, but we're saying that they go up?
Right. Well, Jeremy's saying that this argument about how they work is actually about whether they exist or not. And that's not true.
Of course it's not true. Because that's not his argument. Oh my God. You're retarded. You're a retard. That's it.
And he's doing that.
No. You're
doing
straw
that.
manning me.
He's doing that. That's exactly what you're doing,
straw
Jeremy.
manning. I'm telling you, rockets. Hold on, Jen. Let's just so we're
He's
clear.
starting to spiral now.
You guys are saying rockets working. You guys are saying rockets working in a vacuum is a thing that exists. Correct? Or am I straw manning you? No, you're not saying
You
that.
are straw manning me. That is incorrect.
Nah, that's correct. Let's take another listen.
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum. You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
Clown!
Okay, let's go back to my question that I asked before.
What about my question?
Give me an
Rockets
example.
work in a vacuum, Jen.
Give me an example of a rocket that you claim does not exist. If you're not saying rockets don't exist, and I'm not saying rockets don't exist, this is not an argument about the existence of rockets.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah.
You've just been erased.
Yo, Miggy, you should clip that up a little bit and put that on your channel.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I like that clip.
This dude has the nerve to call me a liar, and I say, how so? Mum's the word. However, dude, just
We can see rockets working in the vacuum. We can see rockets working in the vacuum. When did I ever say that rockets work in a vacuum?
That was good.
We can see rockets working in a vacuum.
Let me try. He has a British accent, therefore he's right. My bad, I tried. He has a British accent. That makes him smarter.
Thanks, Jim.
Oh, that is one of the stupidest performances I have ever witnessed.
No, it's comic gold, really. Love it.
I see he typed. I see he stopped typing. He has like a molecule of a soul still left in him. I guess. Yeah, good enough. He was smart enough to leave.
No, you're frigging assuming that he can type. That's one of his slobber nurses.
They're dictating it for. He's dictating. Nice.
Come on, after
but-
that argument, you think he could type?
You're not the cult. You're not the cult leader, Elijah. That's what he said. Well, I'm trying to be, but Kiwi, I think, has that. He's wearing that hat right now. He's the big cheese.
Well, he said cult leaders. So
I thought it was just singular. I didn't know you.
no, before he said what he said to me, he said something about listening to the cult leaders.
That doesn't mean he knows what's the difference between singular and plural, Meggie. I'm not fucking kidding.
Yeah, it's that bad. And again, it's that bad because you know that thing that your mom used to call an idiot. Oh, well, probably your dad, if you had one, he would have told you this. Stop watching that idiot box. Well, all of the commercials you watch, all of the arguments that you see in these skits and these movies, this is why you guys think talking this way and thinking this way is all right, because it's peppered in your cult. We was just talking about what was that other fallacy we were talking about? Well, maybe it wasn't a fallacy, but it was on that page. Appeal to celebrity. So because a celebrity says this product is good, that's the argument, and people just go, this product is good because so and so said so. Shit like that. It's like
Yeah, like QE made up the scientific.
95% of people would make that.
QE made up the
fallacy.
scientific method, so therefore he's the author of the scientific method, according to these idiots.
It's hilarious. Jem is filled to the brim with fallacies, but his favorite one, by far, is argument from silence fallacy. This fallacy, that if a source remains silent or says nothing about a given subject or question, this in itself is proof something about the truth of the matter. And, oh shit, I got a quote from Shamalama Gamma Ping Ding Dong. Here it is. There's been hundreds of thousands of people who have studied the second law of thermodynamics, and nobody has caught on to the problem of the atmosphere next to a vacuum. Textbook. Argument from silence fallacy. Thank you very much.
We're the whistleblowers, man. We're right here, idiot.
Remember that clip we played? I forget what that young Moses, another moniker, where he goes to speak to this. I think he was an astrophysicist or something, and he qualifies with asking the guy, people, you the guy speaks about gravity and you've done experiments, right? And he's like, yes. And then he asks him about the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure. And the guy was like, yeah, that's true. High pressure goes to low pressure. He's like, well, what about Earth? And he's like, oh, gravity. Well, you have any experiments? He was like, well, the Earth. Hey, yo.
He was like, I'm busy.
Yes, he did. He said, I gotta go. I gotta answer other questions. He was in his classroom after speaking for probably 2-3 hours on a lecture.
Yeah. Everyone's getting in on this.
Join the VC train in live stream voice text.
Quantum, you have mentioned this Popper many times, and I haven't been able to follow everything you say, but I want to check this right now. Popper?
Karl Popper.
Can you type it? Forgive my ADDHD 1747, whatever.
We'll get the Adderall out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Karl Popper, he is a philosopher, a pretty famous philosopher of science back in the day. Everyone appeals to, all the ballers will appeal to him. Of course, they don't know what he's wrote or any of his works, right? Which is, they usually say the opposite of what he says. But Karl Popper indicted induction as being a fucking fiasco in science. Yeah, shout out to Dr. Danny Faulkner, you imbecile. Thinks induction is science and shit. Meanwhile, Karl Popper's over there back there laughing in his grave. And guess what Karl Popper's poster child proof of bullshit induction was? Anyone guess? All swans are white. I love irony. I just went over Popper just the other day.
Karl Popper.
Yeah, on Ballbusters, the last video. I think I went over that. He popped up.
Yeah, but I was at the Niagara Falls, bro. I'm visiting family. I can't just follow everything you say.
I got you.
Got things to do.
You're dropping the ball, Jemsy. Where you at, bro?
Yep, give us some more excuses. Dog ate my homework. Cat pissed on the rug. Tugged on Superman's cape.
Hey, I don't have a dog. I have a cat. And he's a baller. He likes balls on flat surfaces. He plays with them.
All right, Miggy. You're running out of steam.
Nothing really much else on the docket here. We're just going over logical fallacies, but we had a little excitement from Gamma.
Well, try now. Everyone that's in here, listen to that. Try next time a baller comes in, if you could pinpoint, not only a baller, anyone, even your buddy.
They get everybody in here gets called if they're using logically. They're logically fallacious. They'll be called out.
I've done it once or twice. I'm done with it.
I get it. This is why you have mentioned him many times. The term Black Swan. Yeah, I get it now. I can add the piece to the puzzle. It was just one piece. This is not a crime.
Well, he just indicts. Karl Popper indicts induction. Induction is likelihood or probability, and Miggy went over fallacies that had that at their basis. Right, a couple of them they did.
I think appeal to possibility is one that we went over.
That's one
of those.
Yep.
No, it was pretty productive this morning, for sure.
Good.
We're about noontime central in the United States of America, depending on where you're at.
You said central.
Yeah. Central time.
So is that it?
Yep, it's
Is that
on
it for today?
clock.
Well,
Say
I
again?
mean,
Oh,
None. Well, that's it for now. For I guess next couple hours. Who wants to come in behind the talk of logical fallacies? They're going to have to let the room air out a little bit.
we got Scare Bear in here.
No. They're all fresh with everyone. Go ahead, Air Bear. I triple dog dare you.
It gets bad when even Gem Pan doesn't want to come in here. The king of the hill over there on the Petri dish server that they have.
King of the hill.
Yeah, isn't he the
Yeah, he's king of the hill that they're all going to die on. So they're like dying on hills. He's the king of that hill.
He's the king of the hill, and he just made an argument like he just did. OMG.
He's the idiot of the shit pile. That's what he is.
Yeah, he's the king of the shit pile, mate. That's it. Yeah.
Wait, isn't Gamma Panda like the village idiot king of the hill version or something?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to dip out earlier, Mayhem, when we were talking about logical fallacies. I was really enjoying that, mate, but I had to take a call. It was an important call as well, but I was really enjoying that conversation, mate. We were talking about personification, loads of different ones, mate. It was brilliant. Really enjoyed it.
Yep.
We finished strong.
Mm-hmm. Anthropomorphism?
Yeah.
When you were just mentioned?
Yeah.
Hypostasization.
God. Hypostasization.
Oh, that's I didn't hear that one. Oh my goodness. Would you mind repeating it for me?
It's a derivative of anthropomorphism.
Oh, okay.
And the pathetic fallacy.
Pathetic or apathetic?
Pathetic.
Pathetic. Okay. A pathetic fallacy. Oh, okay. Can you formulate that for me? Can you point it out?
Yeah, it's endowing inanimate objects with human qualities.
Getcha. So personification. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're like derivatives of anthropomorphism.
I get you. Brilliant. Thank you, mate. Science says things. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jaren.
It's like that speak and spell thing that you pull down and it says, the pig says, or, but not like that, science says, and the little guy says, hi, birds are humping in the woods or some shit, like.
Oh, God. Well, even along the lines, because we were talking about this earlier about ambiguity and stuff. So even when they say, so everybody knows they say X, Y, Z. Who the fuck are they? I like this ambiguity. Yeah. And very vague as well, right?
Yep.
Who the hell are they?
Yep. Most fallacies are fallacies of ambiguity.
Oh, wow. Okay. So this is why when Mayhem and I were talking earlier before you jumped in and I had to leave, bells were going off in my head because I live this every day and see it every day within this server and things that people fucking say. Yeah, really vague and kind of ambiguous and you're kind of pissing me off and now I know why. Oh, bullshit.
Hey, you missed a really good one. Appeal to the moon fallacy.
Appeal to the moon. Sorry, does that come with a soundbite? Appeal to the moon. Sounds like it should be like that. So what do you mean by appealing to the moon? What's going on?
So the description using the argument, if we can put a man on the moon, we could, in quotations, as evidence for the argument. This is a specific form. This is a specific form of the weak analogy fallacy.
Okay. So is it along the lines of techno speakers as well? Lots of
use it that way.
Achievements and so on. Yeah. So because I can, mention this about space and so it's very technical, but because we've put men on the moon or toasters exist, then what I'm saying is true because, we can achieve things, right?
Yeah.
Wow, what the heck happened here? The first thing I heard was birds are humping in the woods.
Yeah, it's a new speak and say or that little toy that new children are gonna have.
It's called the Tickle Me Gamma Panda doll.
Tickle Me Gamma Panda doll. Dang.
Yeah, it's gonna have common things like what's that one thing it says? Rockets work in a vacuum. I can't I'm trying to get in character here.
Gee whiz, I really missed out as a child, huh? Could have had a Gamma Panda doll if I just lived 65 years later.
When I read fallacious reasoning, it says a fallacy is reasoning that is logically invalid or that underestimates the logical validity of an argument. All forms of human communication can contain fallacies. All forms of human communication can contain fallacies. I thought he was saying that all human communications have fallacies, but he said it can. Yeah. It doesn't mean that necessarily communication contains fallacies. He's saying that it could contain them. I got it now.
How about appeal to ridicule fallacy? Shit, we might as well just keep going. Why not?
Yep, that's a familiar one. Yep.
Let's see here.
Sorry, appeal to ridicule. I like it when
ridicule.
I like it when that's formulated. So how would that go?
Also known as appeal to mockery, the horse laugh. A description, presenting the argument in such a way that makes the argument look ridiculous, usually by misrepresenting the argument or the use of exaggeration. Logical form. Person 1 claims that X is true. Person 2 makes X look ridiculous by misrepresenting X. Therefore, X is false.
Oh my God. Oh, boy, a lot of that going on in here.
It sounds like a combo because there's a straw man in there in the middle of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I hate that one.
Yeah, the Globetards usually do that when they come in here, don't they?
Well, flat earthers
Well,
too.
this is how on your flat Earth how this would work. What the fuck? Nobody even. What you talking about, Willis? You're misrepresenting, bro.
Stop fucking with my emotions, Smokey.
We're gonna get you hip one way or the other, QE.
That's one of my favorite movies, man. So I knew it as soon as you said it.
Yeah, dude, you need to. K-Man, you don't post shit like that, man. That's
yeah,
just gonna get us.
I just ate.
Don't post shit like that. That's gonna get us. The algorithm's gonna pick that shit up, dude, and strike our live streams, bro. We're trying to stay on the level. Yeah, I'm just saying, man. Like I know what it is, but the algorithm's gonna pick it up as something else, and we're gonna get fucked because of it. And then we're gonna crack down on you and ban your ass out of here. Maybe not that, but
how much for the soda? Can you pour it in my hand for a dime?
Oh, yeah. Chris Rock, yeah, it's funny. Got some funny stuff. Good Lord, that's a lot of money.
Damn, I gotta see that again, man. That one part, I just friggin' lose it. Pulls out that big sweaty water cash. Jim Brown is back here in the back grilling ribs or something.
Yeah.
Too funny. I could go find that right now. Shit.
Oh, that'd be good. Mayhem, are you still setting up the arena? Is that still going ahead? The only reason why I ask is that because I've had a stupid idea, because we've been talking about fallacies and so on, it'd be interesting, maybe it's just funny in my head, but it'd be interesting to have a fallacy buzzer where when somebody commits a fallacy, CB or somebody on a soundboard could press a button and the explanation of the fallacy that they've had can be pointed out to them. That'd be quite interesting.
That's a good idea.
You know what's? You know what the weird thing is right now. I'm gonna post something in live stream voice text. I had this ready to go the moment before you started to speak. Look at the fallacy I'm gonna present. I was literally gonna post this before you started talking. Appeal to stupidity.
Brilliant.
Okay, so the description is attempting to get the audience to devalue reason and intellectual discourse, or devaluing reason and intellectual discourse based on the rhetoric of an arguer. Logical form. Person 1 downplays the importance of reason, logic, or science. Person 1 makes a claim, argument, or assertion. Audience is more likely to accept claim, argument, or assertion. Examples.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm hating this more and more because again, I've totally forgotten about Globe. Like I don't even think. Like every time I hear one of these, I'm like, you fucking flat earthers.
Yeah.
It's like
The Jedi.
it's painful.
Yeah, I know. Look at the example. Anthony, you know what's wrong with us today? We think too much. We need to do more. We need to act more with our heart and gut. Today is the first day of the rest of our life. Sign up for my 30-day program for now just $999. Audience cheers uncontrollably. Explanation. It is a common persuasion technique to get people in an emotional state and have them make an emotional decision while in that state. This is exactly what Anthony is doing here while undermining the importance of critical thinking. So here, Anthony's. I'll say Anthony's example. Anthony is well. I'm just saying the name. This is Anthony. You know, it says, you know what's wrong with us today? We think too much. We need to act more with our heart and gut. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Sign up for my 30-day program for just $999.99. And the audience cheers uncontrollably. So based on the emotional, so how crazy?
Not that getting people emotional in itself is a bad thing. It's just how it's used.
I'm sorry, I just watched it. It's funnier than I would remember. Sorry, man.
That's a funny clip.
Sir, no. What? No. Okay, give me one rib. One order of ribs coming up. No, one rib. Fuck the cup, pour it in my hand. Fuck. All right, I'm finished, man.
We got you in rare form today, QE.
I'm finished for the rest of the day.
Some of these that when I'm looking at them, it's like, golly, man. Yeah, a lot of these people that come in here, they're trying to actually. Let's see.
They're trying to downplay you telling them that logic is important. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but look, let me speak.
Dude, here's another one. You guys are gonna be all over this one for sure.
Been all over most of them, mate. Like I said earlier, it's like some kind of spiritual experience I've been having with these logical fallacies. I'm glad Elijah's getting pissed off and angry with flat earthers. Yeah, so am I. I'm also getting pissed off with globe earthers, primarily because this is the formulation of that logical or illogical bullshit. So yeah, it's ringing fucking bells to me, man. Been over it ever since you started bringing it up. So what's the next one? Bring it on.
Argument by pig-headedness.
Nah.
So yeah. This is also known as argument by stubbornness or invincible ignorance fallacy. The description: this is a refusal to accept a well-proven argument for one of many reasons related to stubbornness. It can also be the refusal to argue about a claim that one supports. Logical form: argument X is well argued. Person 1 has no objections to the argument besides just refusing to accept the conclusion. Therefore, argument X is not true. So the example, Dad, this is Dad right here. You are failing math since you moved the Xbox to your room. You've been playing video games for at least 6 hours each day since. Before that, you consistently got A's and B's. Don't you think the video games are the real problem here? Blake is saying no. So explanation: Blake is offering no counter argument or reasoning for rejecting his dad's well-articulated argument. He is simply being stubborn.
Yeah, that's every single baller that comes in here, for sure. Every single one.
So we've get argument by pig-headedness. You could say that when you formulate an argument to them, they're like, "Nuh-uh."
What's the GP? Sorry, what's the GP angle?
Nuh-uh.
Sorry. Even though
how many?
Sorry, I just got to give it because it's in my head. I do apologise, guys, but yeah, the pig-headedness, not accepting that a right-angled triangle on the surface of the Earth is a right-angled triangle. No, it's not. It doesn't need to be. We can do it on the ball. No.
But it feels like you're talking about rocket science when you're talking about a triangle. It's like they lose the plot. They're like, "Oh, what were we talking about again? A triangle, dude. Like that's the fuck. Like, God."
This is the one that I turn around on them the most because they do it the most. Just hand wave dismissal. It's like, well, what's your justification for doing that? I'll listen. No.
No, because appeal to techno babble or what I've done and personal achievement. That's yeah. No, hand wave this, and then straw man or something or some bollocks. But no, it isn't.
Yeah, it's argument by pig-headedness.
Every fucking day.
Hey, I got a bolt, guys. Have a good one.
Later, QE.
My mom can beat up your mom, QE. Bye.
I love these. These are awesome. Oh, you guys are gonna love this one. I've heard it being.
Wait. Yo, for sure. I mean, this is definitely a gotcha kind of thing, but it's like, because you guys know I'm like, well, rewind the live stream, $100 right now, right? Like, imagine we had a fallacy night or a logical fallacy or whatever it is, where it's like, hey, if you get called out on a fallacy, and the fallacy been called out on you is incorrect, and it's justified, then you can receive $100. The problem is, how are you going to argue for the globe without fallacy?
Yeah, it's built on a faulty
Or
premise.
you can make it like a some type of rule in the server that if someone is arguing a fallacy, you have and someone call it out. Well, it has to be kind of like talked about to come to the logical conclusion that they're committing a fallacy. I like how you're saying, except the $100, because nobody's gonna pay. Who's gonna be paying that?
No, I'm saying the person who's saying no, it's not a logical fallacy is the baller, and then we say, okay, justify that.
Yeah,
because otherwise, if I call somebody out on a fallacy and they're like, no, it's not because this is the form of that fallacy and this is the words that I said, look back on the live stream, then I owe them $100.
Yeah,
that's very fair.
All right, so check this one out. This one you probably have. This has been done. It is a combination of sophistry and also it's a logical fallacy. Argument by fast talking. Description: when fast talking is seen as intelligence and or confidence in the truth of one's argument, therefore seen as evidence of the truth of the argument itself. Logical form. According to person 1, Y is true. Person 1 speaks very fast, therefore Y is true. Example 1. And it says to be read extremely fast, so I'm going to try to read it fast. Excuse me, guys. I hereby submit that it is crystal clear that there is only one true God, without question, without reserve, without hesitation. I can say this because I know the truth and I'm here to share it with you. Praise Allah. So, explanation. There is absolutely no evidence in the above claim, and you can read it quickly and clearly and would persuade more people than if you read it like one of the Beverly Hillbillies. If your intent was to persuade others by not giving them time to process what you have said, then you would be guilty of this fallacious tactic.
Yeah. What's his name? Professor Dave does that. Maybe not talks fast, but he'll just, he'll overwhelm you before you get time to think.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like scattergunning as well, right? So talking fast about a lot of things, right? Asking lots of questions, a lot of techno babble, a lot of word salad. You're saying a lot of fucking shit, but not actually saying anything at fucking all. Yeah. Appealing to I can say a lot of shit because the words I'm using are really, really long. Fucking hell.
Got some interesting stuff here. I'm having a great time, man. I've been doing this all day, but it's been wonderful on my side anyway, going through these.
I've really enjoyed it, man.
Yeah, we'll just keep rolling until it really gets like tiresome, but I don't know. It's like pudding with every one. I'm liking it more.
Just to clarify, that whole my mom could beat up QE's mom was just like my dad can beat up your dad. The whole argument from the Globers, like it wasn't anything real there.
No worries, man. You're fine. I don't think anybody took it that way anyway. You're good.
I don't think anybody paid attention to it, to be honest. Here's another one.
Well, before you carry on with the next one, Mayhem, one of the things that I'm enjoying about this, especially because we're going on to the next one because there's so many, how they intertwine with each other. So how this is slightly described as that, and it's not just one thing when you pay close attention as this as well and as that. So it's like the Lego stacking of fallacies. It's interesting, man.
Yeah, best believe.
So how could this not be? I know you would. Sorry, but how could this not be? It's so overwhelmingly objective that what we watch on TV, all of the arguments that we hear, even when you watch C-SPAN, CNN, any of these things, they're using these fallacies. Now, we always call them entertainment. We always call that entertainment TV. We're like, they're the WWE. It's not really real. And it's like, if the world is a stage and we're being programmed, and the programming is fallacious reasoning, that to me is so significant Because the only reason we speak this way, think this way, is because we grew up watching the Idiot Box or listening to some other fallacious argument. No one has ever sat us down in front of a program and said, look at these logical fallacies. When did that class happen?
Never.
This is how they fucked us over, man.
Yeah, they did that and not teach us about money and debt, Elijah. This is a known fact.
Well, that ties into logical fallacy as well. What you do with your energy, because your energy is really the wealth creator. And so it's like if you create wealth and then you dump it in the very next moment, you ain't gonna have no wealth.
All right, so yeah, that's a true statement. I'm gonna go to the next one. Argument from hearsay, also known as the telephone game, Chinese whispers, anecdotal evidence, anecdotal fallacy. Volvo fallacy. Description: presenting the testimony of a source that is not an eyewitness to the event in question. It has been conclusively demonstrated that with each passing of information via analog transmission, the message content is likely to change. Each small change does lead to many more significant changes, as in the butterfly effect in chaos theory. Hearsay is generally considered very weak evidence if it's considered evidence at all, especially when such evidence is unfalsifiable or not able to be proven false. The logical form. Person 1 told me that he saw Y. Therefore, I must accept that Y is true. And of course, the example is Bill stole, Lolita is saying, Bill stole the money from the company Petty Cash Fund. Byron is saying, how do you know? Lolita is saying, because Diane told me. Byron saying, how does she know? Lolita said, Julian told her. Byron said, did anyone actually see Bill steal the money? Lolita saying, I don't know. We could ask Mr. Morris. Byron is, who's he? Lolita's the guy who told Julian. Explanation. Lolita is making a bold claim about Bill based on hearsay. Not only did Lolita see Bill steal the money, not only did Lolita not see Bill steal the money, but neither did Diane, Julian, and who knows about Morris. So that's an example.
These are what are thrown out in court all the time.
Yeah, argument from hearsay. But this is what they commit when they come in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know the Earth's a globe? Well, my teacher told me. Who told your teacher? Well, they're the scientist. Who told the scientist? Well, I don't know, another smart scientist. You go all the way back to, well, the astronaut that was flying around in space. Well, how do you know that it's all hearsay.
It all ends up at the Wizard of Oz.
I was going to say Aristophanes, but yeah.
Well, yeah, you can draw it back to anybody you want, but all hearsay.
Might as well be the Wizard of Oz. So it's okay in everyday life to use these fallacies, and in general conversation, we hear it all the time here, and to run your life with these logical fallacies. But it's not okay in a court of law. That should make people question it.
I would say this though, and even in this arena, Sonny, this is basically like we're putting truth on trial, right? If what they're saying is true, then it must be ran through this logical forms of conversation. And if it's not able to be filtered this way, then we can't determine whether the person's saying the truth or not. So in a way, this is kind of like a trial. We are all lawyers.
A lot of people, like Jim Panda himself, has said that. There's a lot of people who've said, well, this isn't a formal debate, therefore you can't really use logical fallacies against me. I'm like, no, you're just using logical fallacies for your argument. So it's like, you can't use it in everyday life, because that is why we're slaves. I just said that. Because you're going to use that when it comes to money. You're going to use that thinking when it comes to your relationship building. You're going to use that when it comes to everything. No, you cannot do that in everyday life. Okay, let me say you ought not, but you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on that point. Definitely. I hear that loud and clear. Yeah, you're right. Most places you can't use that, or else you're going to be screwed in some way or another, you know?
The globals will tell you that a logical fallacy is better than nothing. I'm like, no, actually nothing would be better. And I don't know is a lot better than just making up some bullshit.
I'm just going to start telling them right off the bat. Do you realize that your argument, if it was in a court of law, would be thrown out immediately on its face? But I don't know if that'll matter.
Yeah, I got another one. You probably don't know this one. I haven't heard the term for this, but here it is. Bulverism. Description. This is a combination of circular reasoning and the genetic fallacy. It is the assumption and assertion that an argument is flawed or false because of the arguer's suspected motives, social identity, or other characteristics associated with the arguer's identity. Logical form. Person 1 makes the argument X. Person 2 assumes person 1 must be wrong because of their suspected motives, social identity, or other characteristics associated with their identity. Therefore, argument X is flawed or not true. The example, Martin is saying, all white people are not racist. Charlie is saying, yes, they are. You just believe that because you are white. Explanation, Charlie is making two errors. He is assuming that Martin must be wrong, and number 2, he's basing that assumption on an accidental feature of Martin, the amount of pigmentation in his skin. Bulverism. I'm gonna kick back for now. That's quite a lot to consume today.
Same. I got to make a few calls.
Oh, by the way, I think I'm out of jail a little bit, Elijah. So
Yeah, remember, I think think of it as incrementally. You know, it's like because if they didn't catch you in time, you could have added like this. Well, you haven't added anybody. I don't get it. I can't even.
Weird. I don't know.
It must be it could be the shares. It gotta be that. But I don't know.
Huh.
But you'll be out. You're out. They had blocked me a little bit because I added like 30 people because of the DJs, man. They just they get you pumped, and then I was like, oh, I'm blocked.
How do you not do that in that like, you know what I'm saying? When you go in those rooms, you got to do it like get into one room, start doing that grow channel, and then I don't know, hit the limit, and then like
this how you do it. Like this is how I've done it. Well, see, because the most important thing is to try to get tagged at least once a day, because there's your 100 followers right there. So you don't have to worry about anything. You didn't follow anybody yet, so you're gonna follow them slowly, but ultimately you're off the hook. Now, in between that, all you can do is get up to 10 to 20 an hour, because you're gonna get 10 to 12 or whatever. I'd say 10. Don't fuck around with them, because I think I hit like 12, and they were like, "Yep, got you." And I was like, "Okay." So you do 10. Like if I'm in the chat and I see somebody mention my name, then I'll grab 10 of them. Then I'll leave for 10, 15, 20 minutes. I'll go back and I can do that again. But see, if you're participating with the host, you can fuck that up, because you're participating with the host. Then you see people mentioning you. You're like, oh, that's a legit follow. So you hit them too. So you did 10 from what the host requested and 10 for the people in the chat. That's 20 right there. Bam, you're going to get hit. So I usually just either get my 10 from the chat, and because they see my name, they'll follow me. So for the 10 people that I followed, I might get 20 back to me. But that's like kind of the max 20, 25 or whatever. Yeah. Now, there are other ways, like if one of the ways is if you listen to them say, look at the top gifter, follow their top 10, you can only do that. You can't do follow them, and now do these pin people. You can't do all that. So you follow their top 10. Guess what? Those are mutual friends. So they already know that game, which means when they see that you have mutual followers, they're just going to follow you back. That's the point of following the gifters top 10 people. They will follow you back. So it all works out.
Yeah, but like, there's this like hurry up and wait kind of thing, like once after you get your 10, you just gotta like do something else, even though you're tempted to like, because it's so hype.
What are you using your phone?
Yeah.
Then all you gotta do is keep, like, what I do most of the time is I tap. Like that right there is a mindless thing that for some reason gives me pleasure. I'm like, I'm tapping. I've got pinned for tapping before, because sometimes people don't tap. They're like, Freeman, I see you tapping. Boom, I get again.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
That the way you get around that too is by getting pinned. I got like 30 some to, like, it was either 30 or 40 follows from just a pin post. I went nuts, dude. Everybody was mentioning me, and I was like, "Do you know how to get pinned? Because I don't know how that is. It random or?"
It is random. That's what I'm saying. Like you, but I picked up on how to do. You see when I got pinned once, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
It happens. You just, because like I told you, when I'm posting in the chat, I'm making sure other people are also hitting me. So, I might, type really quickly something relevant to what the DJ said, and the DJ will be like, "Oh yeah, I see you. Oh, that's what's up. Thank you. I appreciate it." And people will hear him say your name. So when you're posting anything, you don't have to be following anyone. People will see your name, and because it was said, they're going to start following you, expecting you to follow them back, which you should, because that's just, proper etiquette. Eventually, not right then, because you probably already followed 10 people or whatever. But the thing is, you don't have to just sit there and do nothing. Like sometimes I pick and choose. I slowly follow. Like I might follow 2 people from the chat, then I'll be like, the fastest tapper, heart. Or I'll say, and that'll keep me busy in the chat. That's how I get like 20 to 30 people, even though I can only follow 10.
Yep. So I'm thinking another way to get around it is, so with the pin post, you got also buying a Galaxy, getting like one of the guns that shoot money. Like you can buy one of those, and you could get put like on a top 10 list, or I don't know, top 15.
Yes, that's the thing. You get put, you like, say that a live just started. That's the perfect time, because while they're building, they got 80 something people, 100 people. You pay $15, you're the top gifter. Every so often they're gonna say, go to the gifters, add them, and we're gonna pin you. Those people are constantly going to you and adding you.
Yep, I noticed that. So, like what you said, that's a great strategy, without having to like. Well, you can interact. I mean, it's up to you, but you're gonna get those follows. But what I've noticed is that I was at 370 and I dropped down to 350 because I couldn't respond to anybody. Like I was like,
yeah. But that's all right. That happens to me too. But I get so many followers that it kind of evens out for me now. Like, and also, like, I just unfollowed like 100 people. Why? Because also you got people who will follow you and then unfollow you. That's why some people's accounts say, don't unfollow, or whatever. Because for some, like the bitch, if you got like a few thousand followers, and you got like you following the like 300 people, and you unfollowed me, oh yeah, bitch, you ain't nobody. Get the fuck off my page. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm unfollowing. That's another thing I do in the morning when I'm not doing anything, or when I'm at my limit or whatever. I start to go to, I go through TikTok so they don't look at me like a robot. I go to people's pages. I watch videos in the browse section. I like stuff. Remember, you can't just like things. That'll get you shadow banned too. You have to watch a full video and then like it. You can watch a full video and not do anything, or half a video and not do anything. But if you're going to like something, just make sure you listen to the full audio or watch the full video first. So that's another thing.
Yeah, so I guess people are asking what's the relative conversation here? It's acquiring a TikTok account and establishing yourself in there with these channels that are called grow channels. And so they're like follow trains. Basically, you interact with the channel and they help you grow your specific channel to then increase your following. Because I think you need 1,000 followers to go on live with TikTok. So once you me and Elijah were talking about like, what if he's already at 1,000, but I need to get there. But once you get there, you can plan your like what you want to do with the account, which is kind of like having the function of live chatting is kind of the similar thing that we're doing in here, but with TikTok. But so not so much like using that platform for what we use in here, but I told him more like for advertising and like revenue, because you can actually get money off of TikTok if you use it wisely. Why not? Like, what's stopping you?
Easily, just by being a likable, charismatic person. Now, if you're a likable, charismatic person who does right by people, people really fucking support you, man. That's it. That's literally all you have to do. Same thing for business. Same thing for it's all you have to do is be a decent fucking human being, and then put your energy towards something that's worth it. Those are the two things you need to do. Consider that, then put your energy towards something that is important to you. That's it. People will appreciate you for it.
Yeah. And you get paid for it too, just hanging out.
Especially the more skilled you are. Oh, Miggy, that's what I forgot. So these smaller channels, see, they allow you, once you can go live, they allow you to get in those little boxes. Here's the thing about that. When you get in the box, you gift a little, but guess what? The whole purpose of getting in that box is for other people to gift you. Yeah. So you do that 10, 15 times a day. You're getting followers there. That's like 200-300 followers if you're doing that. And then if you go to one of the big live streams at night, now, you can just, probably invest that back and give them all the gifts basically you got. And then you grow rapport with the person, and they're like, "Oh, remember ADHD is in here. Yo, what's up, ADHD? Da. You know how many followers he gets just by being known?
Right. Are you thinking about going that route?
Which one? Being a grow host or?
Yeah, do we need to be a grow host, man? That's what, like, more often, like, I'm seeing this as like, fuck, dude, why not? Like, just being hype.
I feel like I'm always like a mercenary, like Jarlaxle from Legend of Drizzt, Forgotten Realm series. Like, I might not be a grow host, but I'll be somebody like ADHD. I don't know if he's a grow host, but I usually just see him bouncing around other streams. People like him. He supports other people. People support him, and he just goes wherever. That'll probably be more my kind of thing. But I might.
Dude, you can play any kind of music you want in the background without getting strikes. I think that's amazing.
Yeah,
I find it a little bit difficult because I don't try to be a douchebag at all, and I'm only on YouTube, and I'm getting age restricted, and I'm not understanding why. It could be because of a specific plant in the garden, but I don't focus on that plant. I go to the lettuce, I go to the tomatoes and the cucumbers, I talk about the entire garden. Why am I being age restricted? I don't swear. I hardly have it. It's not about money. I won't say more money wouldn't be a good thing, but I'm good. I don't really need YouTube to pay me anything. But I have hardly any subs. I have hardly any subs, and I'm being age restricted.
Well, on YouTube, for instance, like, money is kind of a barometer for how well and useful you are to the platform. So if you're not making any money, then your usefulness. It's not that your usefulness is not valuable. It's just that there's something you're doing that isn't. No, let me not say it that way. It's just
disposable.
Like people. There are people who can grow YouTube channels to 50K subscribers, 100K subscribers in 6 months.
Yeah,
it's no accident that they can do that. It's not because they were already famous. They're doing something specifically. What we do is we're like, well, this is my value. And so I'm going to come into your house and tell you how you should value me. You can't do that. You have to see how you can provide value from within that house. It's like, okay, do I agree with these tenants? Do I agree with all of them? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, what do I like? Okay, how can I utilize this for good? Okay, I'm gonna do this. And you know, the effectiveness of that is reflected by how many people who will follow you or subscribe to you or gift you or whatever it is.
Maybe I don't to, and again, I did one clip about supporters and whatever subs and support, saying like the best way they could support me is help somebody they know that needs help. Like I don't really need their money or whatever.
But you do.
Well,
but you don't tell people that. I mean, you can, but not when in the back of your mind it's like, well, I do really need that. You do.
Well, no. But for real though, bro, because what it was about was
your energy is the most precious thing that you will ever own. Right?
It was about people complaining about channels that had Patreons and were soliciting super chats or support, and I was saying, support who you want to support. You know what I mean? Don't feel bad. And if you have a channel and you ask for Patreons and support, don't feel bad. Like, anyway.
Yeah, but what's your point then?
Well, my point was I'm good. Like, I don't really need them to try to find because my best way for them to help me is to help someone in their family that's struggling, say a student or something, you know?
Okay, I see. Okay, so here's okay. So I guess here's where I'm confused. We're talking about being successful on a platform.
Yeah,
you're saying I don't want. You're saying I don't care about money. So then, where do you fit in the being more successful part?
Well, by trying to share my life's experience, like and how I do it, like to let them know that even if they can't help someone but they want to not feel guilty, that someday the creator will provide a path for them to help others.
That's not informing or instructing. It's true, but you have to put your energy towards something other than telling people it's possible, because their mind goes, what's possible?
Or how?
And they're like, success. And you're like, success how? As the person. And they're like, well, God will bring it to you. People can't do anything with that, especially if they don't talk to God. You see what I'm saying?
True.
So you, like for instance, if I was like, yo, it's important for, like, if you want to get the message out there, like, we need TikToks and we need to be able to go live and we need to get subscribers. How do you do that? Pray about it. Miggy wouldn't be here right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, on TikTok anyway. Like, it's more than that. Just
there's mentality, like, listen, like, and I get it, right? A lot of people in the truth community are like, dude, I don't want to be like a shyster or a snake oil salesman and be selling the truth. Like, well, who's that? Like, I'm not in it for the money, but it's the mindset behind, right? So if you want to be successful, then do the best thing that you can with what you got, right? And put yourself out there. You got to go out there. And so when people like start gifting you some things, like, you got to be like, thank you very much. It's going to help me grow my channel so that I can help more people. Like, you got to look at it like a paying forward kind of thing. So when they increase your status because they're participating in, like, saying, I think Flatman can do a lot more if I help them out, then that's a good thing, right? A lot of people here snub their noses to that because they're like, dude, you're just a money grubber. Like, you want to, like, oh, how else are we going to live in this world? You know what I mean? Like, that's how you become successful. And with a bigger platform, the more reach you have, so it just makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So you have to look at it from a money standpoint, because everything revolves around. If you had the capacity, right, the cash flow to do anything you wanted to, you could build a huge ass platform for you to say anything you wanted on it. But because it's small time right now, you don't have that. So you're starting, it's the mindset behind it. But granted, you could stay that way if you want to. Like, you don't have to. You can just be a small little channel with like 10 people that watch you every day. That's not that's not wrong. It's just, what do you want out of life? Do you want to just sit there with 10 people that you talk to every single day? Well, then that's all it'll ever be.
Yeah, people talk about.
Consider PO box. Go ahead, Elijah. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. People talk about. First of all, I don't think that taking down the government like that. That's like this idea that's like, for me, is ridiculous. And I could get into it, but no thanks. Right. But at the same, even though everything that I said was what I said, like, I have a path to actually disrupting the source, because I know how to become the source. Like, in a sense, like, if the source is this company over here, they have this much money, this is what they're using with their energy. And then I'm like, well, damn, look at all of those commercials that are fallacious, the shit we're talking about now, right? Like, imagine I come up with a company and I can easily point out how either, certain products are bad, or I just use real logic. Like, people will see that, they're like, damn, that's true. I like this company. That's a bad example, but I hope you guys are following. If you were here from earlier, it's like, people will accept what's better if you offer it to them. But the problem is, people, don't believe that right now. A lot that's out there is really shit. And that's what we see. Why? Who brings us information? The people we don't trust. They're bringing you information that they know that you're going to think, damn, there's all this bad shit out there. How can I do anything? Blah, 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 blah. The thing that you can do is be a part of the good. And how do you become a part of the good? So here's what I did. So I learned something by chance. I don't think it's by chance. I think the Creator puts us in positions to have things to help others. I'm not thinking about becoming like, I kept saying I don't even want to do TikTok, but I did it because somebody showed me, and I saw, okay, going live and these different things is useful, but I may not have implemented it, right? I see Miggy or Mayhem is now, growing his Rumble. He wants a bigger audience. So because of something I knew, what did I put my energy towards? Convincing him to get a TikTok and growing that so he can have a means to achieve what he wants. That's all I want to do. Problem solved. It costs me no money.
And it's doing just that,
but it's going to bring him wealth.
It's doing just that. Dude, my video has got 1,029 views thus far. The first one that I posted. The one that you told me to put?
Yep.
1,000.
I'm a genius. Nah, I'm just, let me stop.
Yeah, it's got 1,029 views, bro. That one video that you told me to. This is look, listen, I'm just going based on what Eli is saying, and the information he gave me was totally free. I didn't have to pay anybody anything. He just made a TikTok. But if I didn't do it, I would have never seen this result today. And where is this going to lead? Well, it's easy, right? The bigger audience, the more revenue, it's just, the possibilities are endless. But if I didn't do anything, I wouldn't have this. And so the first step is usually the one that gets people to like, it's TikTok, bro. Yeah, so what? Who cares? Like, there's all these systems that are available for you, but if you're going to just be cringe about everything, you're never going to take advantage of what's there.
I got to get over that too. I deleted my Twitter account. Fuck.
I'd go to TikTok.
Yeah, you know why? Because all of the people that you shouldn't have, all the people you shouldn't have paid attention to stole your energy. And then they stole your faith in the system that you put yourself into. So first of all, this is God's kingdom. The systems here are governed by the laws that he placed here before any of us existed, before any of us was even a consciousness somewhere to be put into a body or whatever it is. That's the thing that people don't have faith in. Now, the truth of the matter is, everyone starts a system. It could be a workout system. It could be a cooking system. It could be a school. Most people flunk out because they don't know what to do in the system. It's not the thing, the system itself. It's not the education. Well, I'm not going to say that. But it's not the fact that, Blink or Planet Fitness doesn't work. It's that you just decided for some reason, oh, well, fuck Planet Fitness. I didn't really like their machines. Could you do a push-up? Did you like the environment? Yeah, like it's just set a standard and follow that standard and follow, the improvement. The improvement is the proof. But if you don't have a system that you're following and a standard that you put down, then you have no way to track your improvement, and then you lose faith in that system. I don't care what system it is. All systems work to some degree.
May I ask what it's like on TikTok regarding Flat Earth? Because obviously with YouTube, the anti-Flat Earthers are promoted, Flat Earthers are pushed to the bottom with tramp stamps. Is it a similar
it depends
thing with
on,
TikTok? Is it more free for?
It depends on how you look at things. If you're like me, I'm like, wow, there's a totally open avenue for people like us to get on there and blow up. Other people will go, damn, there's Globy McGloberson and all of these other Globers, and then there are these random, as soon as you post something and you think you're doing good, here come these random Globe Earthers cursing me out. You can focus on that, and then you can start creating content that focuses on those people. And then eventually, because they seem to have unlimited energy, they're going to fucking waste yours and wear you out. And then you're going to stop posting. You're going to stop because you're going to be like, I was tired of the negativity. I was tired of the negativity in my chat. I was tired of the negative. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Why are you paying attention to them? You're on a mission. You have a purpose. Why are you letting these people bog you down? They're not even relevant. They're hitting you with fallacies, and you're truly like, who cares what the fuck they say?
Yeah, I wasn't on about the anti-Flat Earthers specifically. I was on about the platform and the platform's approach to Flat Earth video.
It's basically what he's saying. It's a gold mine for. It's like a blank. It's like a blank slate or a blank canvas that you're ready to like put your art form on there. So when you start to think about like this different platforms like TikTok or YouTube or Rumble or anything, just put your energy like the way. Okay, so they basically outline some rules for you, right? Their TOS, like all their terms of service, and each one of these platforms are a little bit different, but they're kind of the same. So just abide by that and work within the confines of that TOS, and you'll be just fine. So long as you work within their parameters of their company, and then you could benefit from being on that platform. So it's all about perspective, right? Where do you want to go with this? And you can go anywhere so long as you. And you can make money from any one of these platforms, but you can choose whatever you want. But TikTok is no different than like YouTube, let's say. They have their algorithms, they have their, throttling if you go too far off the lamb, just about like what you say. And they can, restrict you so that you're not a bot. So there's certain things you got to watch for, but at the same time, it's just like any other platform, more or less. It's how you're going to use it. I think take advantage of it. But there has been an uptick in flat Earth information on TikTok for sure, definitely.
Mm-hmm. And everything I hear from now that doesn't mean this is right. Just because what fallacy would that be? Because you didn't hear it means it doesn't exist. Valid argument from ignorance, fallacy. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, when I engage with people on TikTok or I ask people about TikTok, they say, yeah, a lot of flat earthers on there, but they don't do it like you guys. I don't see, flat earthers really like, dominating in the arguments kind of way of things. So that just tells me, I have an opportunity.
Yep.
Now, guess what? I what if I was selfish? But I already told you guys, I'm not interested in doing that right now. I have a business that I'm trying to promote. So it's like, okay, but I know other people that already want to do this. So I came to you guys and I'm like, well, I have the technical know-how. It's very simple. It's not like I'm a rocket scientist or anything. I could help you grow your channel and you could do the thing that you want to do with it. Because I know I'm not going to do it right now. But then, involving you guys, maybe I will. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what I want to do with TikTok. It's going to be a grow channel and advertisement too. So it's both. I'm going to advertise my other platforms with it. I'm going to be like, dude, check out my Rumble or YouTube or whatever. Twitter page. Anything.
I appreciate what you guys are talking about. This is really important. Myself, I need an advisor, because I have a lot of energy still, but the problem is focusing the energy in the right place. So I'm even willing to. I've already started a TikTok channel, but the problem is I'm not sure where to start with what I have in my toolbox, right? So I'm willing to even pay somebody to help. I suppose you guys
Sonny,
are actually
paying somebody is not going to help. Paying somebody is only going to get you to feel like now you're obligated.
Yeah.
All you need to do is fucking listen to me, bro. I'm giving you game for free. What else do you want?
I'm trying. I am.
In other words, Sonny. In other words, go to the chill chat whenever, like me and Elijah talk about going to the chill chat. We're having discussions in there about like how we're gonna grow the TikTok channel and the process by which you initiate that, and then you'll learn. Okay, this is step one. Is what I need to do. Okay, do that. Okay, what do I need to do next? Okay, the next thing I need to do is this next thing, and what we go over it kind of like what he does anyways. I'm following him, so he showed me the kind of ropes of how to do it. So I'm basically pretty much like a baby bird flying. Like I'm flying already. Like I don't need. I can follow. Listen to what he's saying.
Done. He can do his own thing now. That's all. I just need to give him a little nudge, and that's because it doesn't like everything. It's not intuitive at first. I just expose you to what's there. You pick up pieces here and there, and you do your own thing. You might come to me a month from now, and give me game, and I'm like, oh shit, that's the point, because we do need each other. So, as a matter of fact, I had 2 grow channels, maybe 3 that I was focused on. But since I got Miggy involved, he shared 1, and I was like, yeah, there are a lot of. Why do I only have 2? Because the first night that I was talking all this shit, I didn't see nobody live at 7 like they're supposed to be, right? And I'm like, oh shit, like what happened? What am I gonna do? But then they eventually got on at 8, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But the point is, because of Miggy just sharing 1 or 2 people, I realized, wait a minute, I need to listen to these hosts. I need to follow more people so that I have more chances and more times of the day where I could just go in and get more, followers and yada, yada, yada. And I wouldn't have done that if I didn't involve him.
Yep.
I'd have still been at 1,024. I'm at 1,200 now. And I'm like barely doing anything. Barely.
So the goal is for everybody that's coming into this brand new with TikTok is to get your 1,000 followers so that you can go live. And then everything that you speak of in here can be translated into TikTok. And guess what? TikTok is a great source of revenue if you're going to be doing something for free, like that's talking. Just get on there and talk, because people, for some odd reason, want to listen to people talk. So you could just get on there on TikTok and just talk about your day, about your struggles, about, I don't know, the weather. They just talk about something, and that people start to like that you are somebody who they can relate to, somebody they can listen to, and they want to gift you. They want to give you little gifts, and it's in the form of like payments to TikTok, but also you get a portion of that, right? And it builds like revenue for you. That's a stream of income. So always focus on constantly having multiple streams of income from every which direction, right? Always. If you're going to be thinking about this, then think of that.
Yeah, like, come on. Like, for instance, Witsit's already got like over 1,000 followers. He's got more than me, I think. And I'm like, okay, well, Don't you have like a website where people could buy like shirts and this that? That's the thing. You have TikTok. Like what the fuck? Use the TikTok. You know, then talk to people. Hey, yo, people are begging him to go to TikTok. That's the craziest shit I ever heard. Not that people are begging him to come, but they're telling him. Somebody's telling you, hey, put your energy here, and we'll back you up. Put it. All you have to do is you're over here. Put your energy over here, and we'll back you up. Right? And then you just put your little website or whatever it is in your bio. Guess what? You got traffic. Not only are you getting gifted from the people that wanted you there, you got traffic going to your website, and people are buying shit. People buy shit every day. Why do people think that's the best? People buy stuff every day. They're looking for people to buy from. What's the problem? Biblically, that's not a problem because God wants you to leave an inheritance for your children. How are you going to do that if you don't have nothing? How?
Yeah, build that wealth, guys. But yeah, if you want to know, I guess anytime they go live, it's usually in the afternoon times these grow channels are on. For me, anyway. I start to see them pop up in my TikTok. So if you guys are listening, whoever wants to take part in that, we'll probably be doing that.
Yeah, I'm about to see real quick if there's anybody on right now. I'll be just give me like 60 seconds or less. LJ's on right now.
Hey,
LJ's on right now. That she got 42 people in there. Not a lot of people. Most definitely 10 followers for anybody who's in. That's 10 followers. If you got 10 followers, and it took you 10 minutes. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. That's 10 minutes, 10 hours of the day. 10 minutes only, that's 100 followers. What? For free.
Eli, do you have the link to her?
Yeah. There might be other people too, but I kind of like LJ. She's cool peoples.
Yes, you would get more than that just by turning water into wine.
Watch, we're helping us reach our goal. Make sure you're picking up those people in the goal.
Hello?
I got another one. Yankees girl. Just Miggy, just follow these. Remember, if you follow these two that I send you, you only got 8 more people to follow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow the hosts at the moment. They're the important ones I need to follow.
Barry, thank you so much for the roses.
Another one, Yankees girl. Ooh, sexy. I love a Yankees girl. Grow with me is on. No, 13 followers. Sorry, not right now. Just me going in there got me 2 followers. I didn't even do anything. Somebody saw me into the chat. They, come on.
Kind of make me forget what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's all for now.
She's gonna reset. It looks like, Eli.
Okay. And there's more to it. There's so much more to it than what we've seen. But it's like you kind of gotta go through the university and see things piece by piece. And it's like there's another thing, like when you can go live, you can do these battles. What are the battles? Who gets more gifts while you're doing whatever the fuck you're doing during that battle? Like, that's it. Like, people, like, literally, you're like, what? So people are just giving gifts, aka money? Yes.
Yo, Eli, guess what, man? Me and you need to battle Like once we have our 1,000 followers.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah.
Either way, one of us is gonna like benefit from it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I guess we'll both win because we're both gonna be getting gifts.
Yes, it's crazy because people will go, what's that thing y'all are talking about? Oh, that sounds cool. All right, we're gonna be in chill chat 7 o'clock, and then I go to chill chat and nobody's there. Like what? I don't know, man. But I'm not surprised by that because it's the same with anything. But it's like I don't know. See, like I've helped strangers more than I've helped people that I know. I don't understand why that is. That's just the way it is. You try to help people that you know, and they ghost you for some reason. Whatever, it could be a number of things. Maybe they're busy. Maybe something's going on, but they just don't. They don't see the value in what you're talking about, and that could be flat Earth, right? Like people know that you're intelligent. They've always applauded you for your intelligence. They know that you're a flat earther, but they never asked you. So, can you tell me a little bit more of that? Why are you interested in that? That is the least asked question I've got during this entire journey. You know what I'm saying? Like it's interesting to me. Like I could be at the bar with friends who know it. They will not bring it up no matter what. They used to when they thought it was funny to ridicule me, but with some of the things that I've brought up, it's like we're not even gonna bring it up. They're afraid, or I don't know what they are, but it's weird how you want to engage with people on things that are important, that would be important to them, and they just, I don't know, are disinterested.
They pretend it doesn't exist to save face.
Good. Everything's getting better, man.
It is fear, and it's lack of self-confidence. Like some people are confident in like some areas, like really confident, but in other areas, maybe like socializing or like going on TikTok because of naivety or ignorance in the like how it works, like technicalities of it. Yeah, it's fear, and that's true for all of us. I'm going to include myself in there, of course, because I have fears too about all of that stuff. Like, am I directing my energy? Am I going to be able to like accomplish this? Or is this going to end up being something where I start something and don't have the motivation or the energy to continue because of whatever else is going on in my personal life?
This is why I like, self-help books. Cause those shits work, but people think it's just some rich person woo-woo stuff. Like, nah, because they're speaking to the psychology of everything. Like, if you're gonna start something, finish it. Because if you quit in between, all you're gonna do is lie to yourself and say it didn't work. You didn't do what was required. So you enter the system, you set a standard for yourself to see potential results. You didn't follow that standard, you quit, and then you said, well, the system doesn't work. Now, again, why would somebody think like that? Because they don't think logically and reasonably. Why is that? I don't know. Could it be the media and all the people that don't want you to understand how much power your energy means to them? Because they don't want you to use your power, your energy for you. They want you to give it to someone. As long as each individual doesn't have it and give it to someone else, they won. You just got to start something and finish it, man. But in order to, hello, thank you, have a good day. It's like, if you're gonna say something doesn't work, the first thing you got to do is look at the system, and then you look at the minimum requirements for success. You set a standard for yourself, and if you truly want to test what's possible, you follow that shit through. You could do a 15. They mostly say 30. Let's say 30 days. You set a standard. You follow it for 30 days, and then you see whether or not you have more 30 days later than what you started with. That's proof of success. Why would you stop? Well, people have that success and stop anyway. That's kind of where I fall short sometimes. Like, I have the success and I'm like, well, I could be successful when I want to, so I'm gonna be a lazy bastard. That's me. Guilty. I had 1,000 TikTok followers months ago and just stopped. I was like, it's there. Proof of concept, it works. I just don't want you guys to do that, man. Your energy is too valuable, and you all are amazing in your own right. Anyway, I'm gonna stop doing the whole preachy or whatever thing. Whatever. Message received. Whatever. Take care, guys. I'm with you, bro.
Fumbling his confidence and wondering why the world has passed him by. Hoping that he's spent for more than arguments and failed attempts to fly. Fly.
Sonny.
We were meant to live for so much more. We lost ourselves. Somewhere we live inside. Somewhere we live inside.
Imagine you went live just to play your guitar. So check this out. I'm gonna send you a link right now, Sonny. Um, get on there with your phone and tap away. Just keep tapping. Listen to the host. Observe what's going on. Just observe for now, because I don't want you to get shadow banned because of something I didn't make clear beforehand. So to avoid that, just see what's going on.
All right. I can do it on my laptop also, right?
Well, you can't tap, so you'll be sitting there doing nothing. It's better.
So, okay. I can go on my phone, sure.
All right, I sent you the link. I'll see you in there. They got 143 in there now, Miggy.
All right. Oh, man. We were meant to live for so much more, and we lost ourselves. Somewhere we live inside.
What song's that, Sonny?
Meant to Live by Switchfoot.
Yep. Good song. I have them.
It's one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, it's up there. Yep. Oh,
Yeah, I could make a video just teaching people how to play that song, which I figured out in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, never heard it, but listening to it now, we see how it goes.
Fucking radical song, man. It's like they're talking about my life there.
Yeah, I grew up listening to that one.
Yeah, I got to work on hitting those notes. I know I can do it. I just have to stop smoking. Dreaming about Providence and whether mice or men have second tries. Maybe we've been living with our eyes half open. Maybe we're bent and broken. Broken. We
That's pretty good, Sonny. I like that. Switchfoot. Never heard of them. Kind of grunge, rocky, American type stuff. Papa Roach type stuff. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I just picked up 10 followers in what, 5 minutes? Easy. Done. Now I'm off doing whatever the fuck I want to do for the rest of the hour.
Elijah, the link you sent me, it's someone else's channel, bro.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Whenever you can, figure it out. Just sometimes when we when we copy or share links through the app, for some reason, there's some type of bug in many of these apps that will send a different link to people instead of the one that you're trying to send.
Yeah, but that's
been happening with many apps.
You're in the room though.
Oh, okay. So, okay. All right. So that's the correct one. My bad. Because I saw the lady. I was this is someone else.
No, that's her.
Okay. Okay. My bad. My bad. I was kind of like, cause my bad. Yeah, got it now. Since I don't know her, I was like, maybe I'm looking at someone else, but okay. See, this is someone in the community. Yep. All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
No problem. All right, see you guys later. Gotta make some calls.
Later, bro.
Jemsy, either you're hot micing or we can't hear your voice.
Let me close. My goodness. Let me mute.
You talking alien again, Jimsy?
Talking to what?
Are you talking alien again? We don't understand what you're saying, bruh.
Now I was going into the TikTok. I barely ever go in there, and it's kind of tricky here in the phone. But I'm just going through it.
Well, I do use TikTok. See funny animal videos, funny cats, funny dogs, bro. It's a great source of entertainment. If you're feeling really depressed, just turn on TikTok, put a couple of funny cat videos on, and if you don't laugh, there's something wrong with you.
Just check that box there that says there's something wrong with me anyway. So check that and then go ahead and do it anyway.
Hey, there's like 3 boxes. Should I tick them all?
There's definitely something wrong with me in the very beginning. So I'll just check that off and I'll go ahead and laugh anyway.
Definitely something wrong. Maybe, perhaps. Just tick all 3, bro.
So I see that there's a scare bear in here. I wonder if he's related to Creation Bear. Scary older brother.
That's the one Benjamin clan, isn't it?
Yeah, all the Owen Benjamin fans are bears. Did you know that, Wave Mixer?
No, sorry, I said clan, not fans. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, clan. Okay, the Bear Clan. Okay.
No, I didn't know that, but I do know that we missed you on Saturday. We had a great show out. Not as good as last time, but it was pretty good.
You're telling me it wasn't as good this time as last time because I wasn't there? Thanks.
Well, yeah. You know, it wasn't as big because everybody knew Sonny wasn't going to be there for the entertainment, so a lot of people just decided not to come.
Shucks.
But I don't know if you saw that picture of Matthew Learns and Mark Sargent. They were getting into a little discussion there. I took a picture of that and put it up on a voice text. Let me see if I can find that again.
Hey, Wave Mixer. Before I go, I got to go get my free meal. But do you have the original photo of all of us as a group? Do you have that original photo?
I do. I don't have that with me right now, but I'm more than happy to get that to you when I get home.
Yeah, I'd like to see that because I don't have a copy of it.
Okay.
I'd like that. All right.
I think Renee sent that to all of us. You might check your text from Renee. He sent that out to us a couple of days after the meet.
I'm not sure where they sent it. To my phone or to an email? Probably phone, I guess. I don't recall getting that.
Was Matthew Learns at the meet? No way. Is that Matthew and Mark?
Yes way. Yes way. See way.
Segway?
See way. You said no way. I say see way.
I am the way. No, I kind of got that Wave and Sonny were talking about some kind of meet, and then I heard something about Matthew Learns was there. So I'm trying to figure it all out. Pardon me.
Well, that's how he wasn't there because he was there.
Ah, so it's globe logic.
Yeah.
How long you been at Grover, James?
Well, someone convinced me yesterday. He showed me that you cannot see the curvature of the globe because it's too big of a scale. And I was like, you know what? That convinces me. It's a globe because you can't see it, you can't find it, you can't test for it. It's not there, therefore it's there.
You can't prove it. Can't model it. You can't do fuck all with it. That's yeah, but it has to be because some clever guy in a white coat told me, or Matthew told me, so it must be true. I mean, honestly, right? This is how fucking screwed. This is how screwed we are, right? I was driving my vehicle at work, right? Realizing I was kind of on the side of a globe. Realizing that gravity, an invisible force nobody can prove and we can't really see, it's there, holding me down to it, right? And it was kind of like my brain went, fuck you. I mean, this is how screwed we are. These people told us this, what, 400 years ago? And everybody buys it. It's absolutely deep down the rabbit hole, right? Yeah, you can. Yeah, because gravity. I think that's why I drink. Just to fucking I'm kidding. But just to escape the bullshittery. It is everywhere. It's permeating throughout society. Everything is absolute bullshit. I'm sorry. That's right. I said it. Everything's a fucking fugazi. Everything is, whatever they tell you, it's bullshit. We're living in a fantasy land. None of it's real. It annoys me a wee bit. All right, I'm going to take that picture there now. Is that Matthew Lawrence, Jamesy? Somebody please tell me. Is that Matthew Lawrence with Mark Sargent? Alrighty then.
Yeah, it seems him.
All right, thanks, Blue. Thank Miguel. Miguel.
Yeah. But Sunny, are you there? Yeah. Because Sunny did meet him in first person. But he can confirm. Matthew never learned.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. That's pretty good. It looks a bit like him, Blue.
He's using a NASA t-shirt.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do some of this picture. Fuck it.
And with a flat horizon behind.
No, nothing like that.
Horizon is so horizontal.
Oh, yes. No, Miguel, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's flat as fuck, right?
All he has to do is to show a curvature at left and right. If he can try.
Yeah, we probably say you actually can't see it, but if you take a certain number and you multiply that by 3 and divide it by 6, you probably would get curvature.
Where is there, the refraction claim on that horizon at left and right? There's none. Of course, some cameras, they there are a few cameras that you can see perfect level, the horizon, but there are a few cameras, the lens, it makes a slightly, a curve. But when you see with your 2 eyes, you see perfect level. So. Like this, the photo at top, you see clearly flat.
It might not be Matthew Learns at all.
Mic check.
Mike's good. Mike's fine. We get.
Is this better sound?
Actually, it is a wee bit.
Because I was in my computer, but I'm now in my laptop, so I'm trying the same Blue Yeti microphone.
It's a wee bit more crystal. You know, like the other one previous was good, but this is actually.
More, my voice is more natural, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the soundboard of the computer. Maybe I have to install a new one.
Yeah, well, how old is the computer?
It's an HP, like more than 10 years.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. The laptop is like 2. So.
Yeah, this one has this laptop is more recent, and it has a i7 processor.
Oh, wait, i7's really good, right?
Yeah,
it is, right? Yeah, the higher it gets, the better. i3, i5, i7. i7 is the best.
So yeah, maybe in the computer I will buy a new soundboard, because that one is not working well.
How did you get such a good laptop? Where did you steal it from?
I did buy it to a friend. It's used, but it's like new. But yeah, it's more. It was less expensive, more cheap, like 500 bucks, something like that. Less expensive, because if I buy a new one, it will be like $800, $900, something like that.
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah, for an i7, yeah.
I had to use to buy this laptop because I was taking my computer to the work, but it was more heavy, a desktop PC. So yeah, a laptop is less heavy, more light,
efficient.
Yeah.
What's the word in Portuguese? Efficient.
It's the same, but with with the E to the end. Efficient.
Efficient. Yeah, it's like in English we call it fantastic. What's the word in Portuguese? Fantástico.
Fantastic. You add a O. Fantástico.
Just if you can speak English, you can speak Portuguese. Just add the fucking O there.
Yeah, there are few words that's easy. But there are other words like love. We say amor.
Amore.
Italians the Italians say amore with E. Sunny.
Compare. Oh. Oh, fuck you. Who woke Sonny up?
Amore, la la.
Campari. Oh.
Reminds me of the girl from Ipanema.
Ipanema.
I know only one word. Bongio.
Bongio. It's a singer. It did sing with Tina Turner, yeah.
No, Bongio. Saying good day. Isn't that Portuguese?
No, that's Italian. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
In Portuguese, it's bongio, right?
Bon dia. 2 words.
Bon dia.
Bon dia. Dia means day.
Day, like Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all connected, bro.
Yeah.
Bon means good in French, but it also means good in Italian.
Yes, so bone. I think they say bone in Italian. Bom mean good. In Portuguese we say bom dia, good day, like that. Bom dia, good day. Yeah. The word firmament, we say firmamento with a O at the end.
That's what I said.
And I went like 1 week or 2 ago. I went to my local library. Library. In Portuguese we say biblioteca, because we don't say bookteca, but we say biblioteca. It's like biblia. It means book, so yeah, biblioteca. And I went there and I was reading some books. There was dictionaries there, and I was looking for the word firmament. Yeah, it was saying the sky, talking about the sky. The abóbada. I don't know how to say in English abóbada, but it's like the sky, Yeah, so it was interesting to see those old dictionaries talking about the firmament, the celestial sky, something like that.
I love languages. Can't really speak too many, but it's just strange that a thing came on the radio the other day about people who are polyglots. A polyglot is somebody who can speak multiple languages, and there was some girl that came on. She does a lecture at TED where she can speak I think it was 6 languages. And she was trying to figure out what it is that makes people be able to do that, because there's one, and there's not many people can do it, but and she was trying to figure out how they do it and why they do it and what makes them do it, but she figured out that it was a journey.
Life experience.
Yeah, they enjoyed the journey of trying to figure out how somebody else speaks. But these people are really good at it, and but it wasn't a task. It wasn't like mathematics. Yeah, they were just like they enjoyed trying to figure out. So they would watch series like Friends in Romanian, and they're from Italy. But and she says, and as I was watching it and reading something about Romanian, she's sort of trying to, and so she figured out that the reason why she can speak 6 languages is not because she's gifted. Well, maybe she is a wee bit gifted, but it was because she actually enjoys. Like for some of us, it's like a slog. It's like a labor. It's hard to do, but they enjoy the journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's different from directly study a thing because you are imposed by a teacher at the school, but when you are interested in something, it's more natural, and so it's not forced to memorize.
Yeah, there's no force. Yeah, you make it fun.
Yeah,
you make it fun. Yeah, you enjoy it. That's how they do it. That's how the polyglots do it. They learn to speak 6 languages within fucking 10 years. Because they enjoy the journey. It's something they take pleasure in. Which I think if anybody puts their mind to it, we could all do it.
Yeah, when you see the connections between different languages, it's more easy. I did learn Spanish not by living in at Spain, but because I was watching television from a young age, so I was watching this television series from Spain, yeah, I did learn the Spanish by that, So there's almost expressions and words, similar to Portuguese, but the sound they make it's a little different, So yeah, I did learn that way by watching from a young age. I was watching them talking Spanish on the television. So yeah, there are a few words I don't use. So I don't know all the Spanish. But yeah, if I go to Spain, I can speak to someone in Spanish and they understand. And reading, I can read, but I had to spend a little time, to practice the way they write, they use accents. Yeah, so. But I understand reading, and to write, it takes a little time to get it. But it is so similar, the way even Brazilian people, when they go to, I saw some interviews. Some people from Brazil, they go to do some interviews at television at Spain, and the Spanish they understand more the way the Brazilian people speak, because they speak a little different, but it's the same Portuguese language, but the way they speak, it's more easy for the Spanish to understand.
Yeah, because there's a mixture of the Spanish and Portuguese because of the South American connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixture. Like, I speak Afrikaans, but that's a mixture of French, German, and Holland, Dutch, and English. And then I listen to people speaking German, and I can almost make out what they're saying. It's like, because it's so similar.
Yeah, there's for me it is hard to understand Scottish, and because they speak so fast and it's not easy for me.
We do.
Yeah, the Irish,
Yeah, also
Scottish. Yeah, go on.
Also, sphere believers are also really difficult to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get the globe language. I just don't get it. It's too round or something. I don't know what it is.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, what now?
So yeah, but if I go to Azores Island, we say Isla. The way that I speak Iceland, but it's island. Azores Island, they speak a different Portuguese accent, and it's so fast that almost you cannot get it. So yeah, so it depends of the region. But anyway, in that library, I was watching. Talking about the discoveries 500 years ago, and these recently books they speak about the globe just like that, but at that time they were talking the world was flat. So, but if I want to get that information, I will have to go to all the libraries and get the information, because Google is censorship that these days. Talking about flat Earth and the sailors and navigators. But in the movie Men in Black. You see they talk 500 years ago the world was flat. So there's historic books talking about that, but now they censorship and they do these new books and they just say it's a globe, just like that. But I learned at school that not that way, So first the world was flat to them, They sail according to that, and they even talk about finding the end of Earth. Of course, when you get to Antarctica, it's a big shock, when you see that for the first time. So, but yeah. But then people they are mocking, about it. Oh, water is falling down. Anyway, it's the indoctrination.
Yeah, I had a globe believer recently tell me that they visited the Flat Earth Society website, and I said to them, "Well, that's like me going to the Scientology website to learn about heliocentrism." They didn't like that.
Yeah. There are some globers. They are saying some things about flat Earth, that it's not that way. So they don't even know our side, They talk about flat Earth, but without researching about it.
I heard a new argument recently, one I've not heard before. There might be some more seasoned flat earthers here who might have heard it before. And that is that apparently this is second-hand information, but snipers have to account not for Earth turning, as I've heard hundreds of times, but Earth curvature.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. They justify it in their minds.
Well, they have to justify in their minds because they can't justify it in reality.
Hang on. Hang on. So, but isn't Earth curving and Earth curvature the same fucking thing?
Rotation and curvature aren't the same.
Okay.
Yeah. So they can say round, and even in Portuguese we say redondo. Redondo, round, but
there you go. You've learned a new Portuguese word tonight. Well,
but round, it's not. You can have a round table, so it's not directly related to a ball or a sphere shape.
PMAC, I can explain it. You cannot see the curvature, but it's curving.
The Earth is curved, but there's no direct measurement and evidence of it.
You can curve around, but not drop down.
That's what you see.
Told the Earth is a curve. We're told the Earth is a curve, but there's no actually evidence of it.
That's what you see flat, that it's curved.
That clip of Planet Walk saying nobody's claiming to see a physical geometry after years of saying that the boats disappear bottom up because of Earth curve. Like, you couldn't write it.
Oh, even they say it with this celestial navigation now, don't they? No one's claiming that we need. No one's claiming that the elevation angle has to have a curved baseline. Well, I think you fucking do, mate. If your Earth's curved and you're taking it from the surface of Earth, you're claiming there's a fucking curved baseline. But there's not, is there? Big joke now. This is like This is like the biggest joke going now. The globe Earth is the biggest joke going.
And they talk about all the time the same things, the same old things. Even NASA, if you go to NASA website talking about measuring the Earth, instead of any measurement directly from NASA, no, they talk about Aristotle, so, Aristotle, so and so on. So the oldest old fairy tale stories, all the same,
Yeah, they don't have shit.
Both the Neil deGrasse Tyson and the other guy, Neil Dye, something like that. When you see these guys on the television, boats go over the horizon, but then in these days we have new technology, that we can see far away. So yeah, so
a lot of bollocks, mate. It's a lot of bollocks.
Yeah, so boats don't go over the horizon because with this P900 or 1000 Nikon, camera. Yeah, so then we see that time that the vision, the human eye has a limitation.
I'm just going to sorry to interrupt, mate. You don't have to try and start justifying why the Earth's not a globe. We just need fucking evidence that it is a globe.
Yeah, exactly like that. But you
don't have to waste your breath on these morons. We just want some evidence. We just want some evidence and measurements of drop over distance, 8 inches per mile squared, and we'll all be happy. We don't have to do any work. Just bring us the evidence, and then we'll all sleep at night.
Yeah, but
we don't have to fight them for this. It's their claim. Bring the fucking evidence to us, and we'll have a look at it.
But when they say boats go over the horizon, and at that location, then we can see with a.
But it's not a location. It's not a location, and the definition of horizon has always been the apparent
where the sky meets.
Yeah. So it's never been a physical definition of the horizon, ever.
Yeah, but what I am saying is that when you see that location with a P900 camera, so that boat that we didn't see because of human limitation vision, then we see again that boat is still there. So these globers they have to be at that location when they see at the right and left. If there's no curvature, where is that curvature? Because at long distance you can see the horizon, and it doesn't curve at left and right.
Yeah.
So
that's right, because the Earth's not curved, and there's no evidence to prove it is. That's all you need to know.
It's exactly, it doesn't match with the reality. So, but then they bring this new argument, refraction. But they have to explain where is that refraction at left and right, because I don't see it.
So not only not only can we show you that water behaves in a certain way. Okay.
That is not new, their new argument. That is our old argument.
We can also show you that that you can't fucking see it. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. But they still come in here, talking about even normal people. They don't have deep knowledge. They just say refraction because other guys say refraction.
I know. So, why do people sit on certain Discord servers and talk about refractions and mathematics and things like that? There, I don't understand that, man.
It's just to obfuscate the reality,
Yeah, it's like how to waste your time infinitely.
You guys bring up a good point, though. Like, to me, these Glovers, all they're experiencing is dissonance, right? Cognitive dissonance. It's the equivalent sometimes You know, because we're all looking at the same thing, but what they think they're looking at is what they've been told. It's almost like the equivalent of somebody telling you one day, hey, that table you're looking at, that's actually a chair. And you'd be like, wait, no, it wasn't. My teacher said that's a table. You know, and you're sitting there trying to redefine table, and, you know, these Globers,
Yeah, exactly.
that's because they're like, wait, no, this can't be Cogdiz. You know, I got to make it make sense.
They still saying Earth is a planet, but when you see the definition, the old definition is wandering star. So Earth is not a wandering star.
Right. What's the evidence of a globe? Their evidence of a globe.
They just
Their evidence.
Evidence.
My
Yeah,
teacher.
what's their evidence of a globe?
Oh, fucking hell, bro. Where do we start?
If something is refracted, that means must be spherical.
No. Forget refraction. Forget all that bollocks. What's the evidence of a globe?
Pictures from space, live stream for the space.
That's not evidence. Picture.
Exactly.
CGI picture. So what's the evidence?
Live stream from ISS.
Not evidence. What's the next one? Come on.
Well, why you don't believe in video camera, man?
Well, it's CGI, mate. Didn't NASA tell you that? It's not evidence.
No, not photo. They are streaming live from ISS. You can see the spherical Earth, man.
You can see the astronauts disappear as there's a corner.
The cartoon, mate. Cartoon. Cartoon.
It's not cartoon. It's video camera, man. You don't believe. That's your problem.
Believe or accepts evidence.
They can, they can put a camera
sunset
with a fisheye lens below an airplane, and they are.
Okay, let's come back down to Earth. Right, let's get out of space. That's a fake place. Let's get out of space. Let's get back down to Earth now. Come on, come back down to Earth. How can we measure the curve on Earth?
Do you see sunset?
That's nothing to do with Earth, the sun.
Yeah, if you cannot have sunsets on flat Earth.
The sun's got nothing to do with the Earth. Let's talk about the Earth curve. How do you measure it?
That's true.
Somebody measure it.
I don't want to talk about the sun. I don't want to talk about space. Let's get back down to Earth. How do you measure Earth curve?
Sticks and
Tell me how you
shadows.
measure it.
It's 3,959 miles. Everybody knows.
Yeah. But how's it measured?
It's in books, man. I don't know who measured it.
You know. Well, that's not evidence, is it?
It is. If it is in book
No,
written
I've
that
got a
apple
book.
that apple is apple, then must be also this.
No. So let's get down to the evidence. What's the evidence of Earth curve? What did he tell us the evidence is?
A ship's horizon. Ship's horizon.
Ships going over horizon.
That's optical. It's just an optical. That's just optical. It's not evidence of measurements of Earth curve. It's just an optical thing that's going on. What's the evidence of Earth curve?
Zero.
They talk about Aristoteles, sticks and shadows, but the sun rays are not parallel, so it's a fairy tale story.
You cannot see China from UK. That's the proof of law.
I cannot see. Yesterday, I cannot see these mountains that are in Spain because weather conditions. So
you need to go to Specsavers, mate.
So how you explain day and night if you is flat Earth?
How do you play day and night? Well, sometimes it's light, and sometimes
what about satellites? You don't believe even in satellites. What about satellites?
Balloons.
Satellites, what are they?
Yeah. They're orbiting around the ring. Of course.
Satelloon. You mean Satelloon?
My friend is satellite engineering. How to say engineer? He's making pieces for satellite, and you don't believe in satellites.
Oh, I'm not bothered about satellites. How do you measure the Earth curve? How do you measure it on Earth?
How you explain satellites?
I'm not asked about satellites. That's up in the air. I'm asked. Listen, mate. I'm asked. Excuse me. I'm asked about the ground, and how do we measure the
why
on the ground?
About ground? Let's speak about satellite.
No, that's not on Earth.
It is because it's orbiting around you.
No, it's in the air.
But they say satellites are so many in there. But when you see when you are watching to the moon, directly to the moon, you don't see one.
I'm not bothered about the moon. I'm not bothered about the sun. I'm not about the stars. How do we measure Earth curve on Earth? We're talking about the Earth. Nothing to do with the sky.
Gyroscope.
Oh God, that was a good laugh. That one.
Pendulum. I don't know.
So basically, there's no evidence of Earth curve.
Astrolabe.
Yeah.
Something.
I remember somebody brought it up one day and they went, pendulum. And they went, so what started the pendulum moving? And what started it? And was it? Well, now you see, now that they look at it, they actually did have to start the pendulum moving.
They talk about these focal pendulums, but in the reality, when they they construct buildings, they use this plumb bob, and it doesn't do that thing like the focal pendulum. So, so it's vertical and not moving. And even those focal pendulums, they stop it, and they have to start it moving, and they use electromagnets.
Yeah, they have to start it moving. It doesn't move on its own, apparently.
Yeah.
A machine moving somewhere in a room on a fucking apparatus is not telling you the physical measurement of a curve. Come on, lads, sort your heads out.
Yeah, no, this is true.
The Cavendish.
How do you measure the curve?
The Cavendish.
How do you measure the Earth curve?
By using curvature.
Who's measured it? Who was the last person to measure it?
Alberuni.
Using an astrolabe, going to a top of a mountain, using an astrolabe, and
Miguel, not only that, it's 700 miles far away.
How did he get the height of the mountain? How did he get the height of the mountain?
Correction. Correction. It was El Barbaruni who was the last person to do it.
Yes, God.
Oh, yeah. Well, he couldn't have got the height of the mountain because he was nowhere near sea level.
So he did forget about perspective. At that time he didn't know what was perspective, so he was assuming curvature.
Man, he didn't have the height of the mountain. That's the problem.
You can't get the height of the mountain unless you're at 0 degrees sea level.
Yeah, that's the way. You cannot measure something if you don't.
You've got to be at 0. You've got to be. If you want the height of the mountain above 0 degrees, you've got to be making the measurement from 0 degrees.
Yeah,
and he wasn't at 0 degrees. He was nowhere near sea level. You can get the height of the mountain from where he was stood, but that's not the actual height of the mountain as you get heights of things from 0 degrees on maps. Anyway, that's a good story anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, who's actually ever measured Earth curve, and what's the evidence of the globers to present to us that it's ever been measured in physical reality? Because I've never heard anything.
Yeah, me too. I don't.
No.
I don't know no one that has do that. They assume we know.
There's no evidence whatsoever. There's no evidence anywhere.
They did assume by looking through shadows. They did assume it was a globe like that.
Well, you can say all that. Shadows aren't anything to do with measuring Earth curve. Any lights in the sky has nothing to do with the actual Earth curve. So let's get down to the business of Earth curve. How do we measure it?
You measure drop over distance and then you get it.
Yeah, how do you do that? What tool do you use? Who's the last person to do it, and where did you do it?
First, you have to make an assumption.
Oh yeah,
I know.
Oh yeah, forgot about that one.
I know at least 100 person who do it. The only problem they didn't find that drop over distance.
Wonder why that was.
They measured flat. That was the problem.
Oh. That is a problem for the globe model.
Because it doesn't curve.
Well, there was drop over distance, but it wasn't in geometry. It was in orthographic view in between two straight lines.
No, somebody was observing stairs.
I was thinking, they claim because of gravity, the water it bends. It's curving. But when we are watching frozen lakes, big lakes, it's flat. So where is that gravity first? Gravity and water curving.
You can't talk. Listen, mate. You can't talk about gravity until you've proved Earth curve.
It's pseudoscience because they claim the water is curving. It's curving because of gravity.
Earth curve evidence comes first, then gravity. So until we've established Earth curve and how it was measured, we can't talk about gravity.
Yeah.
That doesn't come yet. We need to establish the first instance of Earth curve measurement. Then we can take it from there. So, how was Earth curve measured? Who measured it? What tool was used? And when did they do it? Anybody know? Any evidence?
No.
No. Any Globers want to come in and fucking tell me?
Measuring speed of the light and angular size of the sun.
Let's get back down to Earth, pal. How do you measure Earth curve? Forget the sun. That's nothing to do with the Earth.
Why is it so difficult?
Don't want to talk about the sun. That's nothing to do with the Earth curve whatsoever. Come on, someone must have some evidence. For Christ's sake, we live on a globe. Someone must have some evidence somewhere for bloody.
Man, if Earth is flat, you can see China. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, but say you're in China. Say you're in China. Can you see China from China?
No, because of curvature.
Yeah. So how's it measured? How do you measure it?
I don't need to measure it. I don't see China.
What tool's used to measure the curvature? What tool is used?
Eyes.
That's optical. What tool is measured?
Optical, my eyes.
No, that's just a vision. What tool is used to measure the curvature? Not look at it.
The curvature tool.
I build it. I build it of oil rigs in the middle of the ocean.
See what I mean? This is what they're up against. This is what they're up against. Do you know what pissed me off? The fucking David fucking Flat Earth and fucking Whitsitt and that fucking bollocks debate that I'd listened to earlier. Just to turn it off, man. Did you listen to it? Anybody?
No.
Oh, fucking hell. It was embarrassing, mate.
You know, it's silly. What gets me, though, the Eratosthenes, if you will, like when people claim, like, okay, well, from Alexander to Syene, they basically took a measurement both at the same time before the invention of clocks, right? How in the world did they even synchronize the time if they were going by the sundial in the dang first place?
I know, but I'm not being funny to you, mate. You've got a point, but you fell into a trap straight away. because
how they will see?
No, but let me finish. You fell into. I know what you're on about, but you fell into a trap straight away. You're talking about something else, which is nothing to do with what we should be talking about. Is that the Eratosthenes bullshit story wasn't measuring drop over distance at all?
Yeah, that's all.
It was just measuring. It was just measuring an angle. It was measuring an angle measurement at a distance, a so-called distance away from a parallel light source. That isn't drop over distance. It's an elevation angle.
Yeah? It sounds like again quite archaic.
Yeah, so you can. I'll fucking bullshit. I'll kick Eratosthenes all over the gaff all day long, and I'll believe it.
Answer it immediately. No, because he didn't gave the rate.
Yeah, but they get
Whatever.
into the talking. Well, how did he get from Alexandria to fucking there and on a horse and cart? And how did he know what time? You're going outside you're talking about bullshit stories. Stick to the point. He didn't measure drop over distance.
Yeah, but he's not presenting that as a rebuttal to somebody seriously presenting it. He's just talking to other flat earthers. So give him a break, man.
I know. I'm not having a go at you, mate. I'm not having a go at anyone, mate. It's just like. I'm just saying, this is how.
Let's repeat Aristophanes' test, but in traditional way, how he did it. Not in a way like I'm in New York, you're in London. We know like no, not like that. Let's be there in Africa. Let's pretend that it's 2,000 years ago, and let's do it.
Well, you can measure. I mean, well, according to the Al-Biruni story, on the summer solstice, at that well, 500 stadia away, you should get a 7.2 degree angle from a flat baseline. Now, that's all they're telling you. If you're 500 stadia away from that well and you take an elevation angle to the sun, it should be 7.2 degrees.
There you go. Have to have a flat surface, don't you?
Yeah.
How are you going to measure the angle?
Yeah, that's all we know. That's all we know about that. That's all we know about that.
Yeah. But wait a second. You're missing one important detail. Of course, from Alexandria to Syene, all they did was called each other on the phone and said, everybody synchronize your sundials now.
Yeah, but they had,
3, 2, 1.
They had the same phone.
Why you don't understand the story
on the moon?
You don't understand the story. That's why it's so confusing. They took the camels. They crossed the rivers, a desert. They was going straight for 1 month. They arrived at point B. They was waiting tomorrow. If they came, let's say in the evening, they came tomorrow and wait for the 12 o'clock. It was not at all. They were waiting the sun to be not 12 o'clock. Sun to be in how to
The
say
highest in the sky.
yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. So this should put the end to Aristophanes forever. It should be the end of it right here, because I'm going to ask for all the elevation data from the whole entire distance. I'm sure they must have that because we have modern people using this as technical information, saying, like we ask them, how do you know that Earth is curved? They go to Sticks and Shadows, so they must have all the data. So I'm going to ask them for all the elevation for every foot in the 500 miles from Syene to Alexandria. Thank you very much.
They did that. I didn't want to go in details, Danny.
Yeah. And then where did they get those elevation heights differences from? Oh, sea level? Oh, the same thing. They're measuring the elevation angle of the sun's rays. Great. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha, bitch.
It's kind of strange to me that despite the science, the logic, the observations, what you can see naturally, etc., there's still people sitting today arguing about how it cannot be true because of such and such a thing, and this refraction, that refraction, this mass, that mass. It's listen. 6 years ago, we know that the Earth is not a ball. It's done. It's put that fucking thing on a fork and call it done, right? But there's still people sitting today arguing about it over the silliest, stupid fucking things. You're going, what the hell are you talking about, bro? It's gone. It's done. It's a ghost.
Okay, here comes the heat on the West Coast. 71 today. By next week, it's going to be nearly 80 degrees.
It's fucking global warming, bruh.
That's right on the
global
coast.
fucking warming.
That's right on the coast. If I go 10 miles inland, it's going to be at least 10 degrees warmer. So 76 next week, 86 to 90 in the inland areas. And then it'll be up in the hundreds in the next month or so.
And a man can become a woman, and your woman can become a man. And what the?
Whoa, Flatroid.
That will be
Where you at
tomorrow.
again?
Leroy.
Flatloid. I was like Flatroid. What?
Oh yeah, South Texas is so hot.
Oh,
So hot
that's right.
now.
Yeah, you're in Tejas. Gotcha.
Not that it's a competition, but yeah, this it says 106, but then it says like a real feel. Those things. It says 116.
Yeah, it's probably 106 in the shade.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, that's pretty freaking warm, man.
Must be climate change. Everybody buy a fucking electric car.
Hey, they're making me laugh in the UK though. We've had a few hot weeks, and not a lot of rain. But I mean, the month before, there was fucking floods and all that. And now on the news today, it's there's a hose pipe ban. There's a water shortage.
Wow.
The climate. You're jumping on a fucking water. Yeah.
So
yeah.
How warm is it? How warm is it? Because I've heard from other people over there that you've had a heat wave. So how hot is it?
UK.
Well, it's cooled down now. It's been like 34 degrees C some days.
Whoa.
It's been So we've not had a lot of water. But what I'm saying is the month before that, it was fucking pissing down every day, and the fucking grids were fucking overflowing. And but now, because we've had 4 weeks of nice weather and sunshine, there's it's global warming, and there's a hosepipe ban, and everybody get in a fearful state of mind now.
Yeah, you listen to the radio. Every second word out of the fucking radio, any radio, anywhere in the UK, well, this is because of climate change, because of climate change, and you're like, fuck me, shut up, bro. I mean, no, seriously, they are just the indoctrination.
Aren't you in London also, Sasha?
Yeah. No, I'm in Coventry.
Oh, Coventry. So 33C is 91.4 Fahrenheit.
But that was not. It was one day 30, and all these days it's 26, 27, something like that.
That's 100 degrees, man.
And then it dropped to 11.
36 is 96 degrees.
You know what? I'm here 10 years. When England reached the 30, that it's like a fucking disaster,
That's amazing. Yeah. I was in, I visited Paris in 2005, and it was 80 degrees there. And they said that was the hottest, the locals were going, this is the hottest we've seen in a decade at least. But you're talking a lot warmer than that.
Yeah, but for example, in my country, it's 40, and you have 30 during the night. In England, you have maybe 30 during the day, but during the night, you get again 18, it's going down, Maybe happens for 2-3 days that you have hot 2-3 days, and that's it.
Yeah.
Climate change.
Well, that's why they had to change it to climate change, because, for global warming, you need a globe.
That's true.
Exactly. They kind of realized and went,
Now, the question is, does climate change in the last 100 years, 200 years, or in the last 10,000 years?
Climate changed yesterday, actually.
From yesterday to today, yeah.
Exactly.
No, I'm asking, what is the data from 10,000 years ago?
Hold on. Time machine.
Let me check my calendar.
Because we can compare. If we compare what was 10,000 years ago, then we can say maybe it is some kind of climate change.
They're using oxygen in ice cores to get this idea. So they're out of their minds because they don't have a freaking baseline.
Didn't we have Ice Age and stuff like that?
Did we? Okay.
I don't know.
I guess there's evidence of...
Isn't that climate change?
Where's the evidence of the Ice Age?
I don't know, but it was big climate change. Fuck, everything was like a floods, everything. You know.
Does anybody have validatable evidence of the Ice Age? I just thought of that. I never asked for evidence. Where's the evidence? Could be out of my. I mean,
Well, we found a frozen mammoth, so Ice Age. Yeah.
yeah, that they did find a frozen mammoth, flash frozen. But does that prove an Ice Age? Like they said, the ice came down 2 kilometers thick in North America, all the way to about California, like Central California, like San Luis Obispo had over a mile of ice over the whole half of North America.
Yeah,
that's what I've heard too.
And half Europe, I think.
Now, I tell you what, when I look at Google Earth for my area, it does look like a lot of water let out of the basin down in this area. That would make sense, being that there's legends and oral traditions of the natives here that said that these that there was islands. Like a lot of it was islands, and some of it still is, such as the Channel Islands off of Santa Barbara.
Yeah, so
those are the mountains that you're seeing in the Black Swan. Those are islands out there. Now, apparently all those islands were connected at one point.
So you're in California, you know the history of the gold rush, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, I know some of it.
Like Sutter's Mill up there, they're just picking nuggets out of the stream.
Oh yeah.
So I was just saying that there's a basin and then it was drained at a certain point. That's a very good observation, because I think there was a lot of water that did drain out.
Well, listen, I was listening to this documentary. It's about a 12-hour long documentary about the discovery of about the Spanish era of the discoveries in California. And they were saying until 1778, no one had found the San Francisco Bay. Now, you have to take a couple things. Out at sea, there's islands that block the entrance to the Golden Gate. Still. And there's fog most of the time right on the coast. So Drake went in to where places where he should have seen the bay. He didn't mention San Francisco Bay. He was right near it. And none of the natives there say that it wasn't there until recently. Before that, it was an oak forest. And then they had divers go down. They found ancient oak roots down in the bay. So you tell me, was it an earthquake? It's newly created, apparently.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Because they also have, like, the natives there in that area too have something called shell mounds. And this is supposed to be where people have been buried, but I think there was a mixing of the sediment and the water and the shells, and then they accumulated in one spot because that's where the water drained. Like a drain, brings everything into kind of one spot as the water leaves. But yeah, that's why Yosemite National Park was supposed to be carved by a glacier, right?
And they found these rocks, even in like New York State, all across the north there and in the Midwest, northern Midwest. They have striation marks on ancient rock, or very, well, I guess you can't. Yeah, can they age rock? I guess they can. I don't know. So
I know there's an age of.
Well, they're using these striation marks on rock as part of their evidence of this ice age. But now I'm thinking, you know what? I'm still lacking proof of this. I'm not coming to the conclusion, and I might have some memory loss there because I used to look this stuff up all the time. But how do they know there was an ice age? So I'll have to relook. I'll have to look into that again. I mean, what's weird about that is because I don't know if you guys know about Huaylaco. Huaylaco. It's an ancient site they discovered in Mexico, in the central Mexico, in Puebla, in the state of Puebla. It's near Teotihuacan, where the pyramids are there, in Mexico, near Mexico City. But they found a 250,000-year-old site with not primitive tools. They found the primitive tools too, but they found on top of the primitive tools in these sediment layers, very complex bifacial tooling that isn't used by these supposed Siberians. And that totally destroys their Clovis first idea of America. That means people were here even longer than 250,000 years, probably, is I suspect. But they used 4 different types of dating.
So they just picked the oldest one.
There's 4 now?
Yeah, they found it as old as 680,000 years old. There's people were using tools that's like twice as old or more than that, because they said that the Americas weren't inhabited by these people coming across the ancient land bridge during the Ice Age until like 20, 30,000 years ago.
What tool did they use to prove the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, that's the ongoing question, isn't it?
They must have found one by now.
I know what tool. You know what tool they use primarily? One tool. Fallaciousness.
A fallacious tool?
Fallacious arguments. Yeah, the fallacious. Yeah.
Those bastards.
That's like when you have a fish fillet. You know, that's a certain type of knife, a filleting knife. Well, now you have a fallacious knife.
I like fish. Enrico. Oh, I saw you were making up there a wee bit.
What'd you see?
I didn't see anything, bro. I saw nothing.
I meant.
I saw you making up. I thought you were going to say something.
So
Something
that
malicious.
malicious. Me.
Fallacious.
Fallacious. What would that be?
No idea.
How could you see that?
Because I have X-ray eyes.
X-rays.
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 Hey, what's up, bro? Anyway, hang on. Let me see. VC verified. Hello and welcome.
Welcome.
Well, yes, welcome. So, what do you think, bruh?
Me?
Yeah.
About what?
Anything.
How about the topic? How about what do you think about the topic of the server?
You know what I think, man.
No, we don't know. You have to explain to us in.
Why?
I'm trying to think of a word. Bits and bobs.
Sorry?
I think he was trying to say you'll need to explain it to us in words.
In words. Yeah, how else?
Exactly.
Thanks, honey. I didn't have the words.
Interpretive dance.
Interpretive dance.
What's going on, dude? Are you okay?
No, I'm fine, bro. So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
The flat Earth?
Yeah, no, that's good. Good start.
Mister.
I think he said for a start.
Yeah, that's a good start.
I speak fast. I need to slow down a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
What is your opinion of the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, it's probably pretty plain.
I would agree it's a pretty plain. But I guess what we're trying to ask you is, do you still believe that it's a globe?
No.
There you go.
And how did you come to this conclusion?
Mostly it's, water.
Thank you. My man. Sorry, go ahead.
There's no way that water curves like. So it just made sense.
I mean, besides surface tension and like a meniscus of a glass or something.
Yeah, besides that, curving around a curve of a ball like seemed impossible. Also, like the light of the sun setting, if the sun is supposedly hitting the earth from really far away, the sunset light should not be localized in a spot, but it should be 180 degrees and slowly fade away throughout the 180 degrees horizon. Instead, it just gets more localized. That also is a proof that the sun is not that far away.
Good man.
Can you explain that again?
Like when there's like a sunset and you see the sunlight slowly becoming dimmer and localized around the sun,
So the sun's already gone down, or the sun's going down?
going down. Yeah, and also after it's gone down, it gets localized. You can tell where exactly the sun is. But that should not happen if the sun is hitting the earth. If the sun is hitting the whole half of the earth at the same angle, you should just see the same amount of light throughout the 180, throughout the whole half of the horizon.
Yeah, so we see the opposite.
Yeah, we see the opposite. We see it localized. Yeah. That should be impossible. That's impossible.
Good man.
Would you explain that everyone has that light coming towards them if they're standing at the water? If you've got one guy here, one guy 100 kilometres away on the same coast, that ray of sunlight is coming directly towards them. Both people.
During a sunset?
Mm-hmm.
If the light is coming directly at them, what do you mean by directly?
Well, it comes directly to your feet, and then the guy 100 kilometres away, 200 kilometres away, comes directly to his feet as well.
Yeah, I mean, how can I deny that?
Really, is that really a proof, or is it a speculation of how light works?
Proof of what? And what do you mean by that?
Well, you said it was a proof that the Earth was
Well,
flat.
it just proves that, to me, it proves that the sun is definitely not hitting the whole half of the earth like they tell us, because otherwise it would look different.
What would
That's
it look like?
what would it look like?
Yeah.
I would have
Different
to Photoshop it to show
From
you.
what? Or how do you know that that's what it would look like?
Well, I explained it. Do you not
Not really a
understand?
proof. Is it? Yeah, I understand, but it's not really a proof, is it?
What is it? What is it?
Or it's speculation of how you think things work. So therefore, it's not really a proof. Proof requires evidence.
A repeated observation.
Yeah.
It's a repeated observation. You think that?
So when I watch a pencil drop 25 times in a row, I just proved gravity?
Exactly. Like,
okay, you're a clown.
No, I mean, exactly. You don't.
Enrico.
That's why I said it's not really a proof, is it?
I said to me, that's proof.
Well, that's like saying that's my own truth. That's another like weird comment. Like
It's
that.
not.
I'm not having a go at you. I'm just trying to make you think that it's not really a proof. The other one is water. That's great. Perfect. Water can't be curved unless in meniscus or like we said before. That's great.
You know the difference.
Sun, not a proof.
Why would it not be proof?
Because you can't experiment with it. You can't confirm that what the sun is doing is what it's doing. You see something, you see the light doing something, but you don't know what the sun is, where it is, and what it's doing and what it should be doing. As you said, it should be doing this.
But
you can't actually confirm that.
But according to what the global science says, what it should look like that the sun will be doing.
I don't know what anything should look like until I see it.
Well, how they show it to you in fake videos, it's different than how it looks.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to point out to you that using things like that, you said it was a proof, so I just said, well, it's not really a proof. Do you understand why I'm saying it's not a proof? Because you can't confirm anything.
Yeah, because you cannot know exactly what the sun is doing because you don't know what the sun is. Or you can't even get there. Yeah. I get that. Well,
yeah.
As I
That's what I was
said,
getting at.
I said that to me, that's proof. Yeah.
Okay, how do you convince someone that that's proof?
Hopefully I won't have to, it's not my job and it's frustrating to do so I don't try to.
And then I'll say, well, how did that prove to you? What evidence did you have that took you to that conclusion that the sun should be doing this?
That
If you
it
proved
should be
it
doing
to
something
yourself,
else.
because you proved
Well,
it. If you proved it to yourself, then Yeah.
I remember I saw like do you remember that fake time lapse video from the ISS? I think it was from like a satellite that showed the Earth underneath curving and like with all the weather, different weather and clouds moving. It was fake, right? Of course. It looked real. I thought it was real back then. But if you look at it, that's a representation of how their model is. And in that model, you see a perfect sunset where the sun hits the half of the Earth with the same amount of light throughout the whole half. And that does not happen when you see it in real life. It's different than that. So that's how I made the connection, that it should look different.
Okay. But when I'm just being a glober for a moment, but when you're watching a sunset, you're on the what's that line what do they call that line?
Carmen?
Yeah, you know where the sun and the...
Yeah, it's the Carmen line.
Nah, that's the space line.
Oh shit!
You know where the light and the darkness. What's that line called?
Pretty sure it's the Carmen line.
No, that's the line where it goes to gravity.
The line where the light
goes to no gravity.
Yeah, where the light.
Okay.
The line where the light and where the light stops.
Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, but so if you're on a globe, you're going to be standing on that between light and darkness, staring into where the sun is, which is almost becoming dark. So for you in that local spot, are you just going to be lit up and then all of a sudden, just boom, flick of your fingers, it goes dark?
No, it'd fade.
Yeah,
like it does,
and it does.
Exactly like it does. But when the sun goes away and you don't see it anymore, I don't believe you should see. Wait, hold on. Let me imagine this.
It's called it's called the Terminator line.
The Terminator line. I can't believe I forgot that.
Yeah,
I did that.
I had to look it up myself.
Actually, though, now that I'm thinking about it,
I want all your clothes.
Have you had an epiphany?
Give me your clothes.
Your boots and your motorcycle.
Now.
I mean, maybe it would make sense that it would look the same, because the light is coming. Even if the sun is hitting at the same angle, the whole half of the Earth, the light is still coming from the sun. So but it's also hitting the atmosphere. No, no, I think it would look slightly different though.
Well, that's where I'm going with you can't use it as use that as proof, because you're questioning yourself again, because you've got no definitive answer.
Yeah, no, I think it would look just similar, but not exactly like it is right now. Because like if the sun is hitting the other half, the half of the Earth, like it's, even though it's localized, the light, because it's coming from that circle of the sun, it's still hitting at the same angle the atmosphere, so the clouds. Therefore, if there's clouds in the sunset, even the sky, just the sky, therefore, yeah, you should definitely see the sun, uneven light throughout the whole half. Yeah, I think it would look the same because it's still hitting the whole the atmosphere. Yeah. No, I have not changed my mind.
I'm not sure because I wouldn't know what it would look like on a globe. I only know what it looks like on a flat Earth.
I don't know. I can imagine how it would look like on a globe, man.
Sphere-shaped there.
I'm sorry, what?
You know how long it took me to get away from all those terms? Atmosphere. What else always comes up?
Well, gravity for one. I don't like to use the G word, even though I just used it. But
yeah, hemisphere is another word you got to kind
Yeah, hemisphere. Yeah, good one. It always comes up.
Yeah, anything that has a connotation of round or
sphere.
Sphere. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Atmosphere. Holy shit.
Yeah. Sphere
Made that
shaped
connection.
air.
So, what should it be called?
Atmos?
Air.
I don't know.
Atmos plane?
Air. Try air.
Yeah, air's a good one.
Yeah, air.
Or Atmo.
Atmo. What does Atmo mean? Like atoms?
Just
or
air.
something?
Just means air.
It means air.
Atmo.
No offense, but I said in Nathan Oakley's after show recently, I said, any person I hear who says atmosphere in 2023, I know they're not up to date with the flat Earth debate.
Or they're new.
No offense. It's just the last few years that word's been hammered in to correct out of us.
I think another thing I have to get used to is saying down there or up there. You know, if you're going, north, I still think to myself, I'm going up there. And obviously, we've been taught that Australia is down there or down under, whereas Australia...
We're over there.
Yeah, Australia is over there. That's all it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Are you guys in the middle of some heated? Are you guys in the middle of some heated discussion? Because we have somebody that talk.
Oh, go ahead.
Rocket Man 24, you're on the air. We're going to discuss how rockets work in a vacuum, not a vacuum chamber, in the ever-expanding vacuum of space.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? How you doing all this evening?
Good.
We are great.
Good. Yeah, I hope you're good.
Looking forward to this conversation.
Hey, Rocket Man, we wish you a happy stationary topographical plane day.
And I wish you a very happy rotating spherical day.
You can't prove any of that.
Tit for tat.
You can't prove any of that.
You got a rad one? Have you been having a conversation with him, have you?
Well, we did the other day. His internet went out. I remember that.
There's a storm coming over here.
Yep, absolutely. We remember it. So we will continue. As Amish asked if he wants to type it in, but I forget. But the question is, how does a rocket move in a vacuum of space? Ever-expanding vacuum, not walls, in a vacuum chamber that can fill up with gas.
So, quite simply, Newton's third law. I'm sure you're all very aware. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yes.
A mixture of oxidizer, kerosene, or whatever, RP1, whatever fuel they're using at the time, gets vaporized, aerosoled, and mixed in the exhaust chamber, ignited with a source. That causes the gas to expand and rush out of the exhaust nozzle. This impedes a lot of force on the gas and shoots it out of the exhaust nozzle. And as there is a large amount of force causing all that exhaust to eject out the nozzle at incredible speeds, there is also an equal force acting in the opposite direction on the rest of the rocket, causing it to move in the opposite direction.
But hold up. Because there's nothing for the gas to press upon, there is no equal and opposite action. Sorry.
It's the force of acting on the exhaust to shove it out of the exhaust nozzle that's acting on the rocket.
Okay, great. But if the force is shooting out into nothing, it has no force anymore because it doesn't have anything to push against.
No, because the force is acting on the gas inside the exhaust chamber, not
and it's
causing
going,
the
it's
exhaust
going
to
like
leave.
it's just going. Psst. It's just going like a balloon would, like it would just flip all the. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be pushing on anything. You have no equal and opposite force unless the gases are pushing on something to make an opposite force. You don't have that.
No.
Your outer space fairy tale is a violation of Newton's third law of motion, because in the final analysis, there is nothing that rocket can push off of in the vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. There's nothing it can push off of, because there's no air, it can't ignite either. So you have no propulsion and you have no ignition possible in that fairy tale. Now you can believe what you want to believe, but what you believe is a violation of Newton's third law of motion. There is no propulsion possible and there is no ignition possible because there's nothing to push off of and there's no air. So you believe your fairy tale and you tell us your fairy tale and we'll believe in Santa Claus too.
It doesn't need a surface to push off.
Yes, it does. That is Newton's third law of motion.
Could I? Okay, so
I've got like 5 minutes. I just want to ask him a question. You're going to give us a demonstration of a smaller version of this in a vacuum chamber, aren't you?
No, because it's the only video I've seen, the one by Action Lab. I don't really like that video.
Yeah, because you know why?
Because you'd like to say that the small vacuum chamber fills up with the pressurized whatever's in the can, and that's what it's pushing off.
As soon as the gas is released, it's not a vacuum chamber anymore?
Absolutely. I preface this conversation with, you will not give us a demonstration of a rocket inside a vacuum chamber with walls that can fill up with gas for the rocket to move.
Yes. So if the sun is like this nuclear reactor and it's like has these like sunbursts that push out a bunch of energy, will it push the sun in the direction?
A minute amount, yeah.
Shut up, man.
Minute amount.
Hey, Rocket Man, if you put a Rocket Man, if you put a candle into a glass and remove all the air, and so it has no air, will the candle continue to burn?
No, because there's no oxygen.
Okay, so there's no oxygen in outer space. Thank you for playing.
The sun isn't. It's a plasma. It doesn't need oxygen.
You have no idea what the sun is. It's 91 to 94 million miles away. There is no medium or anything like that can transmit heat without molecules. You also have a violation of the physics of light and the physics of how light travels, because light doesn't travel. And your little fairy tale, we're going to demolish your little fairy tale. If you want to continue to believe in your textbooks and your outer space monkey religion, go ahead. But we're not going to let you, because there's a bunch of warriors in here that are not going to allow you to lie to us, because the majority of us have been lied to us our whole lives, and we're not going to be lied to again.
I could actually show you nuclear fusion in a vacuum, if you'd like.
You don't know what the sun is. You have no clue what the sun is if it was in your fairy tale of 91 to 94 million miles away. You have no clue what it is.
Okay.
True or not true?
We're going to stick to the rockets in the vacuum.
Yeah.
Right. So your demonstration of rocket propulsion in a vacuum chamber is null and void. So what have you got next?
Well, I would like to say, so you know how you guys are saying that, and I don't want to straw man, so correct me if I'm not getting it exactly right. You need a surface for the rocket to push off for propulsion.
Not a surface, but you need something.
Yeah, no, nobody's saying it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to use this against you. I just want your thoughts, just to think about. I want to see how.
We just want you to explain rockets in a vacuum.
Yeah. So, if you have the ground, very solid, very dense. When the rocket exhaust is coming out and it's hitting that surface, which you claim is causing the propulsion.
No, it's one of the reasons it causes propulsion. You have water with a submarine, you have air with an airplane, you have somebody who jogs, so it doesn't have to be a solid surface. It can be the air, it can be the water, it can be a solid surface. Please don't strawman our position.
I wasn't saying it was the sole reason, but I was saying that if there is a concrete surface underneath a rocket, it is mostly pushing off the concrete.
Where are you going with this?
If you give me 30 seconds, I will get there. So it's pushing off the concrete surface. Would you, like, genuine question, would you say it pushes off the concrete surface more than it pushes off the air?
Yeah, because it's solid.
Hey, make your point, bro.
Yep.
My point is, as the rocket gains altitude, we know that it accelerates. Why does it accelerate if it's pushing off less and less air instead of concrete?
Pushing off the air.
But if it's not pushing off a lot, why is it still accelerate? There's not a lot there for it to push off.
So you're claiming
the liquid weight that's in the tank.
But you're actually claiming that these things actually go these speeds that you're claiming they go. So how do you prove that they're going these speeds that they're going?
Well, for example, I've launched a model rocket recently, and that had a altimeter and speedometer on it, and we tracked the data from the launch.
What's the speed? Is that going off airspeed?
It's got yes, and also GPS.
And the altimeter goes off barometric pressure, correct?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Yep. So they're both not accurate.
See, Rocket Man, pushing off the ground, pushing off air, pushing off water, pushing off whatever is not a violation of Newton's third law of motion. Pushing off the vacuum of outer space where there's no air, no ignition possible, no propulsion forward possible is a violation of Newton's third law of motion. You invoked Newton's third law of motion when you came here as evidence that something can happen that it really can't happen. And you see, we're going to call you out on it every single time because it is not science, it is anti-science, it is non-science, it is pseudoscience.
Okay. So I've been doing research to see how I can kind of best explain it to make sense.
You can't explain anything because anything you explain is a violation of Newton's third law of motion.
Okay. So
are we talking about how rockets work in a natural law violation sky vacuum?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not in a vacuum box that NASA has down the street from me, because that rockets will move in there eventually.
Okay. So yeah, if you're think of it this way, if you're on a chair with wheels on it and you're on an ice rink and you've got a bowling ball in your hand and you push that bowling ball away from you, you're going to roll back in the opposite direction. Now, the reason you're rolling back is because you're rolling back with the same force that you inflicted on that bowling ball to push it forwards, and the bowling ball is pushing back at you, causing you to roll in the opposite direction. Now, there will be some initial pushback from the air, but very slight, but most of the force pushing you backwards is the force you exerted on the bowling ball, and the bowling ball exerting the same force back on you.
And then you got momentum. Momentum is a totally different thing here on Earth than it is in your fairy tale of outer space. Guys, Rocket Man, we are not dumb. We know your script. We know your globe script. We were all globers. We all believed in the fairy tale. We don't believe in the fairy tale anymore. You got to come with us more with a bowling ball in a skating rink being pushed off of to equate or invoke your outer space monkey fairy tale religion where there is no propulsion possible. There is absolutely no ignition possible because you don't have those possibilities here on Earth. And when they're tested here on Earth, they don't work. You put a candle into a glass, remove the air, the candle goes out. You have no air in outer space. Your fairy tale of outer space, there is no ignition possible. So you continue on with your fairy tale, and we'll enjoy Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, and story time.
Do you
put candles out? By the way, I just put a lid over them.
Can do any of you agree with the analogy I just used with the bowling ball on an ice rink? Is the reason I'm going backwards due to the force that I inflicted on the bowling ball pushing back at me?
However you want to call it, but that just happened on regular Earth.
You know why that's happening though? Is due to the medium you are sitting on and in. It's all due to your medium.
Correct. Air. You're in air.
You're not in a vacuum, so using that as an example has no relevancy whatsoever. You need to have an example that is also a vacuum.
Why is the air making a significant impact on the
It's not. You're on ice. You're using a solid medium versus a vacuum, which is absolute lack of.
If, let's say, you were free falling and you pushed a bowling ball, you would also be pushed back.
Nope. Air medium. Air medium. Again, there is a medium. There is no medium in space. There is a lack of. You don't understand that concept.
Yeah, there's no force in a vacuum.
Rocket, and why you're moving around in the medium of air, you're moving that air and creating air pressure. Air pressure moves things, believe it or not. Because I use air pressure in my garage to blow my garage clean.
So, are you saying that the bowling ball inflicts no force on me when I push it forwards?
You're dealing with air, you're dealing with an atmosphere or an atmos, you're dealing with things that you do not deal with in the fairy tale of outer space. Rocket Man, one question before I have to go. Why is it so important for you to come into a flat Earth server and defend your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? Why is it so important to you?
It's not. I just enjoy other people's views on the world.
Fair enough. Thanks.
No problem.
It's not really a view, though. We just go by facts. That's the problem here.
Yeah, so I don't think an astronaut holding a bowling ball in the vacuum of space could actually push that bowling ball away from himself.
How come they haven't shown a video of that on the ISS yet?
Because they're not there to try and prove established physics. They're there to run their own experiments.
Okay,
Yes, they are. That's exactly why they're there.
It's okay for them to prove that they can fly around in gorilla suits.
Why did you say established physics? Why did you say that for?
Because it's been the consensus.
Okay,
doesn't make truth.
Okay, so in other words, your outer space monkey religion fairy tale is a violation of the inverse square law of light, Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, but it's established physics. Is that what you're saying?
Those were a lot of words. I'd have to take them apart one by one. I'm going to say no as a safety, but that was a lot to unpack in one go. And if it's okay, I would like to remain on topic. I'm not trying to run away, but just for the ease of conversation.
That's good. Yeah, I think from I've had some conversations with people who used to believe, in the ball, and we advocated, we gave up the idea that we were going to fight the Newton's third law of motion, outer space travel. And we were going to move on to other things. We should have never, ever left that topic, because that topic of something pushing off of nothing, igniting with no air, is so darn damning to the globe religion. It's not even funny. But we have let people say it 100 times for every time we said it can't happen. And so we kind of said, well, we can't really deal with them. I'm telling you what, guys and ladies, we just need to deal with that alone. Just like we need to deal with water being, a large body water being, not curved or being flat. We can die on that hill, because they have no way to tell us that 71% of something curves because they can't prove their gravity and they can't prove boats over the horizon. They can't prove any of that stuff. So we just need to hang tight and let all these people know that come in here and who we see in the real world what the truth is. And what Mr. Rocket Man is pushing, and it's okay, he's been brainwashed and indoctrinated like everybody else, that he's pushing pseudoscience. He doesn't know it, but he's pushing pseudoscience.
Yeah, it's called chemical inertness.
What's chemical inertness?
It's the properties of the chemicals that ignite.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah. Okay. Is it possible, the bowling ball analogy, is it okay if because I wasn't quite finished where I was explaining the analogy. I know people didn't really like it. Is it okay if I continue, or would you rather ask another question about it?
Well, I'm going to ask a question about your bowling ball and the human. In your rocket, which is the bowling ball and which is the human in your rocket?
The bowling ball would be the gas particles, and the human would be the rocket.
Okay, I have a question.
So now you got a problem. Now you have a problem.
Oh, now you got a problem, bro.
Your exhaust is going faster than you can push the entropy in a vacuum where that gas wants to go is faster than that exhaust. So what's it pushing off of?
What do you mean? The entropy is faster than the
What he means is the gas is being sucked out by the vacuum faster than anything that would be used as propulsion.
Ah, right. No, because vacuums don't suck.
Listen,
Yes, they
we're
do.
not
They
talking
balance
about
out.
sucking. Listen, the pressure from the exhaust would leave the exhaust and go into the vacuum. That's all it would do. It would just going into the vacuum because that pressure differential is basically that gas is going to fill the available void. So if it's nothing but void out there, there's nothing to stop it from just exhausting out.
I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example you can do. Take a glass ball in a vacuum chamber, however you want to fill it with smoke or that gas they're using there, colored it, and break that glass. Your vacuum chamber will instantly fill all the corner, sides, walls, bottom, top, inside of it, everywhere, equally, instantly. Not you pop it and then all of a sudden you see it go phew, like a little cloud. It's an instantaneous thing. I work in a lab.
Your exhaust would go out in all directions, and you would have no direction for your exhaust. Right?
I'd like to say, first off, it wouldn't be instantaneous because nothing is instantaneous. You can't have zero time. I'm sure if they used a high enough speed camera, you'd be able to watch
exhaust.
No, because when the fuel, so the fuel in the containers they're pressurized, they're sealed off airtight, so the exhaust can't escape on its own. The exhaust then gets pushed through the plumbing system and accelerated, so when it reaches the exhaust chamber, it's instantly ignited when they use hypergolic fuels which just ignite the moment they come in contact. So yes, they might be getting pulled out, but the moment they enter the exhaust chamber, they mix and combust, which exerts a force on the gas particles, forcing them out even faster. And I'm talking kilometers a second. And that force is exerted back on the rocket.
The negative 17 torr is going to pull that out faster than what you're talking about. So listen, you talked about plumbing, right? So what plumbing is able to hold the gases that are in that, whether they're in liquid state or not? What plumbing can hold back 10 to the negative 17 torr engineering-wise? Like O-rings or seals? Do you have the data for that, the engineering data?
I would just... there's plenty of...
Suits, listen, add cloth spacesuits to that list. with zippers.
Yeah.
Well, I think you can't. You couldn't have sustained. You couldn't have sustained projection. You like it would have to close off, reignite, close off, reignite. Like you wouldn't have like a constant flame, like from the back of the rocket once you were in the vacuum.
And also, your analogy of bowling balls doesn't apply. Gases are not bowling balls. They don't. They don't behave anything like bowling balls.
Well, matter interacts the same. It doesn't matter what state it's in. To go back to the other ones, first off with the plumbing, there's loads of standard grade airtight seals. You get them on small little vacuum tube, vacuum bell jars. You can get. There's loads of standards.
Great. So show us that the engineering can handle a 10 to the negative 17 torr, and I'll be satisfied. Show me that.
Yeah, after the conversation, I will, if people are still around, I will get a link up. I'll post it in chat. If I do forget, please remind me. I'll be in chat. Please remind me, because I just want to address the other points as well, if that's okay. But I will.
It's all right. I know you don't have it because they don't have anything they can test it with here on Earth. That's the problem, buddy. Like, they would have had to test this in the environment that they're going to, right?
You know what's funny is I create 10 to the negative 22 at work, so we can test valves that only can test at around 7, because you really can't get it any better than that. We make the best there is, and you can't get it any better than that. Those are our specs. And we test, and our container that we do it in is only about 8 inches in diameter, and it's a bell jar. It has one sealing surface, and that's at the very bottom. So how many sealing surfaces are there on the ISS or in a spacesuit? Let me guess. On a spacesuit, probably around, 1 million. On the ISS, I'm going to guess around 10,000 maybe. So how do you check that? How do you get that in a vacuum chamber to pressure test that? Because OSHA won't allow you to do the things where humans are involved without pressure testing the equipment. We write the OSHA laws with OSHA about it.
Rocket Man, where do you get your information from?
Regarding what specifically?
The idea that a rocket can push off of nothing in the vacuum of outer space, and that fire something can ignite in the vacuum of outer space. And where do you get that information from?
Initially, the internet, but then secondly, my university professors.
Okay, so university professors. Okay, it's cool. What if your university professors came out tomorrow and said, "Hey, guess what? I can see much further than I should on a ball of 3,959 miles, and outer space travel violates Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse squared law of light." What would happen to those professors tomorrow if they went to school and started teaching that?
Well, first off, they would need hard kind of evidence and rigor.
Rocket Man, we do have hard evidence. You have a fairy tale. Help me out.
I'm probably the wrong person to argue. I'd probably talk to someone who's written a research paper about it. Mm-hmm. I'm still a student. I'm in a few years, I've got an internship next year, either at Rolls-Royce or another space company. If I do some vacuum tests and rocket propulsion, because that's what I'll be working on, I'll be happy to send you my findings.
You won't be doing those in that, and you won't be doing those in lab. So just letting you know ahead of time.
Can you do me a favor when you go back to your school, or maybe even this summer, email one of your professors, ask them to come on here so we can talk with them?
I can ask, but they're probably very busy, and
they're not.
I could try. I could
possibly be talking about air pressure.
The researchers. So they do a lot of research, and they also work in the industry in the meantime as well.
You can ask to them this: can you have gas pressure without a container? Ask this question to them. And by the way, do you trust NASA, right? And rockets, SpaceX? Do you trust? They are showing the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So explain this.
Sorry, let me look in chat.
What is this rat passing by this rocket? Do you want the original video?
Some ice.
The original video is from NASA YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's probably ice that's collected on the side of the rocket.
Ice. That's cognitive dissonance, baby.
Okay.
Maybe you can watch more rats in the National Geographic, okay? You call ice to that?
Yeah, because there's a lot pretty much on every rocket. You get sheets of ice in the same places.
There's a lot of cognitive dissonance, you know, when you see a mouse passing by in that rocket. Yeah, you can, space may be the final frontier, but it's made on your own basement. Okay.
I'll tell you what. I've seen how large those engines are. That's a very big mouse. I'll tell you. That's probably a cat-sized mouse. It's probably a cat-sized mouse, something like that. That's a very big mouse.
It depends of when the camera is, when you can shooting close to the mouse or far away. But okay.
So the size of the mouse matters. Eh?
Well, I don't know cat-sized mouses exist or how you'd manage to.
I don't understand how can this rat be in space, in that rocket.
Maybe because all is.
Oh,
it isn't.
Because they can use all smoke and mirrors, to fool us.
Yeah, there is no rockets in a natural law violation sky vacuum. There's no natural law violating sky vacuum.
What's your guys' opinion?
That's the elephant in the room.
When people have from the ground live uncut footage of the rockets that land themselves again?
Yeah, so what? So Hollywood can do even better tricks than that. They could probably do a loop-de-loo and then land it. So who cares? These are images that you're looking at on the video screen. This is the problem. Because people are believing this spinning Earth in a vacuum that can't exist in reality based on only moving pictures. Like your TV screen is the only place you've ever seen any of this. So telling us that you have something on another TV screen doesn't cut it. Bro, listen, check this out. Your whole thing is that Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, right? Isn't that where you're culminating to?
I mean, the main discussion was just about rockets in space.
Rockets, okay, but you believe they're sending these rockets out into the vacuum of space, right?
Near vacuum, but yeah.
Okay, you think they are. Okay, so therefore, you think Earth is also a sphere, right?
Oblate spheroid, yeah.
Okay, great, an oblate spheroid. What proof do you have that Earth is an oblate spheroid?
There's lots. I did ask if it was okay to keep on the topic of rockets. If you want, I'm more than happy to talk about it in chat later.
We're just gonna cut to the fucking chase here. Earth is supposed to be curved, so on the surface, where's your proof on the surface of drop over distance? Period. Do you have it?
A lot to talk about rockets.
Do you have drop over distance tests?
Just because you would like to talk about
hold on, I wasn't done. I need you to provide drop over distance tests, numerous ones. It needs to be repeatable that verify and validate the radius of 3,959 miles.
I'm sure there are lots of people who have done it.
Okay, I'm sure you think there. I'm sure you think you're sure. But what I need is actual. No, I need the actual fucking proof. So put the drop over distance data in the live stream voice text.
Let me put it to them in a different way. In order for you to launch your rocket that you want to launch, you need the radius of Earth. So how did you get it? And how did you measure it?
Why do we need the radius of Earth to launch rockets?
I thought you said that you were a national physics student.
Put in your rocket to orbit the fucking thing. Right?
You need the distance between the center of two masses, my friend. It's in orbital mechanics, and it's in velocity. Yeah, right.
Don't they teach you this in university?
I'm doing aerospace engineering,
Right,
so,
which is depending on what's being told to you now.
Yeah.
Two things at question then: vacuum of space or the ball bit underneath. You have to have proof of both of them, but especially one, the Earth being a ball, and you can only do that through a direct measurement and proof of it. The vacuum of space, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, so Rocket Man, I'm afraid there is no space for a rocket to go into in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't have and understand that law as it is. So, I know it's maybe the burden upon you that we're not necessarily trying to demonstrate. It's the burden upon them who claim the Earth is a ball in the vacuum of space. The pictures from it or the stories about it don't cut the mustard. We need proof of the actual story to actually talk about the story to begin with.
I'm not trying to be facetious, could I ask for your standard of evidence of what you'd like to be presented and would accept as proof to make my life easier?
Awesome. So that would be dependent upon the question. There are three primary claims that they make about what the Earth is and does. That would be a ball, so that would be direct measurement of curvature, drop over distance, as Sonny was pointing out. Motion of the Earth, what the Earth, the ball, is said to do, so direct measurement of the motion of the Earth. And then you'd have to show and demonstrate a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and then demonstrate an entropy decrease, where we all understand entropy increases.
Okay. Well,
right? If the Earth is a ball, then we should be able to observe that ball and measure that ball. So that's why we talk about measuring it. The R value within the calculations, yeah, that's the measuring bit. We need to prove that bit before it goes into the calculations.
Yeah. I mean, when I did this, I went into talking about rockets, so I will have to look up some and read through some sources to find one that hopefully you would accept.
So what's the question that you're asking? In which regard? What rockets?
The curvature, the direct measurements of Earth's curvature and stuff like that.
Yeah, Rocket Man. All we need is drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared, please. You know, if you can show me where I can go to the Grand Canyon, look over long distances, look across Lake Michigan, and I can see 8 inches drop. You know, and I can't see like Chicago. I can't see the rim of the west rim when I'm sitting on the east rim of the Grand Canyon because it's dropped 3,000 feet because there's 70 miles at 6 feet observation height. If you can show that to me, I'm back to the ball, man. I tell you, I'm going to start playing basketball again, soccer, and have a globe in my bedroom at night because I love my globe.
The only issue is we don't use 8 inches per mile square.
What do you use?
I'd have to find the actual equation because it's very difficult to remember, but one that does include refraction.
If you want to play the 7/6R game, which adds 15% to your imaginary ball, go ahead. But I'm telling you right now, you should be able to show us 8 inches per mile squared on a radius of 3,959 miles, and not with your refraction, because you can never measure refraction. 7/6R is something that you guys have taken, but then if it doesn't work, you want more than 7/6R. So guys, don't play the game. Show us 8 inches per mile squared. That is simple geometry based on a radius of 3,959 miles.
Sorry. He can't. Go for it. Sorry, he can't because he said refraction. So that would mean that he's never seen the geometric physical curvature of the Earth known as the horizon, and no one has because of refraction.
That's right.
What are we going to do now? You've got a problem. We've pointed out that you've never seen it to backwards engineer anything to, and you can't just say refraction. What you're talking about, Snell's law, well, you haven't got two different mediums in the first instance. So we won't be talking about that then, will we? What type of refraction? Well, 7/6R. That's not bending of light. That's making the surface of the Earth bigger, so it looks flatter. So refraction doesn't cut it. I'm sorry, mate. I'm going to have to hand you a bandage, put you in the corner, and tell you that you might have to come back another time with something else.
Exactly, because he in order to do the geometry, you need to have established that there is a geometry to measure first before you can invoke that refraction. How are you going to do that if there's refraction that you're claiming is based on geometry?
Remember those calculations? The math needs to be proven first, right? Not just asserted. And, well, you've just shot yourself in the foot because you've never seen the geometry that you claim.
No, because I've not gone hundreds of kilometers up in the sky. But you can see the effects of curvature. You can see the effects of curvature.
What are the effects of curvature, my friend? Hold on. What are the effects? Sunsets. So when the sun goes down and you're standing at the beach and we see the horizon and the sun goes behind it, that's the physical geometric curve, is it?
Yeah.
But when the sun isn't there, just above it, that's not the physical geometric curve. It's an apparent location. I mean, what are we going to be talking about? Do you want the black swan image where the horizon moves around? We know the horizon moves around, so it cannot be a physical obstruction. Cannot be a physical obstruction. But you do declare that you see it. But how can you? We're looking for the atmosphere. You're just saying that because the sun goes down now, ignoring the refraction bit, that's the curvature of the Earth. Did you not listen that when we make observations, you got to take the atmosphere out then for you to see the curvature of the Earth, not put a big light behind it?
I'm not using a sunset to determine the size of the Earth. I'm using the sun to determine there is a curve full stop.
No one said size. No one said size. Physical obstruction. The horizon is blocking the bottom of the sun. Then you need the horizon to be physical. Then it isn't physical. It's optical. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, like fog or a clear day or whatever, and the technology that you use. Your eyes, binoculars, high-powered zoom cameras, telescopes, for example. The horizon demonstratively moves around. You need it to be physical. You need it to be in the physical location where the math dictates. It's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So when I go down to the beach, that horizon, for me, when I'm sitting down at 1 foot, should be 1.225 miles away. You're then saying that when I see a sunset, that's the physical curve of the Earth that I see, but it's not in its physical location. What?
So you did forget the perspective, When you take out perspective from that your equation, you don't care about reality.
Okay. Firstly, responding to Jedi, the 1.22 square root of observer's height in feet, that ignores refraction.
Refraction, of course it does. Then back to your point, and then back to your point that you've got nothing physical to make these calculations on anyway, but you will assert that's the physical geometric horizon when the sun goes behind it. What?
There is a horizon.
Yes, there is a horizon because we're standing on a surface and the sky's above it, and it's the limitation of our view across it.
No.
Well, where's the curve bit then? You're saying it's physical obstruction, but we don't see the physical obstruction at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet until you magically assert it when the sun goes down.
You see the physical obstruction when the sun disappears behind the giant curve of the Earth.
Again, just assertion, but you're missing out. The horizon's not physical Earth curve. For it to be physical Earth curve, it must be where the mathematics dictates that the calculation me and you keep spouting backwards and forwards. But that's the thing that you need for physical obstruction. It's not physical if it's optical now, is it?
The horizon is just how far your line of sight can see until the curvature of the Earth.
Until the curvature of the Earth, which is at 1.225. Until the curvature of the Earth, 1.225. But now you're going to say refraction, declaring that you've never seen it in the first place. How can you backwards engineer refraction to a phenomenon that you've never seen in the first place? You're just asserting that it's there and remind us that we don't see it until you blindly declare that we see it when the sun goes down.
Refraction only allows just
No.
Tracks.
You see this GIF about the sun. When you zoom out, you zoom in. You see that horizon. So the sun is not going down; it's perspective, and because you forget that human eyes have limitation, and you forget that when you claim about refraction, show me refraction at left and right, okay, in that horizon. Okay, by refraction. Sorry, it's a fairy tale.
I can add a solar filter, and that will neglect refraction, and then you can just see
I can choose you a solar filter. Like, yeah.
Sorry, what type of entertainment fallacious bullshit is this? I can. Have you?
Yeah, I can get the video up now.
Awesome stuff. So with a solar filter, you might be able to demonstrate something. Brilliant. Do you want me to go and get a solar filter and demonstrate that the sun actually does change angular size? But that'll still be dependent on a few fucking things. And we're looking for physical obstruction, remember? That's what we're looking for. So let's not start skipping past it.
Yeah.
Rocket Man, why are you making shit up?
I did post with
you said that a solar. You said that a solar. I heard what he said. I just heard it on the live stream. He said a solar filter gets rid of refraction. That's what you said. That's nonsense.
It takes out the glare of the sun.
It takes away the glare, but
with
I mean, you can't.
What is glare? Tell us the physical mechanism. Yeah, I know. I know how we describe it. I want to know the physical mechanism. What is it?
It's the light refracting off the surface of the lens that's causing glare.
Yeah, you got a citation for that? Like, seriously? Because my understanding is nobody knows what causes glare. They actually researched it. They basically stopped researching it because there is no answer.
Well, you said that a solar filter negates refraction, so you're saying that with a solar filter you see the geometric horizon?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I'd like to see that shit.
So I have a video of a solar filter. This was taken by astronomers in Chile.
Well, if it gets rid of refraction, shouldn't you have to look in a different location to find the sun then?
Fuck it, let's use infrared camera and see what we see with infrared camera.
Infrared reveals the truth.
So I just want you, Rocket Man, to look in live stream and show that this, when the sun is just like a line across the horizon, is that the same size sun?
It'll be a slight. It looks like there's a mirage coming up from the surface that's distorting the light.
But it's a solar filter. What are you talking about?
It's staying the same size. It's just the light that's traveling between the sun and your eyes is slightly distorting.
Do you know what the definition of size is? Like, are you okay?
Yeah.
So at 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. You think that is the same size as the sun in the rest of the video?
Well, the top cross section of it is not going to be the same width as the diameter, but it's going to be the same width as that slight portion of the top of the sun.
It is? Is that what you're observing, or is that what you're just saying?
Well, the sun's going to remain the same angular size. The light's going to distort.
Yeah, I know that's what you believe, dude. I know you believe that.
Yeah.
How about my video that doesn't show any...
sorry, not just your video. Sorry, Indio. So if you're claiming that because the Earth is a ball at a distance from the sun that you know the size to, and because of that the sun won't change in angular size, then we've only got to provide you with images of the sun changing in angular size. It's called the Black Swan sun. I've just fucking claimed it. So what do you want us to do, mate? Demonstrate to you that the sun does sometimes change in angular size?
Well, it does. Well, I mean, listen, you can just go through the scientific literature. Not only does it change angular size, it's been measured. And in fact, if you go on Andrew Thomas Young's website, he has a page on magnification of the sun. So what are you talking? You're just making shit up that you heard from some other idiot flat earther, and you came in here with it. It's irritating to me that you guys just parrot each other. The same wrong thing, just over and over again.
I mean, my video perfectly shows it doesn't change angular size.
Dude, once is not a trend.
Yeah. Whoop-de-doo.
Okay, well, there's lots of videos out there where it doesn't change angular size. And
there's plenty where they do.
All of them that they don't change angular size.
There you go. There's your claim.
There you go.
Apart from the ones that we can show you that will.
And the one I just showed you.
A lot of...
Yeah.
A
lot of
glare.
So baseless claims now.
Well, no, you can tell there's glare. You can.
Really?
So the sun looks like really twinkly. The sun has like bright, sharp edges pointing out of it.
When it goes down, what obstructs it?
What obstructs it? The curvature of the Earth.
So physical obstruction that we can demonstrate to you that is, optical. Say refraction again. I bet you haven't really got a clue what you're talking about, have you?
Yeah. I mean, the video that Miguel posted is just really bad.
You just see it. You just see a lot of it, and you don't know what it is. And because you see a lot of it, you make baseless claims about it. No one's saying that refraction doesn't exist, but you require the surfaces of the Earth to be curving to cause physical obstruction. Being, as you said, refraction, then you must understand, mate, that you've never seen it. So how can you declare that it's there? This is because what? The sun's going behind it, even though that it's optical. We're going to go back
The
around
sun
and
is
around.
being completely obstructed from the bottom up.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow.
By what?
Ethically from the bottom up, he says.
This is cult chanting, dude.
So
I did post a GIF about the sun when you zoom in. Okay, it appears what you said, but when you zoom in, it doesn't. So it's about human vision limit. Okay.
So it's being obstructed bottom up by a geometric horizon?
Yep.
Okay, can you show that geometric horizon?
Look at obscuring the sun, or if you want to pay 445 grand, you can go on Virgin Galactic's flight.
No.
See
is that
what?
Horizon, is that horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Or have I forgot about refraction, making that horizon optical and not physical for your sun to go behind? We've got to do that again. You've not seen it, but you declare that there it is, seeing it, you idiot.
Okay, let's get this down there. Is the horizon in apparent position or is it physical? Which one?
A horizon is a apparent thing, but
okay. So if you're saying the horizon, the apparent thing, blocks something, but it's not really there, it's only apparent, you're saying that you watching something get blocked by what? An optical effect.
No, a solid.
What do you mean no?
A solid object.
So the horizon is a solid object.
No, the solid object is creating a horizon. The horizon is a product of the object being the shape that it is.
Okay, where that solid object ends and the sky begins, right? That dividing line, that horizon, is that the physical end of that object that you can see? No, it's just the apparent end. So there could be, after that line, there could be more of that physical object, or there could be less of it.
I guess. Yeah.
You have a problem. Scrub the launch. Scrub the launch.
Houston, we have a problem.
Look, you're using the horizon line to demark where there's physical Earth and where there's not. As soon as you start saying, oh, that line is just an optical effect, now you don't have an actual physical position in space to make claims about something's blocking something. Because that physical position is just an apparent position.
You can determine at what distance does the object cause things to start to obscure things.
What object? You don't have an object.
The thing under your feet.
Yeah, but where that object ends, right? The limit of you being able to see that object, the horizon, that terminator line between the sky and the ground, you said is optical.
Yes, it's where your tangent line of eyesight.
No, okay, that now it's geometric again.
You said
dude, you can't have it both ways no matter how hard you struggle, dude. Okay?
You said tangent line.
Yeah, I know, so it's physical again.
Yep.
So, Rocket Man, you do understand that since we're we're closer to the ground, so where the ground meets the sky and the horizon is the smallest angle of our vision.
Yeah.
So that is why we have such a limitation, is because we can't resolve that angle past the horizon. We can't.
Well, if you change your angle, the horizon's just going to...
Yeah, but let's not even worry about changing the angle. Think about that for just a minute and see that you can't have a physical horizon. Like, that's our argument. That's where we're coming from.
What would happen if I was to be able to demonstrate to you on a surface that the horizon appears beyond the object in question, that the object in question, because of your narrow angle of view across that surface, you're low down, starts to disappear from the bottom up? As in, the horizon's beyond it, what you say would be the physical curve or the obstruction where we start to see the shape, but the object in front of it is start to disappear from the bottom up. Now, we would have to say that that would be a optical phenomenon, right? Known flat surface, horizon beyond it, boat disappearing from the bottom up. That's be declared as an optical phenomenon.
Yes.
Yeah. So without just cherry picking, because this is what it is, if I can and will demonstrate to you what I've just said, then you must understand that because I can demonstrate things disappearing from the bottom up on a known flat surface and it to be declared by everybody understood as optical, then you can't just say physical obstruction is the reason why things disappear from the bottom up.
If you could show me something disappearing on bottom up on a completely flat surface, I will more than happily hand you the point.
Cool, live stream.
Oh, snap. Let's do it.
Wait.
I love it.
I will
Hold true to your word.
I will get this 3 minute 8-second video of the guy who put a camera on the football field and started walking away in the middle part of the football field into the end zone, and that is exactly what's happening. So you can look at this, my friend, and this is exactly what's happening with the sun. And I'm going to post it. It's 3 minutes 8 seconds long, and I want you to watch it.
I didn't know football fields. I didn't know fields were completely perfectly flat.
From end zone to end zone to end zone. End zone to end zone, they are flat. If you're going sideline to sideline, some are built for water, so water can usher itself off. But end zone to end zone, they are flat because you can't have one team going uphill and the defensive team going downhill. It doesn't work that way. So end zone to end zone, 50-yard line, they are flat.
I play cricket. One of the most famous cricket grounds in the world, Lord's Cricket's a 5-degree slope.
Wow, that's wonderful. So
why is any other field different?
Because we're talking about professional sports, and we can.
That's not a professional field.
Oh, hold on. No, it's not. But we're now taking one instance after the other. I did post the image of a boat, an RC boat. Now, if on a lake, so the only curved surface would be the curvature of the Earth. That would be the one in question. But this RC boat disappears before that curvature of the Earth should be in play. So therefore, we're all going to sit here and go, well, being as that's not the curvature of the Earth, because the RC boat is starting to disappear before that mathematical geometric limitation of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, before it starts disappearing at that one, we're all going to say it's optical. So you can't sit there and say just because I assert the only reason why I can't see the bottom of that boat is curvature, physical obstruction, and completely ignore this. It's black swan, my friend. If you're going to assert that all horizons are physical, then they must be where it mathematically dictates. It isn't.
It'd be good if the topographical surface of the medium that it's on isn't constantly fluctuating.
Yeah, that would be good, but unfortunately that's where we live. And then you're just going to say refraction because of the distortion of the air above the surface of the water, therefore shooting yourself in the foot when you realise that no one's seen this curve to make a mathematical calculation.
Did you just say the waves make things disappear bottom up? Did you just say that?
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying in that specific case, the waves are obstructing the boat.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that can't happen on the ocean?
It depends how close you are to the water and the angular size of the waves to how close you are to the camera.
You can watch this video and it's not waves, dude. It's really simple.
But
It's not waves.
It's not an established flat field either.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So this lake is 1,000 feet long.
What?
This lake that this was done on in voice text. Yeah, with the RC boat. Yeah, this lake is 1,000 feet long. Do you know how far the horizon's supposed to be? 2,600 feet to the horizon. So how come the boat disappears before the horizon?
Because the very small waves close to the camera create a...
Well, you can watch the video. It's not waves. It's not waves.
Okay.
You can watch the video. It's not like, okay, that's the way it is. It's not
You're
waves.
arguing against the water, right? You're arguing against the example for water. You're arguing against the example that's being provided on the field, saying that it's not perfect, right? Yeah. What would constitute a perfect field for you in order for this to be a test that you would accept?
I'd say maybe a train line that's a mile long, show there's no elevation change, and show the train disappearing bottom up.
So a field that's been constructed to be level by engineers, that doesn't work for you, right? It's been constructed to be level. It's been measured before they laid the concrete and everything else for it to be level. That's how they made the field.
I'm not like
need to get
okay. What you just said is disingenuous anyway. That would not satisfy you because you guys think level's curved. So if you leveled the railroad tracks to some distance, right, you would just say, oh, that just follows the curvature of the earth. Because level's curved. Good try. Okay? Good try.
I'm trying to think of one that would work, but the issue is we live in an atmosphere, and
yeah, so you've never measured the curvature of the Earth, you just assert it.
So, I mean, cool. Listen, at this distance, there's no drop from the curvature of the Earth. It's not waves, okay? This has been replicated multiple times, over and over and over again. There's even one where you can't see the boat at all, but you can see the spray from the boat's motor spraying water from under the horizon. There can't be any under the horizon. It's not far enough.
Can I ask why lampposts on roads don't disappear bottom up and just converge to a point but never...
Okay, why don't you just address this? Address this. Why is this boat disappearing?
The boat?
The RC boat.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
You didn't even look at it.
Yeah, he hasn't looked at it in India. That's why.
Oh, here's another one.
He hasn't looked at it. Doesn't care what we say. He's not going to care what we show. He's just got a misconception and a hill he's going to die on.
Well, he's saying that it's disappearing. He's saying it's disappearing. Yeah, you're saying it's disappearing due to waves, though, and your claim before is that it must disappear bottom up due to curvature. So you kind of wrecked that claim by saying it's waves.
Well, looking at it, the waves aren't obstructing as much as I originally thought. I'll give you that, but it looks like there's a severe amount of surface refraction that's glancing off the surface of the water.
So not curvature then. So not curvature.
So it's optical.
Well, yeah, you can tell there's like a mirage on the surface of the water.
Yeah, it's optical then.
So you don't need curvature for something to appear to disappear bottom up, is what you're saying. Curvature isn't required for that effect.
We're all going to sit here afterwards and sit around the campfire and kumbaya, it's optical. Kumbaya, everyone, it's fucking optical, innit, mate?
I
Rocket
got
Man.
an infrared one from land to land.
Rocket Man, at 15 and 17 minutes after the hour, I posted a video, not a picture, videos of flat surface when people are walking away or a boat is going away. It on a flat surface, if you get far enough away, you will lose things bottom up. It is not over your imaginary fictional fairy tale curve. It is because of how your eyes see things when things move away. So 15 and 17 minutes after the hour, please look at it, love it, and live it.
Well, Jim, surely he knows that because he just gave two different ways that things will disappear bottom up over a flat surface.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it feels like I'm going to have to get a brick out and build a wall very, very far away.
And you forgot the two horizons, too, you got to throw in there. So there's like 4 possibilities at this point.
You do understand, Rocket Man, that you can't see forever. For example, flies. You can't see a fly that's, a mile away because it's too small to see, right? So you understand that with distance, things look smaller, right? So
Yeah.
eventually, because of that distance, you won't be able to resolve it. It would have disappeared because you can't resolve that angle. Good.
Yeah.
So me and you on a known flat surface, and I've got a brick, and I'm going to slide that brick on the floor away from you until it reaches a distance where you can't see the fucking brick anymore. And then what I'm going to do when you put your hand up in the air and say, hey, Jedi, I can't see the brick anymore because I understand it's too far away for me to see. It's too small. I can't resolve it because of its angular position at that distance. I'm going to start to build a wall. And then eventually you're going to start to see that wall because it's increased in angular size. I'm then going to build a fucking cathedral. Now, you're not going to be able to resolve the bottom of that fucking cathedral that I've built because you lost the ability to resolve that first brick that I placed down. I could have built it further away. You could have lost the ability to lose 2 bricks, 5 bricks, 10. But I guarantee you, if it's big enough, it has a taller angle like a cathedral. You see the top of it, but you won't be able to resolve the bottom of it.
Okay, but the top of the cathedral's further away from your line of sight.
Hey. What?
Well, yeah, if you're stood on the ground and you build the top of the cathedral...
So the hypotenuse of your triangle is longer than your baseline, I get you. So you've increased your angle. It's kind of similar as going up, right? Increase your angle and then you can see a little bit further off the surface. We're just going to be talking about angles a lot.
But if the... So is the reason... Like, I don't want to straw man, I just want to clarify. Is the reason, as you state, that things disappear due to them being too small, or is it a mixture due to the angle as well, or is it purely because they get too small to see?
It's not purely anything because we have to understand with distance there's a lot more atmosphere in play. So we've got problems. But we have to understand just that basic angular geometric function, that brick is going to be too small for you to see until I increase its size and build a cathedral.
Okay. So if I said, the whole going up in a very tall building and watching the sunset again in its entirety, even though you're, much farther away.
Okay, so top of the Burj Khalifa, I can't see the sun at the bottom because of sunset. I go up and I can see the sun not setting again. Yeah, because you've increased your angle across the surface. And again, remembering that wasn't physical curve of the Earth that obstructed the sun down there, and you can't declare that it's up there either. Because you still need it to be physical, and we're just showing you the horizon's optical.
So I want to show you something. Look in live stream voice text. This is a clip from a video that's supposed to be a ship over the horizon. Yeah. Now, remember what you said about it's mirage at the bottom? Is this image mirage at the bottom? This boat. That's not a sea painted on the boat, buddy. That is where the anchor is. And that underneath the anchor is a reflection of the anchor.
I'm not exactly sure where I'm looking in the
live stream.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at
the white part of the ship in the front of the ship.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is mirrored. And if you look at almost, I would say, any so-called ships over the horizon, you will see the same mirrored effect.
You will.
What you call the mirage.
Okay.
It's not Earth curve, dude. Just like the image I showed you with the RC boat, that's not Earth curve.
But then the boat keeps going and continues to disappear.
So imagine this little marine layer, right, that's reflecting everything that you can't see past. So you're not seeing, like, underneath this dividing line, where the reflective line is, you're not seeing any of the boat. You're seeing a reflection of the top of the boat, right? You don't actually see the boat underneath this. There's no boat underneath this dividing line.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now imagine if this was a brick wall instead of this dividing line. And it sailed away. Would it appear to sink down into the brick wall?
So you're saying where
it would get smaller in angular size, right? But you'd still see the reflected top. and it would appear to sink because it would converge right into the center of the reflection.
See, yes, I agree it would converge to the center, which we don't see boats do. We don't see the top converging with the bottom.
No, it's because the surface.
So
what are you talking about?
From what I'm saying, you're saying like almost the bottom melts into the horizon line and the top and the bottom converge.
I've watched lots of videos of ships over the horizon. Lots of them.
Okay.
First of all, it's a rare occurrence to even observe it in the first place. Okay? Should happen every time a boat goes out to sea. It don't.
Why won't they pay attention to my shit? It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Blah, 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 sorry.
What?
The point is that this is not Earth curve. It's not caused by Earth curve. The RC boat's not caused by Earth curve. So your claim that the reason we can't see the bottom of things is Earth curve is just wrong. It's factually wrong.
Okay.
Well, Indio, it's so wrong. It's fourth grade wrong. And we have adults running around who are 30, 40, 50, 60-year-olds telling us what fourth graders would argue with. And it's really, really insulting to us because we know what they're doing. They're debating at a fourth grade level. And I personally don't want to debate with a 10-year-old.
Now, Rocket Man, if you had a 10-foot pole, right, and there was a light on the top on the ground and a light on the ground, right, it's attached to the pole, but it's at ground. The light is attached to the pole at ground level. There's a light on the top, and the pole is say 100 feet high, and you got the pole attached to some pulley, right, and just you turn the lights on and you pull the pole away from you, right. So it's going off to the distance. It's a mile away, 2 miles away, 3 miles away, 4 miles away. What does it look like with those lights, right? They appear to converge together, right?
So if I had
like headlights, right? Like headlights far away, they look like one light, and as they get closer, they separate. Right?
Yeah.
And you see two headlights. So when the headlights are far away, what happened to the 6 feet in between those lights?
That's got to do with Snell's law. I need to touch up on that. I remember doing that.
Oh, there's nothing to do with Snell's law.
Snell's law, man. Nothing to do with Snell's law.
No, it's just at a far distance on the level plane.
Yeah, and you can't see that separation, even though there is a space there. You can't see the separation. Now, if you took those lights, right, those car lights, and you turned that vertical instead of horizontal, it's going to look like the top light and the bottom light's going to come up until it reaches the horizon, and then the top light's going to come down. But the top light's going to keep coming down, and the bottom light's going to stay at the horizon, and the top light's going to sink into the bottom light. Visually. I'm not talking about physically sinking. Visually sinking. That means the angular separation is going to get smaller. But the bottom light is no longer going to raise up. So visually what that's going to look like is the top light coming down into the bottom light.
Sorry, it wasn't Snell's law. I was wrong. It's called the Rayleigh criterion.
You didn't even listen to the thing I said because you're fucking reading.
You don't know anything about it, bro. You're just looking up these terms now and you're spouting them out. You've heard them somewhere. You don't know anything about it, bro.
The Rayleigh criterion is the rough angle between the two objects.
Okay, yeah, go off. But somebody was having a different conversation with you just now. Try responding to that.
Yes, because you were saying that the two lights look like they appear to go into one.
Yeah. But there's still a separation.
Yes. But the reason they...
So when you see two lights and you see them converge and you see one light, what are you going to think? You're going to go, where did the other light go?
No, I'm going into the Rayleigh criterion.
You just learned about it 3 seconds ago, dude.
No, because I hadn't used it in about over a year. It's the visual angle subtended between two objects, the minimum angle between them before they appear to merge into one object, and it's roughly equal to the wavelength of the light reaching your eyes divided by the distance of those objects to your eyes.
And distance on a flat plane.
No, it's not distance. D is the diameter of the optic times 1.66 the wavelength.
Oh, it's visual. Oh, is it optical? Come by.
Fucking Christ.
Yes, because we live in an atmosphere, so everything we see is optical.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Everything you see is its apparent position.
Yeah. So you're now the fucking cheerleader of the Kumbaya Brigade and shouting that it's optical. Fuck.
Well, you live in.
I told you that we were good. Yeah. So it's all optical then, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it doesn't
exist.
exist.
Not physical. Oh no. No, it does exist when the sun goes behind it.
Everything you see is optical, but you can still touch things. Everything you see is its apparent position. It's slightly off from where it actually is, but you can still touch it because it still exists.
That's gonna
There's literally no evidence for a goddamn thing you're saying, bro.
Can you prove? Yeah, I was like, can you prove any of that whatsoever? No.
I hope you never need laser eye surgery, mate, because that eye surgeon can't see your fucking eye in its
Don't cross the street, bro.
Jesus.
Bring your calculator when you cross the street because you might want to account for refraction.
Okay.
When you put your hand in front of your face, is that your hand that you see? Or is it somewhere else?
Another one that doesn't actually believe what he's saying. You don't actually believe
not
the shit
exactly
you're
where it
saying,
is,
dude.
but it's close enough to not really make a difference. Or not make a difference at all, really.
How far away does something have to be for it to start making a difference? And would it then be an optical phenomenon? Depends. Yeah, of course it depends. Depends on
that.
Want it to be
Depends
what
on
the argument
atmospheric conditions and whether you've snorted or inhaled enough shrooms that day to be able to see straight.
Okay, can you tell me what is optical in Black Swan example then?
What is optical in the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Everything you see, the giant case of refraction due to the.
Okay. I will ask you another question. You said everything is optical. Is it water, ocean, between two oil rigs real or optical?
The water is real, but where you perceive it to be is optical.
That's what I'm seeing between two oil rigs. Is that real ocean or the reflection of the ocean?
God, it's like he didn't get what Injo put down.
Are you on about the water, or are you on about where you see the water?
The water between the oil rigs. Okay, there's water, so the rigs aren't touching each other. There's water in between them. There's one at 6 and 9 miles. So in between those rigs, there's 30 miles. Is that water real or optical? That's what Sasha's asking.
That is real water that you can touch.
Okay, that real
So
water.
the hand in front of your face isn't a real hand.
That real water is not optical then.
No, but the position of where you see it is optical.
What are you saying, man?
Where you observe the water to be is optical.
No, that's physical because that oil rigs are in ocean. That means that water exists. I can see that. I can see that water.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that water's flat between those two oil rigs. You can see it.
That means it's not optical. It's physical.
The water is physical. Where you observe it to be is optical, but the water is physical.
Well, the water's going to stay in the same spot whether you're observing it or not.
Water's moving quite a lot.
If I put you between two oil rigs on that water, am I putting you on some physical thing or some optical thing?
You're putting me on a physical thing.
Good, great. If I put you behind the second oil rig, did I put you on optical or physical thing?
What, on the water?
Yeah.
On a physical thing.
Yeah, good. Why we have that physical thing behind the oil rigs?
Why do we have physical things behind the oil rigs?
Yeah, that's water.
Because the ocean doesn't end where the oil rigs are?
My goodness me.
Why
He's
we
not
don't have
arguing out of good faith.
Why we don't have a sphere, man? With the geometric horizon 1.22 miles and we have a physical water behind there.
You guys realize the space between those oil rigs is twice the distance the horizon is supposed to be.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Cool.
Cool.
The globe model curve should be 1.2.
Fuck me.
Cool.
That means if the first oil rig was on the shore with the camera, okay, this would be a black swan. Okay, because you can see all the water up to the second oil rig. That means the horizon would be 2 times too far at least.
Okay.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
How you can say the sentence that water is physical, but when you're observing, it's optical?
I'm not saying the water is optical. I'm saying where you appear it to be is optical. The water is physical.
It's an illusion. It's an illusion, mate. That water that you see isn't where it physically is it? It's all an illusion to these people.
By what he's saying, every single object on this, Earth realm, whatever, would have to be fake then, and not in its correct position. By what he's saying.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
everything's out there. Why is it
demonstratable?
Define correct position.
Well, weren't you just? Well, let me ask. I want to ask you a question. Weren't you just saying the sun is the same angular size all the time?
Pretty much within probably.
Isn't that just optical then?
Throughout the year.
Isn't that just optical then? It's not physical.
Because we're looking through the atmosphere.
I wouldn't say it's purely optical, but you see the sun.
Oh my god!
The position you see. The position you see the sun is optical, but the reason the sun stays the same angular size is geometrical.
Which it doesn't. That you just kind of half claimed just a second ago. It kind of eased out of your mouth. Yeah, but in a bit it does. Yeah, it does change an angular size.
The reason you see
it has got atmospheric magnification. This is a demonstrable effect that you can't remove.
He's got this barrier. He's got this barrier with himself. It's not good.
I'll admit the sun does have atmospheric magnification, but during the day, it stays the same. Or during the same atmospheric conditions, it stays the same angular size.
During the day, huh? When do we see the sun that's not during the day?
Physical.
The nighttime sun. When did we see that?
Depends how high up you went.
Jesus Christ, bro.
You need to understand. You said this. The position of the physical water is not there.
Not quite. It's very close, but not exact.
Okay, that you said. The position of the physical water, what is physical, it's not there. That's not right position of the physical water.
If everything is optical and does not have a true geometric position, how was the globe model constructed in the first place?
How's the water constructed?
How is the globe model constructed in the first place if we're not seeing anything in its true position?
Yeah. So remember when we said that you ain't seen the curvature of the Earth? That's what we're talking about. Being you keep saying refraction and the atmosphere, and so that's not possible. Then is it? That's the conclusion that you are literally going to have to concede to because it's coming out of your mouth. You can't see it, so how can you measure it?
You can see it. It's just apparent.
Can you measure? Hold on. Yeah. So what's its true position? And if it doesn't appear to you visually in its true position, then you can't see it in its true position because the atmosphere is in the way. That's what you said 20 minutes ago. We'd have to take the atmosphere out. I said, yeah. We all got to that conclusion because we don't see it in its true position. So how can you make a declaration to where its true position is?
By taking into account atmospheric conditions.
But you've got hold on, you've got no true position to backwards engineer any calculation. Hold on, you've got no true position to backwards engineer any of your calculations to have that fucking baseline. You don't know where it is.
Well, to make a baseline, so when we look at objects around the room, the amount they're shifted by due to atmospheric conditions is you can consider as negligible. Due to so that you can use it as a baseline. It's not perfect, but
awesome. So in my room where the surface is flat, measured flat, and the fucking builder's made it flat for me. Yeah. When I'm in my room and I notice that these things are out of position, do I then assert that my room is curved and the reason why they are out of position is because of the atmosphere is projecting the image to be flat? And we can understand that refraction is going to exist anyway, because the atmosphere is going to exist anyway, because we're breathing, whether the Earth be flat or a ball. So we've always got to take account for that anyway. But you're going to bastardize the idea that the Earth is a ball with a radius value to it and backwards engineer anything that you see to that presupposition that the Earth has a geometric horizon. You haven't seen it to prove your mathematical supposition in the first place.
Would you say that I haven't seen those oil rigs? because refraction has occurred.
No, I'm telling you that no one can see, according to you and everybody else, because we understand refraction exists, the curvature of the Earth. So how could you measure to it? You haven't got a baseline to backwards engineer any refraction value to it, and I don't want to suggest that maybe you don't even know what refraction is. But ultimately, the atmosphere between you and the object, you would have to know every incremental piece of data along the way. For example, the heat, the pressure, and the moisture within that area, but you're not going to, and no one ever has. So you're just going to start asserting refraction as a magic that you can use to assert your idea. You've got no proof for either thing now, not what's between you, not the refraction value, and most definitely you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. So this argument really has to stop, and you have to say, shit, I haven't, and no one, it's not you, no one has measured the curvature of the Earth, and that is not physical obstruction.
Okay. I mean, look, I do love these talks, and but we all know that it's just going to go round and round in circles.
Yeah, because you won't make the concession. Yeah, we get it.
No.
But
so,
yeah.
Well, it's all a bit of fun. At the end of the day, you know that I'm not going to persuade you, and you know that I'm not going to give you what you want. So, you know, I'm happy to leave it here for tonight and just not have a nice laugh, chat, or whatever. But if possible, like, I don't want to like sway how your debates go, but like we did with the rocket exhaust, would it be okay to talk about other topics other than like optics and horizon, because it always seems to tend towards that and we just end up in a feedback loop?
Hey, Rocket Man, if you woke up tomorrow morning and you had an epiphany that the Earth was a stationary topographical plane, not a spinning space ball in outer space, what would happen to you? How would your worldview change?
I would first have an incredible fight with the entirety of science.
Okay.
Well, epiphanies don't mean it's true, I guess. I'd be like, why do I believe this? Let me talk to people.
That's bad faith. You're using bad faith in this argument. You have to take every talk and things like that in a good faith argument. Hypothetically speaking, using the good faith argument, if you had woke up and, you know, all scenarios included, Earth was flat, you just discovered it, it blew your mind, you had your epiphany, how would you therefore go about doing that? What would you do after that, is what he's asking. Not like, oh, you know, if it is. It's just you have to use the good faith argument whether you believe in that side or not.
Okay, so you're saying that if I woke up and the Earth did actually turn out, you know, giant scientific breakthrough.
Whatever your necessary proof is for you, you had found that, and then the next morning that was your epiphany.
If it would come as a conclusion through science and the scientific community had agreed upon it, and that was the general conclusion, then I'd get onto this Discord and I would laugh with you guys about how much of a stupid idiot I was, and we could all laugh about it, and you could take the piss out of me for as long as you wanted.
So Rocket Man, you said scientific consensus. So
yes,
you are saying, Rocket Man, but you are saying, Rocket Man, before you decide that we don't live on a spinning space ball, you would have to get the approval of others and not think for yourself. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I would get the peer review of millions of
other
scientists.
People would be thinking for you, Rocket Man, correct? Yes or no?
I mean, I would do the experiment myself.
You would? And I know you need to go. What experiment would you do?
Oh, there's so many to choose from. That's a good question. I'd have to come back to you on that, on which one I'd specifically choose, which would be the best one. But whatever it may be, I would perform it. I would then show my results to other people that had also done the experiment, compare the results, make people check that my results are valid, and then if they are come back as valid, then yeah.
So how many experiments have you done to prove your situation?
Personally, me?
Yeah.
0.
Do you know?
There you go. Other people think for you. The greatest gift you can give yourself, Rocket Man, is the ability to think for yourself. You have abdicated your whole life the ability to think for yourself.
I've also developed logical reasoning.
Awesome. So we all have.
Hey, along those lines, can I ask you a quick question? Hey, so just one quick question before you go. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
Well, the fact that Earth is a sphere is used every day by millions of people across the world every single day.
It is perceived. It is not used.
Yeah, I believe so.
I can tell you from military experience in all of our ballistics, whether it's missiles, firearms, aircraft, ships, everything is using a flat plane.
Navigation.
I'm scared to disagree.
You can disagree all you want, but we have the manuals.
Hey, you're fighting the wrong person.
No, I get it, but don't go now while saying things like science and scientific experiments, because, man, I'd like to challenge you on the fact that maybe you don't know what a scientific experiment is. And also, please don't say that the Earth is practically used every day as a fucking ball, because we'll just point out the instances where the Earth is practically used as a flat stationary plane, especially when we're talking about navigation, communication, ballistics, blowing shit up. How the world is run every single day requires the Earth to be a flat plane, and has done for thousands and thousands of years. For example, we use triangles. We use triangles to navigate across the surface of the Earth. Triangles require 3 straight lines, meaning at 3 corners, vertices, where the interior angles reach 180 degrees through mathematics. So basically, we understand that the Earth can't be able to build a fucking triangle upon and to gain an elevation angle up to any celestial body in the sky. This is celestial navigation, which requires the Earth to be flat. So, I don't know, mate. Do you want to go now? I'll open the door for you. Or do you want to be challenged on what you just fucking said?
All I would say is, from what I've experienced in life, you guys have experienced different to me, but what I have experienced, I've come across lots of people that have used it from what they have told me. Like, you have found people that haven't used it from what they have told you and what you have found. We are going the same argument from different sides.
Rocketman, do you want to point out a double standard? I just need to 1 sec. So he said if he found out the Earth was flat tomorrow, he'd go and do experiments, and then he admitted to himself that he hasn't done any to confirm that the Earth is a globe. So why the such strict double standard?
Sorry, that was very muffled. I'm just gonna. Did you say that? I would say if I would do experiments to see if the Earth was flat, but I haven't done any myself to prove it was a globe.
Correct.
Yeah. Mainly because.
No, Rocketman, do you want to hear what Jedi have to say about navigation and using navigation from the ancient time?
But hold on 1 second. Sorry. Let him address what Timbo just asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to hear this explanation. I'm intrigued.
I would say because I've seen the reason I haven't done any experiments to verify for myself that the Earth is globe is because I've seen the methods that people have done. I've used my logic of reasoning to establish that that was a very valid experiment that was performed, and therefore the conclusion they came to was also valid. Now, if I came to the epiphany that the Earth was flat, it would be a giant shake to my worldview, and I would be more than happy to go out and test it, because it would be a very exciting thing for me, for my entire worldview to change. That is the reason why I haven't done it yet, but I would if I had the epiphany the Earth was flat. To address what Jedi said, all I would say is to have the debate about navigation, I would talk to someone who uses it. I don't use it. I've just seen and heard people talk about how they have used the Earth sphere. Like, it's debating with the wrong person. I've just seen what I've seen on the internet. I can't fight for them. If you want to talk about navigation, I would say talk to someone who has used navigation. I haven't. I'm more than happy to leave it at that.
Okay, but you know what a triangle is, right?
Yes.
Good. Awesome stuff. So we'll talk about triangles another time. You don't have to be a genius as an appeal to some kind of credentials to understand basic shit, like a triangle. So we can leave it with that one, but we're definitely going to have that conversation about the scientific experiments you do that think can prove the shape of objects and the category error within that statement I've just made.
And don't worry, I'll make sure to leave out straight lines because I know that's a sensitive topic for Heretic.
Sorry, what?
Or just banter. I was just talking about the straight line debate that we've had a few times. Just a bit of banter.
Oh, that wasn't a debate. That was just you being a retard as usual.
Okay.
Yeah, an arc isn't a straight line. Google yeah. Go Google it.
I'll take your word for it, mate. We appreciate you being around, and you have been a really, really good sport, man. So we do appreciate it. And you are welcome again, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'd like to say thank you. It's been a lovely discussion again. It's been a lot better than what I've had in the past before, and it's made me a lot more enthusiastic to come back again and have these talks. So I appreciate having your time, gentlemen and lady.
Well, we appreciate the fact that you want to come back. Good night, my friend. We'll speak to you again. Oh dear, that was fun.
Has to throw a Molotov on his way out, though.
They like doing that, man. They like doing that.
My issue I had was it's okay when he uses his life experiences or those he knows, but anyone else's he instantly negates, and you can't have and use both.
This guy was arguing for hours one time on here that an arc is a straight line. Literally. That's what he was saying.
No, wait, what?
Yeah, but that was me having trouble somehow.
Yeah, I'm putting that together in my head. That's why I'm laughing, mate. I definitely get the association. I mean, the claim is ridiculous in itself, and that's why he turned around and threw that Molotov over his shoulder as he was trying to exit the building.
Was the one on Mickey's channel that he gets in saying findings don't have straight up Earth lines?
Timber,
now? Yeah.
No, we can just about hear you, man. But if you can address it, it'd be much better, man. That's all.
Did that guy say that if it came about that Earth was flat, that it was established Earth was flat, then he would do the test?
Yes, he wanted to turn over his authority to others that have, letters in front of their name.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I thought he said. And then, so therefore, the idea that was planted in him by others and is established apparently by the majority, he's not willing to check that first, though.
Yeah. No, all he cares about is the authorities and those who supposedly know right and wrong.
Yeah. So he can just imagine that the authorities are right and use what he thinks is logic. I doubt he's ever had a logic course in his life. Neither have I. I didn't need to because I came here 3 years ago.
I was lucky me to question everything, even up growing up.
I noticed the same thing, Sonny. I get the same exact thing. I noticed that too, man.
Can you imagine Sonny going through, let's say at 10 years old, you realize you weren't living on a ball, but you were living on something more stationary, more of a plane. Can you imagine trying to go through education starting at age 10 and then going into entertainment and dating, whether you're a man or a woman, and trying to find a spouse and all that stuff if you were a believer in a stationary plane and not a ball?
Yeah, you would have to keep you'd have to keep it quiet.
You'd have to lie on all your tests, wouldn't you?
You'd have to not tell them that part. You'd have to you'd just have to omit that.
That or the other end of the spectrum, just own it, just represent it, and sooner or later you'll find that mate that's perfect for you. And you don't want to be unequally yoked together with somebody who's a retard anyway.
All those science tests you take, what's the radius of the Earth? And you're going, okay, whatever. I gotta pass the class, so it's 3,959 miles.
You know what? That's funny because there were certain tests that I took in public school, high school, where the teacher was basically like, yeah, I know. Just put down the right answer so you'll make a good grade. It's hilarious. It has to do with evolution type timeline stuff, but yeah. It pretty much just straight up told us, all right, we get it. You don't believe it, whatever. Just put down the right answer and get a good grade. Even the teachers.
Where is the sphere's point? Geometry. Where is the sphere's point of reference? So they have one. They can't.
That's similar to my question of at what point does the horizon that you see visually turn into the oblate spheroid within the center of the visual field? And nobody has that number either. They don't know.
So in order to have geometry, you have to have points of reference and vectors. So
yeah.
You see
and nobody knows.
Sorry.
Go ahead, bro. You're good.
I was going to say, you see how confused the youth is of Earth. They're so confused. They think that if you put your hand in front of your face, that's still a fucking mirage. So apparently you have a refraction index for your hand in front of your face, 3 inches in front of your face. You're still not seeing your own hand.
I caught that too. It reminded me of the refracting chin guy. Remember that, dude?
Oh, yeah, of course. Dogs are gods.
Priceless.
That was a terrible analogy. Because the reason you can't see your chin is because you don't have a line of sight to it.
But what if I
Like
do?
the geometric horizon, you do have a line of sight to where it would be. It's not even the same type of thing.
When they say geometric, they're talking about shape. The shape has not even been defined at all. Well, you can't even prove the shape of the Earth, really. I mean, it's almost unprovable. We don't have technology for that, really.
This also gets into the, why don't you show me your scientific model of the flat Earth? Bro, scientific is modulus. Without measurements to produce knowledge, nobody has a model of the Earth. There is no scientific model to begin with, period. For either side, nobody has it.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think what happened is they discovered that when they went down south, that holy shit, we can't find the extremities because we cannot possibly get there by any human means. So we can't carry enough fuel. It could be 100,000 miles further for all we know. So I think they got to a point where they were beyond any human capabilities to find the end or where the container meets the ground, because it has to. Otherwise, it wouldn't be contained. And they said the only thing we can do now is close it off, cut these pathways off so they can't explore themselves, and then go out into space or pretend we're going out into space and show them pictures of us supposedly out in space. Then we have captured the extremities, the ball. They decided this.
Yeah. Based on the way you described that, though, I just kind of imagined them going to Antarctica and they've reached the point where they can't go any further, and they're just kind of like, shit, we got to go back. We got to go back. This isn't working.
I know this is a stretch, but it's just interesting to think. Like the games they made back in the day, like Asteroids, from when you went from one side, you went to the other, or like Pac-Man, when you went from one side, you came back to the other.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I find it interesting. That's how the games were first made. Platform.
So what if they went out there and they said, yeah, holy shit, we not only can we not get there, we're shit out of luck because now we can't even get back.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
And they all fucking died. That's how they know they couldn't go that far. The other people that stayed behind said, holy shit, they never came back. We got their last radio transmission, but they didn't make it. They ran out of fuel.
Damn. This reminds me of this woman. She apparently was trying to find the edge of the Earth, went to Antarctica, and they found her, like a sled and some other stuff, her equipment, and a note written by her that says, I found it, but did not find a body. They didn't find her anywhere. And I don't believe that she found the edge of the world. What I'm saying is it was a peculiar story about Antarctica.
Flat Earth Society story.
I don't know if anybody else has heard that one. It was just something really weird, and it was a female explorer that did it, which also made it stand out.
Yes, the Flat Earth Society did a documentary on this woman.
Yeah, I did, and I'm sure that it got turned into a whole bunch of propaganda and other. See, yeah, that's what I was thinking because it sounded so fucking made up too. But I was just wondering if anybody else had heard that story.
Well, it's also a non-falsifiable story because whenever they found her camera, they opened it up and exposed the film. So whatever it was that she took a picture of, we don't know what it is.
They destroyed. And it could literally be anything. You have no idea what. And also, people who disappear, usually they're suffering from hypothermia, probably stripped down, got naked, and died freezing to death. Because that's what the brain does. You do that shit for some reason. You get overheated while you're trying to stay warm, and then you take all and you freeze to death. Again, another peril of going to Antarctica. You will probably go insane and die if you try to. The cold really can make somebody lose their mind.
Well, you can make someone lose their mind. Look at all the globe believers.
It's not that hard to make somebody lose their mind, honestly.
Slow drip since the beginning over time. That's all you need.
Yeah, like the boiling a frog. Just increase the temperature a little bit. They won't notice.
Nah.
And then all of a sudden they're screaming climate change.
Have you ever seen the last level to Pac-Man?
Probably, but what's your point, though?
Well, because it's like you were talking about how you can't get back. Well, because on the last level you have all the credits on one side, right? And like on the other side is the rest of the board game, but you have to guess on where to go on the other side, finish the dots out to the game.
Well, when you can circumnavigate just by going in a circle around the North Pole, we don't really have need for a kind of Pac-Man theory on this one.
No, I was just saying that's.
But I have, yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard there's a lot of discussions related to this in worldviews and constructs. I've heard this one before about you go in one side, come out the other. It's actually a valid theory when it comes, but it's paired with simulation theory, which makes it really weird. And that's the only reason why it's valid is because it's within a simulation paradigm, which again, really weird, unfalsifiable.
It's like I say, they can really just, all you have to do is fly a plane, circumnavigate north to south, have a live stream, have cameras along the way or people to see it, and they could easily just see flat Earth and shit. They're not even willing to do that.
I think I have to close out Discord real quick. I'll be right back. Lagging.
Guys, in the other day, I was using Google Maps, and then I was zooming out, the globe, and it was giving me a glitch, So it was I was watching let me see the shape, octagon. Let me see, octaedro, a three-dimensional 3D octagon. So, and then it was wrapping around flat maps, around this, and then it popped up into a ball. It was interesting glitch.
I just find it so funny because just so much of globe Earth contradicts itself. Like, oh yeah, everything in the universe formed a ball. Well, but you're saying Earth's like in a Blake spheroid. We don't see any others in the universe, like other than supposedly they're asteroids and stuff. But it's like the universe isn't repeating this phenomena. It's only Earth. You're telling me Earth's the only one that does that? That doesn't make sense.
You're not allowed to ask those questions.
Oh, in that time, that guy, that he was here. That time I did show that rat in that rocket, and he just called it ice.
How does ice exist on a rocket exhaust?
With 2 ears in the tail. I mean, these guys don't watch at least National Geographic documentaries.
How does the color even exist on the rocket in space? It shows up red, so how is there even color?
It's ice. Because they prefer to deny what they are singing when I did present that. But I was, in that day I was watching that live stream.
In order to have some type of illumination, you actually can't have an illumination out in space like that. But
yeah, but you can do this inside the studio and always change the background to simulate it in space.
Supposedly those exhaust made out of clay, whatever you want to call them, the cavities are made in. I don't know. Supposed to be made out of clay. That thing there. It's glowing red.
Yeah, the glowing, at least the right side, it's on a studio. The red thing, I don't know. It could be CGI, and the background you can always change to another one. So.
Because you don't even see any heat transfer in the illumination; it just stays the same. You don't see any thermal transfers or anything that has to do, because it's all chemical based anyhow. Don't see anything, and like no distortion in heat, nothing. Oh, yeah. Didn't even have the color anyways. There should be no color. Not to mention that they show this also before it goes in and out of space to low Earth orbit and all that. They show this camera. They don't show any in temperature change from the atmosphere to space. So you would see a definite change color, which it doesn't even show that in their camera or whatever, their video recording, it doesn't show anything of that.
And in these live streams, you can see the horizon at the Earth. It's convex, and then it turns to flat, and then it turns to concave. I mean. And people are paying taxes to these guys.
The 2023 budget was 88 million a day.
They could with that money they could end starvation in this world. They could buy food to everybody. Oops.
Yeah, I think I'll start doing live video feeds of videos walking along the 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 block long tent cities in my beautiful town. They used to be beautiful. Anyway, there was always homeless here, but I think I'll show the homeless tent encampments and say, basically let people know this is what your NASA $88 million per day is buying you, folks. I hope you enjoy paying more for these people than you already have, because you will be paying more out of your salaries because of all these people that don't have anywhere to go. Yeah, you're paying for it, and you're going to pay for it again. NASA already took their cut out of your paycheck. But you're going to pay again, believe me. When the time comes, you'll pay again. You won't have a choice. There's no opt-out.
You just channeled your inner Flatman Can there, I think. Him and Flatman Can is known to. He's always thinking about the other people in this world, like people that are hungry and stuff, as opposed to these nerds trying to spend billions of dollars doing nothing. It's like, yeah, man, we got to think about the people here on Earth and how they could benefit from not being lied to. So I think, shout out to Sonny for channeling his inner Flatman Can there. I think it's a beautiful thing to keep those people in mind.
Just think what this outer space monkey religion and this boom religion that we live in fear over, that somebody might attack somebody, like the Cuban Missile Crisis. Just think about that. India said we have a budget of about $500 billion over 10 years, a little bit less than that, for nuclear weapons in the United States. That's $50 billion a year. You throw in Space Force at 24.5, you throw in NASA at 25.5. That's money we know of. That's $100 billion a year. $100 billion a year is, what is that? That's $272 million per day. $272 million per day. Why 9 million people starve to death around the world. 800 million have hunger issues every day. 900,000 are homeless in the UK and the USA alone, which is just 5% of the world's population. And we lie to our children in school. Guess what's evil, folks? It's not good. It's not, they're just misled, blah, blah, blah. It's literally good versus evil.
I've been so not focused on the evil stuff lately. I mean, Alex Jones was on Patrick Bet David's podcast yesterday. PBD, also known as, he works with Valuetainment. If you guys are familiar with Adam from Valuetainment. They did a recent podcast with Andrew Tate that got crazy views. Maybe you guys have seen it in Tate's Place. The two guys, Patrick and Adam. Well, Patrick did an interview with Alex yesterday. And I was listening to some of it today, and I totally forgot about some of like the craziness that's going on in the world. I've been so not focused on it. But that is part of it. Like Jim was getting at, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on that has nothing to do with anything. It seems like we're just wasting money, and no one seems to care about any of that stuff. Even though we've got people hungry, and
The governments of the world, if you believe in governments, I believe that a few people direct all the governments, but if you believe the governments of the world, they spend $2 trillion with 12 zeros every year on military. The United States spends 40% of that. $2 trillion. So if we woke up tomorrow and said that we've been lied to about the cosmology of the world, do you think that we would continue to spend $50 million a day in NASA and Space Force and the rest of the space agencies around the world? Do you think we would dramatically cut our military spending? Do you think we'd be able to feed everybody on God's creation? I think the answer is yes. So there's a reason we don't do that, and it's an evil reason. Whatever, that may be a discussion for another day.
Yeah, that evil stuff. It's hard to wrap your mind around. I remember slowly getting into truther, conspiracy type of stuff. Back in the day, you watched saw the Zeitgeist movie and introduced to different ideas about money and behind the scenes stuff, and then you start looking into that type of stuff over the years, and you stumble across the music industry and the kind of crazy stuff they do, and celebrities and this and the other. And then I was presented with Flat Earth, and it gave me something more beautiful to focus on, because I think all that negative stuff is so. It does it to me. It's not. I'm not even able to wrap my mind around why people would drink blood in adrenochrome. Why, trying to figure out demonic plans doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I've been so much more focused on beautiful things and something, with meaning, perhaps, teaching people the flat earth and stuff has been more meaningful than trying to figure out what rappers are doing what behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? It benefits me nothing, and it doesn't lead anywhere. It's a bunch of rabbit holes that, you can't really be conclusive on. So
this is what happens when you just allow society to just run its course. I mean, that's why I think we need something, some form of Templar Knights in our current day to kind of root out that evil, right? Because when you have that type of mindset, right? I have the same type of mindset too. How the fuck could people do things like that? How could evil like that exist?
Right.
But it does, right? And the problem is we don't have a sure way to root out that evil right now. And so it's just been allowed to fester for the past, I don't know how many years.
I think the problem is a lot of people don't understand that this evil actually exists and goes on. You've probably read articles in 2014 or 15, the Navy, we've pulled over shipping containers filled with people, adults and children. It's a real thing. It's not fake. And I think the issue is people don't see or truly understand these evils are actually going on in the world.
Yeah, it's because a lot of people have they're modernized, right? And so they don't believe in religion. A lot of people are atheists. They don't go to the church. They don't believe that actual evil could exist. They think of it kind of like a fairy tale, right? They think I don't know. That's what I think.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not hard to see that there's evil going on, but even as a truth, they're trying to figure out why. It doesn't make any sense to me, at least. You can see it. You can point it out and be like, look, there's some evil going on over there, but why they're doing that, can't tell you, and trying to figure out the why. It's almost like Glober is trying to figure out the motive. Oh, well, why would liars lie? You're spending all this energy and brain power and time trying to figure out a motive that you might not ever learn. So maybe best put your effort elsewhere.
I love how, whether it's here, whether it's on Earth Awakenings or not necessarily, we get it here, obviously, but, you get it over on TikTok, you get it over on Facebook, you get it everywhere. They want you to prove the flat Earth. They want you to prove that you live on a stationary plane. I don't have to. I haven't been given $8 to $10 trillion in the last 65 years, adjusted for inflation, to push my ball in education, entertainment, NASA, and all the other space agencies. I haven't been given that. So, as Indio said yesterday on one of the bot recordings we heard, why do I have to prove something is wrong? I don't have to prove. I don't have to prove that I live on a stationary topographical plane. You got to prove to me that you live on a ball, that you've had all this money, and I'm going to tear your ball apart right in front of your face, and I don't care. So I don't have to prove anything to you. I just got to tear your ball apart. If I have a cheating spouse and everybody sees her cheat, I don't have to wait till I get a new spouse before I leave my cheating spouse. I'm going to leave my cheating spouse. The globe is the cheating spouse. So I don't have to prove that I have a new spouse before I leave my cheating spouse. It is what they've been told, they've been told this among their little community, that make flat earthers prove a flat earth. That's all they do. And the thing is, they don't want us to come after their ball, because we will intellectually demolish their ball. So they will always come back and say, prove your flat earth. I don't have to. I haven't been given the resources. I haven't been given the time. I haven't been given the money to do it. You have. Your side has. So I'm going to demolish it, and then we'll pick up the pieces after that. And maybe the world will start to see that they've been lied to their whole life.
It's basically like in court. They're asking you to prove your innocence. It's like, I don't have to prove innocence. You have to prove guilt.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is these social media platforms. They say the best defense is a good offense. Well, let's just be offensive. We don't want to offend, but let's just go on the offense and just kind of go from there.
Yep, we need to go out guns blazing for sure. Metaphorically.
What did Austin say yesterday when he was on? I wrote it down because it was so good. Because I'm older, I have to write everything down now. You bring your guns, and I'll bring my guns. I think that's cool. Yeah, we'll just bring each other's guns, and we'll see who's standing up at the end.
Well, this is the opinion of Jimmy Will. The reason the evil people are doing the evil things is because they have an evil master. The reason an evil master exists is because we live in a created environment. And the evil master has a master that he refuses to acknowledge. When the creator of everything and evil, then even that evil master has declared what is good and said, this is what you should do. The evil people decide they're going to listen to their evil master because their evil master says, do what you want. Whereas the one who created everything says you shouldn't do these certain things because it's not cohesive with everybody else and it's going to destroy the environment or the relationship between you and whoever it is that you like to be with. So the only way the evil master can get people to disbelieve that the creator has made objective rules is for them to have a doubt that the creator exists. And the only way that they can do that is to cloud the mind. And it's to remove the cloud from the mind.
Well said. Well said. That was a Jimmy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to touch on the whole thing about that too, and I was going to point out like what they portray in media and in Hollywood. It's because it is evident that there is evil in the world, you know, especially in government or, you know, authority, right? But when they portray that in Hollywood, what is the storyline? Basically, we have an antagonist. There's usually a protagonist, so that they give this impression that yes, there's evil in the world, and yeah, there could be in the government, the corruption, but there's somebody or there's a group of people out there that are protecting us from it, fighting for it, so that the overall system is good, right? It's just isolated here and there. It's isolated incidents that this evil exists. It's not an overall encompassing evil that's controlling us. That's the impression they like to give. So that it gives people this false sense of security, I think.
If I might guess into what you just said, man, but, you know, some of these folks, they'll be fussing about the whole systemic racism type thing. But to take that to another level, systemic evil does exist. Like, going beyond all the others, systemic evil does exist. There's systems that revolve around darkness, pain, suffering. And there's currency generated, revenue is generated from these things.
Yeah, well, and to further on what I was saying, we don't, you know, there's the impression not only is that, you know, that it's isolated, that we don't have to worry about it because somebody's going to take care of it for us. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to stand up and fight. We don't have to do all that. There's somebody else out there. It gives us a sense, you know, it creates complacency in society, you know.
Like passing the buck.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, but somebody else knows. I'm sure of it. That's how powerful belief is. They'll have you give up and do nothing at all, expecting somebody else to save you.
I mean, we have organizations that are supposed to do that, but they obviously don't. Because they've been also corrupted.
Yep. And that includes every hierarchy of academia and every religion. They really don't want you to think that you can help fix things on your own accord. They want you to be hopelessly dependent on them. I think one of the hardest points for a lot of folks to realize is the key to your own freedom is within you. Like, you already have the ability, you have to accept it, though. If you don't accept it, you'll never be free. It's already available, though. It's there. It's right there.
Yeah, the borrower is the slave to the lender. What is it that you're borrowing? Are you going to borrow thoughts? Are you going to borrow items? Are you going to borrow money? Are you going to borrow feelings?
And you get what you pay for. Yeah. I was thinking like investing time too. You get what you pay for. You invest your time in crap, and you're going to get crap. Invest your time studying to show yourself approved, and you'll become wise.
Hey guys, we got Dirtball Catlin join the server if you want to talk to her.
Welcome to the server.
What
are you talking about?
Life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah, just to give a quick rundown, she's a friend of mine, everyone. She's new to this, just kind of intrigue and want to see people. She might. I'm trying to convince her to get into the live stream sometime and have a discussion with people, but she just wanted to kind of have a sense of what the structure's like, how things go around here, and to not be too scared of these kind of.
I would say that that's wise. That's wise to find out what's going on first and then speak. That's a wise move.
Hey, Rocket Man, tell her that we don't bite.
I'll just jump back into the server and Rocket Man's still here. That's interesting.
I'm just showing my friend.
Welcome everybody. Thank you very much, Rocketman24. We got Dirt Block Caitlin. I think that's the person we're going to be speaking.
Yeah, Caitlin. Yeah.
Caitlin.
Yeah.
All right. So, see, Caitlin has VC verified. Caitlin, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So, what brings you by this Discord? Your friend Rocketman?
Yeah, thank you. It's just I'd always watch him have these debates, and I was just so intrigued as to how it worked.
Excellent. So welcome to the server, and also, would I just consider your position like Rocketman24? Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would just open up this floor for you just a moment so that you can ask any direct questions, and we'll directly answer you any of the questions you might have. And then afterwards, if we can ask you a few questions about why you think what you think, if that's cool. But we'll answer any questions you want right now. Just if you have any questions for us, the panel will answer you directly.
Okay. Oh, God, I don't know where to begin. Sorry, it's all a bit much.
Just start anywhere.
Just don't ask what's in the edge.
No, you can ask whatever you want. It doesn't matter what. Listen, I'm gonna have to pause Kel for a moment. Sorry, Kel. If you're not a part of the senior members that are here in this panel, I would ask for you to just refrain for a moment so we can introduce the person to this topic. So go ahead and ask your question.
Sorry, I don't really know because I don't know all like the law. Like, I know this is gonna sound stupid, but I don't even know what you guys think. If you think the Earth is flat, I don't know what you think is underneath.
There you go. So you don't understand why we say what we say. So maybe you should ask us why we say what we say.
Yeah. I'll ask that then.
Yeah. Why do flat earthers make the claim that the Earth is flat? You don't understand why we say that, so I'll break it down for you. The surface of the Earth is primarily water. There's a lot of water around, right? That's the surface of the Earth. Everything's kind of compared to that surface of the Earth. Sea level, for example. What's above it? Well, that's the land bit, and it obviously goes underneath it. But ultimately, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. And that's the water. And the waters of the Earth, they're observed to be flat. They're measured directly to be level from one distance to another. And they're also used practically when navigating across them as a flat plane, which requires the Earth to be flat in the way that we navigate across it, for example. So we say the things that we say about the Earth being flat because observably, measurably, and practically it is.
Thank you.
Any more direct questions, Caitlin? We'll answer anything directly.
Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. Doesn't matter if they sound ridiculous, we'll answer them.
I have a question for Caitlin.
Yeah?
What's at the bottom of outer space?
Now that's a good question.
Just more space, I guess. Space is expanding, so it's hard to define a bottom.
Fair enough.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting of this chat is that we're going to ask you to engage with your critical thinking, which a lot of the times in the idea that the Earth is a globe, you really don't do because everything's already discovered. And smarter people know about the Earth being a globe. So usually people defer to the scientists. No, I don't. And so what we like to do is the person we're speaking to, we like them to engage how they know what they know. So CB's question was in line with your, like, how you know what you know.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know like a fair bit of theory because like Rocket Man, I do aerospace engineering at uni, but like I I don't know, because I'm really new to this. I couldn't tell you like the exact definition of what level means, which I know is something that he knows.
Well, yeah, he's allegedly somebody who knows some things. That's great. But as far as what you know, we're going to go based upon your baseline knowledge of the things that you know. And now is the time for you to start to think like, what do I really know, right? From all these questions that we might ask you or you might ask us. And so it's just an exercise for you to actually start to think critically.
Also, could I just say quickly, sorry to interrupt, Kaylin, don't claim I know anything because they'll attack me for it in the next debate, please. Don't say I know anything, they'll attack me for it.
Yeah, we're going to zero in on it. Nah, it's cool. But what do you...
Just to remind me to attack you on that specific point, I'll throw that piece of paper away and put it in the bin. No problem.
Well, we're going to hold you accountable to the things you say. Don't worry.
So is there anything other questions you'd like to... Because there's a couple of questions that we'd want to ask you. And then, you can respond. And just being intellectually honest in this conversation usually gets you a lot farther than just like trying to attempt to answer the question. Like if you don't know, just say, "Oh, I don't know." That helps us. Okay.
I mean, I guess I'd like to be able to picture what you're seeing, because when I picture like a globe, Earth, in like in a solar system, in a galaxy, in a universe, so and so on. But
I think Jedi can answer that question.
Oh, and me too.
Or CB, or either one. Like I guess they can take you through the cosmology aspect, or I would say the dichotomy between what Globe Earth tells you and what we understand.
All right, rock, paper, scissors, CB.
I was literally just thinking that. All right, ready? Rock, paper,
scissors.
Shoot.
Rock.
All right, I got scissors.
Yeah, I got rock, man.
All right, you win. Go ahead.
I get it. Thank you, my friend. So, yeah, we do appreciate that everyone's got this conceptualization, this God's eye view of the Earth being the ball and the heliocentric model placed between Venus and an orbit in the sun. So what does the Earth look like? What do we, flat earthers, say the Earth look like? Very little, to be honest with you. We can only tell you about the Earth that we're on. For example, we couldn't give you speculations about the parts of the Earth that we haven't discovered or ever been to. Like the edge, for example, how thick the Earth is or how high above the sky those stars are, for example. So we're very limited to give you a description of the Earth's entire shape. You have to remember our base statement, flat Earth. Flat is an aspect, it's not a shape within itself, it's a description of the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth upon which we are on is flat. Its overall shape, we don't know. But we can tell you that maybe we can conceptualize it, and it might sound silly, but the Earth is the floor beneath your feet, which you stand on, and that's flat, apart from the hills and topography. The waters, that's level, flat. And the stars above you, and the sun and the moon and everything else, but they're above you. So they're straight up in the sky, rotating and moving above your head. But the overall shape of the Earth is probably best described as the floor of the universe, as being as everything that we see when we point up is up. So, yeah, I hope that helps a little bit. Unless, CB, you wanted to add something, mate?
Well, I was just going to say the same thing, just in a nice English accent, a nice Midwestern accent, but pretty much the same thing, is that regardless of whether you think it's a globe or not, like your POV when you go outside, that's the POV you're going to get. The globe side is giving you imagery on TV of what it looks like from selfie land, where you can go outside, turn around, and take selfies with reality. But in the same way that you can't, Caitlin, I hope you're following along, in the same way that you can't leave outer space, right? Even in the globe idea, you can leave the globe, turn around, go to space, take selfies with the globe, but you can't leave outer space, turn around and take selfies with outer space. So in that same idea, you can't leave the Earth, flat Earth, and turn around and take selfies with reality. So, like Jedi brought up this God's eye vision, God's eye view, this God's perspective. You cannot look at the Earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. You don't get that outside view. That's a God's eye view. So the only perspective, the only POV you get of flat Earth, I hate to say it, as cliche as it sounds, but you got to go outside. That's the only way to see the flat Earth. Personally, I don't close my eyes and imagine anything, I just go outside. That's the only way to get to flat Earth. It's not in your mind. It's not on TV. It's outside.
Okay, so that actually raises a question for me. What do you think about other planets?
Oh, rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I'll just be short. Let me just go first, and I'll be really short, and then you can take the long road. The Earth is the land. The land is under you. It's not above you. There is no land in the sky above you. So there's no other land. I'll just be real short and sweet with that, Jedi. If you want to pick up from there.
Other
So,
planet.
Oh, sorry.
No, restate your question and make a statement. That's fine.
So it's like when Elon Musk talks about colonizing Mars,
Yeah,
what
I get you. What is that? So what's Mars? What's Jupiter? What is the Sun? What's the Moon? Yeah, we don't know. Right? The other planets. The planets are defined in the way that they're defined, and we're talking about the description of those things. So if planets are defined like the Earth, open systems in vacuums, and like Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, an open system in a vacuum, well, that's a violation of a law of nature. No matter which way you try to resolve it in your head, the law exists. You can't negate it. So ultimately, whatever that is up in the sky, we can't even tell you. To tell you, we would have to go there. I'd have to go to the moon, tell you what it is. I'd have to go to Mars and tell you what it is. We can only see from the floor and with telescopes what they appear to be through our eyes. We then place the heliocentric model over everything that we see. The Sun is what we're told. Mars is what we're told. Jupiter, a giant ball of gas in the vacuum of space, is what we're told because that's the narrative. So we see a giant ball of gas in a vacuum. But that can't be. So whatever they are, we don't know, but they can't be what they're told. You said other planets. This would have to be a planet in the first instance. They look spherical, I'll grant you, circular in nature, yeah. But we don't measure the Earth to be like those things. The Earth isn't a planet, so those are not other planets. Whatever they are, they're whatever they are, but we can't tell you. There's the long road for you.
Yeah, and like, you got to think for a moment. There's really nothing in the sky that even slightly resembles the Earth. Because I look around Earth and there's a lot of water and trees and things. Ain't no trees in the sky. There's nothing up there, that looks like the Earth at all. So I wouldn't be so quick to compare the Earth to things that you see in the sky. Now,
do you see what it was though, Caitlin? It's a narrative that's being told to you by academia, by the news, by your friends, by your, whoever. Anyone that can tell you that what the Earth is via a story that they've heard about what it is, that's all they can go on. Nobody knows anything else other than the story. So many people would say that, well, they're lying to us. They're not really lying. They're just telling us a story that they've heard from someone else. So just like you believe it because someone else believes it. So the guy who's telling you that they're landing something on somewhere believes the narrative. And there's only certain people that we would say were privy to such information that the why would they lie question are the perpetrators behind all of this, and everybody else just believes the story, which like your school teacher and everybody you probably know. So it's not everybody in on it. It's just everybody believes it like a story.
That's weird that you said that the moment my mind was thinking it, you verbalized it, but that was the perfect point. Is that we all see the same thing in the sky. You, I, doesn't matter whether you believe, doesn't matter what you believe, we all observe the same thing. Team Globe is just attaching stories to those things. Oh, the sun, that's blah, 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 blah. It's a star, it's a burning ball of gas, it's 93 million. So they have extra stories attached. Oh, Mars, that's a planet, it's a rock, we have a rover on it, etc. They have all these stories attached to the things that we see. We see them, we're just not going along with the story.
Yeah, I had somebody, I'll just chime in real quick. I had somebody basically said we look into the sky and we pretend, imagine, and dream. That's all we do.
All right, what do you think about that, Caitlin?
Sorry, I struggled to unmute myself there. I find it quite interesting because I, like I said, I really don't know about your way of thinking. So yeah, I think.
But what do you think about the idea that it's a narrative versus it being something that's real? Because I think the placement of something being real in your mind is only brought on by a blind belief in the thing that you think that is real. There's nothing that you can do to verify it. So I would then challenge you that if you think that it's real, how can you verify that thing that's being told to you that it's real? How would you engage with your critical thinking skills and figure out if it's real? What would you be able to retort and tell me?
I mean, I suppose I'm under the impression that the Earth is like the other planets, and you know.
Right, but like I said, how could you verify it? That's the most important part of this whole process of thinking of it. You know?
Okay, so a very fitting analogy, if you consider my username, if you were to, like you would in Minecraft, just get like a stack of dirt and just like nerd pole all the way up, but like you're doing that on Earth, would you not at some point begin to see the curvature? Obviously, like if you're like ignore changes in air pressure making it difficult to breathe.
Right, you mean get into the highest point of elevation to actually look down and see the Earth in a specific way?
Yeah, say there are no clouds in the way, or something like that.
Yeah, the question is also asked in a different way. Usually with new people, they'll say, well, what if we got in a rocket and go all the way up and look down? Would we not see the Earth as a globe? Is that what your question sounds like it being related to? Hello?
And someone's scraping in the background, so I don't know if you're meaning to. But...
Sorry, I think I said yeah.
Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, go ahead, Dirt. What did you... But was the question that I posed to you related to what you were thinking about?
Is it okay if you repeat the question?
Right. So would it be like if you're taking a rocket up to the highest elevation and looking down and asking the question, if I took a rocket to space and looked down and saw the Earth as a globe, would you still deny it? Is that what you're asking?
I suppose.
Right. So the idea behind
this way, you never actually like leave the Earth.
Well, it doesn't matter. Either way, we're talking about elevation change. So if you raise an elevation, that's the only important part of what I'm saying here. Would the Earth look different from that vantage point? And the answer is you could see more, but you still wouldn't see curvature. Because the idea that the Earth is an oblate spheroid is still in question here. So if that is the case, right? If the Earth is a globe, then it would measure to be as such on the ground. So, you know, regardless of what you might think about it this way, if there's any more questions, we're going to actually start asking you some questions so you can engage with critical thinking. Because we can't go any farther asking any direct questions if you don't know the premise of what we're talking about here.
If I can just very quickly put my 2 pence worth in about gaining altitude above the surface of the Earth and seeing curvature. This is a little bit of a misconception, right? Going high and seeing curvature. We're talking about left to right curvature, aren't we, Caitlin? Yeah?
Left to right?
Yeah, left to right, across your vision of view. So from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, the horizon appears to be curving. Therefore, because it's curving, that's the limitation of the Earth, the horizon, physical. That's physical Earth curvature that I'm seeing with altitude, right? Getting your rocket, climb a mountain, climb a tree, the higher you get, you see curvature of the Earth. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yes? Right, okay. This is a little bit of a misconception. So, for example, if you're in an aircraft, right, been in a plane, and we look out the window and we see that left to right curvature, right? But we have to remember that if we go to the other side of the plane and we look out the window, we see left to right curvature. We have to remember that the pilot in the cockpit looking forward, when he looks out the window, apparently if everybody's seeing left to right curvature, he's going to see left to right curvature. At every single incremental angle with your 360-degree view, you can stop and see that curvature in the periphery of your vision. Don't forget you're probably looking for a window. That might be curved, but ultimately everything that you're looking through is a curved surface, so your optic is curved. You see that curve in the periphery. The point is, if you're to see curvature from one side of the plane and then curvature from the other side of the plane, and then try to draw a line between them, you're not going to get a 360-degree view around you. You're going to get a wibbly-wobbly line. So you understand that seeing left to right curvature anyway, when you look out of a window of a rocket, for example, it's maybe a misunderstanding of what we should see. We should see a 360-degree flat degree of vision, horizon and demarcation of sky, whether you're on a flat earth or a ball anyway, because that's the limitation of our view. If you're talking about getting high enough and then the earth decides to turn it into a ball and then disappear underneath your feet and slowly get smaller and recede with distance, you're far enough away from the earth and can't see the ball anymore, then you'd have to get really high to see that, for example. But if the earth was flat and there was a limitation to it, you have to understand that you can only see the portion of it that's illuminated by the sun. You're not even going to see the entirety of the earth. Sorry for the ramble, guys.
All right, so we're going to engage with some... Well, first we got to see if Caitlin heard you, or maybe she's on mute.
Oh, yeah, I did. Sorry.
You understand what I said, Caitlin, yeah?
Yeah, it's just a lot to take in, you know.
Of course.
Okay. So let's go with the exercise to actually get something out of the way. We're going to figure out whether you know that the Earth is a globe or you just blindly believe that it is, okay? And so with this exercise, all you have to do is just either agree that you know the information and engage with the topic, or say I don't know on any one of these questions. There's only 3 questions. Pretty simple.
Okay.
Hey, the first question is, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Do you know?
Okay. One of the Greek philosophers, is it Aristotle?
Okay, remember, now the poignant part of what I just asked was drop over distance. So anybody that you bring up, did they measure drop over distance?
Oh, God, I was like a child when I learned about what Aristotle did.
I know.
So I don't know if it was
Right.
dropping distance. I just know he observed the boats.
Right. So remember when I was asking, when I get to these questions, make sure that you ask, or excuse me, make sure that you answer them poignant to my question. So if you'd like to, I can repeat the question and see if you can think about it. Because remember, the answer here is, if you know, say I know, and then engage to tell me how you know. But if you're vague, or if you don't know, just say, well, I don't know. It saves us a lot of time. Because I'll ask them more leading questions if you say I know, and then we're going to find out that you obviously don't know. Right? So let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning of the question. So I'm going to restate it. So who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance?
Sorry.
Do you know?
I don't.
I don't want to interrupt. I'm sorry to flow of the conversation. Is it?
I'm sorry, Rocket. I apologize. Please answer, Caitlin.
I don't know, because I don't know if Aristotle himself did drop over distance. So
right. So either you know or you don't know.
yes, so I don't.
Okay, that's fine. So then the second, this is all we're doing here is getting your baseline knowledge for what you know or what you don't know. And you being honest is, like I said, essential for this conversation. And that's all. So the second question would be very simple, right? Because we're going with simple baseline information. So they tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? Axial rotation. So according to the narrative, they're telling us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So, who has measured the Earth to be spinning on its axis any time in history? By what device or people or person have measured it?
Oh, that's a good question.
Do you know?
I mean, I couldn't name the person that's done it, but I could probably, like myself, describe an experiment where you could do it.
Okay, so you're going to tell us about this information, and we're going to go through it thoroughly so that we can repeat the method to actually ascertain the information that it's actually spinning on its axis. So like I said, we're going to go into primary source.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.